Welcome back to another evening of myths and legends. Tonight, we travel to ancient Greece, to the marble halls of Mount Olympus itself. There, among the immortal gods, sits a queen whose story is far more complex than you might expect. She is powerful, she is beautiful, and she carries a wound that never heals. Her name is HERA, Queen of the Gods, Goddess of Marriage, and perhaps the most misunderstood figure in all of Greek mythology. Every queen has a crown, but every crown has a weight, and HERA's crown was heavier than most, forged not just from gold, but from love, betrayal, and an anger that would shake the heavens. She was called the jealous goddess, the vengeful queen. Stories painted her as cruel, petty, relentless in her punishments. But those stories rarely asked why. Tonight, we ask why. Tonight, we look beneath the crown to find the heart that still beat underneath. And perhaps, by the end, you will see HERA in a different light. Our story begins long before Olympus existed. In a time when the world was ruled by the Titans, ancient beings of immense power, and the cruelest of them all was Cronus. Cronus feared a prophecy. One of his children would overthrow him, just as he had overthrown his own father. So he made a terrible choice. Each time his wife Rhea bore a child, Cronus swallowed them whole. Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Poseidon, Hades, one by one, consumed by their own father. Young Hera knew only darkness. Trapped within her father's immortal belly, she waited in that strange prison with her siblings. But the gods cannot truly die, and so they endured. Then came Zeus, the youngest child hidden away by Rhea, raised in secret. He returned as a young god, fierce and determined, to free his siblings and challenge his father. With cunning and courage, Zeus forced Cronus to release the swallowed gods. And Hera emerged into the light for the first time, gasping alive and gazing upon her rescuer. She saw a god who had risked everything for his family, a warrior who stood against tyranny. And in that moment, something kindled in Hera's heart that would never quite fade. But Zeus was not the only one transformed by their meeting. He too looked upon Hera and saw something extraordinary. A goddess of unmatched dignity, strength, and beauty. Zeus pursued her for 300 years. But HERA was no easy conquest. She demanded respect, commitment, devotion. She would be no passing fancy. Finally, Zeus transformed himself into a wounded cuckoo bird, shivering in a storm. When kind-hearted Hera took the poor creature to her breast to warm it, Zeus revealed himself and stole a kiss. Tricked but charmed, HERA agreed to become his queen. And their wedding was the greatest celebration the cosmos had ever witnessed. The earth bloomed with new flowers, the heavens sang. For one perfect moment, love had conquered all. But perfection, as every myth teaches us, never lasts. To understand HERA, we must first understand what she ruled. She was not merely Zeus's wife. She was a goddess in her own right, with powers and domains that touched every mortal life. HERA was the goddess of marriage. Every wedding vow spoken anywhere in the Greek world was made under her watchful gaze. She blessed the unions she approved and cursed those she did not. She was the protector of married women. When a wife suffered, when a husband strayed, when families broke apart, it was HERA to whom women prayed for justice and strength. Childbirth also fell under her domain, shared with her daughter Eileithyia. The pain and danger of bringing new life into the world was eased by HERA's blessing, or worsened by her curse. And she was the guardian of family itself. The sacred bonds between parent and child, the loyalty of the household, the continuity of generations. All these were HERA's sacred charge. Her symbols told her story. The peacock with its 100 watching eyes spoke of her vigilance. Nothing escaped HERA's notice, especially not betrayal. The cow represented her nurturing side, her role as mother and provider. It was a sacred animal in her temples, honored and protected. The pomegranate, split open to reveal its ruby seeds, symbolized marriage and fertility. Brides carried them. Temples displayed them. They were HERA's fruit. And the lotus flower crowned her scepter, representing purity and divine authority. When HERA raised that scepter, even gods took notice. Her temples were among the grandest in Greece. The Heraion of Samos, built on the island where legend said she was born, was one of the largest temples ever constructed. Argos claimed her as their special patron. The city loved Hera above all other gods, and she returned that devotion with fierce protectiveness. Women across Greece celebrated the HERA festivals in her honor. They ran races, made offerings, and prayed for her blessings on their marriages and children. Now let us return to Olympus, to those early days after the divine wedding. For a time, Hera knew happiness, such as she had never imagined. Zeus doted upon his queen. He built her a throne of gold beside his own. He showered her with gifts. He proclaimed her the most beautiful goddess in all creation. They walked together through the clouds at sunset. They whispered secrets only immortals could share. For a brief, shining moment, they were truly in love. And children came. Their firstborn was Ares, god of war. He inherited his father's strength and his mother's fierce temper, becoming the most feared warrior among the gods. Ares grew into a god of terrible beauty and endless appetite for battle. He was not wise like Athena or strategic like his father. He was war itself, pure and brutal. Hera loved him fiercely, even when others scorned him. Even Zeus looked upon Ares with disappointment. But a mother's love does not depend on approval. Then came Hebe, goddess of youth. She was everything lovely and innocent, eternally young, serving as cupbearer to the gods. Hebe had her mother's beauty and a gentleness that softened every room she entered. She brought joy wherever she went, a living reminder of better days. Eileithyia came next, goddess of childbirth. She inherited her mother's domain over the sacred moment when new life enters the world. Whenever a woman cried out in labor, Eileithyia heard. She could ease the pain or prolong it. This power would later become a weapon in Hera's arsenal. And then there was HEPHAESTUS, the god of the forge. His story is perhaps the saddest of all Hera's children, for it reveals wounds within the divine family itself. HEPHAESTUS was born lame, his leg twisted. In some tales, Hera herself cast him from Olympus in shame. In others, Zeus threw him down during a quarrel. The truth matters less than the wound. HEPHAESTUS grew up far from Olympus, raised by sea nymphs, learning the secrets of fire and metal in his lonely forge. He became the greatest craftsman the universe had ever known. His hands shaped wonders. But his heart carried a wound that no forge fire could burn away. In time, HEPHAESTUS returned to Olympus. He and Hera reconciled, though the damage could never fully heal. She learned that some mistakes cannot be unmade. These were Hera's legitimate children, the ones born of her union with Zeus, the ones she loved openly and completely. But they were not Zeus's only children. For Zeus, king of the gods, was also king of wandering eyes. His appetite for love affairs was legendary, and his faithfulness to Hera lasted about as long as morning dew. The first time Hera discovered his infidelity, her world cracked like ice in spring. She had given him everything, her trust, her devotion, her very identity as his queen. She confronted him in their chambers, voice trembling with rage and heartbreak. How could he? After everything. After 300 years of courtship, of promises. Zeus made excuses. It meant nothing, he said. She was still his queen, still the only one who mattered. But words are cheap, even from the king of gods. And then he did it again. And again. Mortal women nymphs. Tightnesses. It seemed no female creature was safe from the attentions of Almighty Zeus. Each affair twisted the knife deeper. Each child born outside their marriage was a fresh wound. Hera's love curdled slowly into something else, something darker. She could not punish Zeus directly. He was king of the gods, mightier than any other being. When she tried, he overpowered her, humiliated her, reminded her of her place. Once, she led a rebellion against him with other gods. They bound him while he slept. But he was freed, and his vengeance was terrible. He hung Hera from the sky with golden chains. So she could not strike at the king. But the women he loved, the children they bore, they were not so protected, and Hera's rage needed somewhere to go. This is the tragedy at the heart of Hera's story. She was wronged again and again. But in her pain she became what she most hated: a tormentor, a destroyer of innocence. The women Zeus seduced rarely had a choice. Gods do not ask permission. They simply take. Yet it was these victims who bore the brunt of Hera's jealousy. We might call this unjust. We might call it cruel. And it was both. But we might also call it the desperate rage of someone who had no other outlet for her pain. Now let us meet some of the other gods who shared Olympus with Hera. For she did not exist in isolation, but as part of a divine family with all its rivalries and alliances. Athena, goddess of wisdom, had sprung fully formed from Zeus's head. She was everything Hera was not. Born without a mother. Favored completely by their shared father. Hera and Athena maintained a cold civility. They were too different for friendship, too similar in their pride for open conflict. An uneasy distance served them best. Apollo and Artemis, the divine twins, were children of Zeus and the Titaness Leto. Their very existence was a reminder of Zeus's betrayal, their birth a story of Hera's cruelty. Hera had persecuted their mother Leto throughout her pregnancy. She forbade any land from giving Leto shelter. She sent monsters to hunt her. We will tell that tale another night. Aphrodite, goddess of love, was perhaps the only Olympian Hera genuinely despised. For Aphrodite represented everything Hera blamed for her husband's wandering. Where Hera stood for faithful marriage, Aphrodite celebrated passion wherever it bloomed, regardless of vows or consequences. They were natural enemies. Poseidon, god of the seas, was Zeus's brother and Hera's brother-in-law. Their relationship was complicated, as all things were in that family. Poseidon sometimes joined Hera's schemes against Zeus. He understood being overshadowed by a brother. But he was unreliable, following his own tides. Hades ruled the underworld and rarely came to Olympus. When he did, he and Hera treated each other with respectful distance. He had his realm. She had hers. Demeter, goddess of harvest, was Hera's sister. They shared an understanding that the male gods rarely grasped. Both knew the pain of mothers, the bonds of family. Hestia, eldest of the siblings, kept the sacred hearth of Olympus burning. She had chosen eternal virginity and asked for no throne, seeking only peace. Hera respected Hestia's choice, even if she could not understand it. To have no consort meant no betrayal. Perhaps there was wisdom in that flame, tending solitude. Hermes, the messenger god, was another of Zeus's illegitimate children. Quick, witted and charming, he could talk his way out of any situation. Hera tolerated Hermes better than most of Zeus's bastards. He served useful purposes, and his charm was difficult to resist even for the jealous queen. Dionysus would come later, born of the mortal Semele in fire and tragedy. His story intertwines with Hera's in ways we shall soon explore. This was the world Hera inhabited, a family of immortals with endless time for grudges and schemes, loves and hatreds, played out across eternity. And through it all, Hera sat on her golden throne, watching, waiting, planning. She had learned that patience was the only weapon she could wield freely. The mortal world below offered some relief from Olympus politics. Her worshippers loved her genuinely, needing nothing from her but blessing and protection. Women especially prayed to Hera, brides on their wedding days, wives struggling with unfaithful husbands, mothers in childbirth. They understood her in ways the gods never could. In return, Hera listened. Not always kindly, but always attentively. She heard their prayers and felt their pain echoing her own across the divine divide. Her temples were staffed by priestesses who devoted their lives to her service. They kept the sacred fires burning and the rituals properly observed. The greatest of these temples, the Heraion of Samos, held wonders from across the known world. Pilgrims traveled vast distances to seek the goddess's favor. At Argos, the annual HERA festival drew women from every corner of Greece. They competed in foot races, the winners earning olive wreaths and eternal honor. For a few days each year, the usual restrictions on women lifted. They gathered, competed, celebrated, all under Hera's approving gaze. Marriages were often timed to coincide with Hera's festivals. Couples believed her blessing would ensure faithful unions and healthy children. Brides offered locks of their hair to HERA before their weddings, a piece of themselves given to the goddess who would watch over their marriage. In some regions, brides bathed in sacred springs believed to restore virginity. They emerged renewed, ready to begin their new lives as wives. These rituals connected mortal women to their goddess. In honoring HERA, they honored the institution of marriage itself, with all its hopes and struggles. And HERA, for all her flaws, took these duties seriously. She was not merely a jealous wife. She was the guardian of something sacred. Now that we understand who HERA was, her domains and her relationships, her power and her pain, we can follow her through the myths that made her infamous. The first of these takes us to a priestess named Du, a beautiful mortal girl who caught the wandering eye of Zeus, and became the first great target of HERA's wrath. Io was a priestess of HERA herself. She served in the goddess's temple at Argos, tending the sacred fires and leading the rituals with perfect devotion. She was young and beautiful, with eyes like a gentle doe and hair that fell in dark waves around her shoulders. Princes had sought her hand, but she belonged to the goddess. Zeus saw her one day as he gazed down from Olympus. Perhaps he was bored. Perhaps he was testing fate. But when he saw Io, he decided he must have her. He came to her in dreams first. Whispers in the night, telling her to go to a certain meadow by the river Lerna. There, he promised, her destiny awaited. I woke trembling. She told her father Inachus, the river god, of these strange dreams. He consulted the oracles, and their answer terrified him. The oracles said Io must leave home or bring destruction upon all of Argos. With breaking hearts, her father sent her away. She went to the meadow, as the dreams commanded. There in that meadow Zeus came to her, not as a god in his glory, but disguised, charming, irresistible. What choice did a mortal girl have against the king of gods? But HERA was watching. She always watched. From her throne on Olympus, she had seen Zeus leave, noted his direction, recognized the signs of another betrayal. She rose from her throne and descended through the clouds, following her husband's trail. The other gods pretended not to notice. They had learned not to get involved. Zeus sensed her coming. His divine senses prickled with the approach of his queen. He had only moments to act, to hide his crime somehow. In desperation, he transformed Io into a white heifer. A beautiful cow with soft eyes and gleaming coat, but a cow nonetheless. He thought this would disguise his affair. When HERA arrived, she found her husband standing in a meadow, beside a remarkably beautiful white cow. Her eyes missed nothing. Her instincts screamed the truth. She smiled sweetly, which Zeus knew meant danger. "What a lovely cow," she said. "Wherever did you find such a creature? Surely you would give it to me as a gift?" Zeus was trapped. To refuse would confirm his guilt. To accept would condemn the girl he had just pursued. He handed the heifer to his wife. HERA took her prize with satisfaction. She knew exactly what this cow truly was, and she had plans for the unfortunate creature. She called upon her most trusted servant, a giant named Argus Panops, which means the all-seeing. He was perfectly suited for the task she had in mind. Argus had 100 eyes covering his entire body. Even when he slept, only some eyes closed while others kept watch. Nothing could escape his vigilance. "Guard this heifer," HERA commanded. "Do not let her escape. Do not let anyone approach her. Watch her every moment, day and night." And so Io's prison began. She was staked in a field, watched by the 100-eyed giant. She could not speak, could not explain, could not plead for mercy. She tried to call out to her father, but only moose escaped her throat. She tried to write her name in the dirt with her hoof, but Argus swept the marks away. Days became weeks. You ate grass and drank from streams, her human mind trapped in an animal body. Every night she wept, though even her tears were a cow's tears. Her father Inachus searched for his daughter everywhere. One day he came to the field where the white heifer was kept, not knowing who she was. Io ran to him as far as her chain allowed. She nuzzled against him, lowed plaintively, tried desperately to make him understand. And somehow, father knew daughter. He wept against her white neck. "What has happened to you, my child? What god has done this terrible thing?" But she could not answer except with mournful cries. Thennow managed to scratch letters in the dirt before Argus could stop her. Just 2 letters. I.O. her own name. Proof of who she was. Inochus cried out in anguish. He raged against the heavens, cursed the gods who had stolen his daughter. But what could a river god do against Olympus? Argus drove him away eventually as Hera had commanded. No visitors, no comfort, no hope, just endless watching and endless captivity. High on Olympus, Zeus watched his former lover suffering with something like guilt. He had caused this. His lust, his cowardice, had condemned an innocent girl. He could not undo what Hera had done directly. That would mean open war between king and queen. But perhaps there was another way. He summoned Hermes, his son, the cleverest of all the gods. The messenger who could talk his way past any obstacle, charm any guardian, solve any problem. "Free the white heifer," Zeus commanded. "Do whatever you must. Kill the guardian if necessary. But bring no harm to the girl herself." Hermes flew down from Olympus, his mind already working on the problem. Argus could not be defeated by force alone. Those 100 eyes saw every attack coming. So Hermes came not as a god, but as a shepherd. He wandered near Argus's field, playing a simple reed pipe, seeming completely harmless. Argus watched him with a dozen eyes while the rest remained fixed on Io. A shepherd was no threat. But the music was pleasant, and the giant was bored. "Come closer," Argus called. "Play for me. This duty is tedious, and your music helps pass the time." He did not suspect the shepherd's true nature. Hermes sat beside the giant and played his pipes. Sweet, drowsy melodies that seemed to hang in the air like honey. Music designed to lull. As he played, Hermes began to tell stories. Long, wandering tales with no particular point, the kind that make eyelids heavy and thoughts drift. He told the story of Pan and Syrinx, how the god of the wild pursued a nymph until she transformed into river reeds. How Pan made those reeds into pipes. The music wove between the words. One by one, Argus's eyes began to close. 10 eyes shut, 20, 50. Still Hermes played and talked. Still the eyes kept closing. 60, 70, 80. The giant's massive head began to nod. 90 eyes closed. 90, 9. And finally, impossibly, the last eye fluttered shut. Argus Panops, who had never fully slept, was unconscious. Hermes stood slowly. He drew a curved sword from beneath his shepherd's cloak. The disguise fell away, revealing the god in his true form. He looked at Io, who watched with hope blazing in her bovine eyes. Soon, he promised silently. But first, this grim task must be completed. With one swift strike, Hermes severed Argus's head from his shoulders. The 100-eyed giant died without ever waking, still deep in enchanted sleep. Io was free. Hermes cut her silver chain and stepped back, expecting Zeus to undo the transformation. But nothing happened. She remained a cow. Perhaps Zeus could not reverse Hera's curse. Perhaps he chose not to, fearing his wife's reaction. Either way, Io remained trapped in animal form. Hermes departed with apologies and well wishes, returning to Olympus. He had done what he could. The rest was beyond even divine intervention. When Hera discovered what had happened, her scream shook Olympus. Argus, her faithful servant, was dead. Her prisoner had escaped. She found Argus's body in the meadow. For a moment, her rage gave way to genuine grief. He had served her loyally, and this was his reward. She gathered up his 100 eyes, cradling them like precious jewels. These would not be forgotten. These would be honored forever. She called her sacred peacock and, with divine power, placed Argus's eyes into its tail feathers. Now those 100 eyes would display their beauty for all eternity. And so the peacock gained its magnificent tail, covered in watching eyes. Every peacock from that day forward would carry Argus's memory in its feathers. This, the Greeks said, is why the peacock is sacred to Hera. This is why its feathers bear those strange eye markings. A servant's sacrifice, remembered forever. But Hera's grief quickly turned back to rage. O had escaped, and Hera's vengeance was not satisfied. The girl would suffer, even if she could not be recaptured. She created a gadfly, a stinging insect with a particularly cruel bite. She enchanted it with divine purpose and set it upon Io's trail. The gadfly found Io within hours. It landed on her back and bit deep, injecting a maddening venom that would give her no peace, no rest, no moment of comfort. She ran from the meadow, from Argos, from Greece itself. The gadfly pursued, never tiring, never stopping, driving her mad with pain. Across the sea she swam, the water giving momentary relief before the gadfly found her again on the far shore. Through Asia she wandered, maddened and tormented. The Greeks named the sea she crossed the Bosphorus, the Ox Ford, in memory of her passage. Geography itself remembered Io's suffering. Years passed. I wandered through countless lands, never finding peace. She met other victims of divine cruelty along the way, fellow sufferers who understood her pain. In the Caucasus Mountains, she encountered Prometheus, the titan who had stolen fire for humanity. He was chained to a rock, eagle tearing at his liver. Even in his agony, Prometheus spoke to her with kindness. He could see the future, and he offered her a prophecy. Her suffering would end, he promised. In Egypt. Go to the Nile, he said. There Zeus will touch you gently, and you will be restored. There you will bear a son who will found a great lineage. Io took heart from his words. She had a destination now, a purpose to her wandering. She turned south, toward Egypt, the gadfly still at her heels. More years passed. More lands crossed. More suffering endured. But Io kept moving, kept hoping, kept remembering Prometheus's promise. At last, she reached Egypt. The great Nile spread before her, its waters promising the peace she had sought for so long. She stepped into the sacred waters, and there Zeus's touch finally reached her. Not with lust this time, but with healing. A gentle brush of divine power. Her body began to change. Hooves became feet. Hide became skin. The cow's form fell away like a shed garment, and Io stood again as a woman. She wept with relief. Years of torment ended in this single moment of grace. She was herself again, though the scars on her soul would never fully heal. The gadfly circled once, then flew away. Without Hera's curse to sustain it, the creature had no more purpose. Io's torment was truly over. She bore a son there in Egypt, just as Prometheus had foretold. She named him Epaphus, meaning touch, for the gentle touch that had restored her. Epaphus would become a king of Egypt. His descendants would include heroes and rulers, their bloodlines stretching across generations. Among those descendants, many generations later, would be Perseus and Heracles themselves. Io's suffering had planted seeds that would grow into legends. The Egyptians honored Io as Isis, the great goddess of magic and motherhood. Her journey from victim to deity was complete. And what of Hera? She had won in a sense. She had tormented her rival for years, driven her mad with suffering. But Io had survived, Io had triumphed. Hera's vengeance had backfired. Instead of destroying Io, she had transformed her into something greater. The priestess had become a goddess in her own right. Perhaps that is the lesson of Io's tale. That suffering endured can become strength. That even the cruelest persecution can be survived and transformed. Or perhaps the lesson is darker. That the powerful will always find victims. That innocence is no protection against divine whim. Both truths exist in this myth. Both meanings echo down through the ages. The Greeks did not tell simple stories with simple morals. But for now, let us return to Olympus. To Hera on her throne, nursing her wounded pride. To the peacock spreading its feathers, eyes watching eternally. The tale of Io was finished. But Hera's anger was not. Zeus would betray her again and again, and each time, someone would suffer for his sins. She had made her point with Io. She had shown what happened to those who dallied with her husband. But the lesson never seemed to stick, and Hera was left to guard a marriage that her husband seemed determined to mock. Queen of Heaven, indeed. What was heaven worth if it was filled with betrayal? Yet she did not give up. She did not step down. She did not stop loving, even when love brought nothing but pain. That too is part of HERA's story. Her refusal to surrender. Her insistence on her dignity even when it was not respected. Her stubborn, painful endurance. The peacock followed her everywhere now, a constant reminder of what she had done and lost. Argus's eyes, watching even in death. Those eyes had seen everything. The affair, the transformation, the imprisonment, the murder. They watched her still, silent witnesses to divine cruelty. Had she been too harsh, too vengeful? Such questions did not trouble HERA for long. She was a goddess. She did not doubt herself. And yet, in the quiet moments, when she sat alone in her garden, the peacock's eyes seemed to ask questions she could not answer. But there was no time for such reflection. Word had come to Olympus. Zeus had found another lover, and this time, his choice would have consequences that shook the very foundations of HERA's world. HERA had punished Io for years. She had transformed her, tormented her, driven her across the world. And yet, what had it truly accomplished? Zeus had not changed. If anything, he had grown more brazen, more careless, more certain that his queen could never truly stop him. Io had escaped her wrath and been elevated to godhood. The victim had become the victor. HERA's cruelty had created a new deity. And Argus, loyal Argus with his 100 eyes, was dead. Gone forever, leaving only feathers and memories. Was any of it worth that price? Such thoughts troubled HERA in the quiet hours. But she was not permitted quiet hours for long. Olympus buzzed with new gossip, a new scandal. The name on every divine tongue was Alcmene. A mortal queen of Thebes, renowned throughout Greece for her virtue, her beauty, and her unwavering faithfulness to her husband. Alcmene loved her husband Amphitryon completely. She would never betray him. This, of course, made her irresistible to Zeus. While Amphitryon was away at war, Zeus came to Alcmene disguised as her husband. She welcomed him to her bed, believing him to be the man she loved. It was perhaps Zeus's cruelest trick, not seduction but impersonation. Alcmene's faithfulness was used against her, her virtue twisted into unwitting betrayal. When HERA learned of this, something cold settled into her heart. This was different from the others. This was not a willing affair. This was theft. And then came worse news still. Alcmene was pregnant. She carried Zeus's child, a child conceived through deception and divine violation. Zeus himself made a proclamation that echoed through Olympus. He swore a great oath, his voice ringing with pride and prophecy. The child born this day, he declared, of my bloodline, shall become the greatest of all heroes. He shall rule over all those around him. HERA's mind worked quickly. Zeus had sworn an oath. He had not specified which child. He had not named Alcmene's baby directly. There was another woman of Zeus's bloodline also pregnant. The wife of Sthenelus, carrying a child who was also descended from Zeus, just more distantly. If that other child were born first, Zeus's oath would apply to him instead. The prophecy would be stolen from Alcmene's son. HERA summoned her daughter Eileithyia, the goddess of childbirth. She gave her instructions that would change the course of Greek mythology forever. Go to Alcmene, she commanded. Sit outside her door with your legs crossed and your hands clasped. Do not move until I tell you. Eileithyia's crossed limbs would block the birth, holding Alcmene in endless labor. The baby could not be born until the goddess moved. For 7 days and 7 nights, Alcmene screamed in agony. The child fought to be born, but divine magic held him trapped. Meanwhile, HERA hastened the other birth. The wife of Sthenelus delivered her son 2 months early. A boy named Eurystheus, weak and premature. Zeus's oath was fulfilled. Eurystheus, not Alcmene's son, would be the ruler. The prophecy had been twisted to HERA's purpose. Only then did HERA release Eileithyia. Only then was Alcmene's child finally permitted to enter the world, hours too late. The baby was born with his twin brother Iphicles. But while Iphicles was ordinary, the first twin was extraordinary from his first breath. Alcmene named him Alcides. But the world would come to know him by another name, a name that meant, ironically, glory of HERA, Heracles. Why that name? Some say Alcmene hoped to appease the goddess who had tormented her. Others say it was fate's cruel joke. HERA's glory would come through her greatest enemy. HERA looked upon this infant and felt hatred unlike anything before. This child was proof of Zeus's betrayal. This child threatened her with his very existence. And worse, she could sense his potential. Even as a baby, his divine blood sang with power. He would indeed become the greatest of heroes if he lived. If he lived. That was the question HERA now pondered. She had delayed his birth, but could not prevent it. Could she prevent him from reaching manhood? The war against Heracles had begun. A war that would span decades, cost countless lives, and ultimately teach HERA a lesson she never expected to learn. HERA did not wait long to strike. When Heracles was only 8 months old, she sent 2 enormous serpents to his nursery, their scales gleaming with poison. The serpents coiled toward the cradle, where Heracles slept beside his mortal twin brother Iphicles. Death approached on silent scales. Iphicles woke first. He saw the serpents and screamed, flailing in terror, his infant mind overwhelmed by the horror approaching. But Heracles simply opened his eyes. He looked at the serpents without fear. Then, impossibly, he smiled. His tiny hands shot out and grasped the serpents by their throats. The creatures writhed, hissed, tried to bite. But the infant's grip was like iron. By the time Alcmene and the guards burst into the nursery, it was over. Heracles sat laughing in his cradle, holding 2 strangled serpents like toys. The prophet Tiresias was summoned. He looked upon the child and spoke of a future filled with glory and suffering. This boy, he said, would become the greatest hero who ever lived. Word of this miracle reached Olympus. HERA's first assassination attempt had failed spectacularly, only proving the child's divine nature to all who heard the tale. She would need to be more subtle, more patient. She could not simply strike him down. She would have to destroy him from within. Years passed. Heracles grew into a young man of extraordinary strength and skill. He was trained by the greatest teachers in Greece. He learned archery from Eurytus, wrestling from Autolycus, chariot driving from Amphitryon, and music from Linus. He excelled at everything except patience. When his music teacher Linus struck him in frustration, Heracles struck back with his lyre. The blow killed Linus instantly. The hero's temper was as mighty as his strength. He was sent to the countryside to tend cattle, a punishment that suited his restless nature. There, alone with his thoughts, he made a choice that would define his life. 2 women appeared before him on a mountain path. One was soft and beautiful, promising pleasure and ease. The other was stern, offering hardship and glory. Heracles chose the path of virtue and hardship. He chose to be a hero, whatever the cost. HERA, watching from above, noted his choice with cold interest. He returned to civilization and married Megara, a princess of Thebes. For a brief time, he knew happiness. They had children together, a family he adored. HERA saw this happiness and knew it was her moment. She could not kill him with serpents. But she could make him kill himself, in a way. She could break his mind. She sent madness upon him, a divine insanity that descended like a red fog, twisting his perceptions, filling his mind with visions of enemies where there were none. In his delusion, Heracles saw his wife and children as monsters, enemies of Greece, threats that had to be destroyed. He reached for his weapons. What happened next was the greatest tragedy of Greek mythology. The hero became the monster. The protector became the destroyer. When the madness lifted, Heracles found himself surrounded by the bodies of those he loved most. His wife, his children, slain by his own hands. The scream that tore from his throat shook the walls of Thebes. It was the sound of a soul being destroyed from within. On Olympus, HERA heard that scream and smiled. This was her victory. Not his death, but something worse. His destruction while still alive. Heracles wanted to die. He sought death eagerly, hoping to escape his guilt. But his cousin Theseus stopped him. Death, Theseus said, was too easy. Go to Delphi, Theseus urged. Ask the oracle how you can atone. There must be a way to find peace, even after this horror. Heracles traveled to Delphi, a hollow man walking through a world that seemed meaningless. The oracle gave him an answer he had not expected. Serve your cousin Eurystheus, the oracle commanded, the king of Mycenae, who rules because of Hera's manipulation. Complete whatever labors he assigns you. If you complete these labors, the oracle promised, you will be purified. Your guilt will be cleansed, and you will achieve immortality itself. And so Heracles went to Eurystheus, the weak king who had stolen his birthright. He knelt before this lesser man and offered his service. Eurystheus, guided by Hera's whispers, devised labors designed to be impossible. Tasks that would surely kill even the strongest hero. The first labor: slay the Nemean lion, a beast whose golden hide could not be pierced by any weapon. Heracles found the monster in its cave. When arrows and sword bounced off its hide, Heracles used his bare hands. He strangled the lion as he had strangled the serpents in his cradle. He wore its impenetrable skin as armor from that day forward. The first impossible labor was complete. Hera seethed at the news. The second labor: destroy the Lernaean Hydra, a serpent with 9 heads. For each head cut off, 2 more grew back. Heracles called upon his nephew Ilos for help. As Heracles cut each head, Ilos burned the stump with fire, preventing regrowth. Together they prevailed. Hera, furious, sent a giant crab to distract Heracles during the battle. He crushed it underfoot without pausing. She placed it in the stars as cancer, a monument to her failed intervention. The third labor: capture the golden hind of Artemis, a deer sacred to the goddess of the hunt. A deer that could outrun an arrow. Heracles chased the deer for a full year before finally catching it. Artemis confronted him, but he explained his burden, and she let him borrow the creature. The fourth labor: capture the Erymanthean boar alive. The fifth: clean the stables of King Augeas, which held 30 years of filth, in a single day. Heracles diverted 2 rivers through the stables, washing away decades of waste in hours. Cleverness, not just strength, defined his heroism. The sixth labor: drive away the Stymphalian birds, man-eating creatures with bronze beaks and metallic feathers they could launch like arrows. Athena gave Heracles a bronze rattle forged by HEPHAESTUS. Its noise startled the birds into flight, where Heracles shot them down with his arrows. 6 labors complete. 6 times Heracles had faced the impossible and emerged victorious. Hera's frustration grew with each success. The 7th labor: capture the Cretan bull that had fathered the Minotaur. The 8th: steal the man-eating horses of Diomedes. The 9th labor: obtain the belt of Hippolyta, queen of the Amazons. She offered it willingly, impressed by his reputation and bearing. But Hera spread rumors among the Amazons that Heracles meant to kidnap their queen. Battle erupted. Hippolyta died in the chaos. Another innocent destroyed by the goddess's spite. The 10th labor: steal the cattle of Geryon, a giant with 3 bodies who lived at the western edge of the world. Heracles sailed in a golden cup borrowed from Helios, the sun god. He slew Geryon and drove the cattle back across the world. 10 labors complete. But Eurystheus, still guided by Hera, declared 2 labors invalid. Heracles had received help with the Hydra. He had demanded payment for the stables. 2 more labors were assigned. The 11th: steal the golden apples of the Hesperides, from a garden at the edge of the world, guarded by a dragon. Heracles convinced the Titan Atlas to retrieve the apples, holding the entire sky on his shoulders, while Atlas completed the task. When Atlas returned, he tried to leave Heracles holding the sky forever. But Heracles tricked him into taking it back, then fled with the apples. The 12th and final labor was the worst of all: descend into the underworld itself and capture Cerberus, the 3-headed hound that guarded the gates of the dead. Heracles descended into Hades. He wrestled the 3-headed beast into submission using only his strength, as Hades had demanded no weapons be used. He dragged Cerberus up into the sunlight, presented it to the terrified Eurystheus, then returned the beast to the underworld as promised. The 12 labors were complete. Heracles had accomplished the impossible again and again. He was purified, just as the oracle had promised. But Hera was not finished. The labors had failed to destroy him. She would continue to plague his life with misfortune at every turn. She drove him mad again, causing him to kill another friend. She sent storms to wreck his ships. She poisoned allies against him. Heracles endured it all. He kept fighting, kept helping others, kept being a hero despite everything the Queen of Gods threw at him. In the end, it was not Hera who killed him. It was his own trusting nature. His second wife Deianira, trying to keep his love, accidentally poisoned him. She had been tricked by a dying centaur into believing the poison was a love charm. When Heracles put on the tainted robe, it burned into his flesh. The pain was unbearable even for him. The greatest hero in history built his own funeral pyre on Mount Ida and climbed atop it. As the flames consumed his mortal body, something unexpected happened. His divine half, the part inherited from Zeus, rose from the fire. Zeus reached down and lifted his son to Olympus. Heracles, who had suffered more than any mortal, was welcomed among the gods as an equal. Heracles stood in the halls of Olympus, no longer a suffering mortal, but an immortal god. He had achieved the promise of the oracle. And there, waiting for him, was Hera, his tormentor, his enemy. The goddess who had tried to destroy him from his first breath. All of Olympus watched. What would happen when eternal enemies finally stood face to face, with no advantage to either side? Hera looked at Heracles. She saw the scars of every trial she had put him through. She saw the strength that had overcome every obstacle. She saw, perhaps for the first time, what she had created. Her persecution had not destroyed him. It had forged him into something greater than he might otherwise have been. Without her labors, would he be a god today? Without her madness, would he have been purified? Her cruelty had become his path to glory. Something shifted in Hera's heart. Not forgiveness, exactly, not regret, but perhaps acceptance, perhaps wariness, perhaps recognition. She stepped forward, the other gods tensed. But instead of attack, Hera extended her hand. "Welcome to Olympus," she said. Her voice carried no warmth, but no hatred either. "You have earned your place here." Heracles took her hand. He did not smile, he did not thank her. But he accepted the gesture for what it was, an ending. And then Hera did something that shocked every god present. She offered him her daughter Hebe, the goddess of youth, as his immortal bride. Hebe and Heracles wed in a ceremony attended by all the gods. The hero who bore Hera's name finally became her son-in-law. It was, perhaps, the strangest reconciliation in all of mythology. The persecutor becoming family to the persecuted. The enemy becoming kin. Did Hera truly forgive Heracles? Did she ever apologize for the suffering she caused? The myths do not say. Perhaps gods are not capable of such things. But something changed between them. The war was over. The hatred had burned itself out. What remained was something like respect. Heracles had won by not becoming what Hera tried to make him. He remained a hero despite everything. He proved that even divine hatred could be survived. And Hera had learned, perhaps, that vengeance has limits. That some enemies cannot be destroyed. That sometimes the only choice is to stop fighting. The Queen of Heaven sat in her garden, surrounded by peacock feathers with their 100 watching eyes. Argus still observed. He always would. Zeus still betrayed her, even after all this. That would never change. But perhaps she could choose how to respond. Perhaps she could find another way. Or perhaps she simply grew tired. Immortality is a long time to carry rage. Even the greatest fury eventually burns down to embers. This was the final lesson of Heracles and Hera. That endings are possible. That even the longest wars must someday cease. The hero found his place among the gods. The goddess found something like peace. Neither got everything they wanted, but both survived. And the Greeks told this story for centuries. Not because it had a happy ending, but because it had a true one. an ending where everyone was changed. Heracles became the symbol of strength and perseverance, the hero who could overcome anything, even divine persecution. And Hera remained the queen of heaven, still powerful, still watchful, but perhaps, just perhaps, a little wiser. That is the end of their war. But it is not the end of Hera's story. For there is still more to understand about the Queen of Heaven and her place in the Greek world. We have followed Hera through her greatest myths, the tragedy of Io, the war against Heracles. But what did these stories mean to the Greeks who told them? To understand Hera, we must understand Greek marriage. It was not the romantic partnership we might imagine today. It was an institution, a contract, a duty. Women had little choice in who they married. Once wed, they were expected to be faithful, obedient, and devoted, regardless of their husband's behavior. Men, however, faced no such restrictions. They could take concubines, visit courtesans, even father children outside marriage with little social consequence. This double standard was woven into the fabric of Greek society, and Hera's myths reflected it perfectly. She was bound by rules her husband openly ignored. In this context, Hera was not simply a jealous wife. She was the divine embodiment of every Greek woman who had been betrayed, humiliated, and expected to endure in silence. When women prayed to Hera, they prayed to someone who understood, someone who had felt what they felt, someone whose rage matched their own suppressed fury. This is why Hera was worshipped despite her apparent cruelty. The Greeks did not see her as a villain. They saw her as a goddess who fought back when fighting back was forbidden. Her vengeance against Zeus's lovers was problematic, yes. But consider the alternative. In a world where she could not punish her husband, what options did she have? She could submit completely, accepting each humiliation with grace. Many Greek women did exactly that. But Hera refused. She fought, even when fighting was futile. There is something admirable in that refusal, even when her methods were cruel. She insisted on her dignity when the world denied her any right to it. The peacock became her symbol for good reason. Its eyes represented vigilance, yes, but also beauty combined with watchfulness, grace that never stopped observing. The pomegranate spoke of fertility and marriage, but also of blood and sacrifice. The ruby seeds resembled drops of blood. Marriage, the symbol suggested, required sacrifice. The cow, her sacred animal, represented nurturing and motherhood. But cows are also yoked, controlled, owned. The symbol cut both ways. Even her lotus, top scepter, told a story. The lotus rises from mud to bloom in beauty. Hera's authority emerged from the muck of her painful marriage. Her conflicts with Zeus's children were not simple spite. They represented the threat illegitimate children posed to legitimate heirs in Greek society. A Greek wife's status depended entirely on her children. If her husband's bastards rose to prominence, her own children's futures were threatened. Hera's persecution of Heracles makes more sense in this light. He threatened not just her pride, but her children's divine inheritance. And yet, the myth also critiques this system. Hera's vengeance destroys innocence. Her jealousy causes suffering far beyond what justice would require. The Greeks were not blind to the problems in their own society. Their myths explored these tensions, showing the damage done when power was distributed so unequally. Hera embodied a paradox at the heart of Greek life. The goddess of marriage was trapped in the worst marriage of all. The protector of families could not protect her own. Perhaps that was the point. By showing even a goddess suffering these injustices, the myths acknowledged that no woman was truly safe from them. But the myths also showed survival. Hera endured. She maintained her throne, her power, her identity. She did not disappear into her husband's shadow. For Greek women with no hope of escape from bad marriages, Hera offered a model of persistence. Not happiness, perhaps, but dignity. Not victory, but survival. Her reconciliation with Heracles teaches another lesson. That even the deepest hatred can eventually exhaust itself. That enemies can become family. The transformation of Argus's eyes into peacock feathers speaks of how we honor those who serve us. How death can become beauty. How loss can become legacy. Io's journey from victim to goddess shows that suffering can be transcended. That the persecuted can become powerful. That endings are not always what they seem. These are the deeper meanings hidden in Hera's myths. Not simple morality tales, but complex explorations of power, gender, suffering, and survival. The ancient Greeks understood that life was complicated. Their gods reflected that complexity. They were neither pure heroes nor simple villains. Hera, perhaps more than any other goddess, embodied this truth. She was wronged, and she wronged others. She suffered and caused suffering. She was, in her way, deeply human. Hera's story did not end with the Greeks. When Rome conquered Greece, they adopted the Greek gods and gave them new names. Hera became Juno. Juno retained all of Hera's domains: marriage, childbirth, the protection of women. But the Romans emphasized her role as a goddess of the state itself. She became Juno Regina, Queen Juno, one of the three most important deities of Rome alongside Jupiter and Minerva. Her temple stood on the Capitoline Hill. The month of June is named for Juno. Romans considered it the most auspicious time for weddings, a tradition that continues to this day. Roman women celebrated the Matronalia festival in Juno's honor each March. Husbands gave gifts to wives, and slaves were served by their mistresses for a day. When Christianity rose to dominance, the old gods faded from worship. But they did not disappear. They transformed into symbols, archetypes, stories. Medieval and Renaissance artists rediscovered Greek mythology. They painted Hera again and again, fascinated by her beauty, her power, her tragic marriage. Rubens painted her voluptuous and powerful. Rembrandt showed her dignity. Countless artists captured the moment Zeus first deceived her with the cuckoo. In literature, Hera appeared in Ovid's Metamorphoses, Virgil's Aeneid, and countless other works. Each author saw something different in her complex character. The archetype she represents endures in modern storytelling. The scorned wife who refuses to be silent. The queen whose power is undermined by her husband's wandering. From fairy tale queens to political dramas, from soap operas to prestige television, we keep telling stories about women in Hera's position. Sometimes these women are villains. Sometimes they are sympathetic. Often, like Hera herself, they are both at once. Complex figures defying simple judgment. The peacock remains associated with royalty and pride across cultures. Its eyes still seem to watch, just as Argus watched over Io thousands of years ago. Astronomers named the asteroid Juno after her Roman incarnation. A piece of rock drifting through space now carries the Queen of Heaven's name. Psychologists speak of Hera archetypes, patterns of behavior relating to partnership, jealousy, and the need for commitment. Her story helps us understand ourselves. And still today, when couples marry in June, when peacocks spread their feathers, when we tell stories of queens wronged and wives betrayed, Hera lives on. She lives in every story about the cost of infidelity, in every tale of power imbalanced in marriage, in every woman who demanded dignity when the world denied her any. The Greeks created her 3,000 years ago. But the questions she raises are as relevant today as they were in ancient Argos. Some stories never grow old. And so we come to the end of our journey with Hera, the Queen of Heaven. We have walked through her temples and witnessed her triumphs and her sorrows. We have seen her as a young goddess, full of hope, choosing love even when love was won through trickery. We watched that hope slowly harden into something else. We followed her through vengeance and grief, through victories that felt like defeats, through a war that lasted generations and ended not in conquest but in peace. Hera was never simply a villain. She was never simply a victim. She was something far more interesting. She was complicated. She was real. Perhaps that is why her stories have survived for 3,000 years. Because we recognize something in her. Something that transcends time and culture. The need for loyalty. The pain of betrayal. the impossible choice between fighting back and maintaining peace. These are struggles we all understand. Tonight, as you drift toward sleep, perhaps you will dream of peacock feathers spreading beneath an ancient sky, of temples where women prayed for strength. Perhaps you will dream of a queen who refused to be invisible, who demanded her place even when the world tried to push her aside. Or perhaps you will simply sleep, and that is perfectly fine too. These stories will be here whenever you need them. They have waited this long. They can wait a little longer. Thank you for spending this time with us, exploring the myths and legends that have shaped human imagination for millennia. May your sleep be deep and your dreams be gentle. And may you wake refreshed, ready to face whatever challenges your own story brings. Until next time, from all of us here, good night. And remember, even queens need their rest. Welcome to the ancient world, where gods walked among mortals and the wine, dark sea held mysteries beyond imagining. Tonight we journey there together. In this realm of marble temples and sacred groves, one god commands the waves themselves. Poseidon, whose very name makes sailors tremble with reverence and fear. He is lord of all waters, master of storms and earthquakes, creator of horses. But his story begins in darkness, swallowed by his own father. Long before Poseidon ruled the seas, the titan Kronos ruled all creation. He had heard a prophecy that chilled even his immortal heart. His own children, the prophecy declared, would rise against him and cast him down, just as he had overthrown his father Uranus. Fear consumed him. And so Kronos chose a monstrous solution. Each time his wife Rhea bore him a child, he swallowed the infant whole, trapping divinity in darkness. Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, and then Poseidon, one by one, the children of Kronos vanished into their father's belly, into endless night. There in that darkness the young gods grew, not in body but in power. Divine essence cannot be destroyed, only contained. Their strength built like pressure. Rhea could not bear another loss. When Zeus was born, she hid him away on Crete and wrapped a stone in swaddling clothes. Kronos, blind with paranoia, swallowed the stone without question. And on distant Crete, the last child of the Titans grew in secret. Years passed like waves upon the shore. Zeus grew strong, learned his destiny, and returned to face the father who would have devoured him. With cunning rather than force, Zeus gave Kronos a draught that churned his immortal stomach. And at last, the swallowed gods were freed. Poseidon emerged into light for the first time in an age, gasping the sweet air of freedom. His siblings rose beside him, radiant with fury. The children of Kronos stood united against their father. Divine war was declared, the Titanomachy, a conflict that would shake the very foundations of existence. Deep beneath the earth, the Cyclopes heard of the gods' rebellion. These one-eyed giants forged gifts for their liberators, weapons of terrible power. For Zeus, a thunderbolt that could split mountains. For Hades, a helm of darkness to render him unseen. And for Poseidon, the mighty trident. Poseidon lifted the trident for the first time. Power surged through him, the sea answering, the earth trembling, storms gathering at his command. Armed with divine weapons and burning with righteous rage, the gods marched to war. Poseidon's journey to become lord of the seas had begun. Who is Poseidon, this god who commands the waves? To understand him, we must know the depths of his power and the breadth of his domain. First and foremost, he is god of the sea. Every drop of salt water, from the smallest tide pool to the vast ocean depths, answers to his will. The Greeks called the sea wine dark, a realm of beauty and terror intertwined. Poseidon embodies both, the gentle harbor and the killing storm. When his mood turns dark, Poseidon becomes the storm bringer. His fury manifests as hurricanes that splinter ships and drown the proudest sailors. Sailors learned to read his moods in the changing sky. A calm sea was his blessing, a rising wind, his warning, a sudden squall, his wrath. But the sea is not his only domain. Poseidon is also the earth shaker, god of earthquakes. When he strikes his trident upon stone, the very ground trembles. The ancients believed earthquakes were his footsteps beneath the earth, or the pounding of his trident in underwater caverns, sending shockwaves through stone. Perhaps most surprisingly, Poseidon is also god of horses. Legend says he created the first horse, striking a rock and bringing forth the noble creature. The horse's flowing mane echoes the waves, its thundering hooves the pounding surf. In Poseidon's creation, land and sea found common ground. His sacred animals reflect his nature: the horse for power and freedom, the dolphin for intelligence and grace, the bull for strength untamed. Poseidon's temperament matches the sea itself: calm one moment, raging the next. He is passionate, proud, quick to anger, and slow to forgive slights. Yet he can also be generous, protecting those who honor him, guiding ships safely home, blessing fishermen with abundant catches. The sea provides as well as takes. Poseidon does not rule alone among the gods. He shares dominion of the cosmos with his brothers, Zeus of the sky and Hades of the underworld. Zeus, the youngest brother, became king of the gods. His thunderbolt commands the heavens, and his word is law on Mount Olympus. Poseidon has never forgotten this. A subtle rivalry runs between the brothers of sea and sky. Both are proud, both are powerful, and neither bows easily to the other. Yet when true threats arise, the brothers stand united. Their bond was forged in the darkness of their father's belly, where they waited together for freedom. Hades, the eldest brother, drew the underworld, realm of the dead. He rarely visits Olympus, preferring his dark kingdom beneath the earth. Of the three brothers, Hades and Poseidon share the quietest understanding. Both rule domains hidden from the sky. Both know what it means to dwell apart from Olympus. The earth itself belongs to all three brothers, or to none. It is the meeting place of their realms, where sea and sky and underworld all touch. Their sisters, too, hold power among the Olympians. Hera became Zeus's queen, Demeter tends the harvest, and Hestia guards the sacred hearth of every home. Together, these 6 children of Kronos form the core of the Olympian pantheon. But none would exist if they had not first defeated their monstrous father. Now let us turn to the war itself. The Titanomachy, when gods and titans clashed and the cosmos shook with their battle. The Titans were the old gods, children of earth and sky, who had ruled since the dawn of time. Kronos was their king, but not the only threat. Atlas, strongest of the Titans, fought with terrifying might. His arms could wrestle mountains, his endurance seemingly endless. Kronos himself led his brethren, the adamantine sickle in his hand, the same weapon with which he had castrated his father Uranus and claimed the throne. For 10 long years, the war raged without resolution. Gods and Titans hurled mountains at each other, and the world itself groaned beneath their conflict. The turning point came when the gods freed allies from the depths of the earth. Prisoners Kronos had kept in darkness even longer than his own children. The Cyclopes emerged first, 3 one-eyed giants of immense craft, long imprisoned for their power. They offered their skills to the gods who freed them: Brontes, whose name means thunder; Steropes, meaning lightning; and Arges, the bright one. These 3 forged weapons that would decide the war. The thunderbolt for Zeus, a weapon of pure crackling destruction, capable of shattering any defense. With it, the king of gods would command the storm. The helm of darkness for Hades, a crown of shadows that rendered the wearer invisible to all eyes, mortal or divine, perfect for the lord of death. And the trident for Poseidon, 3 prongs of divine metal, each point commanding a different aspect of his power: the sea, the storm, the earthquake. With these weapons, the tide of war began to turn. But the gods gained more allies still from the depths where Kronos had hidden threats to his rule. The 100-handed ones came forth, 3 giants of incomprehensible form, each possessing 50 heads and 100 arms. In battle, they were living avalanches. Cottus, Briareos, and Gyges joined the gods' cause. With their 100 arms each, they could throw mountains as mortals throw stones. The Titans trembled. The final assault on the Titan stronghold of Mount Othrys shook creation itself. What had been stalemate became inexorable divine advance. But victory was not yet won. Many battles remained, many heroes would rise and fall. First, let us meet the beings of Poseidon's eventual realm. Beneath the waves dwelt the Nereids, 50 sea nymphs of extraordinary beauty, daughters of the ancient sea god Nereus. They danced in underwater currents like living songs. Their names were poetry itself: Thetis, mother of Achilles, Galatea, beloved by Polyphemus, and brightest of all, Amphitrite, destined to become Poseidon's queen. Amphitrite moved through water as though it were her own breath. Born of the sea itself, she understood currents and depths as no Olympian ever could. She had no interest in the wars of Olympians and Titans. Her world was the endless blue, the company of her sisters, the ancient peace of the deep. Other beings filled the waters that would become Poseidon's domain. Tritons and sea sprites, krakens and leviathans, creatures of beauty and terror alike. The Telchains were among the strangest. Dog-headed beings with flippered hands, master craftsmen who worked metal beneath the waves long before the Cyclopes. Old Nereus himself, father of the Nereids, possessed wisdom of the ages. He could change his shape and knew truths that even gods might seek. Not all sea creatures were benevolent. In deep places lurked monsters that even gods approached with caution. Beings of hunger and ancient fury. Scylla waited in her strait, once a beautiful nymph, now a horror of 6 serpent heads, snatching sailors from passing ships to devour them whole. Opposite her churned Charybdis, a living whirlpool, daughter of Poseidon cursed by Zeus. 3 times daily she swallowed the sea, then spat it forth again. These monsters would become part of Poseidon's responsibility. Threats to contain, forces to balance, creatures that even he could not fully tame. Now let us look upon the waters themselves, the seas that would become Poseidon's eternal kingdom, as diverse as they are vast. The Mediterranean, sea of the Middle Earth, was the heart of his realm. Its warm blue waters connected civilizations and carried countless ships to glory or doom. Beyond the Pillars of Hercules stretched the endless ocean, the great river surrounding all lands, mysterious and uncharted, where only the bravest dared sail. Every river eventually emptied into his domain, carrying prayers and offerings from distant lands. Fresh water meeting salt marked the boundary of mortal and divine. Beneath the surface lay wonders unseen by mortal eyes. Coral gardens of impossible color, forests of kelp swaying like trees, mountains and valleys in eternal twilight. In the darkest depths, where sunlight never reached, stranger things moved. Creatures with their own light, shapes that defied description, ancient beyond reckoning. And somewhere beneath these waters, a palace waited to be claimed, a structure of coral and pearl that would become the throne room of the Sea King. This palace would house treasures from every ship that sank, gifts from every god, tributes from mortal kings, seeking the Sea Lord's favor. Hippocampi would draw the royal chariot, magnificent creatures with the heads and forelegs of horses and the tails of powerful fish, foam, maned and swift. Dolphins would serve as messengers and companions, their intelligence a gift from the sea god himself. They carried news across the waters with joy and speed. On the surface, mortal sailors built temples in his honor, great marble structures at headlands and harbors, where waves could reach the altar with offerings. Before every voyage, captains poured wine into the waves and prayed, without Poseidon's blessing. The finest ship was nothing but floating kindling waiting for the storm. All of this, the waters, the creatures, the worship, awaited its lord. But first the war must be won. The Titans still held Mount Othrys. Victory was not assured. Poseidon stood with his brothers at the edge of the final assault. The trident hummed in his grip, eager for battle, hungry to prove its worth. 10 years of stalemate had hardened the young gods. They were no longer the children who had emerged gasping from their father's belly. They were warriors now. The Cyclopes had provided weapons. The 100-handed ones had provided strength. But the courage that came from within, forged in darkness and proven in battle. Kronos sensed the coming storm. From his throne on Othries, the Lord of Titans watched his children gather their forces and knew the prophecy was fulfilling. The Titan King had devoured his children to prevent this moment. He had imprisoned the Cyclopes and the 100-handed ones. Still, fate found a way. For what father truly destroys his children? Divine essence cannot be annihilated. In his belly, he had only given them time to grow strong. The allies were assembled. The weapons were forged. The brothers stood united. The stage was set for the greatest battle creation had ever witnessed. APHRODITE, far below in the peaceful waters, sensed something changing in the currents above. She did not yet know that her world was about to transform. In Olympus, not yet the seat of power it would become, the goddesses waited and watched. HERA, Demeter, Hestia. Their brothers' fates were their own. The sky darkened. Thunder rolled without rain. The earth trembled with the gathering of divine forces. The Titanomachy was entering its final act. Poseidon raised his trident. Beside him Zeus lifted his thunderbolt. Unseen Hades donned his helm and vanished. The charge began. The future of creation hung in balance. The final battle of the Titanomachy began with thunder. Zeus hurled the first thunderbolt, splitting the sky itself with divine fury made manifest. Poseidon felt the sea rise within him, answering his rage. He struck his trident against the earth, and the ground beneath Othries began to shake violently. The 100-handed ones advanced, filling the air with boulders. 300 arms launched stones in endless barrage, darkening the sky with flying rock. Kronos emerged from his fortress, sickle gleaming with terrible light. He would not fall without a fight. He had defeated his own father. He would defeat his sons. Atlas met the charge, wrestling with the 100-handed ones. Even his impossible strength struggled against 300 grasping arms and thrown mountains. Through the chaos, Hades moved unseen. His helm of darkness rendered him invisible, even to divine eyes, as he crept toward the Titan rear lines. Poseidon waded into combat, trident singing as it cut through Titan defenses. Water burst from the wounds in the earth, answering his call to arms. A Titan's blade caught his arm, drawing divine ichor. Pain flared, but with it came something else. Fury pure as the deepest ocean trench. Feel that surge. He answered with a strike that split the Titan from crown to chest. The trident was not merely weapon. It was extension of his divine will made sharp. Zeus fought Kronos directly, lightning meeting sickle in explosions that could be seen from the mortal world below, where humans cowered and prayed to unnamed gods. Mortal observers far below saw only the lights in the sky, flashes of impossible color, sounds like the world ending. They did not understand, they only feared. Poseidon reached the base of Mount Othries. He could feel the ancient foundations, the roots of the Titan fortress, reaching deep into bedrock. He smiled grimly. With deliberate force, he drove his trident deep into the earth. Not to strike an enemy, but to reach the fault lines beneath the mountain itself. The earthquake that followed was not random destruction, it was surgical. Mount Othries groaned as its very foundations began to split and shift and fail. Titans scrambled for footing on suddenly treacherous ground. Their fortress, their symbol of eternal power, was betraying them. Poseidon had turned their stronghold against them. Kronos felt his mountain dying beneath him. Rage twisted his ancient features as he turned from Zeus to find the son who dared shake his throne. Their eyes met across the battlefield. The Titan king who had swallowed him, and the sea god who would help dethrone him. Old trauma met new strength. Kronos charged, sickle sweeping an arc that could have cut the horizon in half. The same blade that had unmade Uranus now sought Poseidon's throat. Poseidon met the charge with the sea's fury. Water erupted from the cracked earth. Not a trickle but a torrent, a geyser aimed at his father's face. The water did not harm Kronos, but it blinded him, disrupted his strike. In that moment of confusion, Poseidon moved, trident seeking vital targets. The trident caught Kronos in the side. Not a killing blow to an immortal, but painful, humiliating. The Lord of Time roared with wounded pride. Kronos' backhand sent Poseidon flying across the battlefield. The young god crashed into rubble, tasted his own ichor, saw stars that were not in any sky. For a moment, darkness threatened to claim him again. Not his father's belly, but unconsciousness. He fought it. He had not come this far to fall now. His hand found the trident where it had fallen. His fingers closed around it like a drowning man grasping driftwood. Strength flowed back through the connection. He rose, battered, bleeding, but rising. Kronos saw his son stand again and understood something terrible. This child would not stop. None of them would stop. Zeus saw his brother fall and rise. Pride surged through him, then purpose together. They had survived together. They would triumph together. He raised his voice. The three brothers converged on their father. Zeus from above, thunder in his veins. Hades from shadow, unseen but present. Poseidon from the trembling earth itself. Kronos spun, sickle cutting through where Hades should have been, where he almost was. Zeus's thunderbolt struck his shoulder, staggering the ancient titan backward. Poseidon's trident found the same wound he had made before, driving deeper this time. Kronos howled, a sound like time itself screaming in protest. Invisible hands seized Kronos' sickle arm, Hades' helm of darkness hiding his form but not his strength. The titan could not see what held him fast. Zeus's final thunderbolt was not merely lightning. It was judgment. It struck Kronos in the chest, carrying 10 years of rage and a childhood of darkness. The Lord of Titans fell. Not dead, immortals cannot truly die, but broken, defeated, his power shattered. The prophecy Kronos had so feared was fulfilled at last. Around them, the remaining titans saw their king fall. Some fled, some surrendered. Some fought on in desperate futility. The war's outcome was no longer in question. Poseidon stood over his father's broken form. He had dreamed of this moment in the darkness of Kronos' belly. The reality felt hollow and strange. This was the being that had swallowed him, imprisoned him in timeless dark. Now that same being lay defeated, diminished, no longer terrible. Almost pitiable. Zeus spoke the sentence. Tartarus, the pit beneath the underworld, where Kronos and his loyal titans would be imprisoned for eternity, justice tempered by mercy. Atlas received special punishment. For his strength that had nearly turned the battle, he would hold the sky upon his shoulders forever, never to rest. The 100-handed ones agreed to serve as jailers of Tartarus, guarding the titans they had helped defeat. Some bonds transcend victory, duty among them. When the last titan was imprisoned and the gates of Tartarus sealed, silence fell over the battlefield. The titanomachy was over. A new age could begin. The gods gathered on Mount Olympus, no longer rebels or warriors but victors claiming their throne. The world awaited its new rulers. Listen to the quiet. But a question remained. Who would rule what? 3 brothers, 3 great realms, and power enough between them to tear the new order apart before it began. Zeus claimed kingship of the gods. None disputed that the youngest brother had led them to victory. But the realms themselves must be divided fairly. They chose to draw lots. Chance would decide, and no brother could claim the other had been favored. A golden urn was brought, 3 markers placed within. The goddesses watched as witnesses. Hera, Demeter, Hestia, their faces grave. What happened here would shape eternity. The weight of the moment pressed upon all present. Hades drew first. His hand emerged holding a marker of deep black. The underworld, realm of the dead, would be his eternal domain. He accepted without expression. Poseidon reached into the urn, heart pounding despite divine composure. His fingers closed around the second lot. He drew it forth and opened his hand. Blue, deep as the Mediterranean at noon, alive with shifting currents. The sea. All the waters of the world would answer to him. Poseidon exhaled slowly. Zeus drew last. White and gold the sky and all its storms. As king he ruled the gods. As sky lord he commanded the heavens. The cosmos was divided. The earth alone remained common ground, shared by all 3 brothers, belonging fully to none. It would be the meeting place of sky, sea, and underworld forever. Poseidon looked toward the distant sea, visible even from Olympus's height, his domain, his responsibility, his kingdom. The weight of it settled upon his shoulders. He descended from Olympus that very day, drawn toward the waters as iron is drawn to lodestone. The sea called to him, and he answered. At the shore, he paused. Waves lapped at his feet, his waves now, recognizing their master. The water was warm, welcoming, almost joyful at his presence. He walked into the Mediterranean without hesitation. The water rose to his ankles, his knees, his waist, then parted around him, creating a path into the deep. Down and down he went, pressure that would crush mortals merely caressing him as he passed. Fish swam alongside him, curious, unafraid. Schools parted like courtiers. The underwater world revealed itself to him. Coral formations in impossible colors, forests of kelp swaying in currents, creatures he had no names for yet. Wonder filled him. In the deepest part of the sea, he found what would become his throne room. A natural amphitheater of stone and coral, ancient and waiting. Here he would build. Here he would rule. The palace that rose in his mind's eye would surpass any structure on land, worthy of the Lord of Seas. He struck his trident against the seafloor, and the ocean answered. Coral grew at impossible speed, weaving itself into walls and columns at his command. Pearls embedded themselves into the structures as they formed. Not decorations added later, but bones of the building itself, gleaming with soft internal light. From the seafloor, gold and silver rose, gifts from sunken ships, tribute from the earth below, metal that bent to his will and became pillars and doors. The Telchines emerged from their hiding places, these ancient craftsmen of the sea, offering their skills to the new lord. Poseidon welcomed them as subjects and artists. With Telchine help, the palace grew more magnificent still. They knew secrets of undersea construction that even gods must learn. Craft joined power in creation. A throne took shape at the heart of the palace. Not coral this time, but living shell and stone. A seat that belonged nowhere else in creation. When Poseidon sat upon it for the first time, something fundamental shifted in the cosmos. The sea recognized its king, and the recognition was complete. Above, sailors felt the change though they could not name it. The sea seemed more alive, more present, more watchful. Something ancient had awakened, or been born. The Nereids came to pay homage, 50 daughters of Nereus swimming in graceful procession. They brought gifts of pearls and songs older than the war of gods. Old Nereus himself came, bent with ages the Titans would envy, offering prophecies and wisdom to the young king. Poseidon listened with respect. The great sea creatures presented themselves. Whales that sang songs of the deep, serpents longer than any ship, octopi wise beyond their strange forms. Even Scylla and Charybdis acknowledged him, though they could not be tamed. They were forces of nature, dangers he must manage rather than command. He called forth the hippocampi to be his steeds, horse, fish hybrids of fierce beauty. They would draw his chariot across the surface, and through the depths alike. A golden chariot was crafted, wheels that left trails of foam whether on water or through it. When Poseidon rode, storms gathered and waves rose in escort. On his first ride through his domain, he circled the entire Mediterranean. Every coast knew his passage, every island felt his presence. The sea had its lord. He rose from the waves near Mount Olympus, chariot ascending on a column of water, announcing to his brothers that he had claimed what was his. Zeus watched from his throne, thunderbolt idol in hand. A smile crossed his face, one part pride, one part calculation. The balance of power had shifted. Hades, visiting briefly from below, nodded once to his brother. The Lord of Dead understood the weight of a kingdom better than Zeus might. Poseidon was king now. Poseidon descended back to his palace beneath the waves. He sat upon his throne, trident across his knees, and surveyed his kingdom. He had become Lord of Seas. From prisoner in his father's belly to king of all waters. The journey had been long and bloody, but it was complete. Or so he believed. His throne room gleamed with accumulated treasure. His subjects swam through coral halls. His power echoed in every wave. What more could a god desire? The answer came to him in the form of a face, a memory of the Nereids' procession, one face among 50 that he could not forget. APHRODITE. He had seen her for mere moments during the tribute ceremony. She had not sought his attention. In fact, she had seemed to avoid his gaze deliberately. That avoidance intrigued him more than any flattery could have. She was the most beautiful of Nereus's daughters, and she did not seek royal favor. Fascinating. He sent for her, a polite summons, appropriate for speaking with a daughter of Nereus. The messenger returned alone, bearing her refusal. She would not come. Poseidon, lord of seas, conqueror of Titans, son of Kronos, refused by a sea nymph. The irony was not lost on him, but neither was the sting. He went to her himself, finding her among her sisters at their island grotto. When she saw the Sea King approaching, fear crossed her beautiful features. She fled. The daughter of the sea fled through it, faster than Poseidon could follow without destroying everything in his wake. He let her go, confused, frustrated. Word spread that Amphitrite had refused the Sea King twice. Some called her brave, some called her foolish. Poseidon called for her again. Again she fled. She vanished from the sea entirely, hiding herself at the Atlas Mountains, far from water where Poseidon's power was weakest. She had chosen exile over marriage. Poseidon stood in his magnificent palace, surrounded by loyal subjects and endless treasure, and felt utterly alone. A kingdom without a queen was just a prison with better walls. He had conquered Titans. He had claimed the sea. He had built a palace that put Olympus to shame. But he could not command one heart to love him. The Lord of Seas had won his kingdom, but the victory felt hollow now. A new quest awaited, one where strength and fury could not guide him. Listen to the quiet deep. Days passed in Poseidon's underwater kingdom, each one magnificent and empty. The sea obeyed his every whim, yet brought him no peace. Power alone was not enough. He would stand at his palace balcony and watch the Nereids dance in distant currents, always seeking one face among them. But Amphitrite remained hidden, far from water. The sea itself seemed to feel his melancholy. Currents slowed, colors dimmed slightly, storms gathered without purpose and dissipated without release. Even nature mourned with its king. His servants grew concerned. The Telchines whispered among themselves. The hippocampi waited restlessly in their stables. A heartsick god could be dangerous to an entire realm. Old Nereus came unbidden to the palace, his ancient wisdom sensing the young king's need. He found Poseidon staring at nothing, trident untouched for days. The father of 50 daughters understood matters of the heart better than most. He spoke carefully, for Poseidon's pride was vast as his domain. "My lord," Nereus said, "you cannot command love as you command the tides. Amphitrite does not flee your power. She fears losing herself within it." Poseidon listened, though pride made it difficult. He had never courted anything in his existence. What he wanted, he took or commanded. This was entirely new. "What would you have me do?" Poseidon asked. "I am lord of seas. I cannot pretend to be less than what I am, even for her." "Perhaps," Nereus suggested gently, "you need a messenger who speaks not of your power, but of your heart. Someone Amphitrite might trust to hear without fear." In that moment, a dolphin swept into the throne room. Delphinus, brightest and most beloved of his kind. He had heard his lord's troubles and come to offer aid. Dolphins were loved by all sea creatures, feared by none. They carried no threat, wielded no power save their charm and speed. Amphitrite might hear such a messenger. Poseidon felt hope kindle, small and uncertain, but present. He knelt before the dolphin, God bowing to creature, and asked if Delphinus would carry his true heart to her. The dolphin agreed with joy. To serve love itself was the highest calling. Delphinus would find Amphitrite wherever she hid, and speak words that Poseidon himself could not. "What should I say?" Poseidon asked, and for the first time in his immortal life, the god seemed uncertain. He had commanded armies, not composed love letters. Nereus smiled. "Tell her the truth, my lord. Not of your kingdom's glory, but of its emptiness without her. Not of what you offer, but of what you feel. Poseidon spoke then, haltingly at first, then with growing honesty. He told of loneliness in splendor, of watching her once and never forgetting, of wanting a partner, not a subject. He promised not to command her. He would not force her return. He asked only that she hear him, truly hear him, and then decide freely. Delphinus listened to every word, memorizing not just the message but the emotion behind it. Then, with a flip of his tail, he departed on his quest. The dolphin left the sea entirely, finding rivers that led inland, following waterways to their highest sources, approaching the Atlas Mountains where water became scarce and precious. Poseidon could only wait, the hardest task for any being of action. He sat upon his throne and watched the waters for Delphinus's return, counting each current. Time moved strangely for waiting gods. Each moment stretched, filled with doubt. Had Delphinus found her? Would she listen? Would his words matter at all? He dreamed of her. Amphitrite as he had seen her. Grace and beauty flowing through water like light through crystal. The image haunted his sleeping and waking mind alike. Meanwhile, high in the Atlas Mountains, Amphitrite lived in uncomfortable exile. She missed the sea with an hate that never faded, but fear of Poseidon kept her away. She was not made for this dry world. Her skin dulled without proper water. Her hair hung limp without currents to lift it. She was fading slowly. When Delphinus found her by a mountain pool, she first thought Poseidon had sent force to drag her back. But the dolphin came alone, without threat, asking only to speak. He spoke Poseidon's words faithfully, not of thrones and treasures, but of loneliness and longing, of a god who had everything except what mattered most. Can you see it? He promised her freedom, Poseidon's own vow. Return or stay, the choice would be hers alone. The Sea King bound himself to honor whatever she decided. For the first time, Amphitrite considered Poseidon not as threat but as possibility. A lonely king, powerful yet incomplete. Perhaps they were not so different, two beings alone. She did not answer Delphinus immediately. Some decisions cannot be rushed, especially those that shape eternity. But hope had been planted where only fear grew before. The story continues. In the Atlas Mountains, Amphitrite sat with Delphinus through a long night. She asked questions about Poseidon, not his power but his nature, his heart, his truth. The dolphin answered honestly. Yes, Poseidon had a fearsome temper. Yes, his pride could shake the earth. But beneath that, loneliness deeper than any ocean trench. He told her of the darkness inside Kronos, how the young gods had clung together in that timeless prison. Some wounds, Delphinus said, never fully heal. By dawn, something had shifted in Amphitrite's heart. Not love, not yet, but the possibility of it. The willingness to try where before only fear had lived. She looked toward the distant sea, barely visible as a blue line on the horizon. Her home, her element, perhaps also her future, if she was brave enough. I will return, she told Delphinus. Not as captive or conquest, but to meet him as equal. If he cannot accept that, I will leave again forever. Delphinus leaped with joy, spinning in the mountain pool. He would race ahead with the news. He would prepare his lord for this gift beyond any treasure. The journey back to the sea took Amphitrite several days. With each step toward water, her strength returned. Her skin regained its luminescence. She was coming home. When she finally waded into the Mediterranean, the sea embraced her like a long-lost daughter. Currents welcomed her, fish gathered in greeting, the water sang her name. Poseidon waited at the boundary of his palace grounds. Not on his throne, not with his trident, but standing simply as himself. Delphinus had told him to show humility. When he saw her swimming toward him, his breath caught despite having no need to breathe. She was more beautiful than memory, more real than any dream. They met in open water, neither seeking advantage of position. She studied him carefully, this god who could destroy fleets with a thought, now trembling before her. You made me a promise, she said. Her voice was like deep currents, cool and strong. You swore I would be free to choose. Do you remember? I remember, Poseidon answered, and I keep my word. If you wish to leave after we speak, the sea will part before you, and none shall follow. She circled him slowly, seeing him not as threat, but as possibility. He let her look, made no move to impress or intimidate. He simply was himself. Why me? She asked finally. You could have any goddess, any nymph. Why pursue one who fled from you when others would run toward your throne? Because you fled, Poseidon admitted. Because you saw me and chose honesty over advantage. In all my existence, no one has ever simply told me no. He told her of sycophants in favor, seekers, beings who agreed with his every word, who praised his every action. None of them were real. None of them saw him. But you, he said, looking at her with wonder. You saw the god and chose yourself over safety. That is strength I have sought in allies through war. I do not want a subject on my throne, Poseidon continued. I want a partner. Someone to tell me when I am wrong. Someone to share eternity with. Amphitrite listened to all of it. When he finished, silence hung between them, pregnant with possibility. The sea itself seemed to hold its breath awaiting her response. She reached out and touched his face, the first contact between them. Her fingers traced the weathered lines of his jaw, the ancient depth of his eyes. I will try, she said. The words were enough, more than enough. Poseidon released a breath he had held since she left, and the sea released it with him. He did not grab her or claim her. He simply smiled, and for the first time, Amphitrite saw not the storm god, but something gentler. She found herself smiling back. Their courtship unfolded slowly, unlike anything the sea had witnessed. The Lord of Oceans learning patience. The reluctant bride discovering that power need not mean cruelty. He showed her the treasures of his realm, not gold and gems, but the living wonders. Bioluminescent gardens in the abyss. Whale songs echoing across leagues. She showed him things he had overlooked, the small beauties a king might miss while surveying his vast domain. A perfect shell, a newborn seahorse, the art of stillness. Days became weeks. Weeks became understanding. Understanding became something neither had expected when this began. Genuine affection, growing steadily into love, rest in that moment. When Poseidon finally asked her to wed him, it was not a demand but a question. She answered yes, not from fear, but from her own heart's certainty. The wedding of the sea god and the Nereid was celebrated throughout the ocean realm. Every creature from the smallest shrimp to the greatest whale bore witness. The Nereids sang songs older than human memory, their voices harmonizing with whale calls and dolphin clicks. The music would echo in sea caves forever after. Old Nereus gave his daughter away with tears of joy. He had worried for her, and now saw her chosen position rather than captive. A father's relief is profound. Poseidon placed a crown upon Amphitrite's head, coral and pearl wrought by Telchine hands, marking her not as consort, but as queen, equal in dignity if not domain. She took her place beside his throne, a second seat of equal height, carved from the same sacred coral. No one would mistake which was lesser, for neither was. Even Olympus sent congratulations. Zeus himself appeared briefly, raising a cup to his brother's happiness. The rivalry between them softened, if only for a moment. Hades sent gifts from below, black pearls from the deepest trenches, touched by the power of death, and thus eternal. His way of showing he cared without words. The celebration lasted for 7 days and 7 nights, each day bringing new wonders. But when it ended, the true test began. Marriage itself, day after endless day. They learned each other's rhythms. Amphitrite discovered when to soothe Poseidon's storms, and when to let them blow themselves out. He learned when she needed solitude. Disagreements came. They were both strong-willed, both proud. But they had promised to be partners, and partners find ways through conflict rather than around it. In time, Amphitrite's belly swelled with divine life. The Sea King would have an heir. The Queen would have proof that their union was blessed by fate itself. Triton was born amid a storm of celebration. Half man, half fish, all divine. His first cry was echoed by every dolphin in the Mediterranean, announcing the prince. Poseidon held his son with trembling hands. He who could shatter mountains was terrified of dropping this small perfect being. Fatherhood transforms even gods. The boy grew swiftly, as divine children do. Soon he swam circles around his parents, his laughter the brightest sound in the underwater halls. Poseidon gifted his son a conch shell that could command the waves. Not his own trident, but a power of his own. Triton would be herald of the seas. When Triton blew that shell, sea creatures obeyed. Storms calmed at its sound. The boy practiced constantly, and Poseidon swelled with fatherly pride watching him grow. But a god's happiness cannot remain unchallenged. The wider world demanded Poseidon's attention. Conflicts, rivalries, tests of his authority. The peaceful domestic years could not last forever. The first challenge came from an unexpected quarter. Not monster or enemy god, but Athena herself, goddess of wisdom, over a prize both desired, the great city of Athens. Both gods wanted the city's worship. Both claimed connection to its people. Zeus, ever the politician, declared a contest. Whoever gave the better gift would win the city. Poseidon struck his trident into the Acropolis rock, and from the wound burst a spring of salt water. The sea within the land, his gift to the city. But Athena's gift was subtler. An olive tree, its branches promising oil for lamps, cooking commerce. Not dramatic but practical. The city chose wisdom over spectacle. Poseidon's rage at losing shook Athens to its foundations. But Athena stood firm, and Zeus warned his brother against destroying what he could not win. Humiliation burned. Amphitrite met him when he returned to the sea, still seething. She did not tell him he was right. She simply sat with him until the storm passed. In time, he accepted the loss. Athens would worship Athena, but sailors still prayed to Poseidon. The sea remained his. One city was not worth eternal war. Other challenges proved more concrete. Sea monsters that defied even divine authority. Beasts that threatened ships and coastlines, requiring the Sea King's direct intervention. Scylla and Charybdis required constant vigilance. He could not destroy them. They were forces of nature. But he could mark their waters, warn sailors of the passage between death and death. Ships still sank, sailors still drowned. This was the nature of the sea, giver of life and taker alike. Poseidon learned that ruling did not mean preventing all tragedy. He reserved his wrath for those who insulted his honor. Odysseus, who blinded his son the Cyclops, wandered 10 years for that crime. The sea god's memory was long. But he could also show mercy. Sailors who gave proper tribute, cities that honored him. Those lost at sea who called his name. Many found his protection when they needed it most. Years flowed into decades, decades into centuries. Amphitrite aged not at all by his side. Triton grew into a warrior prince. The dynasty was secure. From Olympus, Zeus watched his brother's realm with something approaching envy. The sky was vast but empty. The sea teemed with life and purpose and family. Hades too observed from his dark realm below. Of the 3 brothers, Poseidon had found the balance. Power and love, duty and joy. It could be done after all. But complacency had no place in Poseidon's heart. He trained still, kept his trident sharp, his storms ready. Peace was precious because it could be lost. He expanded his domain's defenses, creating currents that warned of approaching threats. Training the hippocampi for war as well as parade, a wise king prepares. The test came without warning. A primordial entity rising from the deepest trenches, older than the Titans, hungry for the order the Olympians had created. This was no mere sea monster. This was chaos incarnate, the formless hunger that had existed before gods gave the world shape. It wanted unmade what had been made. Poseidon gathered his forces. Not just the creatures of the deep, but his own family. Triton at his side, horn ready. Amphitrite commanding the Nereids in support. The battle that followed shook the Mediterranean to its depths. Waters boiled with divine power. Islands trembled. Ships across the sea felt something vast and terrible happening below. Poseidon struck with everything he had. Trident channeling power that could split continents. The chaos entity absorbed the blow and struck back with reality, warping force. He was thrown back, wounded in ways physical forms cannot describe. For a moment darkness claimed him, not defeat, but that old familiar darkness from his father's belly. In that darkness, he found not fear but fury. He had escaped that prison once. He had built a kingdom. He had found love. He would not fall to chaos now. Triton's horn sounded, the call to rally. The sound cut through chaos itself, giving Poseidon something to orient toward. His son's voice calling him back to the fight. APHRODITE commanded the Nereids to create a barrier of pure water, not to stop the entity but to slow it by time. Her tactical mind proving its worth. Poseidon rose from the darkness, trident blazing brighter than before. Not with rage alone, but with purpose. He was not fighting just for victory. He was fighting for them. He called not just his power, but his domains. Every current, every creature, every drop of water answered. The entire Mediterranean became an extension of his will. The final strike was not merely trident against chaos. It was order against entropy, love against hunger. Everything Poseidon had built against the void that wanted to unmake it. The chaos entity did not die. Such things cannot truly die. But it was broken, diminished, driven back into the trenches from which it had emerged, bound there by Poseidon's will. When the waters finally stilled, Poseidon floated exhausted in the deep. He had given everything. But his family was safe. His kingdom was intact. His domain remained. APHRODITE reached him first, wrapping her arms around him, holding him up when his strength had fled. They floated together in the returning peace. Triton swam to them, conch shell still warm from calling his father back. The family that had fought together now rested together, bound tighter by shared trial. From across the realm, sea creatures emerged from hiding to find their king victorious. The dolphins danced, the Nereids sang. The very currents swirled in celebration. Olympus itself took note. Zeus descended personally to congratulate his brother, genuine admiration replacing the old rivalry, if only for this moment. "You have done well, brother." Even Hades sent acknowledgement. A single black rose that bloomed in water, symbol of death's respect for one who had defied oblivion. The brothers three, each in their domain. In the days that followed, Poseidon's reputation reached its zenith. Not merely lord of seas, but defender of creation itself. The god who held chaos at bay. Temples multiplied on shores around the Mediterranean. Every sailor knew that Poseidon was not merely to be appeased, but honored. He had earned worship, not demanded it. APHRODITE stood beside him through it all. Queen in truth as well as title. Those who came seeking the Sea King's favor learned to seek hers as well. Triton commanded the defensive currents now, his father's heir apparent in all but the throne itself. The prince had proven himself in battle. The dynasty was strong. Poseidon stood one day at the highest point of his underwater palace, looking out across a realm that finally, truly felt like home. The journey was complete. From prisoner in his father's belly to king of all waters. From lonely ruler to husband and father. From warlord to protector. The transformation was whole at last. The sea would have its challenges. There would be storms and shipwrecks, monsters and conflicts. But Poseidon no longer faced them alone. That made all the difference. Lord of the seas, earth shaker, father of horses, husband, father, king. Poseidon had claimed not just a domain but a destiny. And the sea was at peace beneath his rule. Now that we have traveled with Poseidon from darkness to glory, let us consider what his story meant to those who first told it around ancient fires. For the Greeks, the sea was life itself. Their civilization spread across islands and coastlines, connected by the very waters that could also destroy them without warning. Every journey began with prayer to Poseidon. Fishermen at dawn, merchants loading cargo, warriors sailing to war, all knew their lives depended on the sea god's favor. The sea gave food, trade, travel, and military advantage. Without it, Greek civilization could not have flourished. Poseidon was not merely worshipped. He was depended upon for survival. But the sea also took. Storms claimed ships without warning. The wine, dark waters held secrets that never returned to shore. Poseidon represented both gift and threat equally. This is why he was portrayed with such complex temperament. Generous to those who honored him, terrible to those who forgot. The sea itself taught this lesson daily. Greeks built temples to him on headlands where waves could reach the altars. Cape Saunion's temple stood white against blue sky and bluer sea, visible to all passing ships. Corinth, city between two seas, made Poseidon its patron. At the Isthmian Games held in his honor, athletes competed for crowns of pine, sacred to the sea god. Sailors carried small images of the god aboard their ships, not from superstition alone, but from genuine belief that he watched over those who crossed his waters respectfully. As Earth-shaker, Poseidon explained earthquakes in a world without seismology. The ground trembles because a god moves beneath it. Mystery became story. Fear became understanding of a kind. His creation of horses linked him to land as well as sea. Cavalry commanders honored him. The flowing mane of a running horse echoed waves in Greek eyes. In this way, Poseidon touched nearly every aspect of Greek life. Food, travel, trade, war, even the ground beneath their feet. Few gods were so constantly present. Beyond cultural practice, the myth carries symbols that speak across the ages. Consider the trident itself. 3 prongs for his 3 domains: sea, storm, and earthquake. The number 3 recurs throughout Greek mythology. 3 brothers dividing the cosmos, 3 fates, 3 furies. It represents completeness, the minimum number that creates stable structure. Poseidon's imprisonment in Kronos' belly represents the suppression of new life by old power. Children consumed by parents, change devoured by tradition. Every generation faces this struggle. His emergence and victory show that such suppression ultimately fails. The new will rise. Change cannot be prevented forever, only delayed. Time devours, but time also. The division of the cosmos among brothers speaks to how power must be shared. Even among gods, one alone cannot rule everything. Cooperation creates stable order. Poseidon's love for Amphitrite shows that conquest is not the only form of strength. The god who could command waves learned to ask for love instead of taking it. The dolphin Delphinus as messenger suggests that sometimes we need intermediaries. Voices that can speak for us when our own power intimidates rather than attracts. Amphitrite's initial flight is not weakness, but self-preservation. She knew her worth and would not diminish it, even when pursued by a god. Dignity must be maintained. Her eventual return on her own terms models how true partnership forms. Not through surrender, but through negotiation. Not through conquest, but through mutual respect. The contest with Athena for Athens reminds us that even gods do not win every competition. Graceful acceptance of defeat shows more wisdom than victory sometimes can. His olive versus her salt spring, the practical versus the impressive. Sometimes the quiet gift outlasts the dramatic one. Wisdom can defeat raw power. The sea itself symbolizes the unconscious mind in many interpretations. Vast, deep, full of treasures and monsters alike, Poseidon rules what lies beneath awareness. What universal truths does Poseidon's story hold? First, that power alone does not bring fulfillment. His kingdom was empty until he found someone to share it with. Second, that change requires struggle. Poseidon earned his place through war, through patience, through growth. Nothing worth having came without cost or effort. Third, that family, whether born or chosen, provides strength beyond self. When chaos threatened, Poseidon fought alongside wife and son. Together they achieved what none could alone. Fourth, that nature commands respect but not worship of mere fear. The sea gives and takes. Understanding this balance is wisdom. Neither ignore danger nor refuse to sail. Finally, that stories themselves carry power across millennia. The myths Greeks told around their fires reach us still, speaking truths that outlive the civilizations that birthed them. Poseidon endures not because the Greeks were right about how the world works, but because they were right about how humans work. That is the power of myth eternal. The story of Poseidon did not end with ancient Greece. Like the tides he commanded, his legend has flowed through centuries, changing shape but never disappearing entirely. When Rome conquered Greece, they did not destroy its gods, they adopted them. Poseidon became Neptune, wearing Roman robes but carrying the same trident, ruling the same waters. Roman sailors prayed to Neptune as fervently as Greeks had prayed to Poseidon. The Mediterranean remained the same, regardless of what language called upon its lord. The great statue of Neptune at Rome's harbor blessed countless voyages. Ships departing for distant provinces passed beneath his bronze gaze, seeking protection for journeys long. When Christianity spread across the Roman world, the old gods faded from temples, but not from memory. Poseidon and Neptune became figures of literature rather than worship. Medieval sailors still feared the sea's wrath, though they gave it different names. Tales of sea monsters and storm demons echoed the ancient stories of Poseidon's power. Mapmakers drew Neptune in the corners of their charts, blowing winds or riding waves. Even unnamed. The Sea King appeared wherever humans tried to understand the ocean. The Renaissance brought the old gods back to vivid life. Artists competed to depict Neptune. Bernini, Giambologna, countless others gave the Sea King new form in marble and bronze. The Trevi fountain in Rome places Neptune at its heart still. Tourists throw coins into his waters, unknowingly continuing rituals thousands of years old. Some traditions never truly end. In literature, Poseidon appears again and again. Homer's Odyssey made him the antagonist who drove Odysseus across the sea for 10 long years, unforgettable in his wrath. Shakespeare knew him as Neptune, invoking his power in plays from The Tempest to A Winter's Tale. The sea god speaks even through playwrights born millennia after his worship ended. Modern fantasy and fiction embrace Poseidon eagerly. From Percy Jackson to countless other tales, the sea god finds new audiences in each generation, his stories retold and reimagined. The trident itself has become universal symbol. Sports teams, military insignia, corporate logos. The three-pronged weapon appears everywhere. Its meaning understood without explanation needed. Ocean conservation efforts sometimes invoke Poseidon's name, recognizing that the ancient Greeks understood something we are relearning. The sea demands respect, not exploitation without limit. Astronauts have named features on distant moons for Neptune and his realm. The god who once ruled the Mediterranean now has his name written across the solar system. Every time someone feels awe at the ocean's power, every time waves humble human ambition, Poseidon is there in spirit. The emotion he represented has not changed. From Bronze Age sailors to modern cruise passengers, from fishermen to naval admirals, the sea has demanded and received humanity's respect. That is Poseidon's truest legacy, not faith, but understanding. The Lord of Seas lives on wherever waves break upon shores, wherever storms test human courage, wherever the deep blue calls to something ancient in our souls, he endures. And so we come to the end of our journey with Poseidon, Lord of the Seas. We have traveled far together through darkness and light, war and love. We witnessed his imprisonment in Kronos' belly and his emergence into light. We saw him claim his trident and march to war against the titans who ruled before. We stood beside him as the cosmos was divided, as he descended into the Mediterranean to build his kingdom of coral and pearl in the eternal deep. We learned with him that power is not enough, that even a god needs love, needs partnership, needs someone to share eternity with. APHRODITE taught him that truth. We watched his family grow, his dynasty secure, his realm flourish under careful rule. From lonely warrior to fulfilled king, a transformation worthy of the ages. And we understood why this story has lasted thousands of years. Because it speaks to something true in all of us, about power and love and finding our place. Honor to the ancient Greeks, who first told this tale around their fires, giving voice to the mysteries of the sea they loved and feared in equal measure. Honor to the sailors who carried these stories across the Mediterranean, sharing them in every port, keeping the gods alive through spoken word and faithful memory. Honor to the writers who set these tales in permanent form. Homer and Hesiod and countless others whose names time has forgotten but whose words remain with us. And honor to you, who have listened through this long journey, keeping the tradition alive simply by hearing. Stories need listeners as much as tellers. Thank you. Now let the sound of gentle waves carry you toward rest. The sea god watches over those who honor him, and tonight you have honored his story well. Rest now by the eternal sea. Let Poseidon's waters hold you safe through the night. Until we meet again among the myths and legends, sleep well. Good night. Welcome back, friends. Tonight we journey to ancient Greece, to the moment when beauty itself was born from the sea. Rest now, and listen. Before love existed, before beauty graced the world, there was only the beginning. Sky embraced earth, and their children were the Titans. Ouranos, the sky father, was cruel to his children. He imprisoned the youngest in the depths of Tartarus, and Gaia wept for them. The Earth Mother could bear no more. She forged a great sickle of adamantine, and called to her Titan sons for aid against their father. Only Kronos, the youngest and boldest, dared accept. He took the sickle and waited where sky descended to meet Earth each evening. When Ouranos descended to embrace Gaia that night, Kronos struck. The sickle sang through starlight, severing the sky god from the earth forever. Ouranos' divine essence fell into the sea. Where it touched the waves, the water began to foam and churn with strange new light. From that violence, something unexpected stirred. In the foam of the sea, where sky had met water, a new divinity was taking form. The foam gathered and swirled. It rose from the waves like a living thing, taking shape slowly, impossibly. The sea itself was giving birth. And from the foam emerged Aphrodite, fully formed, utterly perfect. The goddess of love and beauty opened her eyes for the first time. Her first breath drew the attention of every living thing. Dolphins rose to greet her, and doves descended from the heavens in joyful flight. Where her feet first touched the water, flowers bloomed upon the waves. Roses grew from sea foam itself, pink and white and impossibly fragrant. She stepped onto a great shell that rose to carry her. The zephyr wind himself blew gently to guide her toward the shores of Cyprus. As she neared the land, the HERA, goddesses of the seasons, waited on the shore with robes of finest gold to clothe her divine form. The moment her foot touched the sand of Cyprus, grass grew green where there had been only stone. Flowers burst from barren earth. This was the power of Aphrodite, not just beauty to behold, but beauty that creates. Where she walked, the world became more lovely. Word of the new goddess spread across the earth and up to Olympus itself. Even the gods paused to wonder at what had emerged. Aphrodite had been born from the oldest violence, and would bring the newest force into the world. Love itself had arrived among gods and mortals. Who was this goddess born from sea and sky? Aphrodite was beauty itself given form. But she was far more than a pretty face. She commanded the force that draws all things together. Love, desire, attraction. These were her domain, and even gods bowed to their power. The myrtle tree was sacred to her, its sweet scent filling her temples. Roses grew wherever she walked, red and white and pink. Doves were her constant companions, symbols of the gentle love she could inspire. They pulled her chariot across the sky on soft white wings. But sparrows too attended her, small fierce birds representing the passion that could consume even the wisest heart. Love has many faces. She possessed a magical girdle, a golden sash woven with enchantment. Whoever wore it became irresistible. Even HERA borrowed it once to seduce Zeus. Aphrodite could be gentle as spring rain or terrible as summer storms. She blessed true lovers and destroyed those who scorned her gifts. Those who denied love's power learned harsh lessons. Hippolytus scorned romance and was dragged to death. Aphrodite's gifts were not optional. Yet she could also show mercy and tenderness. Lovers who honored her received her protection, their bonds blessed by the goddess herself. The three graces danced in her company. Aglaia, Euphrosyne, and Thalia. Charm, joy, and festivity were her constant attendants on Olympus. And there were the Erotes, winged spirits of desire, sometimes called her children. They flew through the world spreading attraction wherever they went. This was Aphrodite in her fullness, goddess of beauty, yes, but also of the force that makes life worth living. Now let us see her among the gods. When Aphrodite arrived on Olympus, every god turned to stare. Zeus himself descended from his throne to welcome this new divine presence. Zeus, king of the gods, regarded her with calculating eyes. Here was power, and power on Olympus needed to be managed carefully. HERA, queen and wife of Zeus, watched the newcomer with barely concealed hostility. Another beautiful goddess was the last thing she wanted. The other goddesses measured Aphrodite silently. Athena, wise and warlike, seemed unimpressed. Artemis, virgin huntress, turned away with disdain. But the gods, Male and looked away. Apollo's lyre fell silent. Hermes froze mid-flight. Poseidon's trident trembled in his grip. Zeus saw trouble brewing. If the gods fought over Aphrodite, Olympus itself might crack. He needed a solution, and quickly found one. There was one god no one would envy. One god so unlike Aphrodite that the match seemed almost cruel. HEPHAESTUS, god of the forge. HEPHAESTUS had been cast from Olympus twice, once by HERA who despised his lameness, once by Zeus in a fit of rage. He knew rejection. But in his volcanic forge, HEPHAESTUS created wonders. Golden automatons that could move and speak. Armor that could turn any blade. Zeus announced the match. Aphrodite, goddess of beauty, would wed HEPHAESTUS, god of the forge. The Olympians fell silent in shock. Aphrodite did not protest. What point in arguing with the king of gods? But her eyes held no warmth when she looked at her husband-to-be. The wedding was held in HEPHAESTUS's forge, the only place he felt at home. Fire and beauty stood together before the gods. HEPHAESTUS loved her instantly and completely. How could he not? Every creation afterward, he made for her, jewelry beyond mortal dreams. He built her a palace on Olympus with walls of pearl and floors of polished rose quartz. Every detail spoke of his adoration. Aphrodite accepted his gifts with distant gratitude. She never mocked him, never showed cruelty. She simply felt nothing at all. How strange that the goddess of love could not love. Or perhaps she simply could not love where she was commanded to love. Then one day she saw Ares. The god of war stood bloodied from battle, armor dented, eyes wild with violence, and she felt her heart stir. He was everything her husband was not. Passionate, dangerous, alive with fire. Where HEPHAESTUS was gentle, Ares was a storm given form. Ares noticed Aphrodite watching him. Even the god of war was not immune to her power. He smiled, and wars had been started by less. Their affair began in secret. While HEPHAESTUS worked in his forge, Aphrodite slipped away to meet the god of war in hidden places. They met in his war camps, among the spears and blood. They met in her rose gardens, where violence seemed impossible. Opposites entangled. Ares forgot whole wars when he was with her. Aphrodite discovered passion she had never known. Together, they created something neither could alone. The other gods whispered, of course. Olympus was a small community, and secrets traveled fast, but none dared tell HEPHAESTUS directly. Apollo alone spoke the truth. Perhaps as god of truth he could not stay silent. Perhaps he was simply cruel. He told the smith god everything. HEPHAESTUS said nothing. He simply turned back to his anvil and began to work. But what he created now was not jewelry or art. For days he worked, forging chains so fine they were nearly invisible. So strong that even gods could not break them. A trap for his unfaithful wife. He hung the chains above his own bed, invisible and waiting. Then he announced he was leaving. A trip to his beloved island of Lemnos. Word reached Aphrodite quickly. Her husband was gone. Within the hour, Ares arrived at her door, eager as a boy despite his violent divinity. They did not notice the gossamer threads above. Lost in each other, they fell onto HEPHAESTUS's bed, and the trap sprang closed around them. The chains held fast. Ares roared and struggled, but even the god of war could not break free. Aphrodite lay still, knowing what would come. HEPHAESTUS had not gone to Lemnos. He stood in the doorway now, and his broken face held terrible satisfaction. He had caught them both. But humiliation required witnesses. Hephaestus called out to all of Olympus, inviting the gods to see what love's goddess did in secret. They came: Zeus, Poseidon, Hermes, Apollo. The male gods gathered around the bed, staring at the exposed lovers with undisguised amusement. The goddesses refused to attend. They would not participate in another woman's shame, even a rival's. Some dignities were worth keeping. Hermes looked at Aphrodite caught in the chains, still beautiful even in disgrace. He whispered to Apollo that he would gladly take Ares's place. Poseidon grew serious. He asked Hephaestus to release them, promising that Ares would pay whatever price the smith god demanded for the insult. Hephaestus hesitated. His revenge was complete. Every god had seen. What more could humiliation give him? Slowly, he released the chains. Ares vanished instantly, fleeing to Thrace to nurse his wounded pride among his worshippers. The god of war had never felt so defeated. Aphrodite did not flee. She rose from the bed with all the dignity of the sea from which she had come. She would not be shamed. She walked to her temple in Paphos in Cyprus, where she had first touched land. There she bathed in sacred waters, renewing herself. The Graces came to her there, clothing her in fresh robes of softest white. They did not speak of what had happened. They simply served. When she emerged from the temple, she was Aphrodite again, fully herself, undiminished. Scandal could not touch what she truly was. Hephaestus watched her from his forge. He had won nothing. His wife did not love him more for having caught her. She did not love him at all. Their marriage continued, a formality among gods. She gave him courtesy, he gave her gifts. Neither gave what the other truly wanted. And Ares, he returned eventually. The affair continued more carefully now. Some loves cannot be killed, even by public humiliation. From their union came children, Eros reborn as their son in some tellings, and Phobos and Deimos, fear and terror, who followed their father to war. Harmonia too was born to them, goddess of harmony, as if the universe itself tried to balance what her parents represented. The scandal faded, as scandals do even among gods. Other dramas captured Olympus's attention. Aphrodite remained what she had always been. But something had changed in Aphrodite. She had learned that even goddesses could be trapped, humiliated, exposed. Power had limits. She would never truly love Hephaestus, but she learned to appreciate his gifts, his patience, his uncomplaining devotion. Pity is not love, but it is something. Hephaestus, for his part, never stopped creating beautiful things for her. Perhaps creating beauty for beauty's goddess was enough purpose for his immortal life. The other gods learned lessons too. Never bet against Hephaestus's cleverness. Never assume beauty means weakness. Never think you know what a god will do. And what of Ares, the god of war who loved the goddess of love? He remained her companion across centuries, faithful in his fashion. Their story tells us something the Greeks understood well, that love and war are never truly separate. Each requires the other to exist. Without passion, there would be nothing worth fighting for. Without conflict, love would have no obstacles to prove itself against. Aphrodite ruled over all of this. The gentle and the fierce, the faithful and the forbidden. Love in all its forms answered to her. But she was about to face her greatest challenge. A mortal girl whose beauty rivaled her own, and whose love would shake Olympus itself. Her name was Psyche, and mortals had begun to worship her instead of Aphrodite. The goddess of beauty would not tolerate such blasphemy. A new chapter was about to begin, one of jealousy and impossible tasks, of love that defies even gods, of a mortal who would become immortal. Rest here a moment, dear listener. We have traveled far tonight. When you are ready, we shall follow Psyche into the heart of love's greatest mystery. In a kingdom far from Olympus, a king had 3 daughters. The youngest was named Psyche, and her beauty surpassed all mortal measure. Psyche's beauty was so great that people traveled from distant lands simply to look upon her face. They brought flowers instead of offerings. They began to call her the new Aphrodite. They built shrines to Psyche, neglecting the true goddess's temples across the land. Word of this blasphemy reached Olympus. Aphrodite heard mortals praising a human girl above herself, and her divine blood turned cold with fury. She descended to earth in mortal disguise, walking among the crowds who worshipped Psyche. She saw for herself what they adored. Psyche was indeed beautiful, achingly, impossibly beautiful for a mortal. But she was not a goddess. She had not been born from sea foam and sky. Aphrodite returned to Olympus, her mind burning with plans for vengeance. This mortal would learn the price of receiving worship meant for gods. She called for her son Eros, the god of desire himself, whose arrows could make anyone fall hopelessly in love with whatever they first saw. Aphrodite commanded him to punish Psyche, make her fall in love with the most hideous creature alive, a monster, a beggar, something vile. Eros accepted the task as he always did. He took his golden bow and his heart, tipped arrows and flew down to the mortal world. He found Psyche sleeping in her chambers, moonlight streaming across her face. He drew back his arrow, ready to curse her with terrible love. But then she stirred. Her eyes flickered open for just a moment, and Eros, god of desire, looked into them and was lost forever. In his shock, his hand slipped. His own arrow scratched his skin, and the god of love felt love himself, deeper than any he had ever caused. He fled into the night, unable to complete his mother's command. How could he curse Psyche now? She was already cursed, to be loved by a god. Aphrodite waited for news of Psyche's degradation. When none came, her fury deepened. Something had gone wrong with her perfect plan. Meanwhile, Psyche's life grew stranger. Despite her beauty, no suitor came to ask for her hand. Men worshipped her, but none dared to love her. Her sisters married well, finding happiness with ordinary princes. But Psyche, the most beautiful woman alive, remained alone. Her parents grew worried. The king sought guidance from Apollo's oracle at Delphi. The answer that came back was terrible beyond his worst imaginings. The oracle decreed that Psyche must be dressed for death and left upon a rocky cliff. There, a monster would come to claim her as his bride. The kingdom mourned. Psyche was dressed in funeral white and led through weeping crowds to a barren cliff above the churning sea. Her parents wept as they left her there alone. The wind howled around the cliff's edge, and the sea crashed far below. Psyche waited to die. But death did not come. Instead, the gentle west wind, Zephyrus himself, lifted her from the cliff and carried her softly through the night air. He set her down in a valley of impossible beauty, flowers that never wilted, trees heavy with golden fruit, a river of crystal clear water. Before her rose a palace that could only have been built by gods. Walls of gold and silver, columns of precious gems, doors that opened on their own. Psyche entered, wondering if she had died after all, and this was some blessed afterlife. Invisible hands guided her to a chamber of silk and roses. She was bathed by hands she could not see, dressed in robes finer than any queen's, fed delicacies that tasted of ambrosia. She was a prisoner in paradise. When night fell, she was led to a bedchamber of unimaginable splendor, and in the darkness, she heard footsteps. Her mysterious husband had come. He came only in darkness, never allowing her to see his face. His voice was gentle, his touch tender. He called her his beloved, his bride. Eros had claimed her as his own, but he could not reveal himself. If his mother learned he had disobeyed, her vengeance would be terrible. Night after night he came to her, and day after day she wandered the enchanted palace alone. She grew to love him, though she knew not who he was. But loneliness crept in. She missed her family, her sisters, the human world. She begged her invisible husband to let her see them again. Against his better judgment, Eros agreed. Zephyrus would bring her sisters to the enchanted valley. But he made Psyche promise, never try to see his face. Her sisters came, carried by the west wind as Psyche had been. They entered the magnificent palace and could not hide their astonishment or their envy. Psyche showed them every wonder. The invisible servants, the endless banquets, the treasures beyond counting. She spoke of her husband's kindness, his tender words. But when they asked to see this marvelous husband, Psyche fell silent. She admitted she had never seen his face. He came only in darkness. Her sister's envy transformed into something they called concern. What if her husband was the monster the oracle foretold? What if he was fattening her for slaughter? They urged her to discover the truth. Wait until he sleeps, they said. Light a lamp, look upon his face. Keep a knife ready, just in case. The sisters departed, leaving Psyche alone with her new fears. Every tender word from her husband now seemed potentially a monster's deception. That night, when her husband came to her in darkness and fell asleep in her arms, Psyche made her choice. She reached for the hidden lamp. She lit the flame with shaking hands. The light bloomed golden, pushing back the shadows. And Psyche beheld her husband's face for the first time. No monster lay beside her. Instead, she saw the most beautiful being she had ever beheld, Eros himself, god of love, his golden wings folded in sleep. Psyche gasped at his beauty. His bow and quiver of heart arrows lay beside the bed. She understood now. She was beloved by love itself. She leaned closer, drinking in every detail of his divine face. In her trembling hand, the lamp tilted, and a drop of burning oil fell upon his shoulder. Eros woke with a cry of pain. His eyes flew open to see Psyche standing over him, lamp in hand. The promise was broken. Trust was destroyed. He did not rage or strike her. He simply looked at her with infinite sadness, and then his wings unfurled and lifted him from the bed. Love cannot live where trust has died, he told her. You chose to doubt instead of believe. Now I must leave, and you must face what comes. Psyche fell to her knees, begging him to stay. She dropped the lamp, spilling oil across the floor. But Eros flew out into the darkness. The moment he left, the enchantment broke. The golden walls faded like morning mist. The palace dissolved around her like a dream ending. Psyche found herself alone on the hillside where Zephyrus had first set her down. The palace was gone. The paradise was gone. Eros was gone. She wept there until the sun rose fully. Then she rose to her feet, and a new determination filled her heart. She would find Eros again. She wandered the world searching for him. She asked every river god, every mountain spirit, every divine being she encountered. None would help her. The gods feared Aphrodite's wrath. To help Psyche was to oppose the goddess of love herself. Even kind-hearted deities sent the mortal away. Her sisters, she discovered, had met grim fates. They had tried to leap to the enchanted valley themselves, certain Eros would love them too. Zephyrus had not caught them. They had fallen to their deaths, destroyed by the very jealousy that destroyed Psyche's happiness. The oracle's prophecy took its toll. Psyche mourned them despite their betrayal. They were still her sisters. But she could not stop her quest. She had to find Eros or die trying. Meanwhile, Eros had flown to his mother's palace on Olympus. The burn on his shoulder ached, but the wound in his heart ached more. Aphrodite found her son there, nursing his burn. When she learned what had happened, her rage knew no bounds, but not for the reason Eros expected. You defied me, she screamed. You were supposed to curse her with monstrous love. Instead you loved her yourself. You chose a mortal over your own mother. Eros was too heartbroken to argue. He retreated to his chambers and would not come out. Without the god of desire, no love bloomed anywhere in the world. Crops failed because farmers had no love for their land. Marriages crumbled. Children were not born. Even animals stopped seeking mates. The world grew cold. Zeus himself began to worry. Without love, the world would die. He could not force Eros to work. Even the king of gods cannot command the heart. But Aphrodite cared nothing for the world's suffering. She cared only for her wounded pride. Somewhere out there, Psyche still lived, and that was unacceptable. She sent word throughout the divine realm. Whoever brought her Psyche would receive her favor. Whoever helped the mortal would face her eternal wrath. Psyche heard of Aphrodite's hunt. She was afraid, but not enough to stop. If she could not find Eros, perhaps she could find his mother instead. There was only one way to prove her love for Eros. She would go to Aphrodite herself. She would beg the goddess for forgiveness, or die. She climbed to Aphrodite's greatest temple and knelt at the altar. She called out to the goddess, surrendering herself to whatever judgment came. Aphrodite appeared in a blaze of terrible beauty. Her eyes held no mercy, no warmth. She looked at Psyche the way a hawk looks at a mouse. So the goddess said with poisonous sweetness, "You finally come to me. The mortal who stole worship meant for me. The thief who took my son." Psyche did not defend herself. She simply said she loved Eros with all her heart and would do anything to win back what her doubt had destroyed. Aphrodite smiled then, a smile more terrible than her rage. "Anything, you say very well. I will give you a chance to prove this love." She seized Psyche by the hair and dragged her to a great storehouse. Inside, a mountain of mixed seeds rose to the ceiling. Wheat, barley, millet, all jumbled. "Sort them," Aphrodite commanded. "Separate every grain by type before nightfall. If even one seed is misplaced, you will never see my son again." Then the goddess vanished, leaving Psyche alone with a task no mortal could complete. The girl fell to her knees, knowing she had failed before beginning. But she was not as alone as she thought. An army of tiny ants, sacred to the earth itself, emerged from cracks in the floor. They pitied the girl who loved so deeply. Working together in their countless thousands, they sorted every grain. By sunset, the seeds were perfectly separated. When Aphrodite returned, she found Psyche standing before the sorted seeds, exhausted but triumphant. The goddess's face twisted with frustrated rage. "Someone helped you," the goddess snarled. "No mortal could do this alone. But it matters not. You have only begun to prove your worth. Tomorrow you will face another task," Aphrodite declared. "And another. Until you fail, or until I am satisfied that your love is true." Psyche was given a cell in Aphrodite's temple, prisoner rather than guest. But she had survived the first task. Hope, fragile but real, bloomed in her heart. Somewhere in his darkened chamber on Olympus, Eros felt something shift. His beloved was near. She was fighting for him. His heart ached with pride and fear. He could not go to her. His wound had weakened him, and his mother watched his every movement. But he whispered prayers to any god who would listen. The gods of Olympus watched this drama unfold with fascination. Even Zeus, who rarely cared for mortal affairs, found himself moved by Psyche's courage. Hera, surprisingly, felt a kinship with Psyche. She too knew what it was to love a being more powerful than herself. She too knew jealousy's sting. But none dared openly help. Aphrodite's rage was legendary, and her capacity for vengeance was infinite. Psyche would have to face most trials alone. Night fell over Aphrodite's temple. Psyche lay in her cell, knowing tomorrow would bring a new impossible task. But she had survived today. That was enough. She thought of Eros, his gentle voice in the darkness, his tender touch. She had doubted him once. She would never doubt her love for him again. Whatever Aphrodite demanded, she would face it. Whatever price love required, she would pay it. She had been born mortal, but she would love like a goddess. And so the first great trial ended. Psyche had faced the goddess of love herself and had not been destroyed. But greater challenges awaited. The seeds were sorted. The first victory was won. But Aphrodite was far from finished, and the tasks to come would make this one seem simple. Rest now, listener. We pause here at the turning of the tide. Psyche has proven herself once, but love's trials have only just begun. More awaits us soon. Dawn broke over Aphrodite's temple, and Psyche rose to face her second day of trials. She had survived the impossible once. Could she do it again? Aphrodite appeared in a swirl of rose petals. But these petals had thorns, and they scratched Psyche's skin as the goddess approached with cruel intent. The goddess led Psyche to a window overlooking a distant meadow. There, golden sheep grazed beside a river. But these were no ordinary sheep. Their fleece shone like captured sunlight, and their horns were sharp as swords. These were the sheep of Helios, god of the sun, wild, fierce, and deadly. "Bring me a hank of their golden fleece," Aphrodite commanded. Her smile suggested she expected Psyche to be gored to death in the attempt. Psyche walked toward the meadow, her heart heavy with despair. The sheep saw her coming and began to paw the ground, lowering their gilded horns. She reached the river's edge and prepared to wade across, to her certain death. But then a voice rose from the water, gentle and green. The river god's reeds whispered wisdom to her. "Wait," they said. "Do not approach the sheep while the sun is high. They are mad with solar fire at noon. Wait until evening," the reeds continued, "when the sheep rest in the shade. Then gather the fleece they leave caught on the brambles. No death required." Psyche waited as the sun crossed the sky. When shadows lengthened and the sheep grew calm, she crept to the bramble bushes along the meadow's edge. There, caught on thorns where the sheep had passed, hung strands of golden fleece, glowing softly in the fading light. She gathered them with trembling hands. When she returned to Aphrodite with hands full of shining fleece, the goddess could not hide her shock. Again, the mortal had survived. "Twice now you have cheated death," Aphrodite said through gritted teeth. "But cleverness alone will not save you. The third task requires something more." She pointed toward a distant mountain, where a waterfall cascaded from impossible heights. At its source, the river Styx itself fell from the underworld above. "Bring me water from that source," Aphrodite commanded, handing Psyche a small crystal flask. "The rocks are guarded by dragons that never sleep." Psyche took the flask and began the long climb. Each step brought her closer to the roar of falling water and the hiss of serpentine guardians. The rocks themselves seemed to warn her away. They bore the shapes of those who had tried before, petrified mortals frozen in eternal climbing. She reached the source at last, a churning pool where black water bubbled up from the underworld itself. Dragons coiled on every rock, eyes burning. There was no clever solution this time. No waiting, no gathering scraps. The dragons saw her and began to unfurl their wings with deadly intent. But then a shadow fell from above. Vast wings, a curved beak, talons like swords. Zeus's own eagle descended from Olympus, answering prayers Psyche had never spoken. The eagle had watched this mortal's trials with admiration. She had shown courage worthy of the gods. He would help her this once. He took the flask in his great talons and flew over the dragons, over the churning pool, dipping the crystal vessel into the black waters of Styx. When he returned and placed the filled flask in Psyche's hands, she wept with gratitude. Even the gods, it seemed, could be moved by love's persistence. She descended the mountain as stars emerged above. 3 tasks complete. 3 times she should have died, and yet she still breathed. When Aphrodite saw the Styx water, something shifted in her divine face. This mortal was not supposed to survive. This was not how the story should go. But the goddess of love had one final task, the cruelest of all. For this one, there would be no river gods or eagles to help. "Tomorrow," Aphrodite said softly, "you will journey to the underworld itself. You will stand before Persephone, queen of the dead, and ask her for a gift. Bring me a box of Persephone's beauty," she continued. "Tell her I need it, that the cares of nursing my wounded son have dimmed my radiance." Psyche knew what this meant. No mortal entered the underworld and returned. This was not a task, it was an execution with extra steps. Yet she did not refuse. If death was the price of proving her love for Eros, she would pay it gladly. Tomorrow, she would descend into darkness. Psyche stood before the entrance to the underworld. A cave mouth yawning in the mountainside, like a wound in the earth that never healed. How does a mortal enter the realm of the dead and return? She had no guide, no map. Only love drove her forward into the darkness. But a voice came to her then, from a high tower she had passed, whose ancient stones held ancient wisdom. The tower spoke and told her the way. Carry 2 coins in your mouth, the tower said, for Charon the ferryman demands payment both ways. Carry 2 cakes to appease the 3-headed guardian. And most importantly, do not open the box. Whatever Persephone gives you, do not look inside. Bring it sealed to Aphrodite, or all will be lost. Armed with this knowledge, Psyche descended. The path wound downward through stone and shadow, growing colder with every step away from the living sun. She passed shades of the dead drifting in the darkness, pale wisps of those who had lived and died. They reached toward her warmth, her life. The tower had warned her help no one. Pity would trap her here forever. So she walked on, even when a dying man begged for water. She came at last to the river Styx, black waters that separated the world of the living from the realm of the dead. A boat waited there. Charon the ferryman stood in his boat, ancient, hooded, hand outstretched for payment. Without a coin, no one crossed. With a coin, anyone could. Psyche dropped 1 coin from her mouth into his bony palm. Charon nodded once and gestured for her to board. The crossing had begun. The boat glided through absolute darkness. No sound but the oar dipping into black water. Psyche saw lights on the far shore. Cold, blue, unwelcoming. When the boat touched the far shore, Psyche stepped into the underworld proper. The air tasted of earth and endings. Nothing grew here. Nothing changed. Before her rose the gates of Hades's palace, and before those gates sat Cerberus, the 3-headed dog who guarded the boundary between death and deeper death. Each head was larger than a lion's. Each mouth held teeth that could crush divine bronze. But Psyche remembered the tower's advice, and the cakes. She tossed 1 cake, and all 3 heads lunged for it. While they fought over the sweet morsel, she slipped past into the palace beyond. The palace of Hades was vast and cold, black marble and silver shadows. Shades of the dead wandered its halls, serving masters they could not remember. Psyche walked through chambers of judgment, past rivers of forgetfulness, through gardens of pale asphodels that had never seen the sun. At last she came to the throne room. There sat Persephone, queen of the dead, beautiful and terrible, wearing a crown of black flowers and bones. Persephone looked upon Psyche with eyes that had seen every death since death began. She recognized love's desperation. She knew it from her own story. Psyche knelt and spoke her request. Aphrodite wished for a portion of Persephone's beauty, to restore what caring for wounded Eros had cost her. Persephone smiled, the first smile Psyche had seen in this gray realm. She took the box and withdrew to her chambers, returning moments later. "Here is what you seek," the queen said, placing the sealed box back in Psyche's hands. "Take it to Aphrodite, and do not open it yourself." Psyche thanked the queen of the dead and turned to leave. She had done it, obtained the impossible. Now she only had to return to the living world. She retraced her steps through the pale gardens, past the judgment halls, toward the gates where Cerberus waited. The second cake bought her passage out. Charon waited at the Styx, patient as eternity. Her second coin bought the crossing back. The black waters parted for the boat's prow once more. She climbed the long path upward, past reaching shades she still could not help, toward light that grew stronger with every step. Life called to her. When she emerged from the cave mouth into sunlight, she fell to her knees and wept. She had entered the underworld, and returned. No mortal had done such a thing. But as she rested there, a thought crept into her mind. She had the box, she had Persephone's beauty, and she was so tired, so worn. What if she used just a little? Just enough to restore what these trials had taken from her. Surely Eros would love her more if she were beautiful again. The tower had warned her. Persephone had warned her. But Psyche was mortal, and mortals are not perfect. Her fingers found the clasp and lifted it. There was no beauty inside, only sleep. The deep, deathless sleep of the underworld poured out like black smoke and wrapped itself around Psyche's mind. She collapsed beside the cave entrance, the box fallen open beside her. She did not breathe. Her heart barely beat. She lay between life and death, and there she would have remained forever, a mortal claimed by death's beauty, never to wake again. But love, true love, has power even over death. On Olympus, Eros felt something break in his heart. The wound on his shoulder had healed, but suddenly a worse pain seized him. Psyche was dying. He did not think of his mother's rage. He did not think of consequences. He only knew that somewhere, his beloved was slipping away, and he could not allow it. Eros flew faster than he had ever flown, faster than desire itself travels between hearts. His wings blazed gold against the blue sky. He found her lying motionless outside the underworld's gate, pale as the shades within. The opened box lay beside her, its deadly gift spent. Carefully, so carefully, Eros gathered the underworld sleep back into the box. With gentle fingers, he closed it and set it aside. Then he turned to Psyche. He touched her cheek with an arrow's point, not to wound, but to wake. The prick of love's own weapon could rouse anyone from any sleep. Psyche's eyes fluttered open. She saw Eros's face above her, not in shadow now, but in full divine glory, and his eyes held only love, not judgment. She wept and asked forgiveness, for the lamp, for the doubt, for opening the box. Eros silenced her with a kiss. All was forgiven. All had always been forgiven. But they could not remain here hiding from his mother. Their love had been tested. Now it was time for it to be recognized. Eros had a plan. He took her hand and flew upward, carrying his mortal beloved toward the mountain of the gods. If Olympus would not accept her, he would leave forever. The gods saw them coming. The god of love and the mortal who had walked through the underworld for him. Even Aphrodite paused in her rage. Eros landed before Zeus himself, Psyche still in his arms. He laid his case before the king of gods, and the king of gods listened. Zeus had watched this drama unfold with growing interest. Here was a mortal who had bested every challenge, even death itself. Such courage deserved recognition. And here was his grandson Eros, god of love, willing to abandon everything for this mortal girl. Was this not the very force that made creation worthwhile? Zeus raised his hand for silence. The court of Olympus fell still. Every god, goddess, spirit, and nymph waited for the king's judgment. He turned to Aphrodite, who stood with barely contained fury. "Your tasks were meant to destroy her," he said. "Instead, they have proven her worth." Aphrodite could not argue. Psyche had completed every task. She had descended to the underworld and returned. Even a goddess must acknowledge such achievement. Zeus declared his judgment. Psyche would be made immortal, raised to godhood so that she and Eros could be together for eternity without scandal. He called for a cup of ambrosia, the food of the gods that grants immortality. Hermes brought it, winged sandals glinting, a smile on his clever face. Psyche took the cup with trembling hands. She who had been born mortal, who had suffered and persevered and loved beyond reason, raised it to her lips. She drank. Fire and starlight filled her veins. Her mortal body burned away like morning mist, and something new, something eternal, took its place. When the light faded, Psyche stood transformed. Wings had sprouted from her shoulders, delicate butterfly wings, symbol of the soul she had always embodied. She was no longer Psyche the mortal princess. She was Psyche the goddess, goddess of the soul, of the journey from mortality to divinity through love. Eros swept her into his arms, wings tangling with wings. Their kiss was the first between two gods who loved as equals for eternity. The gods cheered, even those who had feared to help her before. Apollo played his lyre. The Graces danced. Even Hera smiled, remembering her own fierce love. Zeus turned to Aphrodite. "Your son is married now properly to a goddess. There can be no shame in this union. Will you accept her?" Aphrodite's pride warred with something else. Perhaps respect for what Psyche had endured. Perhaps recognition that love had won, as love always does. She stepped forward and took Psyche's hands. Her grip was firm, her eyes still carried pride. But something like acceptance passed between them. "You have earned him," Aphrodite said quietly, so only Psyche could hear. "I could not destroy your love," so I will bless it instead. A wedding feast was called. The proper wedding that Eros and Psyche had never had. All of Olympus attended. Even the gods of the underworld sent gifts. Zeus himself presided over the ceremony. Eros and Psyche spoke vows that would bind them for eternity, not chains but promises freely given. Aphrodite watched from her throne, and though her smile was small, it was real. Her son was happy. In the end, perhaps that was enough. The feast lasted for days as divine feasts do. Music and laughter echoed across the heavens. Below, mortals heard distant thunder and dreamed of love. In time, Psyche bore a daughter, a child born of love and the soul, called Hedone, which mortals would know as pleasure or bliss. Aphrodite held her granddaughter and felt something she had not expected, pure joy uncomplicated by jealousy. The child had her radiance, but Psyche's courage. And so the story found its ending, not in tragedy as so many divine tales do, but in reconciliation. Love had triumphed over jealousy and death itself. Psyche took her place among the gods, butterfly wings marking her as different. The mortal who had earned divinity through courage and impossible love. She became the goddess mortals prayed to when love seemed impossible, when the heart wanted what it could not have. She understood. She had been there. Eros continued his work, spreading desire through the world. But now he understood something new, that love is not just a feeling, but a choice renewed daily. Aphrodite herself was changed. The goddess of love had learned that love cannot be controlled, only tended. She became gentler, though no less powerful. And in that transformation lies the heart of their myth, that love changes everyone it touches, even gods. Especially gods. No one remains unchanged by true love. The story of Aphrodite and Psyche has been told for thousands of years. It spoke to the ancients, and it speaks to us still tonight. It tells us that beauty may inspire jealousy, but courage inspires respect. That even gods can learn from mortals who love without limit. It tells us that the soul, which Psyche represents, can endure any trial when love lights the way. That death itself cannot defeat a faithful heart. And it tells us that forgiveness is possible. That Aphrodite's final acceptance healed wounds older than memory. Love does not hold grudges forever. Tonight, as you rest, perhaps you carry your own impossible loves, your own divine jealousies, your own underworld journeys. Psyche's story says, do not despair. Every trial you face is another task completed. Every tear is another step toward your own transformation. The soul, like Psyche, was made to endure. And somewhere above, the goddess with butterfly wings watches those who love against all odds. She knows your struggle. She was mortal once too. Aphrodite too watches, less jealously now. She sees lovers who honor her gift, who do not take desire for granted. They receive her blessing. And Eros flies still, golden bow in hand, choosing where desire will bloom next. Perhaps tonight his arrow found someone thinking of love as they drift towards sleep. This is the power of the old stories. They carry truths that never grow old. Beauty, jealousy, courage, love. The human heart has not changed in 3,000 years. We tell these tales to remember what matters, to honor those who came before, to comfort ourselves when love seems impossible. The myths abide. And now this telling too joins the great river of stories flowing through time. From ancient Greece to your ears tonight, across thousands of years. Thank you for walking through the underworld with Psyche, for standing before Aphrodite's rage, for believing that love can conquer even death. The goddess of the soul would be proud of you. You listened. You imagined. You kept faith with an ancient tale. That is its own kind of courage. Rest now as Psyche rested after her trials. The hard part is over. Only peace remains. Let your eyes close. Let the story carry you to dreams. The story of Psyche was not Aphrodite's only tale of love. The goddess herself loved many times across the ages, mortals and gods alike. There was Adonis, the most beautiful mortal man ever born. Even Aphrodite, who had seen divine beauty, was struck breathless by his face. She first saw him as a baby, born from a mirror tree where his mother had been transformed. Aphrodite knew then that she would love him. She hid him in a chest and gave him to Persephone for safekeeping. But the queen of the dead also fell in love with him, and neither goddess would let him go. Zeus himself had to intervene, decreeing that Adonis would spend part of each year with each goddess. Above ground with Aphrodite, below with Persephone. When Adonis was with Aphrodite, she abandoned Olympus to hunt beside him in the forests. The goddess of love became a goddess of the wild chase. She warned him never to hunt dangerous beasts, boars, lions, anything that might fight back. But Adonis was young and brave and did not listen. One day while she was away he encountered a great wild boar. Some say Ares sent it in jealousy. Others say it was simply fate. The boar gored him. Adonis fell in the flowers of the forest, his blood flowing into the earth. When Aphrodite found him, he was already dying. She wept over his body, and where her tears fell mixed with his blood, the first anemone flowers bloomed. Red, fragile, beautiful, and brief. This is what the Greeks understood, that even divine love cannot protect us from mortality. Beauty fades. Youth passes. Death comes for everyone, even those loved by gods. Yet Aphrodite's love for Adonis also brought him a kind of immortality. He is remembered still, 3,000 years later. Love preserves what death would erase. Aphrodite also loved Anchises, a Trojan prince who tended cattle on Mount Ida. She came to him disguised as a mortal woman, and he believed her. Only afterward did she reveal her true nature. Anchises was terrified. Mortals who lay with gods often suffered terrible fates, but Aphrodite calmed his fear. From their union came Aeneas, who would survive the fall of Troy and found what would become Rome. Aphrodite's love shaped nations. And then there was Paris, the Trojan prince which goddess was most beautiful, and whose choice would destroy his city. Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite each wanted the golden apple inscribed, for the fairest. Each offered Paris a bribe for his vote. Hera offered him power over all kingdoms. Athena offered wisdom and victory in war. But Aphrodite offered the most beautiful woman in the world. Paris chose Aphrodite. He gave her the apple, and she gave him Helen of Sparta, another man's wife, sparking the Trojan War. 10 years of war, countless deaths, a civilization destroyed, all because of love, desire, and a goddess's vanity. This too is Aphrodite's realm. The Greeks did not pretend that love was only gentle. They knew its capacity for destruction. Aphrodite represented both the blessing and the curse. Her symbols reflected this complexity. Roses are beautiful, but they have thorns. Doves are gentle, but sparrows are fierce. Love encompasses all of this. The sea from which she was born is beautiful but dangerous. It gives life through fish and trade, but it also drowns sailors. So too with love. And remember how she was born, from violence, from Kronos severing Oranos. Beauty came from terrible beginnings. Perhaps all beauty does. The story of Psyche adds another layer. The soul, Psyche in Greek, must undergo trials to be worthy of love. Growth requires suffering. Psyche's curiosity, looking when she was told not to look, is not condemned by the myth. It is the beginning of her transformation, not her downfall. The Greeks understood that we cannot love what we do not know. Blind faith is not enough. Psyche needed to see Eros to truly love him. Even Aphrodite's jealousy serves the story. Without obstacles, without tests, how would Psyche have proven herself? The villain makes the hero. These truths still resonate. Love is not simple. Beauty is not safe. The soul must grow through difficulty. The oldest stories knew what we still learn. This is what Aphrodite's myths gave the world, not just entertainment, but wisdom. The understanding that love, in all its forms, is worth its price. When Rome conquered Greece, they did not destroy Greek religion. They adopted it. Aphrodite became Venus, and her worship spread across an empire. The Romans claimed Venus as their ancestor through Aeneas, Aphrodite's son. Julius Caesar himself traced his bloodline to the goddess of love. Venus became more than a goddess. She was a symbol of Roman civilization itself. Temples in her honor rose across 3 continents. When Rome fell and Christianity rose, Venus did not disappear, she transformed. The goddess of love became a symbol in art, poetry, and philosophy. Botticelli painted her birth in 1485, rising from the sea on her shell, just as the ancient Greeks described. That image still defines beauty today. The story of Cupid and Psyche, the Roman names for Eros and the soul, was painted, sculpted, and written about throughout the Renaissance and beyond. Apuleius wrote their tale in the 2nd century, and his version shaped every retelling since. From that Roman novel, the story reached our time. Shakespeare drew on Venus in his early poem, exploring desire's power to obsess and consume. The goddess lived on in English verse. The planet Venus was named for her, the brightest light in our sky besides the sun and moon. Even the heavens bear her name. The word venerate comes from Venus. So does venereal. The goddess gave her name to worship and to passion's consequences both. Psyche's name gave us psychology, the study of the soul. Every therapist who helps us understand ourselves works in her tradition. In the 20th century, scholars saw in Psyche's story the first fairy tale, the template for Beauty and the Beast, Cinderella, and countless others. The tasks Aphrodite gave, sorting seeds, gathering fleece, fetching water, descending to death, echo in every quest story we tell. The goddess wrote our narrative vocabulary. Films retell her story still. Every romance where love must overcome jealousy. Every tale where beauty causes trouble. Aphrodite's influence flows through them. The goddess appears in modern novels, video games, and songs. She has been reimagined 1,000 times, but her core truth remains unchanged. We still speak of being struck by Cupid's arrow. We still describe overwhelming attraction as being under Venus's spell. The old gods live in our language. 3,000 years after Greek poets first sang of Aphrodite, we still struggle with the same questions she embodies. What is beauty? What is love? Why do we desire? The goddess born from sea foam has no end, because love has no end. As long as hearts beat and beauty stirs us, Aphrodite lives. And so we come to the end of our journey tonight. From the violence of the beginning to the peace of love fulfilled. What a distance we have traveled. We watched a goddess born from sea foam, rising in beauty that would shape worlds. We saw her take her place among the Olympians. We witnessed her tangled loves, the faithful husband she could not love, the war god she could not resist, the mortal boy who broke her heart. And we followed Psyche through trials that would have broken lesser souls. Through jealousy and impossible tasks, through the underworld itself to immortality earned. These stories have been told for 3,000 years, passed from voice to voice, fire to fire, page to page. Tonight they pass to you. The ancient Greeks who first told these tales are long gone. But their words live on in every retelling, including this one, including now. We honor them tonight. The poets whose names we have forgotten, the grandmothers who whispered these tales to sleepy children, the priests who kept the old ways alive. They gave us Aphrodite. They gave us Psyche. They gave us the understanding that love is both blessing and trial, and worth every moment of both. Now let these images fade gently from your mind. Let the goddess return to her sea, the soul to its rest. The story is complete. Your eyes grow heavy now. The ancient words have done their work, carrying you from the waking world toward the shores of sleep. May Aphrodite bless your rest with gentle dreams. May Psyche's courage inspire your waking hours. May love, in all its forms, find you worthy. Sleep well, dear friend. The goddess watches over those who listen to the old stories. Until next time, rest in beauty. Rest in peace. Good night. Welcome back, friend. Tonight we journey to ancient Greece, where gods walked among mortals and light itself was a living force. Settle in. This is the tale of Apollo, the golden god of light and music, whose story begins not in glory but in desperate flight. Before Apollo drew his first breath, his mother Leto wandered the earth, hunted by a goddess's jealous rage. Picture her now. Hera, queen of the gods, had forbidden any land from giving Leto shelter. Every shore turned her away, Every mountain refused her rest. Days became weeks, weeks became months. Leto walked on bleeding feet, her divine children stirring within her, waiting to be born. Then she found Delos, a small island drifting unanchored in the Aegean Sea. Because it floated, Hera's curse could not touch it. The island welcomed the weary goddess. Springs bubbled up to quench her thirst, soft grasses rose to cushion her. Delos chose compassion. For 9 days and nights, Leto labored beneath the sacred palm. All the goddesses came to help her, except jealous Hera, who kept Eileithyia away. Finally, Iris the rainbow messenger flew to fetch the birth goddess. The moment she arrived, Artemis came into the world, silver, bright and wild. Though merely moments old, Artemis turned to help her mother deliver her twin. Even in her first hour, she was already the protector. Then Apollo emerged into the world, and every shadow on the island fled. Golden light poured from the newborn god like the sun itself. The floating island anchored itself forever in that moment, held in place by the weight of divinity borne upon its shores. Zeus himself sent gifts from Olympus, a silver bow for Artemis, a golden one for Apollo, and a chariot of swans to carry the young god. Apollo took his bow in hand, and it sang. He plucked its string, and the first note of divine music echoed across all of Greece. But word reached Delos of a darkness in the world. At Delphi, an ancient serpent called Python terrorized all who came seeking wisdom. Python had guarded the oracle since before the Olympians rose to power. Now it demanded human sacrifice, corrupting the sacred site with fear. Young Apollo listened to the refugees' tales. His golden eyes hardened with purpose. Light, he understood, was meant to banish darkness. He rose, a god of only days old but burning with divine purpose. The hunt for Python would be Apollo's first great quest. Rest now in that light. To understand Apollo, we must first know his father. Zeus, king of all gods, who rules from thunder, wrapped Olympus with absolute power. Zeus had loved many, but Leto held a special place. She was gentle where others were fierce, patient where others demanded. He chose her. From that union came twins destined to illuminate both day and night. Apollo would carry the sun's fire, Artemis the moon's silver mystery. Zeus gave Apollo dominion over many things. Light and truth, music and poetry, healing and plague, prophecy and the archer's art. Such power in one god might seem unbalanced. But Apollo's domains all shared one truth: they brought clarity where there was confusion. Music orders chaos into harmony. Prophecy illuminates the unknown. Healing restores what is broken. Light banishes shadow. This was Apollo's purpose. Yet with such gifts came great responsibility. Zeus watched his golden son carefully, knowing power untested becomes power corrupted. The young god needed a trial, a test worthy of his divine heritage. And in the darkness of Delphi, such a test waited with coiled patience. Now let us speak of Python, that ancient terror. Born from the mud left by Deucalion's great flood, it was older than the Olympian gods themselves. Python made its home beneath Mount Parnassus, where vapors rose from cracks in the earth and visions came to those who breathed them. For centuries, Python guarded the oracle there. Mortals came seeking wisdom, and the serpent decided who lived to receive it and who became its prey. The serpent grew cruel with time. What began as guardianship became tyranny. Python demanded blood offerings, reveling in the fear it inspired. Villages emptied around Delphi. Those who once sought prophecy now fled from the mountain, carrying tales of the monster to distant shores. Python's scales were harder than bronze, its venom could melt stone. No mortal weapon had ever pierced its hide. Heroes had tried and failed. But Python feared one thing. A prophecy spoken long ago warned that a child of Zeus would one day end its ancient reign. This was why Python had hunted Leto across the world. It hoped to destroy Apollo before he could be born. But Delos had hidden them both. Now the child was born, growing stronger each day on sacred Delos. Python waited in its cave, knowing the confrontation was inevitable. Let us return to gentler things. Leto, the Titaness, whose love for her children defined everything she endured. She deserves to be remembered. Before Zeus, Leto was a goddess of modesty and motherhood. She sought no thrones, desired no worship. She wanted only to love and be loved. Hera's jealousy had driven her across every land. Mountains turned her away. Rivers refused her water. Cities barred their gates against her. 9 months of wandering, carrying divine twins who grew stronger even as she grew weaker. Her determination never wavered, not once. When Delos finally welcomed her, Leto wept. Not from sorrow, but from gratitude. She blessed the island with eternal springs and sacred ground. After the twins' birth, Leto remained on Delos, recovering her strength. She taught her children what kindness meant, what compassion required. Apollo would carry her lessons always. Even in his fiercest moments, some part of him remembered his mother's gentle voice speaking of mercy. Now we must speak of Artemis, Apollo's twin, born moments before him beneath that sacred palm. She was wild from her first breath. Where Apollo was measured and golden, Artemis was swift and silver. Where he sought to illuminate, she protected the shadows where prey might hide. Artemis chose to remain forever maiden, devoted to the hunt and to protecting young creatures. She asked Zeus for this gift, and he granted it. The twins shared an unbreakable bond. When Apollo was mocked, Artemis defended him with arrows. When Artemis was threatened, Apollo's light blazed in warning. They were sun and moon, day and night, never truly together in the sky, but always aware of each other across the horizon. Artemis taught Apollo to track, to move silently, to respect the hunt as sacred. Apollo taught Artemis music, to find harmony in wild spaces. When Apollo prepared to face Python, Artemis offered to come with him. He refused gently. This quest was his alone to complete. She understood. She would remain on Delos to protect their mother, watching the distant mainland where her brother's light would soon be tested against ancient darkness. Let us now widen our view to see the world these gods inhabited. Greece in the age of myth was a land of wonder and terror alike. Mortals lived in the shadow of the divine, offering prayers and sacrifices, hoping to earn favor or at least avoid the gods' terrible attention. Prophecy was the thread that connected mortal and divine. Through oracles, humans could glimpse their fate, could prepare for what the gods had woven. This was why Delphi mattered so much. The oracle there was the most powerful in all the world, the voice of fate itself, now silenced by Python. Music was another bridge between realms. Through song and lyre, mortals could touch something greater. Apollo would become master of this divine art. The Greeks believed that harmony in music reflected harmony in the universe. Disorder in one meant disorder in the other. Music was mathematics made audible. Healing too was divine art. Disease came from the gods' displeasure, cure came from their mercy. Apollo would master both plague and remedy. The bow represented another aspect of divine power. Apollo's arrows could bring swift death or swift healing. The same weapon served both purposes. Other gods watched young Apollo with varying interest. Some saw an ally, others a rival. Olympus was never free of intrigue and competition. Athena, goddess of wisdom, approved of the young god. His domains of truth and reason aligned with her own love of enlightenment. Ares, god of war, cared little for music or prophecy. But even he respected the bow. Any god who could kill from distance earned warriors' regard. HEPHAESTUS, the smith god, had forged Apollo's silver bow. He took pride in seeing his creation wielded by such a promising young god. Hera remained distant, her jealousy unsatisfied by Leto's suffering. She would not openly oppose Zeus's favored son, but neither would she help him. Young Hermes, another son of Zeus, watched Apollo with particular interest. The messenger god was already planning mischief involving his half-brother. But all this would come later. For now, the young god had only one enemy to consider, one trial to face. Python awaited in the darkness. The serpent had terrorized the mortal world long enough. It had tried to kill Apollo before birth. Now the debt would be repaid in full. Apollo gathered his weapons carefully. The silver bow his father had sent. a quiver of arrows that would never empty. The light within his divine blood. He bade farewell to his mother with a gentle embrace. Leto blessed him with starlight kisses on his brow, her faith in him absolute. Artemis clasped his arm in warrior's farewell. Between twins, no words were needed. They knew they would see each other again. They had to. The swan chariot descended, white wings catching the morning light. Apollo stepped aboard, and the divine birds rose toward the mainland. Across the Aegean he flew, over islands that had refused his mother, over cities where mortals pointed upward in wonder, at the golden light passing above. The mainland rose before him, green and brown and beautiful. But ahead, one mountain wore a crown of sickly clouds, Mount Parnassus, Delphi, Python's domain. Apollo descended near the mountain's base, releasing his swans to wait for his return. This battle would be fought on foot, in the serpent's own lair. The path upward was littered with warnings, bones of heroes who had come before. Weapons broken by serpent scales. Silence where birds should sing. Apollo walked past them all, his light pushing back the sickly mist that crept down the slopes. Where he stepped, grass remembered how to be green. Villagers watched from distant hiding places. They had not seen anyone approach the mountain in months. This golden stranger walked without fear. An old priest, the last who remembered when Delphi was sacred, fell to his knees. He alone recognized what walked up that mountain. A god had come. Higher and higher Apollo climbed. The mist grew thicker, more malevolent. He could feel Python's attention turning toward him, ancient and hungry. The entrance to Python's lair gaped before him, a wound in the mountainside exhaling poison. Apollo paused, fitting arrow to string. Feel this moment. Deep within, something stirred. Scales scraped against ancient stone. A hiss echoed outward, carrying the weight of centuries of death and fear. Python knew who stood at its doorstep, the child it had tried to destroy before birth, the light it had feared in prophecy. Apollo had come. The serpent's voice rumbled through the caves, felt more than heard. It spoke in the old tongue, before Olympian gods, before mortal speech. Apollo did not understand the words, but he understood their meaning. Challenge. Hunger. The absolute confidence of a creature that had never been defeated. Around them, the mountain itself seemed to hold its breath. Even the wind stopped. Two forces ancient and new, about to collide with destiny's weight. Apollo spoke then, his voice carrying the music of creation itself. He named himself, named his purpose, named the justice he had come to deliver. The young god's words struck Python like physical blows. No mortal had ever dared speak to it so. No god had ever bothered to try. For the first time in its endless existence, Python felt something new. Not fear exactly, but the absence of certainty. This god might be different. Apollo raised his bow, silver light running along the weapon like liquid fire. The arrow he notched blazed with concentrated sunlight, painful to behold. Python's uncertainty shattered into rage. It would not cower before a child god. With a roar that shook the mountain, the serpent struck. And so the battle began, light against shadow, new against ancient, music against chaos. The fate of Delphi would be decided in blood and fire. Python's strike came faster than thought. Apollo threw himself sideways, divine reflexes barely saving him from fangs that could crush mountains. He rolled and came up with bow drawn, loosing an arrow of pure sunlight at the serpent's exposed flank. The first shot of their war. The arrow struck true but glanced off scales harder than any mortal armor. Python laughed, a sound like grinding boulders. First lesson learned. Apollo understood then. This would not be a battle of single strikes. He would need patience, precision, and the wisdom to find weakness. Python struck again and again, each lunge shaking the mountainside. Apollo danced between the attacks, light on his feet, never quite where fangs expected. The young god fired arrow after arrow, testing every scale, every joint, every fold of ancient flesh, searching for the one place his light could pierce. Minutes stretched into hours. Both combatants circled the mountain clearing, neither willing to give ground, neither able to land a decisive blow. Python grew frustrated. It had killed heroes in moments. This stripling god should have been dead 10 times over. Why would he not fall? Apollo felt his arms begin to ache, his divine strength tested as never before. But he remembered his mother's flight, her 9 months of suffering. If she could endure that, he could endure this. He was his mother's son as much as his father's. Light and stars combined within him. Python sensed the change and attacked with renewed fury. It reared back and sprayed a torrent of venom, enough to poison a river. Apollo raised his hands, and his light blazed forth like a shield. The venom struck and sizzled, evaporating against divine radiance before it could touch him. But maintaining such light cost him. He staggered when the venom stopped, breathing hard. Python saw weakness and lunged for the kill. Apollo dropped beneath the strike, sliding on sacred ground, and saw it. There, beneath the jaw where scales ended, soft pale flesh unarmored. The serpent's one vulnerability. Every creature, no matter how ancient, had a place where death could enter. Apollo had found Python's. Picture that moment. But Python had passed, turning now for another strike. Apollo scrambled to his feet, mind racing. He needed the serpent to rear up again. He planted his feet and began to glow. Not just light from his skin, but light from his very essence. Apollo became a small sun. Python screamed in rage at the brightness. Just as Apollo hoped, it reared up to strike with all its terrible height, exposing that soft underbelly. Apollo's bow sang. Not 1 arrow but 3 flew upward, streaking toward that single point of vulnerability. Each one a concentrated beam of sun. The first arrow struck and pierced. Python's eyes went wide with shock. No weapon had ever wounded it before. The sensation was entirely new. The second arrow followed the first, sinking deep. Golden light spread from the wounds like cracks in dark glass. Light entering the darkness. The third arrow buried itself to the fletching. Python's scream shook the mountain, shook all of Greece. The death cry of something truly ancient. The serpent crashed to earth, coils thrashing in agony. Venom sprayed uselessly, scales cracked and fell away, ancient flesh finally mortal after endless ages. Apollo stood over his fallen enemy, bow lowered. No triumph filled him. Only a strange sadness for something so old coming to its end. Python's yellow eyes found Apollo's golden ones. In that gaze passed something unexpected. Recognition, respect. Perhaps even something like gratitude for ending eternity. The serpent spoke one last time in its ancient tongue. Apollo still did not understand the words, but felt their meaning. Well struck, young god. Then Python closed its eyes and was still. The monster that had terrorized mortals for ages beyond counting finally slept the endless sleep. Apollo knelt beside the vast corpse and placed his hand on the cooling scales. He offered a prayer, honoring even an enemy's passing. From somewhere distant, thunder rumbled, Zeus acknowledging his son's victory. But the sky remained clear above Delphi for the first time in memory. Villagers began to emerge from their hiding places, scarcely believing what they had witnessed. The monster was dead. A god had saved them. The old priest who had recognized Apollo was first to climb the mountain path. His aged legs found strength they had not known in decades. He found Apollo sitting beside the serpent's body, young god looking exhausted but whole. The priest fell to his knees in worship. Apollo lifted the old man gently. He did not want worship. He wanted the oracle restored, wanted mortals to have their window to fate again. Together they walked to where Python had corrupted the sacred vapors. The cave mouth still breathed poison, but Apollo's light began to cleanse it. He poured his essence into the sacred space, burning away centuries of corruption. Where Python's venom had tainted, Apollo's light restored. Days passed as Apollo worked. He shaped the temple from marble he called from the earth. He tuned the sacred vapors to speak truth. Mortals came to help, carrying stones and offerings. They worked alongside a god, and their labor became sacred through his presence. The first true temple of Delphi rose from the mountainside. Columns like stone trees, pediments carved with Apollo's victory, a home for prophecy reborn. Apollo established the sacred tripod over the cleft in the earth. Here the Pythia would sit, breathing the vapors, speaking his prophecies to mortals. He chose the first oracle himself, a wise woman whose heart was pure. He touched her forehead, and she gasped as prophecy filled her. The oracle spoke, and her first words were a prophecy about Apollo himself. Even he listened with wonder, for the future holds mysteries even for gods. Word spread across Greece that Delphi was cleansed. Pilgrims began to arrive, seekers of truth, desperate for the oracle's guidance. Apollo greeted them all, mortal and hero alike. He answered what questions he could, directed others to the Pythia. Delphi became the center of the world. The navel stone, the omphalos, was placed where Python had died. It marked the center of the earth, the point where all paths converged. Apollo looked upon what he had built and felt something new. Not just victory's satisfaction, but the deeper joy of creation. He had made something lasting. He sent word to Delos through swift flying birds. Python was slain, Delphi restored. Leto wept with joy. Artemis laughed and hunted in celebration. On Olympus, the gods gathered to honor the young victor. Even HERA could not object as Zeus proclaimed Apollo's triumph before the divine assembly. Apollo was given Python's former domains as his own. Prophecy, once corrupted by the serpent, would now flow pure through the god of light. Mortals established the Pythian Games to commemorate the victory. Every 4 years, athletes and poets would compete in Apollo's honor at Delphi. Apollo competed in his own games, and none could match him. In the discus throw, in the foot race, in music most of all, the god excelled. The fame of Apollo spread until his name was spoken in every Greek city. Temples rose to him across the land, each seeking his blessing. Sailors prayed to him before voyages. Musicians dedicated their first notes to his glory. Healers invoked his name before treating the sick. Apollo found himself beloved in a way few gods achieved. Mortals did not just fear him. They genuinely loved the god who brought light and music. Yet even in triumph shadows gathered. Apollo did not know it yet, but his greatest trials lay ahead, born not from monsters but from his own heart. For now, let us rest in this moment of victory. The serpent slain, the oracle restored, a young god taking his rightful place among the great. Apollo stood at his temple as darkness fell, watching stars emerge. His mother's stars he knew now, each one placed by Leto long ago. He raised his lyre and played for the first time since the battle. The music rose into the night, a hymn of gratitude to family and fate. Far away on Delos, Leto heard the music carried on the wind. She smiled, knowing her son had become everything she dreamed he could be. Artemis heard it too, pausing in her hunt. She sent a silver arrow streaking across the sky, a shooting star to mark her twin's triumph. Apollo saw the star fall and laughed with pure joy. His family loved him. His purpose was fulfilled. What more could any god ask? The pilgrims below heard him laugh and joined in, not knowing why but feeling the rightness of the moment. Joy is contagious, even divine joy. For a time, all was well. Apollo divided his days between Delphi and Olympus, between prophecy and music, between mortal and divine concerns. He established laws for the oracle's operation. Questions must be asked in proper form. Offerings must be made. The Pythia must be treated with respect. 2 maxims were carved above his temple entrance: wisdom for all who sought the god's guidance. They still echo through history today. Know thyself. Nothing in excess. Such simple words, yet in them lay the path to wisdom that Apollo himself was still learning to walk. For even gods must learn through experience. Wisdom cannot simply be inherited or bestowed. It must be earned through trial and error, joy and sorrow. Apollo thought his greatest trial was behind him. Python lay dead, its bones slowly turning to sacred relics. The hard part was done. How wrong he was. The serpent had tested his courage and his skill. What came next would test his heart, his mercy, his understanding. But those trials lay ahead. Tonight, at this moment in our story, Apollo rested in hard-won peace. Let us rest there with him. The night deepened over Delphi, but it was a comfortable darkness now. Not Python's corruption, but simple night, waiting for Apollo's dawn. Mortals slept in the temple precincts, dreaming of questions they would ask the oracle. Their faith had been rewarded. Hope had returned to Delphi. The Pythia sat in meditation, learning to channel the god's voice. She felt Apollo's presence like warm sunshine, even in the deepest cave. Apollo himself dozed, something gods rarely do. His dreams were golden things, memories of his mother's voice, his sister's laughter, his own music. In his dreams, he saw Python not as a monster, but as what it had been, a guardian, twisted by time, deserving pity as much as fear. Perhaps this was his first step toward wisdom, seeing enemies as more than enemies, understanding that even monsters have stories that shape them. Dawn came to Delphi, and Apollo woke with new thoughts stirring. He had killed Python. But had he understood it? What did victory truly mean? Before he could explore these thoughts, thunder rolled across the clear sky. Zeus was summoning him to Olympus. The time of reckoning had come. Apollo called his swan chariot and rose toward the mountain of the gods. Below, mortals watched their champion ascend into the clouds. He arrived at the golden gates to find them standing open but ominously quiet. No celebration waited for him here. Something was wrong. Zeus sat alone on his throne, face unreadable. The other gods watched from shadows, their expressions ranging from pity to satisfaction to genuine concern. Apollo knelt before his father, suddenly feeling very young again. The confidence of victory evaporated in the face of Zeus's terrifying silence. Zeus spoke at last. Yes, Apollo had slain Python. Yes, he had cleansed Delphi. But Python's blood stained him. Divine blood older than Olympus itself. Even justified killing requires purification. Apollo had ended a life older than mountains. Such an act carries weight that must be balanced. The young god's heart sank. He had done what was right, what was necessary. Was he to be punished for saving mortals from terror? Zeus's voice softened slightly. Not punishment, he said, purification. There is a difference, though the path may feel the same. Apollo must serve a mortal king for 9 years. He must set aside his divinity, his powers, his pride. He must learn humility through service. Only then would Python's blood be cleansed. Only then could he truly claim Delphi. The temple would wait. His victory would wait. This was the price. Apollo wanted to argue, to protest, to demand fairness. But looking at his father's face, he saw something unexpected. Pride mixed with sorrow. Zeus was not punishing him. Zeus was completing him. A god who had never known limitation could never understand those he ruled. This was teaching. Apollo bowed his head in acceptance. The victory over Python had been real. But victory, he was learning, was only ever the beginning of a longer journey. Apollo descended from Olympus changed. Not diminished, but humbled. His golden light remained, but his pride had been tempered by his father's wisdom. He traveled to Thessaly, to the kingdom of Admetus, a mortal king known for his kindness to strangers. Here Apollo would serve for 9 long years. Admetus did not know a god stood before him when Apollo arrived at his gates. He saw only a beautiful stranger seeking work. The king offered him work as a herdsman, tending the royal cattle. Apollo accepted without complaint. If this was his path to purification, he would walk it. And so the god of light and music became a simple cowherd. He lived in a humble hut, woke with the dawn, walked the hills with his charges. At first, Apollo found the work tedious. He who had slain Python now chased wandering calves. He who had built temples now mended fences. But slowly something shifted. The cattle began to thrive under his care as no herd had before. Twins were born constantly. No calf was ever lost to wolves. Apollo found himself talking to the animals, and somehow they understood. Not with words, but with the music in his voice. Even cows appreciate harmony. The other herdsmen wondered at the stranger, who could calm a stampede with a song, who knew which herbs healed sick animals before anyone else. Apollo made friends among them. Simple men who told simple stories, who laughed easily, who knew nothing of prophecy or divine courts. It was refreshing. Months passed into years. Apollo's exile became less punishment and more education. He learned how mortals lived, how they loved, how they feared. He was present when one of the herdsmen lost his wife to fever. Apollo could have healed her, but dared not reveal himself. He learned what helplessness felt like. He watched children grow, watched young love bloom and sometimes wither. Watched the endless cycle of mortal life that gods so often overlook from their heights. King Admetus noticed how his herds flourished. He promoted the mysterious stranger, gave him better quarters, treated him almost as a friend rather than servant. Apollo could have revealed himself at any time. Admetus's kindness deserved reward. But something held him back. He was learning too much to stop now. Then, in the 7th year of his exile, something happened that would change everything. Apollo's cattle began to disappear. Not to wolves, but to theft. 50 of his finest cattle vanished in a single night. Apollo searched everywhere, used every divine sense he dared, but found no trace. The thief was impossibly skilled. Days passed with no sign of the herd. Apollo's frustration turned to genuine anger. Who would dare steal from him? Even disguised, he remained a god. He followed a rumor to a mountain cave in Arcadia, where strange sounds had been heard. Singing of all things. Beautiful, innocent singing. Apollo entered the cave with bow drawn, expecting bandits or monsters. Instead, he found a cradle, and in it a baby. His half-brother Hermes, 4 days old. The infant smiled at Apollo with no trace of guilt. In his tiny hands, he held a strange instrument made from a tortoise shell. The first lyre ever created. Apollo understood instantly. This baby, barely born, had somehow stolen 50 cattle and hidden them so well that even a god could not find them. Hermes began to play his tortoise lyre, and the sound that emerged stopped Apollo's breath. It was crude, simple, but held the seed of something divine. The god of music heard music as he had never heard it before. Not the lyre of the gods, refined over ages, but something raw and new and full of possibility. Hermes stopped playing and offered the instrument to Apollo. A trade, his clever eyes seemed to say. This lyre for those cattle, a fair exchange. Apollo wanted to be angry. He should drag this infant thief to Olympus for judgment. But the lyre called to him, promised him new realms of music unexplored. He took the lyre. The moment his fingers touched the strings, he knew. This instrument would become his most treasured possession, more dear than silver bow. Hermes clapped his tiny hands in delight. He had traded invention for immunity, cattle for a brother's goodwill. Even in his cradle, he was the god of traders. Apollo left the cave not with his cattle, but with something far more valuable. The lyre would become the symbol of his musical domain forever after. A theft had become a gift. A conflict had become brotherhood. Apollo was learning that not every problem required an arrow. Some required only openness to change. Apollo brought Hermes to Olympus, not as a prisoner but as a brother. Zeus laughed when he heard the tale of the infant cattle thief. The baby was made official messenger of the gods that very day. Hermes accepted his role with the same cunning smile he had shown in his cradle. Apollo and Hermes became true brothers after that. The trickster and the light bringer, unlikely friends bound by music and mutual respect. Hermes taught Apollo to see humor in divine existence. Apollo taught Hermes that some things were sacred and worth protecting. They balanced each other. Apollo's exile continued, but now he had a visitor. Hermes would appear in Thessaly, bringing news from Olympus and mischief from everywhere else. The years of service finally ended. 9 winters had passed since Python's blood stained Apollo's hands. Zeus declared the purification complete. Apollo bid farewell to King Admetus, finally revealing his true nature. The kind king fell to his knees, overwhelmed that he had hosted a god. In gratitude for Admetus's kindness, Apollo blessed him with a gift. When death came for the king, another could take his place if they chose. Apollo returned to Delphi, to his temple, to his oracle. The Pythia wept with joy to see her god again. The pilgrims celebrated for days. Yet Apollo was not the same god who had left. Exile had changed him, deepened him. He understood mortals now in ways he never had before. His prophecies became kinder, more helpful. Where before he had spoken in riddles for amusement, now he genuinely tried to guide those who sought him. His music grew deeper too. The lyre Hermes had given him sang of things Apollo had witnessed: mortal love, mortal loss, mortal courage in the face of death. But Apollo's heart, though wiser, remained vulnerable. The god of light had not yet learned that love could wound more deeply than any serpent's fang. One day, Apollo wandered near the river Peneus, where nymphs played in the crystal waters. Among them danced Daphne, daughter of the river god himself. Daphne was beautiful, but that was not what caught Apollo's attention. She moved with wild freedom, untamed by civilization, pure as the forest itself. Apollo felt something stir in his immortal heart. Not the passing fancy he had felt for others, but something deeper, more consuming. He was truly smitten. What Apollo did not know was that Eros, god of love, had just shot him with a golden arrow. And Eros had shot Daphne with an arrow of lead. The golden arrow sparked love irresistible. The lead arrow sparked revulsion equally strong. Daphne would flee from Apollo as desperately as he pursued her. Apollo approached Daphne with his heart open, speaking words of admiration and devotion. She looked at him with horror and ran without a word. The god of light could not understand. He was beautiful, powerful, kind. Why did she flee as if from a monster? He followed, calling her name. Through forest and meadow they ran, god and nymph. His divine speed should have caught her instantly, but something held him back, perhaps his own hesitation. Daphne ran until her mortal lungs burned, until her feet bled on stones. Still she could not stop. The lead arrow's magic drove her forward. She reached her father's river and cried out for help. "Save me," she begged. "Transform me. Make me anything but what he desires." Her father heard. The river god could not stop a greater deity, but he could change what his daughter was. He granted her desperate wish. Before Apollo's horrified eyes, Daphne began to change. Her feet rooted into earth. Her arms reached skyward and became branches. Her skin hardened to bark. Her hair became leaves. Her voice became the whisper of wind through branches. Where Daphne had stood, a laurel tree now grew, beautiful and forever silent. Apollo fell to his knees before the tree, tears streaming down his golden face. He had never meant this. He had only wanted her to love him back. He placed his hand on the bark and felt her heartbeat within. Still alive in a way, but changed beyond all reaching. He had lost her by wanting her too much. In his grief, Apollo made a vow. Since she could not be his love, she would be his sacred symbol. The laurel would be honored forever. He wove the first laurel crown from her branches, gentle as a kiss. This wreath would crown victors and poets throughout all of time. The lesson cut deep. Apollo had been selfish in his love, had pursued when he should have paused, had taken when he should have asked. He returned to Delphi a sadder god but not wiser yet. That would require another loss, another wound, another love destroyed by fate's cruel hand. Time passed, as it does even for immortals. Apollo threw himself into his duties, into prophecy and music, trying to forget the laurel tree's silent heartbeat. Then came Hyacinthus, a young prince of Sparta, beautiful as dawn, who sought Apollo not as a god to worship, but as a friend to know. Apollo was cautious at first. He remembered Daphne, remembered the cost of divine love. But Hyacinthus wanted only friendship, and that felt safe. They began to spend time together. Hyacinthus taught Apollo mortal games, discus, wrestling, racing. Apollo taught him music and the secrets of the bow. For the first time, Apollo had something like an equal. Not a worshipper, not a subject, not a conquest. Just a friend who saw him as himself. Their friendship deepened into something more. Not the consuming passion Apollo had felt for Daphne, but something gentler, more sustainable. True affection. Apollo was careful this time. He did not pursue or demand. He let Hyacinthus come to him, let the mortals set the pace of their growing closeness. For one perfect summer they were happy. Playing games in the Spartan sun, swimming in cool rivers, making music beneath the stars. It seemed it could last forever. But the gods were watching. Zephyrus, the west wind, also loved Hyacinthus. Unlike Apollo, the wind god's love was jealous, possessive, growing bitter. Zephyrus saw that Hyacinthus had chosen Apollo, and the wind god's love curdled into something uglier. If he could not have the prince, perhaps no one would. One bright morning, Apollo and Hyacinthus played at discus. They took turns throwing, seeing who could hurl the bronze disc farther across the field. Apollo threw with all his divine strength. The discus soared impossibly far, gleaming in the sunlight, a perfect throw that Hyacinthus ran to retrieve. Then Zephyrus breathed. A gust of jealous wind caught the falling discus and drove it toward Hyacinthus. The bronze disc struck his head with terrible force. Apollo's scream shattered the morning peace. He ran faster than light itself, catching Hyacinthus as he fell. But even divine speed could not undo what was done. He cradled the dying prince in his arms, healing light pouring from his hands, but some wounds are beyond even a god's repair. The blow had been too true. Hyacinthus opened his eyes one last time. He smiled at Apollo, a smile without blame or fear. He had been loved by a god. That was enough. The light left those dark eyes. Hyacinthus was gone, and Apollo held only a cooling body, the shell of everything he had cherished. Apollo's grief erupted in a sound no mortal could hear, the wail of a god losing what he loved most. The sky darkened. Birds fell silent across Greece. He knelt there for hours, holding his friend, until the blood that soaked the ground began to change. Where the red pooled, something green stirred. Flowers bloomed from Hyacinthus's blood, purple and beautiful, shaped like the petals of grief itself. Apollo had made a memorial without meaning to. The god of light touched the petals and felt Hyacinthus in them somehow. His laughter, his kindness, his joy in simple games. Not gone entirely, changed. Apollo buried his friend with full honors, planting hyacinths around the grave. Every spring, he vowed, these flowers would bloom in memory of lost joy. He sought out Zephyrus afterward, rage finally finding focus. But when he found the wind god, he saw only another being broken by jealousy's poison. Zephyrus wept and begged forgiveness he knew he did not deserve. He had acted from love corrupted, from desire turned to destruction. He was already punishing himself. Apollo raised his bow, arrow notched and glowing. One shot would end the wind god, would avenge Hyacinthus forever. His hand trembled on the string. But Hyacinthus had smiled at the end. No blame, no call for vengeance. Only love, only acceptance. What would his friend want Apollo to do now? Slowly, Apollo lowered his bow. Killing Zephyrus would not bring Hyacinthus back. It would only add more death to death, more grief to grief. Nothing would be healed. He turned and walked away, leaving the wind god to his guilt. Some punishments are worse than death. Living with what you have done can be eternal torment. Apollo wandered Greece for many days, his light dimmed to gray. He visited every place he and Hyacinthus had been happy, saying goodbye to memories. At the river where they had swum, he let his tears fall into the water. At the hills where they had raced, he walked slowly, remembering faster times. He played his lyre at each place, composing songs of their friendship. These hymns would become some of the most beautiful music ever heard by mortal ears. His grief did not fade, but it transformed. The sharp agony became a gentle ache, a space in his heart that Hyacinthus would always occupy. He understood something new now. Love always risks loss. To love anything is to be vulnerable. But the alternative, to love nothing, is no life at all, even for a god. Apollo returned to Olympus changed once more. The young god who had slain Python was gone. In his place stood someone tempered by joy and sorrow alike. Zeus watched his son approach and saw what the years had made. Not just a god of light, but a god who understood shadow. Not just a healer, but one who had borne wounds. Leto embraced her son, feeling the weight of experience he now carried. Her starlight mingled with his golden glow. Mother and child reunited across distance of years and pain. Artemis found her twin on a temple balcony that night, gazing at the stars their mother had placed. She sat beside him in silver silence. No words passed between them, none were needed. She knew his losses, felt them through their twin bond. She simply sat with him until dawn. When morning came, Apollo rose with the sun as he always did. But now his light carried warmth it had not held before. Understanding had softened his radiance. He returned to Delphi to find the Muses waiting. They had felt his grief across the distance, and had come to offer what comfort poetry and song could provide. Apollo led them in music that day, and the songs they created spoke of love and loss in ways that touched every mortal heart that heard them. The hymns spread across Greece and beyond. Sailors sang them on dark waters. Mothers sang them to crying children. Lovers sang them to each other. Through music, Apollo shared his hard-won wisdom. Through melody, he taught mortals that grief was not weakness, but proof of having truly lived and loved. Years passed into decades, decades into centuries. Apollo remained at the center of Greek civilization, his oracle guiding, his music inspiring, his light never failing. He took no more mortal lovers after Hyacinthus. Not from fear of loss, but from understanding that some connections transcend the need for repetition. Every spring, when hyacinths bloomed across Greece, Apollo would visit the flowers and remember. Not with crippling grief, but with gratitude for what had been. Every victory in the Pythian Games was crowned with laurel, and Apollo would think of Daphne. Not with guilt, but with respect for her choice and her sacrifice. Through loss, he had learned to honor what remains. Through grief, he had learned to celebrate what was. This was the wisdom the god of truth had found. He had become what Delphi's maxims commanded. He knew himself, his capacity for love and harm alike. He practiced nothing in excess, even grief, even joy. The god who had once chased Daphne, without thought now waited for those who sought him. The god who had wept helplessly over Hyacinthus now transformed grief into beauty. This was Apollo's final transformation. Not the slaying of Python, great as that was. Not the founding of Delphi, important as that remained. But this, becoming wise through suffering. Light means nothing without shadow to define it. Music means nothing without silence to contrast it. Joy means nothing without sorrow to deepen it. Apollo had learned to hold all these opposites within himself. He was healer and plague, bringer, truth, teller and mystery keeper, gentle musician and deadly archer. He was, at last, worthy of all the domains his father had given him. Not because he was perfect, but because he had learned from imperfection. Artemis, watching her twin, saw the journey complete. The brother who had been born in brilliant light had walked through shadow and emerged all the brighter. And so the god of light took his place among the great Olympians, not as the youngest proving himself, but as one who had earned his seat through trial and tragedy. His light would shine for ages yet to come, touching every corner of the world that Greece would influence. But that is a story for another night. Tonight, we rest here with a god who learned that wisdom comes not from victory alone, but from loss, from love, from the courage to remain open to both. Now let us rest in the meaning of what we have witnessed. Apollo's story is more than entertainment. It shaped how ancient Greeks understood their world. To the ancient Greeks, Apollo represented civilization itself. He was the force that transformed chaos into order, wilderness into cities, noise into music. When they built temples, they followed proportions Apollo's priests declared sacred. The mathematical harmony in Greek architecture reflects his domain of cosmic order. Python represented everything civilization feared. The ancient, the chaotic, the hungry darkness that existed before humans learned to build walls and light fires. Apollo's victory over the serpent was not just a battle tale. It was how Greeks explained why the world now had order, why light followed darkness each dawn. The oracle at Delphi held real power in Greek society. Cities sent envoys to consult the Pythia before declaring wars, founding colonies, or making major decisions. When the Pythia spoke, Greeks believed Apollo spoke through her. Her prophecies changed the course of history, guiding the fates of kings and common folk alike. Know thyself. This command carved above Apollo's temple became a cornerstone of Western philosophy. Socrates himself said the examined life was the only life worth living. Nothing in excess. The second maxim warned against hubris, the pride that brings mortals and gods alike to ruin. Apollo's own stories taught this lesson painfully. Apollo himself learned these truths through error. He pursued Daphne to excess. He loved without restraint. His own myths demonstrated the costs of ignoring wisdom. The Greeks understood that even gods were not perfect. Apollo's flaws made him relatable, his growth made him inspiring. Perfection teaches nothing. Struggle teaches everything. Daphne's transformation speaks to something deep in human experience. Sometimes what we desire most destroys itself in our grasp. Some loves are not meant to be held. The laurel crown became a symbol of victory precisely because it remembered loss. Every triumph carries within it the shadow of what was sacrificed to achieve it. Hyacinthus's death teaches that love makes us vulnerable, but that vulnerability is what makes love precious. The safest hearts are the emptiest. Apollo's choice to spare Zephyrus shows that mercy requires more strength than vengeance. Any god can destroy. Only a wise god can refrain. Greeks saw healing and plague as two sides of one power. Apollo could cure disease or send it. This reflected their understanding that medicine and poison often share a source. The bow represented this duality perfectly. The same weapon that brought swift death could bring mercy through quick endings to suffering. Power itself is neutral. Music was divine to the Greeks because it created harmony from separate notes. Just as society creates harmony from separate people, Apollo's lyre was a tool of civilization. The sun's daily journey across the sky was sometimes credited to Apollo's chariot. Each dawn was a reminder that light returns, that darkness never wins forever. This myth gave Greeks courage during their darkest times. When Persia invaded, when plagues struck, when wars raged, they remembered that light always returns after night. Apollo's twin bond with Artemis represented the balance Greeks sought in all things. Sun and moon, day and night. Civilization and wilderness, each needed the other. Neither twin was complete alone. Apollo without Artemis would be all civilization, no wilderness. Artemis without Apollo would be all wilderness. No civilization. Balance was the key. The story of Apollo's exile taught that even justified actions have consequences. Killing Python was right, but divine blood still required purification. Justice has many layers. By serving a mortal king, Apollo learned humility. The Greeks valued this. Even their mightiest heroes began as servants or exiles before rising to glory. What universal truths does Apollo's story hold, beyond its ancient context? The same truths that make all great myths timeless across cultures and ages. We all face monsters, fears, obstacles, shadows in our path. Like Apollo, we must find their weakness. Not through brute force alone, but through patient observation. We all pursue things that flee from us. Like Apollo, we must learn when to let go, when to honor what we love by releasing it. We all lose what we love. Like Apollo, we must find ways to transform grief into beauty, to create memorials that honor rather than mourn. We all must choose between vengeance and mercy. Like Apollo, we discover that mercy often requires more courage than revenge, and heals more wounds. Apollo's journey is our journey. From youthful pride through painful lessons to hard-won wisdom. This is why his story still resonates, thousands of years after it was first told. Apollo's influence did not end with ancient Greece. His story traveled through Rome, through the Renaissance, through the ages to reach us here tonight. The Romans adopted him almost unchanged, one of the few Greek gods they kept with his original name. Apollo Phoebus, they called him. Apollo the Bright One. Emperor Augustus made Apollo his patron deity. The Palatine Temple in Rome rivaled Delphi itself in splendor. Power still sought Apollo's blessing. When Rome fell, Apollo's stories survived in manuscripts copied by monks who saw pagan tales as echoes of deeper truths. Even Christianity could not erase him entirely. The Renaissance rediscovered Apollo with passion. Artists competed to capture his perfect form, his divine beauty, his embodiment of human potential perfected. Michelangelo, Raphael, Bernini, the greatest artists of that age, all tried their hands at Apollo. His image became synonymous with artistic excellence itself. Bernini's Apollo and Daphne captured the transformation in marbles so perfectly that viewers swear they can see the bark creeping up her legs even now. Poots too found endless inspiration. Ovid, Keats, Shelley, Rilke, each generation reinvented Apollo's tales for their own age, finding new meaning in ancient stories. The Delphic maxims became foundations of Western thought. Philosophy, psychology, ethics, all trace threads back to those words carved above Apollo's temple door. When humanity reached for the stars, we named our moon program Apollo. The god of light would carry us to that silver sphere his sister once ruled. Apollo 11 landed humans on the moon in 1969. Somewhere, the mythic Apollo must have smiled to see mortals walking in Artemis's domain. Today, Apollo appears in films, books, video games, and countless other media. Percy Jackson introduced him to new generations. His story refuses to fade. Musicians still invoke him, whether they know it or not. Every orchestra, every concert hall, every moment when music creates order from chaos. That is Apollo's legacy. Hospitals bear serpent symbols descended from his healing arts. The caduceus and the rod of Asclepius, Apollo's physician son, still mark places of healing. Sports still crown victors with laurel wreaths at some ceremonies. Every gold medal echoes Daphne's transformation, victory intertwined with ancient sorrow. Poetry prizes, music awards, artistic achievements, so many bear Apollo's name or his symbols. We still associate him with excellence in creative endeavor. 3,000 years after Greeks first told his stories, Apollo endures. Not because he was perfect, but because his journey toward wisdom mirrors our own. As long as humans seek light in darkness, order in chaos, beauty in sorrow, Apollo's story will continue to be told. Perhaps forever, perhaps even now. And so we come to the end of our journey together. We have walked with Apollo from his desperate birth on floating Delos to the heights of Olympus. We watched him slay the ancient serpent Python, claiming Delphi for light and truth. We saw him build his temple, establish his oracle, become what he was meant to be. We walked beside him through 9 years of humble service, learning as he learned that wisdom comes not from power, but from understanding those we serve. We felt his heart break twice, once for Daphne who fled his love, once for Hyacinthus who death stole away. We saw grief become creation, loss become beauty. Through all of it, Apollo grew. From proud young god to tempered wisdom, from slayer of monsters to healer of hearts. His journey mirrors the best of our own. The ancient Greeks who first told this tale are long gone, their voices silent, their temples crumbled. But through stories like this, something of them remains. Every time we tell Apollo's story, we honor those unknown poets who first shaped it. We keep faith with ancestors we never knew, but who gave us this gift. They believed that stories held power, that the right tale told at the right time could heal, could teach, could transform. Perhaps they were right. Tonight, we have been part of that ancient tradition. Storyteller and listener, connected by words older than most nations, sharing in something timeless. Now Apollo's light grows gentle, his lyre plays its softest melody. The god of day welcomes the peaceful night, knowing dawn will come again. Let his golden warmth wrap around you like a blanket. Let his music carry you toward dreams. You have earned this rest, just as he earned his wisdom. Sleep well, friend. May Apollo's light find you gentle, and may your dreams be filled with ancient wonders. Until next time, rest in peace and beauty. Welcome back, friends. Tonight we journey to ancient Greece, where moonlight guides the wild hunt and a goddess runs free through eternal forests. This is the story of Artemis, the virgin huntress, goddess of the moon and wilderness, fierce protector of all wild and untamed things. But before she ruled the wild places, before her silver arrows flew true, there was only her mother Leto, alone and hunted across the world. Leto was a Titaness, ancient and beautiful. Zeus, king of the gods, had loved her, and now she carried his divine twins within her womb. But Hera, queen of Olympus and Zeus's jealous wife, discovered the affair. Her rage shook the foundations of heaven itself. Can you feel that fury? Hera cursed Leto to wander without rest. No land under the sun would dare shelter her, for all feared the queen's terrible vengeance. Worse still, Hera sent Python after her, a monstrous serpent born from the earth itself, tasked with destroying Leto before she could give birth. Leto fled from island to island, mountain to valley, always one step ahead of the monster's coils, her time growing desperately near. Every shore rejected her. Every village barred its gates. The pregnant goddess had no friend in all the world beneath the pitiless sky. Then, in her darkest hour, a small island rose from the waves. Delos, the floating isle, had no roots in the earth to fear Hera's curse. Delos welcomed Leto with open shores. Here at last she could rest, here beneath a single palm tree, as the birth pangs began their work. For 9 days and 9 nights Leto labored, for Hera had forbidden Eileithyia, goddess of childbirth, from attending her rival. When Eileithyia finally came, bribed by the other gods with pity, the first child emerged, a girl. Artemis came into the world with silver eyes open. And here the first miracle occurred. Newborn Artemis, mere moments old, stood and turned to help her mother. The goddess was born knowing her purpose. With her daughter's help, Leto delivered her son. Apollo burst forth in a blaze of golden light, and the whole island of Delos turned to gold. Twin gods of silver and gold, moon and sun, born from persecution into power. The children of Zeus had arrived, and the world would never forget. Young Apollo would soon slay Python with his golden arrows, avenging his mother's torment. But Artemis, our huntress, had her own path to forge. From her first breath she was protector, helper, hunter. And now her story truly begins. Rest here as we follow her wild and wonderful path. Years passed on Olympus, though time means little to the gods. Young Artemis grew restless among the golden halls, her wild heart calling for something more. While Apollo learned music and prophecy, charming all who heard his golden lyre, Artemis dreamed only of forests, mountains, and the silver light of moon. One evening, when she was still small enough to sit upon his knee, Artemis approached her father Zeus with a list of wishes in her heart. Zeus looked down at his fierce daughter with amusement and love. What could this wild child possibly want that he would not gladly give? Artemis spoke clearly, without hesitation. First, she asked to remain forever virgin, never to be given in marriage to any god or mortal man. Zeus considered this. Marriage was how power moved among the gods. Yet looking at his daughter's fierce eyes, he knew she was meant for another path. He nodded once, and it was done. Artemis would belong to no one but herself. She smiled and continued with her list. Picture that fierce little smile. Next she asked for a silver bow and arrows, equal to her brother's golden ones. She would be a huntress, not a bride. The wild places would be hers. She asked for mountains and forests as her domain, for all the wild beasts to know her as their goddess, for the moon itself to answer her call. She asked for 60 ocean nymphs as her choir, and 20 river nymphs to care for her hounds and hunting boots after each day's chase. Finally, she asked that no city be given to her. Cities were for other gods. She wanted only the wilderness, the untamed places where mortals rarely trade. Zeus laughed with genuine delight. He granted every wish and more. His wild daughter would have all she asked, and his blessing besides. Feel that joy. Artemis wasted no time. She flew first to the forge of the Cyclopes. Those one-eyed giants who crafted thunderbolts for Zeus himself beneath the smoking mountain. The Cyclopes were terrible to behold, each with a single blazing eye in his forehead. But young Artemis approached them without fear, for she feared nothing. She told them what she needed: a silver bow and quiver of silver arrows, crafted to match Apollo's golden set. The Cyclopes exchanged glances and grinned. They worked through the night, their hammers ringing like thunder. Silver was drawn from the heart of the moon itself, tempered in waters of the river Styx. When dawn came, they presented their work: a bow of purest silver that sang when drawn, arrows that would fly true across any distance, finding their mark always. Artemis lifted the bow and it sang to her. It was part of her now, an extension of her will. She nocked an arrow and released it toward the distant stars. The arrow vanished into the heavens. Legend says it still flies there, among the stars, waiting for Artemis to call it home. Some things are too beautiful to land. Next, Artemis sought out Pan, the wild god of shepherds and forests, with his goat legs and horns and laughter that echoed through every valley. Pan loved the young goddess immediately, recognizing a kindred wild spirit. He offered her the finest hunting hounds ever bred, born from his own sacred pack. 7 perfect hounds came to her that day, swift as wind, loyal unto death, able to track any creature across any terrain. They would never leave her side. Pan also gave her 5 golden-horned deer, gentle creatures of impossible grace, to pull her chariot across the night sky when she rode as moon goddess. Now armed and accompanied, Artemis turned her attention to gathering her companions. She would not hunt alone. She would lead a band of sisters sworn to her ways. She traveled to every river and spring, every mountain pool and ocean shore, seeking nymphs who yearned for freedom over domesticity, wildness over civilization. Many answered her call. They came from forests and streams, daughters of minor gods and ancient spirits, each seeking something the mortal world could not offer. To each who came, Artemis offered the same bargain. Swear eternal chastity, hunt at her side, and know freedom such as no mortal woman could dream. 60 ocean nymphs joined her choir, their voices able to harmonize with the music of the spheres. 20 river nymphs became her attendants, swift and tireless. And at the core of her band rode her hunting companions, fierce women warriors who could outrun deer and outshoot any mortal archer born. Among them was Callisto, daughter of King Lycaon. She came to Artemis young, escaping a father who had angered the gods with his terrible crimes. Artemis loved Callisto instantly. Here was a spirit fierce enough to match her own, a hunter born, a sister in the truest sense. Remember her name. Together, goddess and nymphs claimed the wild places. Every forest knew their horn calls, every mountain heard their laughter echoing off ancient stones. They made their camps beneath the stars, cooked their kills over sacred fires, bathed together in hidden pools that no mortal eye had ever seen. But for all her wildness, Artemis never forgot her mother. When Leto walked among mortals, her daughter watched over her from the shadows of every forest. And she never forgot her twin. Apollo and Artemis, sun and moon, were bound by something deeper than blood, a love that transcended even divine understanding. When Apollo drove his sun chariot across the sky, Artemis rested. When she drew her moon chariot through the darkness, he slept. They were each other's opposite and completion. Some nights, Artemis would drive her chariot not to hunt, but simply to bathe the sleeping world in silver light, a gift to all who needed guidance in darkness. Sailors thanked her for light upon the waters. Travelers blessed her name when her rays lit their paths. Even wild animals hunted better by her silver gift. But cross her, break her sacred laws, and that same gentle goddess became something terrible. Artemis was protector and punisher in equal measure. Feel that duality. Her laws were simple but absolute. Chastity for all who served her. Respect for all wild creatures unless hunting for true need. And never, ever violate her sacred spaces. Those who broke the first law, who surrendered their vows of purity, were cast out forever. No second chances, no forgiveness. The wild does not negotiate. Those who harmed her creatures without cause faced her arrows. She protected the pregnant and nursing animals especially, for she was goddess of childbirth as well as hunt. And those who violated her sacred places, who glimpsed what was forbidden or desecrated her groves, faced transformations worse than death. We will meet them soon. Women in labor prayed to her for swift delivery, remembering how she had helped her own mother bring Apollo into the world when only newborn herself. Young girls especially belonged to her. Before they married and became women of the household, they served in her temples as little bears, running wild and free. This was her gift to them, one last taste of freedom before the duties of womanhood enclosed their lives forever. Artemis remembered what she had chosen. She represented the path not taken, the life of freedom most women could not choose. Perhaps that made her sacred to them. Perhaps it made her terrifying. For Artemis asked a question simply by existing. What would your life be if you belonged only to yourself? Not every heart wants to know the answer. Her sacred animal was the deer, swift and graceful, alert to every danger. Hunters honored her before each hunt, asking permission to take what they needed. The bear was sacred to her as well, fierce mother protector. In Arcadia especially, bears roamed without fear, knowing the goddess watched over them always. The cypress tree marked her groves, tall and dark and solemn. Where cypress grew thick, wise mortals knew to walk softly and keep their eyes down. Her worship spread across Greece and beyond. Wherever wilderness touched civilization, wherever women needed protecting, wherever the moon rose silver over sleeping cities. But the greatest temple would rise at Ephesus, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. We will speak of it later. For now, she simply hunted. Through countless mortal generations, Artemis and her band raced through the wild places, living the eternal hunt, free as the wind that carried their laughter. They knew joy such as mortals rarely taste. The thrill of the chase, the satisfaction of the kill, the deep peace of nights spent under stars with trusted companions. Yet even in paradise, shadows gathered. The gods of Olympus were never content to leave happiness undisturbed. Zeus especially brought ruin wherever his eye wandered. He watched his daughter's band of hunters with a different kind of interest. Among them, one caught his eye. Callisto, bright Callisto, Artemis's dearest friend. What Zeus wanted, Zeus took. It was the way of the king of gods, no matter who was hurt, no matter what was destroyed, even his daughter's happiness. The story of Callisto is a dark one. Are you ready to hear it? Rest now, gather your strength. What comes next will test even the goddess of the hunt. But first, understand what Callisto meant to Artemis. She was not merely a companion. She was the closest thing the virgin goddess had to a soulmate. They hunted as one mind in 2 bodies. Where Artemis's arrow flew, Callisto's followed. They could communicate across distances with mere glances. Such friendship is rare among gods or mortals. Callisto had sworn her oath freely and gladly. Eternal virginity seemed no sacrifice to her. What man could compare to running at Artemis's side through the endless wild? The other nymphs loved Callista too. She led them when Artemis was away. She helped the younger ones learn the bow. She never asked for special treatment despite being favorite. She told stories by firelight that made them laugh until dawn. She could track any creature across any terrain. She feared nothing in any forest. Artemis sometimes wondered if she loved Callista the way mortals loved. She did not have words for it. She only knew that Callisto made eternity feel less lonely. They spoke sometimes of what they would do forever. Hunt every forest in the world. Visit every mountain peak. Race across every shore where land meets sea. Such plans we make when we cannot imagine them broken. Such futures we see when we cannot imagine them stolen. The stars heard their promises and said nothing. But on Olympus, Zeus had decided. He wanted Callisto, and he would have her. What were oaths to the king of gods? What was his daughter's happiness compared to his desire? Some say he came to Callisto disguised as Artemis herself, wearing the goddess's face to trick her loyal follower. The cruelty of this method defies description. We will tell that story soon, and all that followed. For now, know only that storm clouds gathered over paradise, and Artemis did not see them coming. The hunt continues. The moon rises and sets, but nothing golden lasts forever, not even the golden days of Artemis and her beloved companions. Listen for the thunder. Rest now in this moment of peace. Hold the image of them running free, immortal, happy. What comes next will require a steady heart. The wild goddess needs witnesses. One day, the hunting band spread through the forest in pursuit of a great stag. Callisto, eager and swift, ranged far ahead of the others. She tracked the stag into a sun-drenched clearing, where a spring bubbled up from ancient rocks. Tired from the chase, she paused to rest. From the shadows of the trees emerged a figure she knew well, or thought she knew. Artemis herself, approaching with a warm smile. But it was not Artemis. Zeus, king of gods, had taken his daughter's form to approach the nymph who had caught his roving eye. Callisto embraced what she believed was her beloved goddess, and in that moment of trust, Zeus revealed his true nature and his terrible purpose. What happened in that clearing was a crime beyond words. The king of gods took what was not his to take, breaking every oath Callisto held sacred. When it was over, Zeus vanished as quickly as he had come, leaving Callisto alone with her horror, her shame, and her broken vows. She had done nothing wrong, yet she felt ruined. The oath she had sworn with such joy now hung over her like a death sentence. How could she return to Artemis? How could she face her goddess, her sisters, knowing what had been done to her, what now grew within her? But she had nowhere else to go. Slowly, painfully, Callisto made her way back to the hunting band, hiding her secret behind a mask of normalcy. Days passed, then weeks. Callisto hunted alongside her sisters as before, but something in her had dimmed. The joy she once radiated flickered and faded. Artemis noticed the change in her favorite companion. She saw the shadows beneath Callisto's eyes, the way she flinched at unexpected touches. She asked what troubled her beloved friend, but Callisto could not speak the truth. What words could explain such a crime? What excuse could she offer? The months turned, and Callisto's secret became harder to hide. Her body changed in ways that announced her broken vow to anyone who looked closely. She avoided the sacred bathing pools, making excuse after excuse. She wrapped herself in extra folds of cloth and stayed at the edges of the group. But secrets among immortals cannot hide forever. One hot afternoon, after a long hunt, Artemis led her companions to a crystal pool to cool themselves. The nymphs stripped off their hunting clothes and dove into the cool water, their laughter echoing off the rocks. Callisto hung back, claiming exhaustion. Artemis studied her friend with growing suspicion. Too many excuses, too many absences. Something was terribly wrong, and today the goddess would have answers. She commanded Callisto to join them in the pool. It was not a request. The other nymphs fell silent, sensing the tension crackling in the air. Callisto's hands trembled as she slowly removed her chiton. There was nowhere left to hide. Her secret would be revealed to all. The evidence of her broken vow was unmistakable. A ripple of shock passed through the gathered nymphs. Some gasped. Some turned away, none spoke. Artemis stared at her favorite companion, her face cycling through confusion, disbelief, and finally settling into cold, terrible fury. Her trust had been betrayed. Callisto fell to her knees, sobbing, trying to explain. It was not her choice. It was not her fault. Zeus had worn Artemis's own face to deceive her. But Artemis heard only the broken oath, only the violation of everything her band stood for. Her heart, so rarely opened, slammed shut like a door. Perhaps the goddess knew the truth, but could not accept it. Perhaps acknowledging Zeus's crime would mean confronting her own father's monstrousness. Whatever her reasons, Artemis cast Callisto out. Banished from the hunt. Stripped of her sisterhood, cast alone into the wilderness she had once ruled. Callisto wandered through the forests she knew so well, but now they offered no comfort. The wild places that had been her home rejected her too. She gave birth alone in a cave, her cries echoing with no one to hear them, no goddess of childbirth to ease her pain. Her son Arcas was beautiful despite his terrible origin. Callisto looked at his innocent face and felt love pierce through all her grief and shame. But Hera, queen of Olympus, had not forgotten. She had watched Zeus's crime, and now turned her jealous rage not on her husband, but on his victim. Hera descended from Olympus wrapped in terrible power. She found Callisto sheltering her baby, and smiled the cruel smile of divine vengeance. She seized Callisto by her beautiful hair, hair that had once streamed behind her as she ran with Artemis, and hurled her to the ground. As Callisto screamed, her body began to change, fur sprouted from her skin. Her fingers curved into claws, her face stretched into a muzzle. Where a beautiful nymph had knelt, a great brown bear now rose on powerful haunches. But the eyes remained human and aware and horrified. Hera laughed at her handiwork. Let Zeus see his lover now. Let her wander as a beast, hunted rather than hunting, until the end of her days. Then Hera vanished, leaving Callisto alone with her infant son. She tried to speak to him, to comfort him, but only growls emerged from her throat. The baby screamed at the monster before him, not knowing it was his mother. Callisto's heart broke again, this time in a way that would never heal. She fled into the wilderness, leaving her son to whatever fate awaited him. Better he be found by humans than killed by the bear his mother had become. Hunters found young Arcas, and brought him to the king of Arcadia, who raised the boy as his own, never knowing his true divine heritage. Years passed. Arcas grew into a strong young hunter, skilled with bow and spear, unknowingly walking in the footsteps of the mother he had never known. Callisto, still trapped in bear form, wandered the forests of Arcadia. Sometimes she would see hunters and remember being one of them, running free and wild. She learned to avoid the sacred groves of Artemis, for the nymphs would kill any beast that trespassed. Even as a bear, she honored her lost goddess. One day, she glimpsed a young hunter through the trees and knew him instantly. Her heart lurched in her chest. Arcas. Her son had grown. She forgot herself. She forgot what she had become. She lumbered out of the forest toward her child, making sounds that might have been his name. Arcas saw only a massive bear charging toward him. His hunting instincts took over. He raised his spear, aimed at the beast's heart, and prepared to throw. In that frozen moment, Callisto understood what was about to happen. Her son would kill her, and the curse would be complete in the cruelest way possible. But Zeus, watching from Olympus, finally moved. Not from guilt or mercy, but perhaps from some fragment of care for the son who shared his divine blood. A bolt of light flashed from the heavens. Arcas's spear fell from his grip. Both he and the bear froze, suspended in that moment of almost tragedy. Zeus transformed them both. Arcas felt his body shifting, rising, becoming something more than mortal. Callisto felt herself lifting from the earth entirely. He placed them in the sky as constellations. Callisto became Ursa Major, the great bear, forever circling the northern pole. Arcas became Ursa Minor beside her. Together at last, yet never truly together. Close enough to see each other for eternity, but unable to touch, unable to speak, frozen in starlight. Zeus thought it mercy. He had saved them from death, from a son killing his mother. But Hera was not finished with her vengeance. She forbade the new constellations from ever dipping below the horizon to rest in ocean's waves. They would circle endlessly, never knowing the peace of setting. And so today, Ursa Major and Ursa Minor never set. They wheel around the pole star forever, mother and son, watching over the world that failed them. When Artemis learned what had become of Callisto, something shifted in her heart. The anger remained, but underneath it, guilt began to whisper. She had cast out a victim for a crime done against her. She had punished innocence, because the alternative was confronting her father's evil. The other nymphs spoke of Callisto in hushed tones, some defending her now that the truth was known, others maintaining that rules were rules. Artemis forbade them from speaking of it. The subject was closed. Callisto was a constellation now, beyond the reach of regret or apology. But the goddess could not command her own heart. Each night, as she drove her chariot across the sky, she passed close to the Great Bear. Did Callisto's star eyes still hold the love she once bore her goddess? Or had eternity turned that love to justified hate? Artemis would never know. This was the first of Artemis's great sorrows, but not the last. The goddess who demanded perfection learned that fate grants no exemptions, even to the divine. She returned to her forests with renewed ferocity, hunting harder, running faster, as if she could outrun the memory of what she had done. The wild creatures sensed her turmoil. They scattered before her now, where once they had approached in trust. Even the goddess's own domain felt her distress. She began to spend more time alone, withdrawing even from her loyal nymphs. The bathing pools reminded her. The campfires reminded her. Everything reminded her. Apollo found her one evening at the border of their domains, staring at the eastern horizon, where his sun rose and her moon set. He sat beside her without speaking at first. The twins had always understood each other beyond words. He knew something had wounded her deeply. She told him everything, about Callisto, about Zeus, about her own role in punishing an innocent woman for their father's crime. Apollo's face darkened as he listened. He had committed his own wrongs in passion, but even he understood the injustice of what Zeus had done. He told her that guilt was the tax the conscience charges for survival. She had made a mistake, but she was not responsible for Zeus's evil. Artemis shook her head. She was responsible for her own actions. She had chosen to believe the worst of Callisto rather than the worst of their father. The truth was this: some wounds cannot be healed. Some mistakes cannot be unmade. The stars do not come back down from heaven once they are placed there. But Artemis swore a private oath that night. Never again would she let a crime against her followers go truly unpunished. Never again would she blame the victim. And Zeus, the king of gods, felt no guilt. He had solved the problem, had he not? Callisto was a beautiful constellation now. Where was the harm? This was the way of the ancient gods. Power was its own justification, and those without power suffered the consequences of those who had it. Artemis could not change this. She was powerful, but not more powerful than Zeus. The best she could do was protect what fell within her domain. And she would. With arrows and with fury, she would protect every creature, and every follower who sheltered under her moonlight. This she swore by the river Styx. Her nymphs saw the change in her and understood. Their goddess had been wounded, but the wound had made her stronger, fiercer, more absolute in her purpose. The wild places seemed to sense it too. Predators became more careful. Those who might have violated her sacred laws thought twice, then thought again. But grief is a strange companion. It retreats but never truly leaves. It waits in quiet moments to remind you of what you have lost. Each time she saw a bear in her forests, Artemis thought of Callisto. Each time she passed the great bear in her sky chariot, her heart clenched with regret. She made bears sacred to her, protected above all other creatures. A small gesture, but one that helped her bear the weight of what she could not change. The people of Arcadia noticed. They built temples where bears were honored, where young girls served as little bears in Artemis's name. Whether they knew the full story or not, the connection between Artemis and bears became part of her worship throughout the Greek world. And in the heavens, Ursa Major continued her eternal circling. Mother Bear, once proud nymph, forever watching over the world that had used her so cruelly. Some say that on clear nights, when the constellation shines brightest, you can hear the echo of Callisto's voice. Not grieving, but singing the hunting songs she once loved. Perhaps immortality transformed her sorrow into acceptance. Perhaps an eternity circling the pole star brought its own kind of peace. We can only wonder. For Artemis, the Callisto tragedy became a weight she chose to carry. Not as punishment, but as reminder. Reminder that even gods can fail those they love. The goddess of the hunt had learned something no arrow could teach, that the worst wounds come not from enemies, but from our own choices. She returned to her hunting with new purpose. But before peace could settle, a whisper from Thebes would reach her ears. A mortal queen had spoken against Leto. The grief for Callisto would have to wait. Her mother had been insulted, and no goddess, especially not Artemis, could let such blasphemy stand. Rest here a moment as storms gather. In the days following Callisto's transformation, Artemis retreated deeper into her wilderness. But the world does not pause for grief, even divine grief. Far to the south, in wealthy Thebes, the threads of a new tragedy were already weaving themselves. A queen named Niobe had grown proud beyond all measure. Niobe had everything a mortal could desire: a powerful husband, a magnificent palace, and 14 children more beautiful than any in all of Greece. 7 sons, each one stronger and more handsome than princes of other lands. 7 daughters, each one more graceful and beautiful than the dawn itself. With each passing year, Niobe's pride grew. She began to believe she was blessed above all women, favored even above the goddesses themselves. One festival day, the women of Thebes gathered to honor Leto, mother of the divine twins. They brought offerings of laurel and prayers for her blessing. Niobe watched them go with growing irritation. Why should they worship Leto, who had only 2 children? She, Niobe, had 14, 7 times blessed. Something snapped in the queen's mind. She swept down from her palace in her finest robes, her hair bound with gold, her eyes blazing with mad pride. She strode into the crowd of worshippers and commanded them to stop. Her voice rang across the temple square like a thunderclap of mortal arrogance. "Why worship Leto?" she demanded, "when you could worship me? What has Leto done to deserve your prayers? She has only 2 children to show for her divinity." "I have 7 sons and 7 daughters," she proclaimed. "I am 7 times more worthy of worship than any Titaness who hid on a floating island to give birth. Even if Leto took 2 of my children," she continued, "I would still have more than her. Go home and worship a real mother, not some wandering refugee goddess." The women of Thebes fled in terror, dropping their offerings, abandoning the festival. They knew what happened to mortals who insulted the gods so openly. But Niobe felt only satisfaction. She had spoken truth, had she not? She returned to her palace to admire her beautiful children, her proof of superiority. High on Olympus, the words reached Leto like arrows. She who had suffered so much, wandered so far, endured HERA's wrath, now mocked by a mortal queen. Leto did not call for vengeance herself. She was too gentle, too weary from her long-ago trials. But her children heard her weeping, and that was enough. Apollo's golden face went cold as he heard Niobe's words repeated. His mother, who had labored 9 days to give him life, insulted by a mortal woman. Artemis felt her own fury rise to match her brother's. Had she not been born to protect her mother? Had she not vowed vengeance against any who threatened Leto? The twins looked at each other with perfect understanding. No words were needed. They would answer this insult together, as they had answered every threat since their birth. They descended from Olympus on clouds of silver and gold, their divine bows gleaming, their quivers full of arrows that had never once missed their mark. Thebes lay below them, unaware of what approached. In the palace, Niobe's children played and laughed, not knowing these were their final hours of joy. Apollo would take the sons, Artemis the daughters. 7 arrows each, and the matter would be settled. This was the justice of the ancient gods. The 7 sons of Niobe were practicing with horses on the plain outside the city, racing and laughing, competing as brothers do. They never saw Apollo coming. Apollo's first arrow sang through the air and found its mark. The eldest son fell from his horse without a sound, dead before he touched the ground. One by one they fell, golden arrows appearing from nowhere, each finding a heart with perfect divine accuracy. 7 sons, 7 arrows, 7 deaths in moments. Inside the palace, Niobe's daughters heard their mother screaming, Before they understood what had happened, the queen had watched her sons die from the walls. Now Artemis descended into the palace courtyard, silver bow drawn. The 7 daughters clung to each other, but there was nowhere to run from a goddess. Perhaps Artemis thought of Callisto as she raised her bow. Perhaps she remembered that innocents sometimes pay for others' crimes, but her arrows flew true regardless. 7 daughters, 7 silver arrows, 7 deaths as swift and painless as moonlight fading. The price of Niobe's pride paid in the blood of her children. Niobe's screams echoed across Thebes and up to Olympus itself. She had lost everything in moments. But her story, and Artemis's, was not yet done. Let us pause here briefly. Niobe knelt among the bodies of her children, her magnificent robes soaked with their blood. Above her, the divine twins watched without mercy. She did not beg for her own life. She was beyond such things now. She simply wept, and her weeping shook the foundations of Thebes itself. Days passed, and still she knelt there, unable to move, unable to stop crying. The people of Thebes buried her children around her, and still she wept. The gods, watching from Olympus, took a strange pity on her. Not forgiveness, never that, but an end to her suffering in the only way immortals knew. They turned her to stone. Her flesh became marble, her tears became a spring that would flow forever from the rock that had been a queen. A great wind lifted the stone that was Niobe and carried it to Mount Sipylus, where it stands to this day, a weeping rock mourning forever. Travelers who pass Mount Sipylus still see her there, they say. A rock formation that weeps a never-ending stream, the tears of a mother who lost everything. Artemis felt no satisfaction in this victory. She had avenged her mother, yes, but at what cost? 14 children dead for the words of one foolish queen. Apollo returned to his golden duties, but Artemis lingered in the mortal world. The hunt called to her. The forests where she could lose herself in simpler pursuits. She ran with her hounds through ancient woods, tracking prey that offered challenge without moral complexity. The pure joy of the chase began to heal her. Her nymphs welcomed her back with relief. They had felt her absence keenly, their goddess withdrawn into grief and vengeance for too long. Now she was home. The days returned to their ancient patterns, hunting at dawn, resting at noon, bathing in sacred pools, running beneath the moon. Peace, or something like it. But the world beyond Artemis's forests continued turning, and in that world, a hunter named Actaeon was growing too bold, too confident, too eager for glory. Actaeon was the grandson of Cadmus, founder of Thebes. The blood of heroes ran in his veins, and with it, the blindness that often accompanies greatness. He had killed every beast his homeland offered. Now he sought greater challenges, deeper forests, prey that would cement his legend for all time. His wanderings brought him to a forest older than human memory, where the trees whispered warnings he could not understand. This was Artemis's domain. He hunted through the morning, his pack spreading through the undergrowth. But the forest seemed empty, as if all creatures had hidden from his approach. At midday, tired and frustrated, he stumbled upon a hidden grotto. A waterfall cascaded into a crystal pool, and the sound of feminine laughter echoed from within. He should have turned away. Every instinct, every story he had ever heard, screamed at him to flee, but curiosity, fatal curiosity, held him frozen. He parted the branches and looked upon what no mortal man should ever see: Artemis herself, bathing in the sacred pool, her divine form unveiled. For one endless moment, their eyes met. Hunter and goddess, mortal man and divine maiden. In that moment, Actaeon's fate was sealed forever. The nymphs rushed to cover their goddess with robes, but it was too late. Artemis had been seen, her sacred body violated by mortal eyes. Artemis felt rage unlike any she had known. Not the righteous anger of defending her mother, but the primal fury of having her most sacred boundary crossed. She had no arrows nearby. She had been bathing in peace. But a goddess does not need arrows to punish. She scooped water from the pool and hurled it at Actaeon's face. Where the water touched his skin, Actaeon began to change. His hands cramped and twisted, his fingers fusing together, hardening into hooves. His face stretched and narrowed. His ears grew long and pointed. From his brow, antlers sprouted in agonizing growth, branching toward the sky. In moments where Actaeon the hunter had stood, a magnificent stag trembled on uncertain legs. But the eyes, the terrified, aware eyes, remained human. Artemis spoke her curse into the air. You wanted to see me naked. Now run naked through the forest, hunter, and know what it is to be prey. The stag that was Actaeon fled the grotto, crashing through the undergrowth on legs that still felt wrong, a mind still human trapped in animal form. Behind him, he heard barking. His own hounds had found the scent of a stag. They did not recognize their master in this new form. They only knew prey. Actaeon tried to call to them, to speak their names, to command them to heel as he had 1,000 times before, but only animal sounds emerged from his throat. The hounds caught him at a clearing he knew well, where he had trained them as puppies, where they had learned to love him. Now they brought him down with savage efficiency. He felt their teeth, dogs he had raised from birth, tearing into flesh that had once been human. His human mind experienced every moment of the stag's death. When it was over, the hounds sat confused among the remains, whimpering. Something felt wrong to them, but they could not understand what they had done. They searched for their master through the forest, calling for him in their way, never finding him, never understanding that they had already found him, and killed him. Artemis watched from the shadows, her fury cooled to cold satisfaction. Her sacred law had been upheld. The price of seeing what must not be seen had been paid. Yet later, in quiet moments, she would sometimes remember Actaeon's human eyes in the stag's face. The terror of a man who had made one mistake. Was it fair? The ancient gods did not deal in fairness. They dealt in power and law and consequence. Actaeon had learned this, as all mortals eventually do. Time passed, as it does even for immortals. The seasons turned in Artemis's forests. The Callisto constellation circled, and Actaeon became a cautionary tale told to hunters. Then one day, Artemis encountered something she had never expected, a hunter she could not outrun, could not intimidate, could not help but admire. His name was Orion. Orion was a giant, son of Poseidon, taller than any mortal and stronger than most gods. He could walk on water itself, a gift from his divine father. He saw Artemis and stopped, recognizing divinity instantly. But he did not bow or flee. He simply smiled and asked if she knew where the best hunting was. Artemis found herself smiling back. Here was someone who understood the hunt as she did, who lived for the chase, who respected the wild without fearing it. She showed him her favorite hunting grounds, and he matched her pace without effort. His long legs covered ground as quickly as her divine speed. They hunted together through many days and nights. Orion's strength and Artemis's precision made them unstoppable. No prey could escape their combined pursuit. The nymphs watched with wonder and whispered among themselves. Never had they seen their goddess so happy, so willing to share her sacred forests with another. Orion told Artemis stories of the sea, of monsters he had fought beneath the waves, of islands no human had ever found. She listened with genuine fascination. She told him of her birth on Delos, of helping to deliver her twin brother, of the oaths she had sworn and the domains she had claimed. He listened with equal attention. What was growing between them? Neither spoke of it directly. Artemis had sworn eternal virginity. Yet Orion stirred something she had never felt before, or had refused to feel. Perhaps it was not romantic love as mortals know it. Perhaps it was simply the joy of being truly seen, truly matched, by another being in all the cosmos. But Apollo watched his sister with growing concern. He saw how she laughed with this giant, how she shared secrets she had never shared with anyone. Apollo was protective of his twin, perhaps too protective. Or perhaps jealousy drove him. Jealousy that another could make Artemis happy in ways he could not. He began to whisper poison in divine ears. Did you know, he would say, that Orion boasts he will kill every animal on earth. He threatens your sacred creatures. The earth goddess Gaia heard and believed. She sent a monstrous scorpion to hunt Orion, a creature whose poison could kill even a giant of his strength. Orion fled into the sea, the one place where he had always been safe. He waited out until only his head was visible above the waves, a dark speck on bright water. Apollo found Artemis on the shore, looking out at the sea with worried eyes. She had heard about the scorpion, had seen Orion flee into the waves. "Brother," she said with relief, "help me spot Orion. I think he made it to safety in the water, but I cannot see him from here." Apollo smiled his golden smile, the one that had deceived many. "What is that dark speck on the waves?" he asked. "Can you see what it is?" Artemis looked where he pointed. The speck was too far to identify, even with divine sight. Just a dark blob against the bright reflection of the sea. "I wager you cannot hit it from here," Apollo said lightly. "Even your silver arrows cannot fly that far with accuracy. The best archer would miss." Artemis laughed, her pride pricked by the challenge. "Brother, you know no target escapes my bow. Watch and learn what the Huntress can do." She drew her silver bow, the weapon that had never missed, the bow forged by Cyclops from moonlight itself. She knocked an arrow and took aim at the distant speck. The arrow flew true, as her arrows always did. It sang across the water, catching sunlight, beautiful and terrible in its perfect flight. It struck the dark speck on the waves. Artemis smiled in triumph, then lowered her bow, waiting for her brother's praise. But Apollo's face had changed. "Go and claim your target," he said softly, and there was something terrible in his voice. Something like guilt, or perhaps satisfaction. "Go and see what you have killed." A cold dread seized Artemis's heart. She ran to the water's edge, then waded in, then swam with desperate speed toward where her arrow had struck. She found Orion floating face down in the reddening water. Her silver arrow protruded from the back of his head. She had killed him with a perfect shot. Her scream echoed across the ocean, reached Olympus, shook the foundations of heaven. She had been tricked by her own brother into killing the only man she had ever loved. She carried his body to shore, her divine strength barely sufficient, her heart shattered into more pieces than there are stars in the sky. The nymphs found her there at sunset, still sitting beside his body, still weeping. They had never seen their goddess cry before. They did not know what to do. Apollo came to her, perhaps to apologize, perhaps to justify what he had done. But she would not look at him. She would not speak to him. "Go away," she said, and her voice was cold as the far side of the moon. "You have taken everything from me. I have no brother anymore." Apollo retreated, and whether he felt regret or relief or both, only he knew. The sun god had cast a shadow that would never fully lift. Artemis begged Zeus to place Orion among the stars, the highest honor she could give him. The king of gods, perhaps feeling guilty himself, agreed. Orion rose into the night sky, becoming the most beautiful constellation of all. His belt, his club, his loyal hunting dogs, all rendered in eternal starlight. Now when Artemis drives her moon chariot across the sky, she passes close to Orion every night. Close enough to see him, never close enough to touch. And below Orion, also placed in the stars, the scorpion that drove him into the sea eternally chases him across the heavens. When Orion rises, Scorpius sets. Some nights, Artemis simply stops her chariot and stares at the stars that were once her friend, her hunting companion, perhaps her love. What might have been? The old stories say she eventually forgave Apollo, because twin bonds cannot be severed forever, not even by betrayal. But forgiveness is not forgetting. Something was lost between them that could never be recovered. The easy trust of their birth, the perfect understanding, fractured like a dropped mirror. Artemis returned to her forests, to her nymphs, to her hunt. But she hunted now with a sorrow that never fully left her silver eyes. She had learned the cruelest lesson of immortality, that the gods do not die, but they can be wounded in ways that never heal. Callisto's star eyes watching from above. Orion's constellation forever in reach and forever beyond reach. The night sky had become a memorial to her losses. Yet the goddess endured. She ran through her forests, protected her creatures, answered the prayers of those who called her name in moonlight. This was her purpose. And perhaps purpose is what remains when happiness has been stripped away. Perhaps duty is the skeleton that keeps standing when the flesh has fallen. The mortals who worshipped her never knew of her sorrows. They saw only the fierce goddess, the untouchable maiden, the terrible beauty of the hunt. They told stories of her vengeance, her swiftness, her silver arrows that never missed. They did not tell stories of her tears, for gods do not weep in legends. But we know better now, having followed her through joy and sorrow both. We know that even the Huntress can be wounded. Even the moon can be shadowed. Her story continues, of course. The gods do not end. But here we will let her rest, running beneath familiar stars, carrying her grief with grace. Rest now with her, in the space between heartbeats, in the silver light between trees. The goddess runs, and we run beside her, into the quiet of the night. We have followed Artemis through her sorrows and her glories. Now let us rest and understand what she meant to those who first told her stories. To the ancient Greeks, Artemis was far more than a story. She was a living presence, felt in every moonbeam, every wild forest, every successful birth. She represented something vital, the wild spaces that existed before cities, the freedom that existed before civilization, the power that existed before men claimed dominion. Young women especially found meaning in her worship. Here was a goddess who belonged to no one, who defined herself by her choices, not by her relationships. In a world where women were often property, passed from father to husband, Artemis showed another way. She chose her companions. She chose her domain. She chose herself. Her virginity was not absence or denial. It was sovereignty, a declaration that her body, her power, and her purpose belonged to her alone. This made her fierce in protecting others who sought such sovereignty. Women in childbirth called her name because she understood vulnerability and the courage it takes to endure it. She protected the young because she remembered being young. She protected the wild because she chose to remain wild. She protected boundaries because she enforced her own absolutely. The hunt itself was deeply symbolic. Artemis as Huntress represented humanity's ancient relationship with nature. Respectful, dangerous, necessary, and sacred all at once. Before agriculture tamed the land, hunting was how humans survived. The hunt was prayer. The kill was sacrifice. The meal was communion with forces beyond understanding. Artemis carried this ancient memory into ages when cities grew and farms spread. She reminded people that somewhere, always the wild endured, waiting, watching. Her moon domain connected her to mysteries deeper still. The moon governed tides, women's cycles, the rhythm of planting and harvest, the boundary between darkness and light. Now let us consider her symbols, each one carrying layers of meaning that spoke to ancient hearts and can speak to ours still. The silver bow was power made manifest, not the brute strength of sword and spear, but precision skill, the ability to strike from distance with perfect accuracy. In a world that valued strength above subtlety, the bow was subversive. It said that skill could defeat raw force. That distance was not cowardice but strategy. The crescent moon on her brow was identity and domain combined. She was the moon, not reflecting another's light, but generating her own silver radiance in darkness. The deer represented grace under pressure, alertness, the ability to sense danger and respond instantly. Deer do not fight. They survive through awareness and speed. The hunting hound symbolized loyalty and tracking, the ability to pursue a goal relentlessly, to follow a path others could not perceive, to never give up. And the bear, made sacred after Callisto's tragedy, represented the fierce protectiveness of motherhood, the paradox of deadly power combined with nurturing gentleness. Together, these symbols painted a picture of a goddess who was complete in herself. Hunter and protector. Fierce and nurturing. eternal maiden and helper of mothers. What universal themes does her story teach us, even now, so many centuries after the last temple fires went dark? She teaches that autonomy has a price. To belong to no one means sometimes to be alone. Freedom is not free, it costs connection, compromise, comfort. She teaches that even gods make mistakes, and that consequences follow choices regardless of intention. Callisto's tragedy was not justice. Actaeon's death was perhaps too harsh. She teaches that love makes us vulnerable in ways that power cannot protect against. Orion proved that even the untouchable goddess could be wounded by loss. She teaches that betrayal by those we trust wounds deeper than any enemy's arrow. Apollo's trick hurt more than any monster ever could. And she teaches endurance, that we can survive what we think we cannot survive. That duty can carry us when joy has abandoned us. Perhaps most importantly, she teaches that wildness has value. That not everything should be tamed, controlled, civilized. That some spaces must remain free. In our age of cities and screens, of domesticated landscapes and controlled environments, Artemis whispers that something is lost when we forget the wild. She runs still in forests we cannot see, under moons that shine on all ages. Her arrows still fly, and her hounds still bay at the night. These meanings lived in ancient hearts and can live in ours. The Huntress carries wisdom that does not age. Rest now, as understanding settles like moonlight. The stories we have shared tonight are not fossils of a dead religion. They lived and grew and changed, spreading from Greece across the ancient world. The temple of Artemis at Ephesus was one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. People traveled from every land to worship at her greatest shrine. Ephesian Artemis wore a different face, a mother goddess adorned with symbols of fertility. Yet still she protected, still she embodied the wild, still she was worshipped. When Rome conquered Greece, the Romans did not destroy the old gods. They adopted them, gave them new names, and wove them into their own divine tapestry. Artemis became Diana, goddess of the hunt and moon. The Romans built temples to her, carved her image, and told her stories in their own language. Diana hunted through Roman forests as Artemis had hunted through Greek ones. Her nymphs still attended her. Her silver arrows still flew true by moonlight. Artists across the centuries have found her irresistible. Renaissance painters captured her bathing, her hunting, her terrible vengeance against Actaeon. Sculptors carved her in marble and bronze, capturing the moment of the drawn bow, the grace of the running goddess, the terrible beauty of divine wrath. Poets wrote of her in every language. Shakespeare's fairies owe something to her nymphs. The moon in every love poem carries her silver blessing. Modern science named a crater on the moon for her, and a NASA mission to return humans to lunar surface bears her name Artemis. Her constellations still wheel overhead each night. Orion rises in winter, his belt of 3 stars unmistakable. Ursa Major circles the pole, never setting. When we speak of someone being on a hunt, pursuing a goal with single-minded focus, we echo the Huntress. Her metaphors live in our language. Every story of a fierce, independent woman who refuses to be defined by others carries something of Artemis within it, whether the storyteller knows it or not. The wild places of the world still feel her presence. National parks and nature preserves embody her principle that some spaces must remain untamed. Hunters who offer respect to their prey, who see the hunt as sacred exchange rather than mere killing, walk in her tradition without knowing her name. And every person who looks up at the full moon and feels something stir in their heart, wonder, longing, connection to mystery. That is Artemis, still present, still watching. Her stories endure because they speak truth, not factual truth of history, but deeper truth of what it means to be free, to hunt, to grieve, to protect. Thousands of years from now, when our cities are ruins, someone will look at the moon and feel her presence. The Huntress runs forever, so flows her legacy. Our journey together draws to its close, friends. We have run with the Huntress through forests of wonder and fields of sorrow, and now we rest, We saw her born on floating Delos, helping her mother deliver her golden twin. We saw her claim her domains from her father, the king of gods. We witnessed her joys and her tragedies, Callisto in the stars, Actaeon's desperate flight, Orion lost to her brother's jealousy and her own deadly aim. Through it all, she endured. The virgin Huntress, fierce and free, running beneath the moon that bears her light across the endless sky. These stories were first told around fires that have long gone cold, by voices that have long fallen silent. Yet the stories survived. They found their way to us. We owe a debt to those nameless poets, those forgotten bards who loved these tales enough to pass them on, generation after generation, into our keeping. Tonight we have honored them by listening, as others will honor us by listening after we are gone. Stories do not die while there are ears to hear them. The moon rises now outside your window, perhaps, or will rise soon. When you see it, remember the huntress who drives her silver chariot across its face. She watches over travelers in darkness, over mothers bringing new life, over all wild and young and vulnerable things. She watches over you tonight. Let her silver light be your blanket. Let the rhythm of her eternal hunt be your lullaby. The goddess runs, and in running, she guards your rest. Sleep now, friends. Dream of ancient forests and silver arrows. Dream of freedom and wildness and the eternal stars that hold our beloved stories. Thank you for joining us tonight. The Huntress blesses your rest. Until next time we meet beneath the moon, may your sleep be deep and your dreams be kind. Welcome back. Tonight we descend together into the realm most mortals feared to name, where shadows hold dominion and silence reigns eternal. But this is not a tale of evil or cruelty. This is the story of the god who chose the darkness, who found purpose in what others feared. Hades, the unseen one. His very name made ancient Greeks whisper and look away. They feared to draw his attention by speaking it aloud. Before his kingdom of shadows existed, before Olympus rose in glory, the cosmos knew only the reign of Titans. Kronos was their terrible king. Kronos had heard a prophecy that chilled even his immortal heart. His own children would rise to overthrow him, just as he had overthrown his father. So the Titan king devoured each divine child as they were born. Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, Poseidon, swallowed into their father's eternal darkness. Young Hades knew only that living prison. Years passed in darkness absolute, consciousness floating in shadow, waiting without knowing what he waited for. In that darkness, Hades learned something his siblings did not. He learned that shadow was not emptiness. It was simply another kind of existence. But Rhea, mother of the gods, saved her youngest child. She hid Zeus away on the island of Crete, letting him grow strong in secret. Zeus returned when he was ready. He forced Kronos to regurgitate his siblings, and from that darkness, the Olympians emerged reborn and ready for war. Hades emerged changed. While his siblings blinked at the light, he understood darkness in ways they never would. Shadow had become his nature. The 6 divine siblings stood together for the first time in the light. United by shared imprisonment, they prepared to make war upon their father's kind. The Titanomachy. 10 years of cosmic war that shook the foundations of existence. Gods against titans, children against the old order of the world. Hades fought beside his brothers, but differently. He wore the helm of darkness, gift from the Cyclopes, a helm that rendered him completely invisible. Invisible, unseen even by titans, Hades struck from shadows. He learned his true nature in that war, not the warrior, but the one who waits unseen. The Titans fell. Kronos and his kind were cast into Tartarus, the deepest pit of existence, bound in chains forged from the fabric of cosmos itself. Victory demanded division. 3 brothers drew lots for dominion over the cosmos. Zeus claimed the sky, Poseidon the seas, and Hades drew the underworld. Some say he drew the shortest lot. Others whisper that Hades chose the darkness willingly, for he alone among the gods understood that shadow was home. While Zeus ascended to bright Olympus and Poseidon claimed the glittering seas, Hades turned his face downward. He descended alone into the earth. Down through roots of ancient mountains he traveled, past underground rivers that had never known the touch of light, deeper than any god had ventured, into darkness no light had ever touched. Not the darkness of night, which knows the promise of dawn, but the absolute darkness beneath all things. And there Hades found what awaited him, a realm of shadows, formless and churning. The dead wandered here without purpose, without memory, without peace. Countless souls stretched to eternity in every direction, all who had ever died, drifting like leaves in an endless autumn wind. No judgment, no destination. This chaos could not stand. Hades understood what his brothers would never grasp, that death without order was cruelty beyond measure. The dead deserved better. So the god of the dead became the architect of death. He carved rivers through the darkness, creating boundaries where none had existed before. He raised his palace from obsidian and precious gems, a monument to the wealth hidden beneath the earth. Dark, yes, but magnificent in its severity. 5 rivers he established to mark the passages of the dead. The Styx, river of hatred and unbreakable oaths. Even gods feared to break vows sworn upon its waters. The Lethe, river of forgetfulness, where souls could drink and release the weight of mortal memory. The Acheron, river of woe, first passage of the newly dead. The Cocytus, frozen river of lamentation, where the tears of the grieving collected for eternity. And Phlegethon, the river of fire that burned but did not consume. Most importantly, Hades created judgment. Every soul would be weighed, every life measured. Justice even in death. Perhaps especially in death. Can you see it forming? To ferry souls across the Styx, there was Charon. Ancient even then, patient beyond mortal understanding. His boat had carried the first dead and would carry the last. A single coin was his price, an obol placed on the tongue or eyes of the dead. Without payment, souls waited on the shore for 100 years. Guarding the gates of the underworld stood Cerberus, 3-headed hound of impossible size, each head watching a different direction. None could sneak past his eternal vigilance. His purpose was simple but absolute. The dead may enter freely. The living may not enter at all, and no one, living or dead, may leave without Hades' permission. Yet to Hades, Cerberus was more than guardian. The 3-headed hound loved his master with absolute devotion. In all the underworld, this was Hades' truest companion. Then there was Thanatos, death itself given form, beautiful in a terrible way, with black feathered wings and eyes that held infinite gentleness and absolute inevitability. Thanatos did not kill. He simply collected what was already ending. A guide for the final journey, neither cruel nor kind, simply necessary. Even gods respected his office. His twin brother Hypnos ruled over sleep, gentler still, with wings of silver, gray and poppies woven through his hair. Sleep and death, brothers who walked together. The Furies served a darker purpose. Alecto, Megara, and Tisiphone, the Erinyes born from blood of wounded sky, they pursued those who broke sacred oaths. Oath-breakers, murderers of kin, those who defied sacred hospitality. The Furies hunted them across the mortal world and into the underworld. Their screams were the voices of the wronged. 3 mortal kings, renowned for their wisdom and justice in life, became the judges of the dead. Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Aeacus sat in eternal judgment. Every soul passed before them. Every life weighed on golden scales, the virtuous sent to peace, the wicked to punishment, the ordinary to gentle forgetting. Perfect fairness eternal. Most souls found their way to the fields of asphodel, endless gray meadows where pale flowers bloomed without sun. Neither punishment nor reward, simply continuation. Here the ordinary dead drifted, their memories fading like morning mist. They forgot their names, their loves, their fears. Only the essence remained, peacefully empty. For most, this was not cruelty but kindness. To remember mortal life forever, with all its loss and longing, would be the true torment. Forgetting was release. But heroes and the blessed earned something greater. Elysium awaited them, paradise of eternal peace, where the worthy found rewards their mortal lives had earned. Eternal feasting in halls of gold. music that stirred the soul, the company of heroes from every age, everything the mortal heart could dream of forever. Great Achilles walked these fields, his rage finally at peace. Wise Odysseus told his tales to audiences who had eternity to listen, glory without the burden of mortality. And far below everything else, deeper than darkness itself, waited Tartarus, the pit of punishment, the prison of titans, the place where cosmic justice was served. Here the titans were bound in chains, forged from the fabric of existence itself. Kronos and his kind, trapped in the very darkness they once wielded. And here the worst of mortals faced punishments designed for their specific sins. Eternal justice, perfectly fitted to eternal crimes. Hades' law was absolute and fair. Sisyphus, who had tricked death, pushed his boulder up the hill forever. Just before the peak, it always rolled back. His cleverness made eternal and useless. Tantalus, who had served his own son to the gods, stood in water that receded when he drank, beneath fruit that withdrew when he reached eternal hunger and thirst. This was Hades' creation, not a realm of cruelty but of order. Every soul received exactly what it deserved, no more, no less, perfect fairness across eternity. Yet mortals misunderstood him. They saw only death and assumed evil. They feared his name and thought he delighted in their suffering. They could not have been more wrong. Hades took no pleasure in death itself. He did not hunt souls or cause mortals to die. He simply received what came to him, maintaining order in chaos. Every mortal came to him eventually. He could be patient as stone, as inevitable as time. There was no need for haste when eternity stretched before you. Unlike Zeus with his thunderous rages, unlike Poseidon with his crashing storms, Hades was steady. The underworld never changed, and neither did its lord. Constancy was his nature. The wealth of earth belonged to him by right. Every gem, every vein of precious metal, every treasure buried in the ground. Pluto. They sometimes called him the wealthy one. Yet Hades cared nothing for treasure. Gold could not warm his cold halls. Gems could not fill the silence of eternity. Wealth without companionship was merely decoration. He rarely visited Olympus. The bright halls of his siblings felt foreign now, their laughter too loud, their concerns too fleeting. He had become creature of darkness. The other gods avoided his realm. Even Zeus, who ruled all, hesitated to descend. The underworld made even immortals uncomfortable. Death was the one thing gods could not control. Mortals feared even to speak his name. They called him Platon instead, the wealthy one, the rich one, hoping flattery might deflect his attention from their doorsteps. They imagined speaking his true name was invitation, that Hades might hear and come for them sooner. Such was their fear of the unseen one. But Hades watched the mortal world with something other than hunger. He watched because it was alive, and he ruled what came after. Curiosity, perhaps, or longing. The unseen God surrounded by his faithful servants, master of infinite wealth, judge of all souls, powerful beyond measure, and utterly, completely alone, feel that silence with him. But in the world above, where sunlight blessed the earth, spring danced eternal. Flowers bloomed in colors the underworld would never know. Life flourished in endless celebration. Demeter walked these fields, goddess of the harvest. Where she stepped, wheat grew golden. Where she smiled, orchards bore fruit. She was the blessing of cultivated earth. And Demeter had a daughter, Persephone, though then she was called Cora, simply maiden. She was spring itself given divine form, innocent and impossibly beautiful. Where Persephone walked, flowers bloomed more brightly. Her laughter made birds sing. She was everything the underworld was not, light in life and unbridled joy. She danced through meadows with nymphs as her companions, carefree as only immortal youth can be. The world was bright and death was something that happened to others. Demeter guarded her daughter jealously. Every god on Olympus had noticed Persephone's beauty, and several had asked for her hand. Demeter refused them all. Her daughter was too precious, too pure for the schemes and betrayals of Olympian marriage. Demeter would keep her maiden forever if she could, safe from all harm. But far below, in his palace of shadow, Hades had seen her. Through cracks in the earth, glimpses of the maiden dancing. And something stirred in his ancient heart. He who had felt nothing but duty for ages uncounted. He who ruled death with perfect coldness. Now warmth crept through him, unfamiliar and overwhelming. He wanted. For the first time since creation, the god of the dead felt what mortals call longing. Not for souls or power, but for something impossibly bright. Hades ascended to Olympus, a rare journey. He sought Zeus, his brother, with a request that surprised even the king of gods. He wanted Persephone as his queen. Zeus agreed. Some say carelessly, some say with hidden purpose. Demeter was not consulted. The goddess of harvest would never have given her blessing. Never. In a meadow far from her mother's watchful eyes, Persephone wandered alone. The nymphs had scattered, chasing butterflies. She stooped to pick a narcissus flower, beautiful and strange. The earth split open beneath her feet. A chasm of impossible darkness, and from it rose a chariot of black horses, eyes blazing like underworld fire. Hades stood in that chariot, reaching for her. The Lord of the Dead, come for spring itself. His face held no cruelty, only desperate, ancient longing. Persephone screamed. Her cry echoed across the mortal world, carried by the wind, heard by sun and sea. But no one was close enough to help. Down into darkness they plunged. The chariot dove through the closing earth, carrying spring into shadow. Above, flowers withered where Persephone had stood moments before. Demeter felt something tear in her heart. She had been blessing distant fields when the sensation struck her. Her daughter, her core taken. Gone, lost to darkness. She searched the meadow where Persephone had vanished. Only torn flowers remained, and a crack in the earth already healing. Her daughter had been swallowed by the world. This was not romance. Not yet. This was taking. This was a god claiming what he wanted because he was powerful enough to do so. Persephone had not chosen. She arrived in the underworld as prisoner. The realm of shadow had never seemed darker to her, never more terrible. Everything she was recoiled from this place. Hades offered her a throne beside his own. Queen of the underworld, he promised. Equal in power to himself. But she sat in silence, refusing to speak. Above, the world began to change. Something fundamental had shifted. Spring itself was gone, and the earth felt her absence in every growing thing. This was not the ending. This was only the beginning. For even the darkest stories can transform. Even in the underworld, something new was about to grow. Days passed in the underworld, or perhaps weeks. Time moved strangely in the realm of the dead. Persephone sat in silence, refusing food, refusing to accept her fate. The shades of the dead watched her with something like wonder. They had never seen anything so bright in their realm. A living flower in a garden of stone. Hades did not force her to eat. He did not demand she speak or accept her position. He simply waited, patient as he had always been. Death can afford patience. But he began to show her his kingdom. Not as prison but as responsibility. The weight he carried alone for ages uncounted. The order only he maintained. He took her to the fields of asphodel, where the ordinary dead wandered in peaceful forgetting. She saw not torment but release, souls free from mortal suffering. The shades reached toward her instinctively, drawn to her warmth. Some seemed to remember, for just a moment, what it had felt like to be alive. She was a gift to them. Hades watched her interact with the dead, and something in his expression softened. She was not repulsed by them. She pitied them. She cared. Perhaps she could understand. He showed her Elysium next, paradise of heroes. She saw the blessed dead in their eternal joy, and understood that the underworld was not only darkness, there was light here too. Great heroes approached to bow before her. Achilles himself knelt to the maiden who might become their queen. Even in death, they knew grace when they saw it. She asked Hades why he had created this place. Why reward souls at all when he could simply let them drift? His answer surprised her. Because they earned it, he said simply. Justice is not only punishment. It is giving each soul what their life deserved. Good and ill, measured fairly. He showed her Tartarus then, carefully, from a distance. The pit of punishment where the worst souls faced eternal consequences. She understood his burden better then. Someone must maintain this, he said. Someone must ensure that evil does not go unanswered. The role is heavy, but it is necessary. Without it, virtue means nothing. Persephone began to see what others could not. Behind the cold god of death was someone carrying an impossible weight. Alone. Always alone. Until now. She found herself asking questions. About the rivers and their purposes. About the judges and their criteria. About Cerberus, who followed them now with wagging serpent tail. The three-headed hound had taken to her immediately. He lay at her feet when she sat, all 6 eyes watching her adoringly. Even monsters could recognize spring. Slowly, so slowly, Persephone's terror transformed into something else. Understanding first, then respect. And beneath that, stirring like seeds in dark soil, something warmer. She created a garden. In a corner of the palace where nothing had ever grown, she willed flowers into existence, pale blooms that needed no sun, life adapted to darkness. Hades found her there, surrounded by impossible blooms. Pale asphodels and ghostly roses, luminescent and strange. Beautiful in ways surface flowers could never be. "You brought life here," he said, voice soft with something like awe. "No one has ever done that before. In all the ages of my kingdom, nothing has grown." She began to understand then. He had not taken her simply because he could. He had taken her because he was starving. Not for food, but for life itself. The god who ruled death had never truly lived, never laughed freely, never touched anything growing. Until her. She was not prisoner. She was the first warmth in eternal cold. This is still not romance. Not yet. But it is the possibility of romance. Two beings learning to see each other. That is how all true stories begin. She sat on her throne now, choosing to, not forced. She listened as souls were judged, and sometimes offered mercy that Hades had not considered. He listened to her. The queen began to rule beside the king, death tempered by spring, justice softened by compassion. The underworld itself seemed to change, become less cold with her presence. But in the world above, a very different story was unfolding. Demeter's grief had become a weapon. Her sorrow was destroying everything that lived and grew. She wandered the earth in mortal guise, searching endlessly for her lost daughter. 9 days without rest, without food, calling Persephone's name to uncaring skies. She questioned everyone she met, mortals, nymphs, minor gods. None had answers. None had seen where the earth had swallowed her daughter. The secret was kept from her. Finally Helios, the sun who sees all, took pity on her grief. He told her what he had witnessed from his chariot in the sky. The truth at last. "Hades has taken your daughter," he said, "to be his queen in the underworld. Zeus himself gave permission for the match. Your brother betrayed your trust." Demeter's grief transformed into fury divine. If the gods would take her daughter, she would take everything from them. Let them see what a mother's wrath could do. She withdrew her blessing from the earth, not gradually, but all at once. Every field, every orchard, every garden felt her absence like a wound. The harvest failed everywhere. Wheat that had been golden turned black in the fields. Fruit rotted on the vine. Seeds refused to sprout no matter how desperately mortals planted. Trees that had stood for centuries dropped their leaves and would not grow new ones. Flowers withered and did not return. The world was entering a death from which there would be no spring. This was not natural winter. Winter knows it will end. This was the death of growing things themselves. Demeter's curse upon a world that had allowed her daughter to be stolen. Mortals began to die. The old first, then the weak, then the children. Starvation spread across every land that Greeks had named. The suffering was beyond measure. They prayed to the gods, but what could the gods do? Demeter was the harvest. Without her blessing, nothing they attempted would make food grow. Only she could restore life. Herds perished without fodder. Horses collapsed, cattle fell in fields. The animals that mortals depended upon died one by one. leaving nothing but bones and despair. Demeter felt none of it. Her grief was so consuming that mortal suffering was meaningless noise. She wanted only her daughter. The world could burn if it meant getting Persephone back. A mother's love, twisted by loss, had become the greatest threat the mortal world had ever known. Greater than titans, greater than monsters, the fury of Demeter was absolute. From Olympus, Zeus watched his world dying. The mortals he ruled were perishing in numbers that threatened to empty the earth. Something had to be done. But more than mortal death concerned him. Without mortals, there would be no worship. Without worship, the gods themselves would fade. Demeter was threatening divine existence. Zeus sent messengers to Demeter, first Iris with her rainbow bridge, then others. Each returned with the same answer. She would not relent. Return her daughter or watch everything die. The king of gods realized he had miscalculated badly. When he gave Persephone to Hades, he had not considered what a mother's love could become when transformed to wrath. He sent for Hermes, swiftest of the gods, messenger between all realms. The winged god would descend to the underworld with a command that could not be refused. Hermes descended through the cracks in the earth, following the path all souls eventually travel. Down past the rivers of the dead, toward the throne of the unseen god. He crossed the Styx without Charon's boat. Gods need no ferryman. He passed Cerberus, who led him through with a growl of recognition, Olympian business in death's realm. Hermes found them together in the throne room, Hades and Persephone seated side by side. The god of death no longer looked alone. That complicated everything. The messenger spoke Zeus's words. The world above is dying. Demeter will destroy everything unless Persephone returns. This is not request, it is necessity. The cosmos demands balance. Hades sat in silence for a long moment. His kingdom, his queen, everything he had wanted for ages uncounted. Now Zeus demanded he surrender it for the greater good. Persephone watched him. She saw the struggle in his ancient eyes. He could refuse. He was equal to Zeus in power within his own realm. But he would not damn the world for her. She may return, Hades said at last. The words seemed to cost him something vital. I will not hold her against the order of the cosmos. My desire does not outweigh the world. But Persephone did not immediately rise to leave. She looked at Hades, truly looked at him. This god who had taken her, then let her go when it mattered most. Something had changed between them. Not captor and prisoner, not king and possession. Something else. Something that had grown in darkness like her pale flowers. Before she left, Hades offered her one last thing. A pomegranate from his own garden. Food of the underworld, sacred fruit of the dead. Would she eat before her journey? The myths differ on what happened next. Some say Hades tricked her. Some say she knew exactly what she was doing. Some say love makes its own choices. She ate 6 seeds, just 6 small seeds from the fruit of the dead. They tasted like nothing she had ever known. Like shadows and promises and things that do not end. Eating food of the underworld binds you to the underworld. This is law as old as death itself. Even the gods cannot break this bond once it is made. Hermes watched in silence. He understood what had just happened, even if he did not understand why. The messenger would carry more than one message back to Olympus. Persephone rose from her throne at last. She would return to the world above, to sunlight and her mother's arms. But she was no longer quite what she had been. Hades watched her go, and for the first time in his existence, the god of death felt something like hope. She had eaten the seeds. She would return to him. Hermes guided her upward through the passages of death. Past the rivers, past the gates, past the world of shadows. Toward light she had almost forgotten. Behind her the underworld felt colder already. The pale flowers in her garden trembled. Hades sat alone on his throne once more. But now alone had a different meaning. The surface came into view. Persephone emerged from a crack in the earth, and for a moment, she was blinded by the sun. So bright, she had forgotten how bright. Demeter felt her daughter's return like a heartbeat restored. Across the withered world, The goddess of harvest lifted her head. She knew. She ran. Mother and daughter met in a field where nothing grew. Demeter's embrace could have crushed mountains. Tears fell from both of them like rain the earth desperately needed. "You're home," Demeter whispered through her tears. "You're safe. I will never let anyone take you again." A mother's promise, absolute and fierce and blind to complexity. The earth responded to Demeter's joy. Green spread from where they stood. Flowers erupted from dead soil. The world remembered how to live because the goddess remembered how to bless. Within hours the world transformed. Fields that had been black with death turned green with new growth. Trees budded. Flowers opened. Life returned like a held breath finally released. Mortals wept with relief. They fell to their knees in fields suddenly alive with grain. Children laughed again. The world had been spared at the last possible moment. But then Demeter looked closely at her daughter. Really looked. And she saw the change. Something darker woven through Persephone's brightness. Something that had not been there before. "What is that darkness in you?" Demeter asked, voice trembling. "What did he do to you?" But Persephone's answer was not what she expected or feared. "I ate of the pomegranate," Persephone said quietly. "6 seeds. I am bound to the underworld now, mother. Part of me belongs to the darkness forever." Demeter's scream shook Olympus itself. The joy she had felt moments before twisted into renewed fury. She had won her daughter back, only to learn she could never truly have her. The goddess would have destroyed the world again. Would have let everything die rather than accept this half measure. But Zeus intervened, finally taking responsibility for what he had caused. 6 seeds, Zeus declared. 6 months then. Persephone will spend half the year with Hades as queen of the underworld. Half the year she returns to her mother. This is the balance. The laws of the dead cannot be broken, even by the king of gods. But they can be balanced. Compromise is not defeat. It is how opposing forces coexist. Demeter raged. She pleaded. She threatened. But even her fury could not unmake what had been done. Her daughter had eaten the food of the dead. The bond was unbreakable. Finally, exhausted, Demeter accepted what she could not change. 6 months with her daughter. 6 months without. It was more than she had feared, less than she had wanted. And so the seasons were born. Not from the motion of stars or the will of any god, but from a mother's grief and a daughter's choice. When Persephone walks with her mother, the world blooms. Spring returns, flowers open, life flourishes. Demeter's joy makes the earth generous and warm. Summer follows spring's promise. The world reaches its fullness under Demeter's satisfied smile. Her daughter is near and everything grows in abundance. But as the time approaches for Persephone's return to the underworld, autumn comes. Demeter's anticipatory grief paints the leaves with fire and gold, beautiful but ending. And when Persephone descends to join her husband in the dark, winter falls. Demeter withdraws her blessing, mourning her daughter's absence with cold and dormancy. But winter is not death. It is waiting. Beneath the frozen soil, seeds dream of spring. And in the underworld, Persephone rules as queen beside her king. The first time Persephone descended willingly, Hades waited at the gates of his realm. Not as captor now, but as something else. Something like a husband who missed his wife. She came to him through the darkness, and when their hands touched, the underworld itself seemed less cold. Death and spring, together by choice at last. Above, Demeter let the world grow cold. She would mourn her daughter's absence every winter, until the end of time. But she knew now, spring would always come again. This is why seasons turn. This is why winter comes and goes. A compromise between death and life. Forged from love and loss, and the unbreakable bonds of family. And for Hades, the unseen god, eternity finally had a rhythm. 6 months of loneliness, yes. But 6 months with his queen. For the first time, he understood hope. Years flowed like the rivers of the underworld. Steady, eternal, measured by the rhythm of Persephone's coming and going. Hades had found contentment he never imagined possible. When she was with him, the underworld knew something like warmth. Her garden expanded, pale flowers blooming in impossible colors. Even the shades seemed less lost in her presence. When she departed for the world above, Hades waited with patience born of certainty. She would return. The seasons would turn. This was their eternal dance now. Together they ruled the underworld with justice and something approaching mercy. Death had become less cold under their shared hand. Souls feared less what awaited them. The dead came in endless streams, as they always had and always would. Each received their judgment. Each found their place. The order Hades had built remained perfect. But in the world above, mortals watched Persephone return from death each spring. They saw the queen of the underworld walk among flowers again, and they began to wonder. If a goddess could descend to death and return, why not a mortal? If Persephone could walk between worlds, perhaps the boundary was not so absolute after all. The old acceptance of death began to crack. Heroes dreamed of rescuing loved ones from the underworld. Clever men schemed to cheat what had always been inevitable. Hades felt this shift like a tremor in his realm. The walls between life and death, which had always been absolute, were being tested. His order was being questioned. The first true challenge came from the king of Corinth, Sisyphus. Clever, cruel, and utterly without reverence for the gods, he had cheated everyone in life. Now he would try to cheat death. When Thanatos came for Sisyphus at last, the king was ready. He had prepared for this moment with the same cunning he had used to build his fortune. "Those are beautiful chains," Sisyphus said, admiring the bonds Thanatos carried for souls. "Divine craftsmanship. Tell me, how do they work? Show me their mechanism." Death had never been flattered before. Thanatos, who dealt only in endings, had never faced such clever misdirection. He demonstrated the chains, and Sisyphus struck. In an instant, death was bound in his own chains. Thanatos, who had collected every mortal soul since time began, found himself imprisoned by a single clever king. With death enchained, no one could die. Sisyphus had broken the most fundamental law of existence, and the consequences spread across the entire mortal world. The old and sick could not find peace. They lingered in agony, praying for an end that would not come. Bodies failed but souls could not depart. Warriors fell in battle but could not die. They lay in fields with terrible wounds, screaming for release. War became something worse than slaughter, eternal suffering. Eris, god of war, felt his domain becoming meaningless. What glory was there in battle if no one could achieve the warrior's final honor? He acted where others hesitated. The war god found Thanatos and broke his chains with divine strength. Death was freed, and immediately set about collecting every soul that had been denied passage. Sisyphus was dragged to the underworld at last. But the cunning king had prepared for this too. Even in death, he had one more trick to play. Before Thanatos took him, Sisyphus had instructed his wife to leave his body unburied. No coins on his eyes, no proper funeral rites, a deliberate violation of sacred custom. When Sisyphus stood before Hades in the throne room of the dead, he did not beg or plead. He complained, loudly, about the disrespect shown to his corpse. "My wife has dishonored me," Sisyphus declared. "She left my body to rot without burial. Let me return to the living world, just briefly, to arrange proper rites. Then I will come back willingly." Hades was bound by his own laws. Proper burial was sacred. The dead deserved funeral rites. Against his better judgment, against Persephone's whispered warning, he agreed. Sisyphus returned to the living world, and he laughed. He had no intention of arranging his burial or returning to the underworld. He had tricked death twice. He lived on year after year, growing old but not dying. Every day was stolen time, every breath a mockery of divine law. Sisyphus had beaten death itself. In the underworld, Hades realized his mistake. The god who prided himself on perfect justice had been deceived by a mortal. His law had been used against him. Persephone had warned him. She had seen the trick in Sisyphus's eyes. But Hades had been too bound by his principles to see the manipulation. Now he would correct his error. This time Hades did not send Thanatos. He sent something Sisyphus could not charm or trick. He sent the Furies themselves, the inescapable avengers of broken oaths. Sisyphus was dragged back to the underworld screaming. And this time, Hades had prepared a punishment that would last for all eternity. Cleverness would be made meaningless forever. Sisyphus stood before Hades once more, but this time there would be no clever arguments, no appeals to sacred custom. The god of death had learned from his mistake. "You tricked me once with words," Hades said, voice cold as the deepest caverns of his realm. "Your punishment will make words meaningless. Your cleverness will avail you nothing." A boulder was brought before Sisyphus. Massive, rough-hewn, impossibly heavy. And beyond it, a hill that seemed to stretch upward forever into the darkness of Tartarus. "Your task is simple," Hades explained. "Roll the boulder to the top of the hill. When you reach the summit, you will be free. The simplest of labors." Sisyphus almost smiled. He had moved mountains with his schemes. He had tricked death itself. What was one boulder to a man of his capabilities? He set his shoulder against the stone and pushed. It moved, slowly, grudgingly, but it moved. Step by step, he forced it up the slope. Progress. He was making progress. Hours passed, or what felt like hours in the timeless underworld. The boulder rose higher. The summit seemed closer. Sisyphus allowed himself to hope. His muscles burned. His feet slipped on loose stones. But he was almost there. So close to the top he could see the edge where the hill ended. And then, just before his hands could guide the stone over the crest, it slipped from his grasp. He felt the weight shift, the momentum reverse. The boulder rolled back down the hill. All his effort, all his straining, all his progress, erased in moments. It came to rest exactly where it had started. Sisyphus stood at the top of the empty hill, gasping for breath, staring down at the boulder far below. He would have to start again. He walked down slowly. He pushed again, rose again, and again just before the summit, the boulder escaped him. Again and again and again. This was his eternity. No trick could help him now. No clever words could lighten the stone. No scheme could change the angle of the hill. His brilliance was perfectly, eternally useless. This was Hades' justice. The punishment fit the crime with perfect precision. Sisyphus had tried to roll back death itself. Now he would roll forever and achieve nothing. Other mortals learned from Sisyphus's fate. They whispered warnings to their children. Do not try to cheat death. The Lord of the underworld is patient, but his justice is eternal. But not everyone who challenged Hades' realm did so through trickery. Some came with something purer. Something even the god of death could respect. Love. Orpheus was the greatest musician who ever lived. His lyre could make rivers pause in their flowing. His voice could make stones weep with longing. He loved Eurydice with a love poets would sing of for ages. She was his inspiration, his audience, his everything. They married on a day of perfect happiness. But happiness in Greek myths is fragile. On their wedding day, as Eurydice danced through a meadow, a serpent struck. Venom stopped her heart before she could scream. Orpheus found her lying among flowers, already still, already cold. His scream echoed across the mortal world. The greatest voice ever known made only the sound of breaking. He tried to play for her, as if music could call her back. His lyre made sounds that had never been heard before. Pure grief given melody, but she did not wake. Other mortals would have accepted fate, would have mourned and eventually moved forward. But Orpheus was no ordinary mortal. His love would not let him surrender. He would go to the underworld itself. He would find Hades on his throne and ask, no beg, for Eurydice's return. What he lacked in cunning, he would make up in love. The cave swallowed him. Darkness surrounded him completely. But Orpheus began to play, and his music created light where none had been. Sound became his torch. He reached the river Styx, where Charon waited in his eternal boat. The ferryman looked at this living man with something approaching confusion. No living soul belonged here. Orpheus played for Charon. The ancient ferryman had heard nothing but the silence of souls for countless ages. Now music washed over him like forgotten warmth. Without a word, without demanding the coin he always required, Charon gestured Orpheus aboard. The boat carried them across the black water, while music filled the silence. At the gates, Cerberus waited, 3 heads raised, teeth bared. No living being had ever passed the guardian willingly. But Orpheus played, and all 3 heads lowered. The 3-headed hound lay down like a puppy, all 6 eyes closing in peace. Music had done what no weapon could. Past the guardian of the dead without violence. Through the fields of asphodel Orpheus walked, playing his grief made melody. The shades gathered around him, drawn to the music like moths to flame. For a moment, for just a moment, the dead remembered. What it felt like to love. What it felt like to lose. Their forgotten emotions stirred like embers. Even the Furies paused in their eternal pursuit of the guilty. Alecto, Megara, and Tisiphone, who knew only vengeance, found tears streaming from their blood-red eyes. In Tartarus, the punishments paused. Sisyphus stopped pushing his boulder to listen. The stone stayed in place, held by the power of music where it never stayed for him. Tantalus forgot his hunger and thirst. The water did not recede, the fruit did not withdraw. For one moment music gave him peace that punishment had denied. Orpheus came at last to the throne room of the underworld. Hades and Persephone sat in their places of power, watching this mortal approach with his impossible request. Orpheus did not speak. Words would have been insufficient. Instead, he played. He played his love for Eurydice, from first meeting to final loss. He played their wedding day, the flowers in her hair. He played the serpent's strike, the moment his world ended. He played the emptiness that followed, too vast for words. He played his journey into darkness, his hope against all reason, his willingness to face any trial for one more moment with her. Love as music, music as prayer. Persephone wept openly. She who knew what it meant to be taken from the world above, who understood love tested by darkness. Her heart broke for this mortal man. Even Hades, who had felt nothing for ages, found something stirring in his ancient heart. Not the hardness he had shown Sisyphus. Something softer. Something like understanding. This was not trickery. This was not scheme or manipulation. This was a man who loved so deeply he had walked into death itself on nothing but hope and song. Hades looked at Persephone. She looked back at him. In that glance past understanding that needed no words. They had found each other in darkness. They knew what love could mean. "You may take her," Hades said at last. His voice was rough, unused to speaking such words. "Eurydice may return with you to the world above." Orpheus's face transformed with joy he had never expected to feel again. He fell to his knees in gratitude, unable to speak, tears streaming freely. "But there is a condition," Hades continued. Orpheus looked up, hope and fear mingling. Of course there was a condition. Even mercy in the underworld had rules. "Eurydice will follow you back to the surface. But you must not look back at her until you both stand in sunlight. If you look back, she returns to death forever. Trust that she follows. Trust in your love, in my word, in the bond between you. Reach the surface without looking back, and she is yours again." Orpheus agreed. How could he not? He would have agreed to anything. His wife would follow him home. He needed only to trust, only to not look back. Eurydice was brought forth. Her shade was more substantial than others, prepared for the journey back to life. She saw Orpheus and reached for him. He could not touch her, not yet. Not until they reached sunlight. Orpheus turned away from his wife and began the long walk toward life, trusting she followed. Step by step, they climbed through the underworld. Orpheus played softly as he walked, letting the music be the thread connecting them. She was there. She had to be there. Past the silent shades of asphodel they walked. Past Cerberus, who let them pass without stirring. Past Charon, who watched from his boat with something like hope. The path wound upward through darkness absolute. Orpheus could not hear her footsteps. Shades make no sound. He could only trust that she was there, following almost alive. The doubt crept in slowly. What if Hades had tricked him? What if she was not really there? What if this was all punishment for his arrogance in coming here? He could hear nothing behind him, feel nothing. Only darkness and silence and the terrible uncertainty of whether he was walking alone or with his love. Light appeared ahead, faint at first, then growing. The surface, the world above, sunlight after darkness. They were almost there, almost safe, almost together again. A few more steps, that was all. A few more steps and he could turn and take her in his arms and never let go. So close, so impossibly close. But the doubt was too strong. The need to know was overwhelming. What if she vanished the moment he stepped into light? What if this was all illusion? At the very edge of the light, one step from salvation, Orpheus turned. He looked back. He had to see. He had to know. Eurydice was there. Right there, reaching for him, so close he could almost touch her. Their eyes met. Love and horror mingled in her gaze. She was already fading. The moment his eyes found her, the magic broke. She dissolved like morning mist, pulled back into the darkness that would hold her forever. Her last word was his name. Just his name, spoken with infinite love and infinite sorrow. Then she was gone, and the silence was absolute. Orpheus screamed after her. He threw himself back toward the darkness, but the way was closed. One chance, Hades had said. He had spent it. He stayed at that threshold for days, singing songs of grief that made the very stones weep. But no second chance came. Death had given him mercy once, that was all. This is Hades' law. Compassion has limits. Rules cannot be broken even by the purest love. Even the god who was moved by music could not bend death twice. Orpheus wandered the world after that, singing only sorrow. No joy ever touched his music again, until death reunited him with Eurydice in Elysium at last. But even in tragedy, Hades had shown his nature. He had been moved by love. He had given a chance where no chance was owed. Death is not without heart. Sisyphus was punished for trickery. Orpheus was given chance because of love. But one more mortal would test Hades' realm. Not with cunning or love, but with strength divine. Heracles, greatest of all heroes, came to the underworld not to rescue a loved one, but under command. His final labor: capture Cerberus and bring him to the surface. Son of Zeus himself, Heracles bore a mortal blood in mortal frame. He had performed 11 impossible labors. This 12th would take him into death itself. The shades fled before him. A living man of such power had never walked among them. His vitality was almost painful to their faded forms. He came before Hades' throne, and unlike Sisyphus with his schemes or Orpheus with his songs, Heracles made no pretense. He stated his purpose plainly. "I am commanded to take your hound to the surface," Heracles declared. "Not forever. I will return him. But this labor I must complete." Hades could have refused. Within his own realm, even Zeus's son had no power to compel him. But the god of death saw something in this hero worth respecting. "You may attempt to take Cerberus," Hades said, "but you must use no weapons. Cause him no lasting harm. And you must return him when your labor is proven." Heracles agreed. He set aside his club and his arrows, wearing only his lion skin. He approached the three-headed guardian with nothing but his divine, born strength. Cerberus rose to his full terrible height. 3 heads snarled. Serpent tail lashed. Here was no musician to soothe him, no trickster to deceive, only a challenger to fight. They crashed together like titans. Heracles wrapped his arms around the great hound, muscles straining against muscles. 3 heads snapped at him, but he held on. The battle shook the underworld. Stones fell from cavern ceilings. Shades scattered in terror. But slowly, impossibly, Heracles began to gain advantage. He had strength born of Zeus himself. Not mortal strength, not entirely. Divine power flowed through him, and he used it now to subdue the guardian of death. Cerberus fell. All 3 heads lowered in submission. The hound that had never been bested recognized superior strength. Heracles had won, without weapons, without lasting harm. Hades watched, and he was impressed. This was how a hero should challenge the underworld, with strength and honor, respecting the rules. earning victory through merit. Heracles led Cerberus to the surface. The three-headed hound saw sunlight for the first and only time. Where his drool fell on earth, poisonous aconite flowers grew. His labor proven, Heracles returned Cerberus as promised. The faithful hound raced back to his master, all three heads eager to be home in the dark. Three mortals had tested Hades' realm. The trickster was punished eternally. The lover was given mercy that he could not maintain. The hero was allowed to succeed with honor. This is who Hades is. Not cruel, not evil, not the villain mortals imagined. He is justice itself. Impartial, fair, giving exactly what each soul deserves. Those who try to cheat death find eternal punishment. Those who come with love find compassion tempered by law. Those who come with honor find respect. The unseen God maintains the order without which existence would collapse. He takes no pleasure in death, seeks no worship, demands only what is already inevitable. And beside him his queen rules as equal. Persephone brings life to death's realm, compassion to judgment, spring to eternal shadow. Together they are balance itself. This is the true story of Hades. Not monster but guardian. Not villain but necessary. The unseen ruler who keeps the cosmos in order while the rest of us live. We have walked with Hades through his realm. We have seen his justice, his loneliness, his unexpected capacity for love. But what did this god mean to those who first told his tales? The ancient Greeks did not worship Hades as they worshipped Zeus or Athena. No great temples rose in his honor. No festivals celebrated his name with joy. They feared him, yes. But their fear was not hatred. It was the reasonable caution all mortals feel toward what cannot be avoided. Death comes for everyone. Hades was not a devil in the way later religions would imagine. Greek mythology had no devil, no embodiment of pure evil. The gods were complex, not divided into simple good and evil. He was simply the god of what comes after. The lord of the inevitable. Every breath mortals drew was borrowed time, and Hades was the one to whom it would be returned. The Greeks understood something we often forget, that death gives life its meaning. Without ending, what would beginning matter? Without loss, what would love cost? Glory only matters because the hero will die. Love only cuts so deep because lovers will part. Every mortal joy is sharpened by the knowledge that it cannot last. Hades was the god who made all of that real. Without him, without death, mortals would drift through existence without urgency, without passion, without meaning. His fairness mattered too. The Greeks believed that death was the great equalizer. King and slave, hero and coward, all would stand before the same judges in the end. This gave the oppressed hope. The cruel master who escaped mortal justice would face divine judgment. The virtuous slave might find Elysium, while the tyrant found Tartarus. They called him Plauton, the wealthy one, because all the riches of the earth belonged to him. Every gem, every vein of gold, every buried treasure. This was not mere metaphor. The Greeks understood that what we bury returns to the god of the buried. Wealth and death are connected beneath our feet. Now let us look at the symbols in Hades' myths. Each element carries meaning the ancient storytellers wove with purpose. The pomegranate, for instance. The pomegranate is full of seeds, symbol of fertility, of life itself. Yet eating it binds Persephone to death. Life and death are not opposites, but intertwined. 6 seeds, 6 months below. The number is not random. 6 is half, balance between 2 worlds, 2 states of being, 2 parts of Persephone's nature. Cerberus, the 3-headed guardian. Why 3 heads? Some say past, present, and future, all time watching the gates of death. Others say birth, life. Death, the 3 stages all souls pass through. He lets souls in but not out. The boundary he guards is one way for mortals. This is the nature of time itself. We move through it in one direction only. The rivers carry meaning too, Styx, hatred and binding oaths. Even gods feared to break vows sworn upon it. Some commitments are stronger than death itself. Lethe, forgetfulness. The dead drink and forget mortal life. This is not cruelty but mercy. To remember forever would be to suffer forever. Letting go is release. The helm of darkness that makes Hades invisible speaks to death's nature. We do not see death coming. It is always unseen until it arrives. Persephone's transformation carries perhaps the deepest meaning. She was spring, innocent, bright, untouched by shadow. Then she became queen of death as well. She did not stop being spring. She became both. Life and death united in one being. This is what the Greeks understood that we sometimes forget. Life contains death. Death contains the seed of new life. The seasons prove this every year. What dies in winter returns in spring. Ending is also beginning. Demeter's grief gave us winter. A mother's loss made the world grow cold. This too carries truth. Love and grief are inseparable. To love is to know you will mourn. What universal truths emerge from Hades' mythology? First, that death is not evil. It is necessary. Without it, life loses all urgency and meaning. Second, that justice exists beyond this life. The Greeks believed our actions matter eternally. What we do echoes in the underworld long after we are gone. Third, that love can transform even the darkest places. Hades' realm became less cold because Persephone brought spring with her. Love changes what it touches. Fourth, that we must accept what we cannot change. Demeter raged against her daughter's fate, but ultimately accepted the compromise. Fighting the inevitable brings only suffering. Finally, that even gods are bound by laws they cannot break. Hades rules death but does not control it. There are forces older and deeper than any god. These truths have traveled through thousands of years to reach us tonight. The Greeks gave fear a face, and in doing so, made death something we can understand. Stories do not stay still. They travel through time, changing with each teller, each age, each culture that adopts them. Hades' story has journeyed further than most. When Rome conquered Greece, they adopted its gods and gave them new names. Hades became Pluto, from the Greek Plauton, meaning wealth, the lord of underground riches. Romans emphasized his wealth more than Greeks had. All treasure buried in earth belonged to him. Mines, gems, gold veins. Pluto was patron of what darkness hid. But as Christianity spread, the concept of afterlife transformed dramatically. The neutral asphodel vanished. Heaven and hell replaced the graduated underworld with absolute judgment. Hades was never evil, but the medieval mind needed a devil. Over centuries, the somber lord of the dead was conflated with Satan. Horns and flames added where none had been. Yet poets knew better. Dante, writing his Inferno, borrowed the geography of the Greek underworld. His circles of hell echoed Tartarus. His rivers recalled the Styx and Acheron. Milton's Paradise Lost drew from the same well. His fallen angels in their dark kingdom owed something to Titans bound in Tartarus. Ancient myths shaped Christian poetry. The Victorians rediscovered Persephone with passionate intensity. Pre-Raphaelite painters captured her descent and return again and again. The maiden with pomegranate, poised between worlds. They saw in her story something modern. A woman's autonomy challenged, transformed, ultimately finding power in darkness. The myth spoke to their age as it had spoken to ancients. The 20th century brought new interpretations. Psychologists saw in Persephone's descent a metaphor for the journey into the unconscious. The underworld within each of us. Today, Hades appears everywhere we look. Video games cast him as final boss or complex ally. His realm becomes levels to conquer, his trials challenges to overcome. Novels reimagine the Hades and Persephone romance endlessly. Writers explore consent, power, transformation, finding new questions in the ancient story of death and spring. Films and television return to the underworld again and again. Each generation creates its own Hades. Sometimes villain, sometimes misunderstood, always fascinating in his darkness. Even our science carries his name. The distant dwarf planet Pluto, named for the Roman god of the underworld, orbits in darkness at the edge of our solar system. The element plutonium, discovered in the atomic age, bears his name as well. Power extracted from darkness, dangerous and transformative, fitting for the lord of hidden wealth. Why does Hades endure when other gods have faded from common knowledge? Perhaps because death itself endures. The question he represents never becomes irrelevant. Every generation must face mortality. Every culture must explain what happens after. And in Hades, they find a story flexible enough to hold their fears and hopes. The unseen god remains visible in our imagination. 3,000 years after Greeks first whispered his name, we are still telling his story. We are telling it now. And so we come to the end of our journey through the realm of shadows. We have walked where mortals fear to tread, and we have returned safely to the light. Tonight we met the unseen god. We saw him born in darkness, freed by his brother, choosing the realm that matched his nature. We saw him build order from chaos. We witnessed his love for Spring's maiden, and how their story gave us the turning of the seasons. Death and life, intertwined forever in an eternal dance. We watched as mortals tested his realm. The trickster who was punished. The lover who was given impossible hope. The hero who earned respect through strength and honor. Hades is not the villain stories sometimes make him. He is the necessary god. The one who keeps the balance. The one who waits for all of us with patience and fairness. His story has traveled 3,000 years to reach us tonight. From ancient Greek fires to Roman temples, to medieval manuscripts to the screen in front of you now. Think of all the voices that have told this tale before. Grandparents to children, poets to audiences, priests to worshippers. We join a chain that stretches back to the beginning of stories. The ancient Greeks gave death a face so they could look at it. They gave it rules so they could understand it. They gave it a story so they could live with it. We honor them tonight. Those unknown voices who first whispered of Hades in firelight, making the darkness a little less frightening, the mystery a little more bearable. Now let the underworld fade from your mind. Let the rivers and the shades and the dark throne room drift away like morning mist. You are safe in the world of light. Rest now, knowing that even death has order. That fairness waits at the end of all roads. That the unseen God is patient, and your time in the light is yours to use well. Sleep peacefully. Hades watches over his realm, and Persephone will bring spring again. Until next time we journey together through ancient tales. Rest well. Good night. Welcome back to another evening of ancient tales. Tonight, we journey to a god unlike any other, one even the Olympians despised. Among all the deities of ancient Greece, there was one whose own father called him the most hateful of gods. His name was Ares, the god of war, not honored war, not strategic victory, but the screaming, bleeding, brutal chaos of battle itself. Can you see him? Ares lived for the clash of bronze on bronze, the war cries of dying men, the glory of destruction without purpose or meaning. Where his sister Athena brought wisdom to conflict, Ares brought only madness. Where she sought victory, he craved violence for its own sake. The mortals prayed to him out of fear, never love. They sacrificed before battles, begging him to torment their enemies instead of themselves. Even his parents could not love him. Zeus, king of the gods, looked upon his son with contempt that echoed through the ages. Only Hera, queen of Olympus, held any tenderness for her war-mad son, a mother's love, fierce and protective, never fading. This was the paradox of Ares, a god of battle who lost more fights than he won. Divine power wrapped in endless humiliation. Mortals wounded him, giants imprisoned him, his own family mocked him, yet still he raged, still he fought, still he yearned. What drove him? Perhaps the desperate hope that one victory, one moment of glory, would finally earn his father's respect. Tonight, we will walk with this unloved god through his greatest shames and his deepest loves. Feel the weight of his story. See now, his chariot descends from the heavens, pulled by 4 horses whose manes burn with eternal flame. The ground trembles. Phobos and Deimos, fear and terror, ride beside their father, his own children, born of his union with the goddess of love. Where Ares passes, courage fails, strong men flee, heroes falter, war becomes not glory but pure animal survival. This is his gift to humanity. Not victory, but the truth of violence. The screaming, bleeding, weeping truth that war brings. Come with me now into the myths of Ares. We shall witness his imprisonment, his forbidden love, his endless cycle of defeat. Let the ancient Greeks tell us why even gods can be tragic. Let their stories carry you gently into the night ahead. To understand Ares, we must first know his nature. He was not merely violent, he was violence itself given divine form and endless hunger. Where other gods ruled domains, the sea, the sky, the harvest, Ares ruled the moment when spear meets flesh and men become beasts. His armor was forged in the fires of conflict itself. Blood-red bronze that seemed to drink the light and hunger for more. Two sons accompanied him always, Deimos and Phobos. Terror and fear made flesh, born from his union with Aphrodite herself. Phobos brought the panic that breaks armies. The cold sweat, the trembling hands, the sudden certainty that death approaches without mercy. Deimos was worse. The dread that comes before battle, the sleepless nights, the knowledge that tomorrow you may not see the sun again. Together, this terrible family rode into every war the ancient world would know. Where they passed, courage died and madness bloomed. His chariot was pulled by 4 immortal horses whose very breath was flame. Aethon, Phologios, Konobos and Phobos, fire, blaze, tumult, and fear. Vultures circled wherever Ares walked, his sacred birds, patient scavengers waiting for the feast that war would always provide. In the wild lands of Thrace, far from golden Olympus, Ares built his palace. A fortress of black stone where weapons covered every wall. Here he retreated between battles, surrounded by trophies of 1,000 wars. Helmets of fallen kings, swords of defeated heroes, shields shattered in glory. But even in his sanctuary, Ares could not escape what tormented him most. The knowledge that his father despised his very existence. Zeus, king of all Olympus, had fathered many children, heroes and gods, monsters and maidens. But Ares he could never love. The Sky Father saw in Ares everything he loathed. Chaos without purpose, destruction without creation, power wielded only to harm. Once, when Ares came wounded and weeping to his father, Zeus spoke words that would echo through eternity with their cruelty. Most hateful to me are you of all the gods who hold Olympus. Zeus thundered. Forever is strife dear to you, and wars and battles. The other gods heard, they always heard, and in their eyes Ares saw not sympathy but satisfaction. Even relief that they were not him. Yet Zeus did not cast him out. Even hatred has its uses, and war would always come. The gods needed their monster. Hera, queen of the gods, watched her son suffering with a mother's breaking heart. She had borne Ares, and she alone would defend him. In the private chambers of Olympus, away from Zeus' judgment, Hera would tend to Ares' wounds, both physical and deeper still. "You are my son," she would whisper. "Whatever he says, whatever they think, you are mine and I am proud of your strength." Perhaps that love sustained him. Perhaps it made the rejection worse, knowing he could be loved but only by one. Feel that loneliness. But Ares was not merely Hera's child. Both Zeus and Hera claimed him, making him pure-blooded Olympian, and thoroughly unwanted by both the king and court. Among his divine siblings, one stood as his eternal opposite. Athena, daughter of Zeus alone, born from his very mind, his most beloved child. Athena was also a goddess of war, but war transformed, strategy over slaughter, victory with purpose, conflict as the last resort, not the first joy. Where Ares reveled in the chaos of melee, Athena saw battles as puzzles to solve with minimal bloodshed. Two philosophies at eternal war. They fought together rarely, opposed each other often. In the Trojan War, Athena would guide the Greek who wounded Ares himself. The Greeks prayed to Athena before battle for wisdom to win. They prayed to Ares only, that he would torment their enemies more than themselves. Even in the tales mortals told, Ares lost to Athena. Again and again, cunning defeated rage, wisdom overcame fury, the daughter triumphed over the son. Why did Zeus love her and loathe him? Perhaps because she was born of his will alone, while Ares reminded him too much of his own darker nature. Ares embodied what Zeus wielded, but pretended to transcend. The thunderbolt's violence, the storm's destruction, the chaos that underlies all order. But in the complexity of divine hearts, Ares found something Zeus would never expect. The god of war found love. Aphrodite, goddess of love, beauty, desire. She who could make any heart yearn. She was married to another, but her heart chose the brutal god of war. She was wed to HEPHAESTUS, the lame smith god, a marriage arranged by Zeus himself. Beauty chained to the forge, never to the battlefield. HEPHAESTUS was kind, brilliant, patient, and utterly unable to excite her. He built her wonders. She dreamed of fire. Some say opposites attract. Perhaps Aphrodite, who represented love's gentleness, could not resist love's violence in Ares' burning eyes. Their affair began in stolen moments. A glance across the divine halls, a touch hidden by shadow, a meeting in gardens where no other gods walked. In Aphrodite's hidden garden, far from watchful eyes, the goddess of love taught the god of war what it meant to be gentle. And Ares, for whom tenderness had always meant weakness, discovered that being loved was more intoxicating than any victory in battle. She saw what others refused to see, that beneath the rage was a wounded creature desperate to be wanted. Beauty recognized the beast's pain. From their union came not only Phobos and Deimos, but also Eros in some tellings. Love itself born from war and beauty intertwined. Harmonia too was their daughter, harmony born from discord and desire. Even the universe acknowledged that their union created balance. But Olympus thrives on secrets, and secrets never stay buried. Helios, the sun who sees all things, watched their meetings with burning eyes. The sun told Hephaestus of his wife's betrayal, and the smith god, gentle no longer, began to plan a revenge worthy of the forge. But that vengeance would come later. First, let us speak of the world where Ares found his only true purpose. The battlefield itself. The ancient world was never at peace. Kingdoms rose and fell. Heroes sought glory, and always Ares was there to drink his fill. Troy, that great walled city where Greeks and Trojans fought for 10 long years. Here Ares walked among mortals, choosing sides by whim. He favored the Trojans mostly, fighting beside Hector and his brothers, reveling in the slaughter that never seemed to end. But gods are fickle, and Ares would switch sides when the battle seemed too one-sided. He craved conflict, not conclusion. The mortals never knew which way his spear would turn. They could only pray and fight, and die while immortals played their games above. In Thrace, the wild lands north of Greece, Ares was worshipped most fervently. These fierce people understood the god of pure violence. The Thracians painted themselves for battle, screamed songs of bloodlust, and died gloriously in Ares' name. He loved them as much as he could love. Sparta too honored him, though they also respected Athena's strategy. The Spartans understood that both gods had their place in achieving victory. Across the Greek world, wherever blood was shed in anger, Ares found sustenance. War was his feast, and humanity his endless provider. Yet for all his power, for all the fear he inspired, Ares carried a secret wound. He needed to matter, and his family denied him that need. What good is strength that everyone despises? What value has power that earns only contempt? These questions haunted him through immortal centuries. He raged harder, fought fiercer, hoping that enough glory would finally force respect. But violence cannot heal the wounds it creates. Only in Aphrodite's arms did the rage quiet. Only with his mother's blessing did he feel peace. 2 women in a universe of rejection. This was the god who would face humiliations beyond bearing, imprisoned by giants, caught in the act of love, wounded by a mere mortal. His story is not of triumph but of tragedy repeated. A god who could destroy armies, but could not win his father's simplest approval. Soon we shall witness his greatest shame. 13 months trapped in a bronze jar by arrogant twins who thought they could challenge heaven. The Elode they were called. Otis and Ephialtes, sons of Poseidon who grew 9 inches every year and dreamed of conquering the gods themselves. They were young and foolish and powerful beyond mortal measure. They planned to stack mountains to reach Olympus and claim goddesses as their brides. And Ares, foolish Ares, confronted them alone, the god of war against two giants who feared nothing, not even the divine. We shall see how that battle ended. With the war god bound and stuffed into a bronze jar, screaming and forgotten for over a year. Then we shall follow his desperate love affair with Aphrodite to its scandalous conclusion, trapped in golden net before all Olympus. And finally, we shall stand with him on the fields of Troy when a mortal man, blessed by Athena, drives his spear into divine flesh. Each humiliation drives Ares back to his father's throne. Each time he begs for help, for justice, for love. Each time he is denied. This is why the Greeks told his stories, to understand that even gods can be trapped in cycles of pain they cannot escape. Perhaps they saw themselves in Ares, children unworthy in their parents' eyes, lovers unable to be faithful, warriors who win battles but lose everything else. Now you know who walks beside us tonight. A god of terrible power and terrible weakness. A creature of war who only wanted peace. Come then, let us witness his trials and his triumphs, such as they were. The moon rises, and ancient Greece awaits our footsteps. Our first trial begins in the age before Troy, when two giants decided they would challenge the gods themselves and reshape the cosmos. Otus and Ephialtes were their names, twin sons of Poseidon, born of a mortal woman, but inheriting their father's impossible strength. Each year they grew 9 inches taller, 9 inches broader. By their 9th year, they stood taller than any mortal structure ever built. Their stepmother Erebos watched with growing terror. She had raised them, loved them, but now she feared what they were becoming. The twins spoke openly of their ambitions. They would stack mountain upon mountain until they could storm Olympus itself and claim their birthright. "We shall take HERA for one of us," Otus declared, "and Artemis for the other. The goddesses will be our brides whether they will it or not." Ephialtes laughed at his brother's boldness. Together they began their impossible work, uprooting mountains with their bare hands. Pelion they placed upon Ossa. Ossa they dragged toward Olympus. The earth itself groaned beneath their labors, and the gods took notice. Zeus watched from his throne, amused at first, then concerned. These were Poseidon's sons. He could not simply destroy them without consequence. The sea god himself seemed unwilling to stop his offspring. Perhaps he enjoyed watching his brother's realm threatened. Divine families are complicated. Ares saw opportunity where others saw only danger. Here were enemies worthy of the war god, giants who feared nothing, not even Olympus. If he defeated these titans alone, surely Zeus would finally acknowledge his worth. Surely his father would see his strength and be proud. Without consulting the other gods, without strategy or allies, Ares descended from Olympus to face the Elode twins in single combat. His chariot touched earth in Thessaly, where the giants had made their stronghold among the displaced mountains. The ground still trembled from their work.
"Giants,"
his voice thundered across the valley. "You dare threaten Olympus? Face the god of war and learn the price of arrogance." Otus and Ephialtes emerged from their crude fortress, and for the first time, Ares understood the scale of what he faced. They towered above even a god. The twins looked down at Ares and laughed, a sound like avalanches colliding. "A god comes to us.
"We shall add him to our collection."
Ares attacked with all his fury, spear blazing with divine fire, war cry shaking the mountains. He was fast, he was powerful, he was outmatched. His spear struck Ephialtes' chest and bounced away. The giant barely flinched, looking down at the scratch as if a mosquito had bitten him. Otus swung a tree torn from the earth, catching Ares across the chest. The war god flew backward, crashing through stone outcroppings. Before he could rise, Ephialtes was upon him, massive foot pinning the god of war to the ground like an insect beneath a boot. Ares struggled with all his immortal strength. He raged, he screamed, he burned with divine fire. The giants simply pressed harder and laughed. "We need chains," Otus observed calmly. "Chains that can hold a god. Brother, fetch the bronze jar we prepared for greater prey. APHRODITE returned dragging a massive bronze vessel, large enough to hold a man, enchanted strong enough to imprison immortal flesh. They bound HERAs in chains of bronze, each link thick as a mortal's arm. The war god fought every moment, never accepting his defeat. Into the jar they forced him, folding his divine form into cramped darkness. The lid sealed with a sound like a tomb closing. Darkness, absolute and eternal. The god of war, who had never known confinement, now knew nothing else. He screamed, but bronze absorbed the sound. Days passed. Weeks HERAs lost track of time in his metal tomb. His rage never dimmed, but his hope began to flicker and fade. Surely the gods would notice his absence. Surely someone would come. Surely his father would send a rescue for his own son. But Olympus was strangely quiet about the war god's disappearance. Some noticed. Few cared. The halls seemed more peaceful without his fury. Zeus knew, of course. The king of gods knows all that happens in his realm. But he made no move to free his most hated son. Only HERA demanded answers. Only the mother raged at her husband's cold dismissal.
He is your son. Our son.
How can you abandon him? Zeus waved away her concern. The boy was foolish. Let him learn from his mistakes. A few months in darkness may teach him wisdom. A few months became more. The jar held, the giants gloated, and the god of war slowly began to understand true despair. Inside, HERAs had stopped screaming. He had stopped fighting. He sat in darkness and wondered if anyone would ever come for him at all. He thought of Aphrodite, of her warmth and her acceptance. Did she wonder where he had gone? Did she mourn his absence? He thought of his mother, fierce HERA, who alone among the gods truly loved him. Was she fighting for his freedom even now? Month after month passed. 13 months would be the count before his ordeal ended. An eternity for a god unused to helplessness. Above him, the giants continued their plans, stacking mountains ever higher, confident that no god would dare challenge them now. Their stepmother Ereboia watched their madness with growing horror. These were not the boys she had raised. They had become monsters. She had heard the god's screams from the jar, back when he still screamed. The silence now was worse. Something had to change. Ereboia was no hero, no warrior, no goddess. She was simply a woman who could not bear to see cruelty continue unopposed. She prayed to Hermes, the messenger, the guide of souls, the god who moved between worlds. Please, she whispered. Someone must know. Someone must help. Hermes heard. The swift god, always curious, always moving, descended to the mortal woman's humble home, with questions on his tongue. You call with urgency, mortal woman. What could trouble you so greatly that you would summon the gods to this remote place? Ereboia told him everything. The giants' ambitions, their defiance of Olympus, and the god they kept imprisoned in bronze for over a year. Hermes' expression changed from curiosity to alarm. Ares, brutal, despised Ares, but still an Olympian. Still one of them. This could not stand. Show me, he commanded. And together the mortal woman and the swift god approached the stronghold where the Allodae kept their divine prisoner. The giants were away, continuing their mountain work. The stronghold stood nearly empty, guarded only by the arrogance of those who feared nothing. Hermes found the jar and pressed his ear to the bronze. Silence within. He feared he might be too late, that even a god could fade. A breath. A whisper of divine essence still clinging to existence. Ares lived, barely, his spirit guttering like a candle in wind. Hermes worked quickly, divine fingers finding the seals the giants had placed, unraveling their crude magic with Olympian skill. The lid fell away. Light poured in. And Ares, god of war, looked up at his rescuer with eyes that had forgotten hope could exist. Hermes reached down and grasped his brother's arm. Come, war god. This prison holds you no longer. Olympus awaits. Ares emerged into light he had not seen for 13 months. He was weakened, diminished but alive. And fury was already rebuilding in his heart. The giants, he rasped, voice hoarse from screaming and silence. Where are the giants? I will tear them apart with my bare hands. Hermes shook his head. Not yet, brother. You are weak. Return to Olympus, recover. The giants will face justice in time. Ares wanted to argue, to fight, to kill. But his body betrayed him. 13 months had taken their toll even on immortal flesh. Hermes carried the war god from that place, ascending toward Olympus on swift wings, leaving Ereboia to face whatever consequences might come. The giants would later be destroyed, tricked by Artemis into killing each other with their own spears. But that is another tale for another night. Our concern now is Ares' return to Olympus, not as conquering hero but as rescued prisoner, not in glory but in shame. Hermes brought him before the assembled gods. Ares stood, barely stood, before his family, waiting for words of comfort that would never come. Athena regarded him with cold gray eyes. Apollo looked away in discomfort. Artemis showed nothing. Only Aphrodite seemed pained by his state. Hera rushed to her son, gathering him in her arms, weeping for his suffering. A mother's love, unashamed before the entire court. My son, my poor son, she whispered. What have they done to you? What has been allowed to be done to you? Zeus remained on his throne, watching the scene with an expression that could have been carved from the mountain itself. Cold, unmoved, judging. Ares pulled away from his mother's arms. He had not come for comfort. He had come for something far more important. Justice, acknowledgement, love. He approached his father's throne on unsteady legs, each step a declaration. 13 months of darkness had not broken him. Not entirely. Father. The word was an accusation. I was imprisoned for 13 months, tortured by giants who threaten your own throne. Where was my rescue? Zeus' expression did not change. You attacked alone, without strategy, without allies. You lost. The consequences were your own making, not mine to remedy. I am your son. Ares' voice cracked with 13 months of suppressed anguish. Does that mean nothing? Does blood not bind you to care? You are violence without purpose. Zeus replied, voice like distant thunder. Chaos without meaning. Why should I risk Olympus for what I find worthless? The throne room fell silent. Even the gods who despised Ares winced at their king's cruelty. This was not discipline. This was destruction. Ares stood before his father, tears cutting through the grime of his imprisonment. The god of war wept before all of Olympus. Hera stepped forward, positioning herself between husband and son. Her eyes blazed with fury that matched any storm Zeus could summon. You go too far, she hissed at the king of gods. Mock him if you must, but remember, he is mine as much as yours. Zeus met her gaze. Something passed between them. Old arguments, ancient wounds, the complicated history of gods who cannot escape each other. Finally Zeus looked away, not conceding, never conceding, but choosing not to escalate. Heal him then, wife. I have spoken my piece. Hera gathered her son once more, leading him from the throne room. Behind them, whispers began, the endless gossip of the immortals. In her private chambers, Hera healed Ares' body with divine power. But the wounds his father had opened could not be closed so easily. Why does he hate me? Ares asked, the question of a child despite his eternal age. What must I do to make him see my worth? Hera had no answer that would comfort. She held him instead, letting her presence be the answer that words could not provide. Days passed. Ares recovered his strength, but not his spirit. He haunted Olympus like a ghost, avoiding his father's gaze and his siblings' whispers. Only one place offered solace. Only one person saw him as something more than the god of meaningless violence. Aphrodite waited in her garden. She found him there, standing among her roses, still carrying the weight of his father's words. She did not speak. She simply took his hand. In her arms, Ares found what he could not find on any throne or battlefield. The simple knowledge that someone wanted him to exist. The god of war and the goddess of love, opposite forces finding balance in each other. For now this was enough. This was everything. But remember, Helios sees all and Hephaestus already knows. This peace would not last. New storms were gathering on Olympus' horizon. The first climax of our tale concludes. Ares is freed from giants, rejected by his father, finding solace in forbidden love. But the next trial approaches. Rest here a moment. Feel where we have been. The bronze darkness, the throne room's cold, the garden's warmth. More awaits when you are ready. For a time, the garden was enough. Ares healed in Aphrodite's arms, letting her love mend what his father's words had torn. She asked no questions about his imprisonment. She demanded no strength he could not give. She simply loved him as he was, broken and burning. Days became weeks. The lovers grew careless, meeting more often, staying longer, forgetting that Olympus has 1,000 watching eyes. Helios, the all-seeing sun, had watched from the beginning. Now he grew tired of holding a secret that begged to be told. Some say he acted from righteousness. Others claim spite drove him, jealousy of love he could never share. The sun sees all but touches nothing. He descended to HEPHAESTUS' forge, where the smith god labored over marvels that would outlast civilizations. "Brother, I bring news you will not welcome." Hephaestus listened. His hammer fell silent. The forge fires themselves seemed to dim as comprehension settled over the lame god's gentle face. His wife, the goddess he had loved since Zeus arranged their marriage, the beauty he had crafted countless treasures for, with eras of all gods. Not a king, not even another craftsman, the brute, the mindless god of violence. She had chosen violence over tenderness. Helios departed satisfied with mischief made. Behind him, Hephaestus sat alone among his creations, and something fundamental shifted in his divine heart. The smith god had always been patient, forgiving, gentle. Now another quality emerged, the cold precision of a craftsman planning his greatest work. He would not confront them with rage. He would not challenge Ares to combat he could not win. He would use his only advantage, his genius. For days he worked in secret, dismissing even his mechanical servants. What he crafted required concentration beyond anything he had attempted before. Gold, pure and divine, he drew into threads thinner than spider silk. Each strand could hold the weight of mountains, yet remained invisible to divine eyes. He wove these threads into a net of such delicate complexity that light itself could not find purchase upon its surface. A trap made of patience and pain. Into the weave he poured his heartbreak. Every slight, every longing look Aphrodite gave to others, every night she turned away from his touch. The net would not kill. That was not its purpose. It would hold. It would expose. It would shame those who had shamed him before all of Olympus. He tested it once, dropping the net upon a bronze statue. It fell like whispered secrets and held like divine law. Nothing could escape its embrace. Now came the delicate part, placing the trap without being discovered. Hephaestus limped toward Aphrodite's chambers with a husband's knowledge of her patterns. She was away, of course. With him. The smith god entered his own marriage bed's chamber and began to arrange his masterwork above it. He suspended the net from the bedposts, from the ceiling, from points invisible even to gods. When sprung, it would fall like judgment itself. The trigger was simple. The weight of two bodies on the bed. His bed. Their bed. The bed they had desecrated with their betrayal. When finished, Hephaestus stood back and surveyed his work. Nothing visible, nothing to warn. Only inevitability waiting to unfold. He announced to Olympus that he was traveling to Lemnos, his sacred island. Smithing work, he said, repairs to mortal temples. He would be gone for days. Word reached the lovers quickly. The lame husband gone, the marriage bed empty, opportunity calling like a siren's song across divine waters. Ares came to her that night, armor discarded, warrior become lover. They had grown bold in their secrecy, and boldness would betray them. Aphrodite welcomed him with joy, pulling him toward the bed that had witnessed their passion so many times before. One more time, they thought, one more stolen night. They fell together onto silken sheets, lost in each other, blind to everything but desire. Above them, invisible threads trembled at the disturbance. Somewhere between one kiss and the next, the trap sprung. Golden threads fell like divine judgment, wrapping, binding, exposing before either could react. And far away, on Lemnos where he had never actually gone, Hephaestus smiled. Now the real humiliation would begin. Now all Olympus would witness. Trapped in threads of gold, Ares and Aphrodite struggled against bonds that would not yield. The more they fought, the tighter the net held. What is this? Ares roared, his battle strength meaningless against craft beyond his comprehension. What sorcery holds the god of war? Aphrodite knew. Even before she saw the craftsmanship, she recognized her husband's work. Only Hephaestus could weave chains from heartbreak and gold. They waited in that tangle of limbs and golden threads, knowing that discovery was coming. Hephaestus had not built this trap to let them escape unseen. Dawn came. Hephaestus returned to Olympus with purpose in his uneven step, heading straight for the throne room where the gods gathered. Father Zeus. His voice rang clear and bitter. Brother gods, I have something to show you. Come see what happens in my own marriage bed. The gods followed, some with concern, others with barely hidden delight. Divine scandals were the finest entertainment Olympus could offer. Through marble corridors they walked, a procession of divine judgment heading toward the chamber, where two trapped gods awaited their shame. Hephaestus threw open the doors to Aphrodite's chamber. Morning light streamed in, illuminating the bed where the golden net held its prizes. There they lay, the goddess of love and the god of war, tangled together in threads of gold, unable to move, unable to hide, unable to deny. For a moment, silence held. Then Hermes laughed, quick and bright and inappropriate. The sound broke something, and suddenly everyone was speaking at once. Apollo smiled his golden smile and murmured to Hermes, "Would you trade places with Ares, brother?" Trapped with the goddess of beauty herself. Hermes replied too loudly, "Gladly, even with the chains." 3 times the chains. The male gods laughed. The goddesses had already turned away in disgust. Athena's gray eyes found Ares through the crowd. In them he saw not shock but confirmation. She had always known he would fail like this. Ares could not meet her gaze. He who feared nothing on the battlefield found he could not face his sister's silent contempt in this bed. Aphrodite wept, not from shame alone, but from the cruelty of exposure. Her beauty, always her shield, now made her humiliation more complete. Hephaestus watched it all with an expression that had forgotten how to feel. He had wanted this. Now that he had it, the victory tasted like ash. Zeus observed from the back of the crowd, his expression unreadable. Another embarrassment from his most embarrassing son. Another moment to endure. "Release them," Zeus finally commanded. "This spectacle has gone on long enough. Hephaestus, you have made your point. Now let it end." Hephaestus stood firm. "Not until I am paid. Ares has defiled my marriage. Let someone pay the bride price for his release, or let him rot." Poseidon stepped forward, ever the diplomat between his brothers. "I will guarantee the debt. Release them, Smith, and Ares will pay what is owed." Hephaestus considered, then nodded. With a gesture, the golden net dissolved like morning mist, freeing the lovers from their golden prison. Aphrodite fled without looking back, disappearing toward her sacred island of Cyprus, where she might hide from the memory of this shame. Ares stood slowly, gathering what dignity remained to him. The gods parted before him, not in respect, but as one avoids something distasteful. He walked from that chamber with his head high, though inside something had broken that would never quite heal. Another humiliation. Another scar. Behind him, laughter followed. It would follow him for centuries. The god of war caught in his lover's bed, helpless as any mortal. Ares did not return to Olympus for a long time after that day. He roamed battlefields, seeking in war what he could not find in love or family. Wars came and went. Kingdoms rose and fell. Ares drank his fill of blood and glory, but the emptiness remained beneath the rage. Then came Troy, the war that would define an age. The great walled city under siege by all the Greeks. a feast that would last 10 years. Every god chose a side in that conflict. Aphrodite, Ares, Apollo, they favored Troy. Athena, Hera, Poseidon, they backed the Greeks. Olympus itself was at war. Ares descended to fight alongside Hector and his Trojan brothers. Here was war worthy of a god. Heroes on both sides, glory for the taking. He waded through Greek soldiers like a scythe through wheat, his presence turning battles, his war cry breaking formations that had never known fear. For a time, it seemed the Trojans might win through Ares' strength alone. The Greek heroes fell back, unable to stand against divine fury. But across the battlefield, Athena watched with calculating eyes. Her Greeks were losing, and she would not permit her brother to have this victory. Diomedes, king of Argos, a mortal hero whose courage bordered on madness. A man willing to strike at gods themselves. I will give you sight to see the gods among the mortals, Athena whispered. And I will give you the strength to strike them without fear. Diomedes felt power surge through him, mortal flesh housing divine blessing. He could see now what others could not. He could see Ares. The hero charged toward the god of war without hesitation. Around him, men died in their hundreds, but Diomedes had eyes only for his divine prey. Ares saw him coming, a mortal running toward a god with raised spear. The war god laughed. What could any mortal do against divine flesh? He did not see Athena standing invisible beside the Greek hero. He did not see her hand guiding the mortal's spear toward its target. Diomedes threw with all his mortal strength, enhanced by divine blessing. The spear flew true, truer than any mortal weapon had right to fly. The bronze point struck Ares in the belly, piercing divine flesh that had never known a mortal wound. Ichor, the golden blood of gods, sprayed across the dust. Ares screamed. The sound was terrible, like 10,000 warriors dying at once. The battlefield itself seemed to shudder at the god of war's pain. He fell to his knees, clutching the wound, staring at the mortal who had done what no mortal should be able to do. Behind Diomedes, Athena became visible. Sister. Ares gasped, golden blood running through his fingers. You guided his hand. You turned mortal bronze against your own brother's flesh. Athena smiled her cold gray smile. You were winning. I could not allow that. War has rules, brother. Your chaos threatened the outcome I designed. Ares rose on shaking legs, the spear wound still pouring ichor. He could heal, given time. But time was the one thing he did not have here. The Trojans watched their divine champion falter. The Greeks saw opportunity. The tide of battle was turning again, as tides always turn. Ares did what he had never done before in any war. He fled. Wrapping himself in storm clouds, the god of war retreated from a mortal battlefield. He flew toward Olympus, not in triumph, but in desperate need. His father's healing power was the only thing that could close a wound blessed by Athena. He landed before Zeus' throne, collapsing to his knees, golden blood pooling on sacred marble. Once again, he came to his father wounded and humiliated. "Feather," he gasped. "Look what she has done. Athena guided a mortal's hand against me. Your daughter wounds your son. Is this just?" Zeus looked down at his bleeding son. In his eyes was not concern, not anger at Athena, not anything Ares had hoped to find there. "Do not sit beside me and whine." Zeus spoke, his voice thunder and ice combined. "You are the most hateful to me of all the gods who hold Olympus." The words struck harder than any spear. Ares had heard them before, but always hoped they might change. They never changed. They never would. "Forever is strife dear to your heart," Zeus continued, relentless. "Wars and battles. You have your mother's nature. Hera's intolerable spirit of contention." Other gods watched from their thrones, some uncomfortable, some satisfied. Ares saw Athena's cold smile, Apollo's averted eyes, Hermes' pity worst of all. "If you were born of any other god," Zeus finished, "you would have been cast out of Olympus long ago. Lower even than the Titans I defeated." Ares knelt in his own divine blood, receiving his father's rejection before all Olympus. The god of war had nothing left to say. What words could answer hate? Zeus waved his hand. Pain, heal him. I cannot bear his suffering any more than I can bear his presence. Heal him and let him go? The divine physician came, applying herbs that could close wounds even Athena's blessing had opened. The flesh healed. The heart did not. When the healing was done, Ares rose without thanking anyone. He walked from the throne room, and not one god spoke a word to him as he passed. Only HERA moved. She rose from her throne and followed her son, leaving Zeus without a word, choosing her child over her husband's cold judgment. In a private chamber, away from witnesses, HERA held her son as she had held him since his creation. Some wounds only a mother can tend. He is wrong, HERA whispered fiercely. He is wrong about you. You are not worthless. You are my son, and there is strength in you he will never see. Ares wanted to believe her. He had always wanted to believe her. But his father's voice was louder, carved into his immortal soul like wounds that never heal. Why? He asked, the same question he had asked for eternity. Why does he hate what I am when he made me this way? HERA had no answer. Perhaps Zeus hated in Ares what he hated in himself. Perhaps gods are as broken as the mortals who worship them. Below on the plains of Troy, the war continued without the god of war. Greeks and Trojans killed each other for 10 more years. Ares returned eventually, unable to stay away from conflict's call. But he fought more carefully now, aware that even gods could bleed. Troy fell at last to Greek cunning, the wooden horse that Athena inspired. Strategy one where strength alone had failed. As always, she triumphed over him. Ares watched the city burn and felt nothing. Not joy, not sorrow, not even the thrill of destruction. Only emptiness where purpose should have been. The Trojan War ended, and heroes returned home to their own fates. Odysseus wandered for 10 years. Agamemnon was murdered. Even victors pay prices. Ares endured, as gods do. Time passed differently for the divine. Centuries flowing like water, wounds becoming scars, scars becoming memories, memories becoming mythology. He would always be the god of war. Mortals would always pray to him in fear and fight in his name. But he would never be loved by his father. This was the tragedy of Ares. Not that he was defeated, but that he could never win the only victory he truly wanted. A father's acceptance. Aphrodite came to him still, when she could. Their love continued in shadows, though both now bore scars from its exposure. Together they were broken things finding comfort in each other's breaking. Not perfect love, but perhaps the only love either could have. HERA never stopped defending her son, even as millennia turned. In every conflict between Zeus and his war god child, she stood for Ares. Perhaps that was the lesson hidden in his myths. That even gods need someone who loves them without condition. Even divine creatures need mothers. Ares never changed his nature. He remained god of brutal, meaningless war, the screaming chaos that makes mortals into beasts and heroes into corpses. But in the quiet moments between wars, in Aphrodite's arms or HERA's presence, glimpses of another Ares appeared, one who might have been gentle if given the chance. The Greeks told his stories to understand themselves, the violence they were capable of, the rejection they feared, the love they desperately needed. Every child who felt unloved by a parent could look to Ares and know they were not alone. Even gods could be rejected. Even immortals could weep. Every warrior who survived battle's horror could understand why Ares was as he was. Violence changes those who practice it, mortal or divine. And every lover caught in forbidden passion could feel Ares and Aphrodite's tragedy. Wanting what you should not have, suffering for wanting. This is why we remember him, not as the victor he wished to be, but as the struggling creature he was. Failure can be its own kind of immortality. The final climax of our tale arrives here, not with victory, but with understanding. Ares was never meant to win. He was meant to teach us about losing. Rest now with what we have witnessed: the bronze jar, the golden net, the mortal spear, the father's rejection, the mother's love that could not fix what it could not reach. Soon we will speak of what Ares meant to those who first told his tales. But for now, let the god of war rest, and rest with him. Now let us speak of what Ares meant to those who first shaped his stories. The ancient Greeks knew war intimately. It defined their world. Every Greek man was expected to fight. Every Greek city lived under threat from neighbors, from Persia, from the endless tide of human conflict. They needed gods of war, but they created two very different ones. Athena for the war they wished to fight. Ares for the war they actually experienced. Athena represented strategic victory, the kind won through planning, discipline, and minimal loss. She was war as it appeared in epic poetry and proud memory. Ares represented the truth beneath the glory. The screaming, the bleeding, the friends dying in your arms, the enemy who was someone's son. The Greeks honored Athena with temples and festivals. They honored Ares with fear and desperate sacrifice. Both responses were honest in their way. Sparta alone embraced Ares fully, chaining his statue so the spirit of war could never leave their city. They understood that war requires the beast. But even Spartans knew the cost. Their greatest warriors' returned changed. Harder, colder, haunted by what they had done and seen. War takes as much as it gives. Ares embodied that transformation. He showed what happens when violence becomes identity, when there is nothing left but the next battle, the next kill. His rejection by Zeus spoke to another Greek truth, that society fears its warriors even as it needs them. The sword that protects can also threaten. Veterans of war often felt what Ares felt, essential in crisis, unwelcome in peace. Heroes on the battlefield, strangers at the hearth. The myths gave these feelings divine form. If even a god could be rejected for his violent nature, mortal warriors could understand their own alienation. Beyond war, Ares' story speaks to something universal. The child who cannot win a parent's love, no matter what they achieve or become. Zeus' contempt was absolute and unexplained. He simply did not love what Ares was. Some parents are like that, unable to love what they cannot understand. The Greeks understood this cruelty because they lived it. Not every father loved his sons. Not every family was whole. The myths reflected real pain. HERA's fierce maternal love offered counterbalance. Proof that even the rejected can find someone who sees their worth. Mothers often save what fathers abandon. The affair with Aphrodite carried its own symbolic weight. Why would beauty choose the beast? The Greeks pondered this paradox endlessly. Perhaps they understood that love is not logical. That attraction pulls us toward what we should avoid. That passion ignores the warnings wisdom whispers. Aphrodite was married to craft and kindness in HEPHAESTUS. She chose war and danger in Ares. The heart wants what the heart wants, even divine hearts. HEPHAESTUS' revenge showed another truth, that the gentle can become cruel when wounded deeply enough. Patience is not immunity. Kindness can curdle into vengeance. The golden net was genius turned to cruelty. The same skill that made wonders now made a trap. Our gifts can serve any master, even our pain. Public humiliation before the gods spoke to Greek society's power of shame. Reputation mattered more than almost anything. To be exposed was to be destroyed. Ares survived the exposure, but something died in him that day. The Greeks knew that shame could kill, even when the body continued breathing. The wound from Diomedes carried perhaps the deepest meaning. A mortal, with divine help, could wound a god. The impossible was possible with the right blessing. This gave hope to every Greek who faced impossible odds. If a man could wound the god of war, what other miracles might determined mortals achieve? But Athena's role reminded them that such miracles required divine favor. Mortals could achieve greatly, but never alone. The gods still held the scales. Together these threads wove a tapestry of meaning: war's horror, family's cruelty, love's irrationality, shame's power, mortal potential, divine necessity. The Greeks told Ares stories not to celebrate him, but to understand themselves. He was a mirror reflecting what they feared becoming, what they already were. Every culture needs its shadow gods, deities embodying what we wish we were not. Ares served that purpose. He carried the darkness so others could feel light. This was his meaning to those who created him. Now let us see how his story traveled through time, changing as it went, finding new forms in new ages. When Rome conquered Greece, they captured more than territory. They captured the gods themselves, transforming them to serve a new empire's needs. Ares became Mars, and in becoming Mars, he underwent a transformation more profound than any he had experienced in Greek mythology. Where Greeks had despised Ares, Romans elevated Mars to second only behind Jupiter himself. The war god became father of their entire civilization. Legend told that Mars fathered Romulus and Remus, the twin founders of Rome. The god of war was literally the ancestor of every Roman citizen. Romans built temples to Mars throughout their empire. The Campus Martius, Field of Mars, stood at Rome's heart, where soldiers trained and citizens gathered. March itself bears his name, the month when campaigning season began, when Roman legions would march forth to expand the empire Mars had fathered. Tuesday carries his legacy too, named for the Norse god Tyr, who Romans equated with Mars. Every week, we unknowingly honor the war god. When astronomers named the red planet, they chose Mars, the blood-red wanderer in the night sky, fitting home for the god of bloodshed. Today, spacecraft bearing human ambition orbit and land on Mars. We have sent our machines to walk on war god's domain, seeking life among the rust. The word martial flows from Mars. Martial arts, martial law, court-martial. Every discipline of organized combat carries his ancient name. Artists through the centuries have painted Ares and Mars countless times. Botticelli showed him sleeping in Aphrodite's presence, conquered by love. Velázquez painted Mars resting, weary and melancholy, showing the exhaustion behind the violence. Even the god of war grows tired of war. Modern stories continue drawing from his well. Every tale of the warrior rejected by society, the violent hero who cannot find peace, echoes Ares. Video games cast players as gods of war, letting us feel what Ares felt. The power, the rage, and sometimes the emptiness beneath the glory. Films about soldiers returning from war often capture Ares' tragedy. Heroes celebrated for violence, unable to exist in the peace they fought to protect. The unloved child seeking parental approval appears everywhere in modern storytelling. We cannot escape the patterns Ares first embodied thousands of years ago. His story persists because it speaks to something unchanging in human experience. We still fear war. We still need warriors. We still struggle to love them. Ares lives on. In our words, our planets, our stories, our families. The brutal god of war remains with us, waiting in the shadows of human nature. And so we come to the end of our journey with Ares, the brutal god of war who was also the wounded son, the desperate lover, the eternal seeker. We walked with him through the bronze darkness of his prison, where 13 months taught him what helplessness felt like. Feel how far we have come. We witnessed his shame in the golden net, exposed before all Olympus, learning that even gods can be caught by the consequences of their hearts. We stood beside him when mortal bronze pierced divine flesh, and when his father's words cut deeper than any spear ever could. Through it all, two loves sustained him, Aphrodite's forbidden passion and Hera's fierce maternal devotion. Even in darkness, connection remained. The ancient Greeks who first told these tales knew something profound, that stories of divine suffering help us bear our mortal pain. They shaped Ares from their fears and their experiences, giving form to what they could not otherwise express. We honor their wisdom tonight. Across 3,000 years, their voices still reach us. The poets, the priests, the parents who told these tales to children just like you. Now the stories rest in you, carried forward into dreams and waking. You have become part of the ancient chain that keeps mythology alive. Let the god of war find peace tonight, and let peace find you as well. The battles are over. The stories are told. Only rest remains. The stars turn above as they turned above ancient Greece. The same moon that silvered Olympus now silvers your window. We are all connected through time. Thank you for walking with us tonight. Sleep well, dream gently, and know that the ancient stories will be here whenever you need them. Good night. Welcome back. Tonight we journey to ancient Greece, to the forges beneath Olympus, where fire meets divine will. Let this story carry you. This is the tale of Hephaestus, god of fire and forge. The only Olympian born imperfect. The only one cast out by his own mother. Yet from rejection came creation. From Ain came the most beautiful works the gods had ever seen. His story begins with a fall. On Mount Olympus, where the gods lived in eternal splendor, Hera the queen grew heavy with child. All expected another perfect immortal. But when the child was born, Hera's face twisted with horror. His legs were withered, his body imperfect. This was no son of hers. The other gods watched in uncomfortable silence as the Queen of Heaven lifted her newborn son. Not to embrace him, to throw him away. With one cruel motion, Hera hurled the infant from the peak of Olympus. Her own child, tumbling toward the distant sea far below. He fell for an entire day. The wind tore at his small body. The gods on Olympus had already forgotten him. Can you feel that descent? But the sea was watching. Thetis, a gentle nymph of the silver waves, saw the falling spark of divine light and opened her arms. She caught him just before he struck the water. The impact still shattered his legs forever, but she had saved his life. Deep beneath the waves, Thetis carried the wounded godling to her grotto. Her sister Eurynome waited, already preparing healing herbs. For 9 years, the sea nymphs raised the child that Olympus had discarded. They loved him as his mother never could. His legs would never heal. He would walk with pain for eternity. But in that underwater sanctuary, young Hephaestus discovered something miraculous. Fire. Even beneath the ocean, volcanic vents provided him with flame. And when his small hands touched the fire, they did not burn. The god of fire had found his element. What others feared, he could command. In flame, the rejected child found his first true friend. Thetis watched her adopted son begin to build. First small things, shells joined with heat, coral shaped into new forms. Then greater wonders. The boy who had been thrown away was becoming something extraordinary. His broken body housed an unbreakable spirit. His hands could shape miracles. And far above, on Olympus, the gods had no idea what they had cast away. The divine blacksmith story was just beginning. 9 years passed beneath the waves. 9 years of healing, learning, and creation. The sea became Hephaestus's first true home. Thetis brought him metals from shipwrecks scattered across the seafloor. Bronze swords, golden jewelry, silver coins lost to storms and time. Each piece of wreckage became raw material in the young god's hands. Where mortals saw tragedy, Hephaestus saw possibility waiting to be shaped. His first true creation was a brooch for Thetis. Simple by the standards he would later achieve, but made with pure love and gratitude. When Thetis wore it, the other sea nymphs gasped. Nothing so beautiful had ever been made beneath the waves. Word began to spread. Eurynome asked for earrings next, then a necklace. Each creation surpassed the last as the young god's skills grew with frightening speed. The volcanic vents beneath the ocean floor became his allies. He learned to channel their heat, to create temperatures no mortal forge could match. He built bellows from giant clam shells, hammers from volcanic rock, tongues from the bones of ancient sea creatures. Necessity bred invention. By his 5th year beneath the waves, Hephaestus could shape any metal. Gold flowed like water under his touch. Bronze sang beneath his hammer. Thetis watched her adopted son with wonder and a touch of worry. His talent was divine. Sooner or later, Olympus would notice. But for now, the boy who had been thrown away knew only peace. The sea was kind. His mothers loved him. Fire obeyed his will. He began to create not just jewelry, but useful things. Cups that never spilled. Combs that untangled any knot. Mirrors that showed true reflections. Thetis was no ordinary sea nymph. She was a goddess in her own right, destined one day to bear a hero greater than his father. She had saved Hephaestus not from pity, but from recognition. She too knew what it meant to be used by the greater gods. She taught him more than craft. She taught him patience. She taught him that worth comes from within, not from the approval of those above. Eurynome balanced Thetis's solemnity with joy. She danced through the currents, laughed at small things, reminded him that creation should bring happiness. Together, the two sea goddesses gave Hephaestus what Olympus never could: unconditional love, acceptance of his differences, pride in who he was becoming. The young god grew stronger despite his injury. His upper body became powerful from working the forge, his arms thick with muscle. He crafted himself a cane of indestructible bronze, then crutches, then finally a wheeled chair that moved at his thought. He solved his own problems. His withered legs no longer defined him. When he sat at the forge, he was more powerful than any god who walked on perfect limbs. As the 9th year approached, his creations had grown beyond jewelry. He forged weapons that could cut through any armor, shields that could block thunderbolts. Thetis knew the time was coming. Word of the miraculous smith beneath the waves had spread from nymph to river god to messenger spirits. She made a decision. If Olympus was going to discover her son, she would control how. She would make them see his worth first. She asked Hephaestus to create his greatest work yet. A piece so beautiful that even the Queen of Heaven would desire it. Hephaestus worked for 40 days and 40 nights. He poured every lesson, every hour of practice, every ounce of love into one piece. A throne. Not just any throne, but a seat worthy of the Queen of the gods herself. Gold and silver woven like fabric. Peacock feathers rendered in precious metals, each eye a different gemstone. Curves that seemed impossible, comfort that invited eternal rest. When it was finished, even Thetis could not speak. The throne was the most beautiful object ever created by god or mortal hand. But something else gleamed in the young god's eyes. Something Thetis had not taught him. Something cold and patient and just. The throne was sent to Olympus as a gift. No name attached. Only the whisper that the smith beneath the waves wished to honor the queen. Now let us turn our gaze upward, to the realm the young smith had fallen from. To understand his revenge, we must know those who wronged him. Zeus, king of the gods, sat upon the highest throne. His word was law. His thunderbolt was judgment. He had watched HERA throw the child away. He had said nothing to stop her. The king of Olympus cared only for useful things, and a lame god seemed to have no use. HERA, queen of heaven, goddess of marriage and family. The irony was bitter. She had destroyed her own family with her vanity. She demanded perfection in all things. An imperfect child was an insult to her divine nature. Better thrown away than acknowledged as hers. But HERA loved beautiful things. When the magnificent throne arrived as a gift, her eyes lit with desire. Finally, something worthy of her. Ares, god of war, cared nothing for craft or beauty. He was blood and bronze and brutal strength. He laughed at anything he could not kill. He had been among those who watched the infant fall. He had laughed then too. The weak, in his view, deserved their fate. Athena was different. Goddess of wisdom and craft, she alone among the Olympians might have understood what Hephaestus could become. But Athena had been born from Zeus's head, already grown, already armored. She had never been helpless. She did not fully understand rejection. Still, she valued creation. In time, she would become Hephaestus's only true ally among the gods. But that alliance lay years in the future. And then there was Aphrodite, goddess of love and beauty, born from sea foam when Kronos' severed flesh fell into the ocean. Every god desired her. Every goddess envied her. She moved through Olympus knowing that she could have anyone, anything, with a single smile. She had never once thought about the lame god cast from Olympus. Why would she? He was broken, imperfect. Everything she was not. Yet fate has its ironies. The goddess of beauty would one day be given to the ugliest of gods. But that cruel joke lay ahead. Beneath Olympus, in the volcanic depths of Mount Etna, other beings served the cause of divine craft. The Cyclopes, one-eyed giants of ancient power. Brontes, whose name meant thunder, Steropes the lightning maker, Arges the bright one. They had forged Zeus's thunderbolt in ages past. They would become Hephaestus's workers when he took his rightful place. But first, the young god had to claim that place. Through revenge. Back in the underwater grotto, Hephaestus waited. He knew his throne had reached Olympus. He knew his mother would sit in it. He counted the days. Thetis did not know what he had built into that beautiful throne. She had wanted to earn his place through wonder. He had chosen another path. He loved his sea mothers. Truly he did. But some wounds require more than love to heal. Some wounds demand justice. The message came carried by a dolphin. HERA had sat in the throne, and she could not stand up. The trap had sprung perfectly. On Olympus, chaos reigned. The queen of the gods was stuck to a chair, invisible chains binding her the moment she sat. She screamed for Zeus to free her. The king of gods tried. His thunderbolt shattered against the throne without leaving a mark. Ares hacked at it with his sword. The blade shattered. Athena examined it for weaknesses and found none. The trap was perfect. Word spread across Olympus. Only the Maker could free the queen. And the Maker was the son she had thrown from heaven 9 years ago. Beneath the waves, Hephaestus smiled. Not with joy, but with the cold satisfaction of a craftsman whose work had proven perfect. Thetis confronted him. Was this why he had made the throne so beautiful? To trap the mother who had discarded him. He met her eyes without shame. She threw me away, he said. She never looked for me. She never wondered if I survived. This is justice. Thetis had no answer. How could she argue? She had watched him suffer. She had dried his tears when he asked why his mother hated him. Olympus sent messengers. They sent bribes. They sent threats. Hephaestus ignored them all. He had waited 9 years. He could wait longer. Finally, they sent Dionysus. The god of wine was clever. He did not threaten or bribe. He brought the best wine in creation and simply talked. He spoke of what Hephaestus could have on Olympus. A forge greater than any in the world. The Cyclopes as his workers. Recognition as a true god. And a wife. The most beautiful goddess in existence. Aphrodite herself, given to him in marriage. Surely that was worth a mother's freedom. Hephaestus had seen Aphrodite only in the reflections of the sea. Her beauty had haunted him even in his underwater sanctuary. He hesitated. Thetis saw the change in him. She knew what he would choose. Love, or the illusion of love, could defeat even justified anger. But she did not try to stop him. Every child must leave eventually. Even divine children. Even those we rescued from the sky. Hephaestus agreed to Dionysus's terms. He would free HERA. He would take his place on Olympus. And Aphrodite would be his wife. He rose from the sea for the first time in 9 years. The sunlight was blinding after so long in the gentle glow of the deep. Behind him, Thetis and Eurynome watched from the waves. Their son was leaving. They had given him everything they could. Now he had to find his own way. The journey to Olympus was long. Hephaestus walked slowly on his damaged legs, but he walked with purpose. With every step, his anger sharpened. The gods had thrown him away. Now they needed him. Let them wait a little longer while the crippled god climbed toward the clouds. The climb to Olympus took 3 days. 3 days of pain in his withered legs, 3 days of burning determination in his heart. Mortals who saw him pass whispered prayers. A god walking among them, scarred and limping, ascending toward the clouds. They sensed something momentous. Dionysus walked beside him, offering wine and conversation. The god of revelry seemed genuinely curious about this smith who had trapped the queen of heaven. What was it like, Dionysus asked, to live beneath the sea? To be raised by nymphs instead of gods? To learn craft instead of war? Hephaestus found himself speaking of Thetis's kindness, of Eurynome's laughter, of the peace he had found in creation. He had not expected to share so much. Dionysus listened without judgment. Perhaps that was why he had been sent. Among all the Olympians, only he understood being an outsider. On the 3rd day, they reached the gates of Olympus. golden doors taller than any mortal building, guarded by beings of living cloud. The gates swung open without being touched. The gods of Olympus were expecting him. They had been expecting him for days. He stepped onto the clouds of Olympus for the first time since infancy. The last time he had been here, he had been thrown from it screaming. The great hall lay before him. Through its crystal walls he could see them all. The gods who had watched him fall. The gods who had done nothing. And there, in the center, sat Hera on her beautiful golden prison. Her face was a mask of fury and humiliation. She could not even turn away. HEPHAESTUS felt something shift in his chest. He had imagined this moment for 9 years. Now that it was here, the anger felt different. Heavier. He entered the throne room. Every divine eye turned to him. Zeus on his high throne. Ares with his hand on his sword. Athena watching with grey curiosity. And Aphrodite, standing near a column, her sea-green eyes meeting his for the first time. Even in this moment, her beauty struck him like a physical blow. He forced himself to look away from her. There would be time for that later. First, he had business with the mother who had thrown him to the sea. He walked slowly toward the golden throne. Each step echoed in the silent hall. The gods parted before him like water before a ship's prow. Hera's eyes tracked his approach with undisguised hatred. Even now, even trapped by her own cruelty come back to haunt her, she felt no guilt. He stopped before her. "Mother," he said, and the word dripped with 9 years of abandonment. "Do you remember me now?" Hera's lips pressed thin. She would not give him the satisfaction of an answer. Even trapped, the Queen of Heaven would not humble herself to a cripple. The silence stretched. Zeus shifted uncomfortably on his throne. This was not a matter thunderbolts could solve. For once, the king of gods was helpless. HEPHAESTUS circled the throne slowly, letting his fingers trail across its perfect surface. He knew every mechanism, every hidden chain, every beautiful trap. "I made this for you," he said softly. "Every peacock feather, every gemstone eye. I thought of you with every hammer stroke. Do you like it?" Hera's composure cracked. "Release me," she hissed. "Release me now, or when I am free, I will make you wish you had died in that fall." HEPHAESTUS laughed. The sound echoed through Olympus, and several gods flinched. No one had ever laughed at Hera. No one had ever dared. "You threw me away because I was imperfect," he said. "Look at me now. I trapped the Queen of Heaven with my imperfect hands." The other gods watched this confrontation with fascination and unease. Family drama among immortals could reshape the cosmos. They had seen it before. Zeus rose from his throne. "Enough," he declared. His voice rolled like thunder, but HEPHAESTUS did not flinch. Thunderbolts could not free Hera. Threats were meaningless. "Name your price," Zeus continued, voice softening. "You will have whatever you ask, but free my wife. This cannot continue." HEPHAESTUS had already negotiated with Dionysus, but he wanted to hear Zeus say it. He wanted all of Olympus to witness the king bowing to necessity. "A place among you," HEPHAESTUS said clearly. "A throne of my own in this hall. Recognition as an Olympian god, never to be cast out again." Zeus nodded slowly. "That had been promised already. You shall have a throne." He said, "What else?" The question of Aphrodite hung unspoken. "Aphrodite," HEPHAESTUS said, and his voice caught slightly on the name. Despite everything, despite knowing this was politics, his heart still raced at the thought. The goddess of love showed no reaction. Her beautiful face remained serene as a statue. But something cold flickered in her sea-green eyes. "Agreed," Zeus said quickly, before anyone could object. "Aphrodite shall be your wife. Now release Hera. We have lingered in this farce long enough." HEPHAESTUS turned back to the golden throne. He placed his hands on its arms, touching hidden mechanisms only he knew. The trap had one key: forgiveness. But before he released her, he leaned close to Hera's ear. What he whispered, no other god could hear. Her face went pale. Then he pressed the hidden catches, and the invisible chains dissolved like morning mist. Hera was free. She leaped from the throne as if it burned. She stood shaking, rubbing her wrists where no marks remained. Her eyes found Hephaestus with pure hatred. But she said nothing. Whatever he had whispered silenced her. The other gods exhaled as one. The crisis was over. But the politics had only begun. A new power had risen on Olympus, forged in rejection. Zeus waved his hand, and a 13th throne materialized in the circle. Smaller than his own, but made of volcanic stone shot through with veins of gold. Hephaestus lowered himself onto it. For a moment, his damaged legs screamed with relief at finally resting. He had walked for 3 days on pure spite. He looked around the circle at his new family. Zeus, who had watched him fall. HERA, who had thrown him. Ares, who had laughed. And APHRODITE, who would be his wife but never his love. He understood that already. Her beauty was a gift that would never be opened. But also Athena, who studied him with genuine interest. Perhaps one ally in this nest of vipers. Perhaps one friend among the immortals. The following weeks were a blur of ceremony and construction. Zeus granted Hephaestus a forge beneath Olympus, fed by volcanic fire from the earth's core. The Cyclopes came to serve him, as Dionysus had promised. Brontets, stirrups, and Arges bent their ancient power to his will. He was their master now. The forge roared to life. Heat that would have vaporized mortals felt like a warm embrace to the god of fire. He was finally home. He built wonders immediately. A new chariot for Helios to carry the sun. Arrows that never missed for Apollo. A mirror of truth for no one in particular. The gods who had ignored him now came with commissions. They wanted his work. They needed his skill. Irony layered upon irony beneath Olympus. Then came the wedding. In the great hall of Olympus, before all the gods, Hephaestus and Aphrodite were joined in divine matrimony. Aphrodite wore white and gold, flowers blooming spontaneously in her hair. She was heartbreakingly beautiful. She looked at Hephaestus with polite emptiness. He had cleaned himself for the ceremony, worn his finest work. But no amount of gold could hide his withered legs, his rough hands, his scarred face. Zeus pronounced them wed. The gods cheered, some genuinely, most out of obligation. Hephaestus noticed Ares's smirk. He filed it away for later consideration. That night, in the chambers they would share, Aphrodite turned away from him. The marriage would remain unconsummated. She had agreed to be his wife, not his lover. Hephaestus did not force the matter. He had never wanted a prisoner. He had wanted love. But love, he was learning, could not be forged. He returned to his forge that night. The familiar heat welcomed him when nothing else did. Here, at least, his work was wanted. The pattern established itself quickly. Aphrodite reigned in beauty above. Hephaestus worked in fire below. They shared a home but not a life. He made her gifts, jewelry that made even her divine beauty more radiant. She wore them without comment. They did not bring her closer. Athena visited his forge often. She alone among the Olympians truly appreciated what he could do. They spoke of craft, of creation, of the joy in making. Together they designed her Aegis, the terrible shield bearing Medusa's head. Athena provided the vision. Hephaestus provided the skill. It was a perfect partnership. "Why do you stay with her?" Athena asked once, meaning Aphrodite. "She gives you nothing." He had no answer that made sense, even to himself. Perhaps because he had been thrown away once. He could not bear to be the one who let go, even when holding on hurt. Meanwhile, he filled Olympus with his creations. Automated servants of bronze that moved like living things. Tables that served food on their own. Chairs that offered perfect comfort. The gods had come to depend on him. Every weapon, every chariot, every magical device came from his forge. He had made himself indispensable. Even HERA commissioned work from him now. She never apologized. She never acknowledged what she had done. But she needed his skill, and that was something. Thetis visited sometimes, rising from the sea to check on her adopted son. She saw his success. She also saw his loneliness. "You have everything you demanded," she said gently. "A throne, a wife, recognition. Are you happy?" He could not lie to her. So he said nothing. She held him then, as she had when he was a broken child falling from the sky. Some wounds, she knew, never fully heal. But Hephaestus found his own kind of peace. Not happiness, but purpose. Every creation was a victory. Every perfect weld was a moment of transcendence. If he could not be loved, he would be needed. If he could not be beautiful, he would create beauty. The forge was enough. It had to be enough. He thought the story was ending. He had his revenge. He had his place. He had learned to live without love. But the gods are never finished with their cruelties. And somewhere on Olympus, in secret chambers far from the forge, Aphrodite was meeting another god. One whose beauty matched her own. One whose passion burned as hot as any fire. Ares, god of war. He had wanted Aphrodite since she emerged from the sea foam. And Aphrodite, bored and trapped, had finally welcomed his attention. The god of war and the goddess of love. The most beautiful and the most brutal. They thought no one would discover them. They thought Hephaestus too absorbed in his forge to notice. They were wrong. Hephaestus was about to discover the cruelest betrayal of all, and when he did, his next creation would shock all of Olympus. But let us pause here. Let us take a breath. The god of the forge has achieved what he sought. A throne, a title, a wife in name. He trapped the mother who threw him away, and made her watch as he took his rightful place. That was justice, of a kind. He won recognition from gods who had ignored his fall. They commission his work now. They need him. That was victory, of a kind. He married the most beautiful goddess in existence. She lives in his home. She wears his jewelry. That was the prize, of a kind. But revenge has not healed him. Recognition has not warmed him. And the most beautiful wife in creation has never once looked at him with love. This was his first great lesson. You cannot forge love. You cannot craft someone into caring. Some things exist beyond even divine skill. So he threw himself into his work. If the heart could not be filled, the hands could stay busy. Creation became his comfort, his purpose, his prayer. And his work was magnificent. Zeus's thunderbolts reforged sharper than before. Apollo's chariot running smoother across the sky. Artemis's arrows, finding their marks across impossible distances. He built the golden maidens who served him, thinking beings of bronze who anticipated his needs. If mortals would not love him, perhaps his creations could. They were the first artificial beings to think and feel. He had given them what the other gods had denied him, unconditional acceptance. Athena saw this and understood. You have made yourself a family, she observed, one that cannot reject you. Was that the plan all along? Perhaps, he admitted. Or perhaps I just needed to create something that would stay. Everything else in his life had been taken or given conditionally. So ends the first chapter of the divine blacksmith's tale. He has risen from the sea. He has claimed his throne. He has learned that victory is complicated. But a new challenge awaits him, a betrayal he never expected, and a choice that will define whether he becomes bitter or becomes wise. Rest here for a moment with the god of fire. Feel the warmth of his forge. The next part of his journey will test everything he has built. Helios sees everything. The god who drives the sun across the sky watches all that happens beneath his light. And he had seen plenty. He had watched Aphrodite slip away from her husband's forge. He had seen where she went. He had seen who was waiting for her there. Helios owed Hephaestus a favor. The smith had repaired his chariot when it cracked from the strain of carrying the sun. Now he would repay it with truth. He descended to the forge one evening, his light dimmed to merely blinding rather than lethal. Hephaestus, he said, I bring news you will not wish to hear. Hephaestus looked up from his work. Some part of him already knew. Perhaps he had always known, since the wedding night when she turned away. Your wife, Helios said carefully, has been visiting Ares. Not as a friend, not briefly. They meet whenever you are deep in your work. The hammer fell from Hephaestus's hand. It struck the floor with a sound like thunder. The Cyclopes stopped their work. Even the flames seemed to hold their breath. He had expected indifference. He had made peace with an empty marriage. But this was mockery. This was his enemy in his own bed. Ares. Of all the gods, it had to be Ares. The one who had laughed when he fell. The one who represented everything Hephaestus was not. Helios withdrew quietly. He had done what honor required. What Hephaestus did with the truth was his own affair. The sun god returned to his chariot and his endless journey. For 3 days Hephaestus did not emerge from his forge. The flames burned low. The Cyclopes worked in nervous silence. Something terrible was being born in that darkness. Inside, the god of fire sat motionless. He did not eat. He did not sleep. He only thought, turning the betrayal over and over like metal in his mind. He could confront them, storm in with accusations. But what would that achieve? Ares would laugh. Aphrodite would shrug. The other gods would watch and whisper. He could divorce her, send her back to Zeus. But that too would be seen as his failure. The ugly god who could not keep the beautiful wife. No. If there was to be humiliation, it would not be his alone. If there was to be exposure, the whole world would see who was truly shameful. He rose from his stillness. He fed the forge. The flames leaped up eagerly, sensing their master's return to purpose. He had work to do. This time, he did not create something beautiful. This time, he created something perfect. A net so fine it was invisible. So strong nothing could break it. He worked with cold fury, every strand a link in the chain of justice. The net took shape like a spider's web spun from starlight. The Cyclopes watched in awe. They had seen their master create wonders, but nothing like this. This was craft transformed into vengeance, beauty weaponized. 7 days and 7 nights he worked. He did not rest. He did not think of anything but the perfect mesh that would catch gods like flies. When it was finished, he held it up to the light. The net was completely invisible. Only he could see its intricate pattern, know its terrible strength. He tested it against a thunderbolt from Zeus's own supply. The net caught the lightning without tearing. It held the bolt until he released it. Now he needed to set the trap. He announced to all of Olympus that he was leaving. A journey to Lemnos, his sacred island. He would be gone for days. Aphrodite smiled when she heard. It was the first genuine emotion she had shown him in months. The smile of a predator whose prey was leaving. She did not see him pause at the door to their chambers. She did not see him place something invisible over the bed. She saw nothing at all. He left Olympus openly, making sure every god saw him depart. He descended the mountain, crossed the sea toward Lemnos. But he did not go far. He found a hidden place among the clouds and waited. Ares would come to Aphrodite the moment he believed it safe. Predators are predictable that way. Night fell over Olympus. Stars emerged, and through the divine darkness, Ares slipped toward the chambers of the absent god's wife. Aphrodite welcomed him as always. They thought themselves safe. They thought the crippled smith was far away, hammering at his mortal forge. They were wrong. What happened next would shake Olympus to its foundations. The trap was set. The prey had entered. And the hunter was about to return. Hephaestus flew back to Olympus on wings he had crafted himself. Not the borrowed sandals of Hermes, but his own invention. He needed no one else's gifts. He landed silently outside his own chambers. Through the walls he could hear them, laughing. His wife and his enemy, in his home, in his bed. With a single word of divine command, he activated the net. Inside the chamber, invisible chains snapped tight. The laughter turned to screams. He did not rush inside. He had waited 9 years for HERA. He had waited 7 days crafting this trap. He could wait a moment more to savor it. Then he threw open the doors. And there they were. Ares, god of war, and Aphrodite, goddess of love, tangled together in chains of woven starlight. The net held them fast, limbs intertwined in mockery of their passion. They could not move. They could not escape. They could only rage and plead. Ares roared threats. He would destroy the smith. He would tear Olympus apart. But his sword lay across the room, and his arms were pinned by gossamer threads. Aphrodite tried different tactics. She wept, she begged. She promised things she had never offered in their marriage. Hephaestus watched unmoved. He had believed her beauty once. He had hoped her love could be earned. Now he saw her clearly a goddess who used desire as a weapon against everyone. But exposure to him alone was not enough. He had promised himself all of Olympus would see. Let the gods witness what honor looked like in heaven. He sent word to every corner of the divine realm. Come to the chambers of Hephaestus. Come see what the god of war does when he thinks no one watches. They came. All of them came. Zeus and Poseidon, Apollo and Hermes, every god who could make the journey. They gathered outside the smith's chambers. Hephaestus threw the doors wide. Behold, he announced, his voice carrying to every ear. The god of war and the goddess of love, caught in my bed. The gods stared. Then they began to laugh. Not kind laughter, but the cruel mirth of those who finally see the mighty brought low. Ares, who had mocked the crippled infant, now lay exposed and ridiculous. His perfect warrior's body tangled in threads he could not break. Aphrodite, whose beauty had enslaved gods and mortals alike, now lay stripped of dignity. Her power over desire meant nothing when she was the object of ridicule. Hermes leaned over to Apollo. I would gladly be caught in such a net, he whispered, if it meant lying with Aphrodite. Even now her beauty inspired desire. The goddesses notably had not come. Athena, Hera, Artemis. They stayed away. This spectacle, they felt, diminished everyone involved, including the one who staged it. Hephaestus noticed their absence. Something shifted in his chest. Was this truly victory? Or had he become as small as those who had hurt him? Zeus stepped forward, his face unreadable. Release them, he commanded. This has gone far enough. The king of gods was not accustomed to such scenes. Hephaestus turned to face his king. Not yet, he said. First, I want the bride price returned. Every gift I gave for Aphrodite, I was sold a false marriage. The gods murmured. This was reasonable. A marriage obtained through promises of fidelity. Broken so flagrantly. Surely the wronged husband deserved something. Poseidon stepped forward. He had always liked the craftsman who made his trident. I will guarantee the debt, he offered. Ours will pay. Release them. Hephaestus looked at the sea god. Poseidon had never mocked him, had never laughed at his fall. Perhaps not all the Olympians were enemies. And what if Ares does not pay? Hephaestus asked. What guarantee do I have that the god of war will honor a debt to a crippled smith? Then I will pay it myself, Poseidon said firmly. On my honor as god of the seas. You will not be cheated again, brother. The word struck Hephaestus like a hammer blow. In all his time on Olympus, no one had called him that. Not once. Not until now. He looked around the chamber. At Ares, still struggling and cursing. At Aphrodite, still weeping her false tears. At the gods who had laughed at their humiliation. He had wanted them to suffer as he had suffered. And they had. For this moment, at least, they knew what it felt like to be mocked and helpless. But the satisfaction he had expected, the healing he had hoped for, it was not there. The wound in his heart remained unchanged by their pain. He thought of Thetis, who had caught him when he fell. She had never sought revenge on Hera. She had simply loved him, and let that be enough. He thought of his forge waiting below, of the creations that still called to him, of the automatons who needed no one's humiliation to bring him peace. He thought of Athena, who had not come to watch this shame. She knew him better than he knew himself. She knew this was beneath him. The god of fire stood at a crossroads. He could demand more. He could extend their suffering. He could become the monster that rejection had tried to make him. Or he could choose differently. He could prove that he was more than his wounds. That the child thrown from Olympus had grown into something better than those who threw him. He raised his hand. The net dissolved like morning mist. Ares and Aphrodite tumbled free, sprawling on the floor in undignified heaps. The watching gods fell silent. They had expected demands, prolonged negotiations, perhaps even violence. They had not expected forgiveness. Ares scrambled for his sword, his armor, his dignity. He fled without a word, unable to face the smith, who had bested him with nothing but craft and patience. Aphrodite rose more slowly. She looked at Hephaestus with something new in her eyes. Not love, perhaps she was incapable of that, but something like respect. "You could have kept us there forever," she said quietly. "Why did you let us go?" It was perhaps the first honest question she had ever asked him. Because Hephaestus said, "Your suffering does not ease mine. I wanted it to, but it does not. Keeping you trapped would only trap me too." Aphrodite had no response. She gathered her robes and left, passing through the silent crowd of gods. For once, no one watched her with desire. The other gods drifted away, sensing the spectacle was over. They whispered among themselves. The smith had shown them something unexpected, strength without cruelty. Poseidon clasped Hephaestus's shoulder before leaving. "Well done, brother," he said. "That took more courage than holding them." The sea god meant it. Zeus lingered last. He studied his wife's rejected son with new eyes. "I underestimated you," he admitted. It was as close to an apology as Zeus could manage. Hephaestus nodded but said nothing. He did not need Zeus's approval anymore. He did not need anyone's approval. He had found something better: self-respect. Alone at last, he walked through his empty chambers. The bed where they had betrayed him. The net that had caught them. The hollow victory that had taught him truth. He gathered the dissolved net, its golden threads now visible. He would melt it down. Create something new from it. Something that healed rather than hurt. He descended to his forge. The Cyclopes looked up with questions in their single eyes. Their master seemed different somehow. Lighter, despite what had happened. He fed the net's threads into the furnace. Gold and spite and pain. All of it melted together, becoming raw material once more, ready to become something new. As he worked, Athena appeared at the forge entrance. She did not speak, only watched. When he finally looked up, she was smiling. "I wondered which path you would choose," she said. "I am glad it was this one." The goddess of wisdom had tested him, and he had passed. "You could have told me," he said without rancor. "You could have said this would feel empty." She shook her head. "Some lessons cannot be taught, only learned." She stayed to help him work. Not with the forge. That was his domain. But with the design. Together they shaped the melted gold into something beautiful. A brooch, like the first one he had made for Thetis. But grander. A gift for his sea mother, to thank her for teaching him how to love without possession. When it was finished, he held it up. The gold that had been his trap was now his gratitude. The pain that had been his prison was now his art. He would bring it to Thetis himself. But first there was more work to do. There was always more work to do. And now, finally, that felt like blessing, not burden. Word spread through Olympus of what the smith had done. Not just the trap, that was expected, but the release, the mercy, that surprised everyone. The gods began to see him differently. Not as the crippled reject they had pitied or ignored, but as something rare among immortals, a being capable of growth. Ares avoided him completely. The war god could not face the craftsman who had defeated him with thread and patience. Shame was foreign to Ares, and he hated the feeling. Aphrodite remained his wife in name, but they both understood the marriage was over in truth. She moved to Cyprus, her sacred island. He did not try to stop her. It was, in its way, a kind of freedom. He no longer hoped for what could not be. He no longer needed what was never offered. He simply was. He threw himself into creation with new purpose. Not to prove anything. Not to earn love. Simply because making things was what he was born to do. He built Talos, the bronze giant who would guard the island of Crete. A protector for those who could not protect themselves. Like he had once been. He forged the armor of Achilles, with the entire cosmos hammered into its shield. Stars and seasons and cities at war, a world in miniature for a mortal hero. He created Pandora, the first mortal woman, shaping her from clay and giving her form at Zeus's command. Even knowing her purpose was to bring sorrow, he made her beautiful. Each creation was an act of love. Not love for those who received the gifts. Many would use them poorly. But love for the craft itself, love for the making. Thetis came to visit him one final time before she departed for her own destiny. Her son, the hero Achilles, would soon be born, and she had preparations to make. She saw the brooch he had made for her, and tears filled her eyes. "You learned," she said. "You learned what I tried to teach you, how to transform pain into beauty." He embraced her, this sea goddess who had saved him twice. Once from the ocean, and once from becoming someone consumed by hate. She would always be his true mother. When she left, he did not feel alone. He had his work. He had Athena's friendship. He had the respect of those worth respecting. It was enough. It was more than enough. The forge burned eternal beneath Olympus. The hammers of the Cyclopes rang in endless rhythm. And at the center of it all, the god of fire found his peace. He had been thrown away. He had been broken. He had been betrayed. And he had risen above all of it, not through revenge, but through creation. The child who fell from Olympus had become its most indispensable god. Not because they loved him, but because he had learned to love himself and his work. That was his true victory. Not the throne, not the trapped queen, not the humiliated lovers, but the simple, profound peace of a craftsman at his forge. And so we reach the heart of Hephaestus' story. Not a battle won, not an enemy defeated, but a choice made in the moment when revenge was sweetest. He could have kept Ares and Aphrodite trapped forever. Divine chains for divine betrayers. Justice by any measure. But he chose mercy instead. Not because they deserved it. They did not. But because holding on to anger was its own kind of trap, and he had been trapped long enough. The god thrown from heaven by his mother learned that heaven was not a place above the clouds. It was a state of being. It was peace with oneself. He found that peace in the forge, in the heat and the hammer and the endless transformation of raw materials into beauty. This was his worship. This was his prayer. The other gods never fully understood him. How could they? They were born perfect, and perfection cannot comprehend the journey from brokenness to wholeness. But those who were themselves broken, mortals with their short lives and endless struggles, they understood. They prayed to Hephaestus. They found hope in his story. If the ugliest god on Olympus could find peace, perhaps they could too. If the rejected child could become indispensable, perhaps their own wounds had purpose. Hephaestus never stopped creating. Even now, in stories told millennia later, we imagine him at his anvil. Hammer rising, hammer falling, beauty emerging from fire. He made peace with HERA eventually, not forgiveness exactly, some wounds scar rather than heal. But acceptance. She was what she was. He was what he had become. He never stopped loving Aphrodite, in his way. But he learned that loving someone does not mean possessing them. Sometimes it means letting them go. And his creations spread across the world. Talos guarding Crete, Achilles wearing his armor into Troy, the automatons serving on Olympus, his legacy in metal and fire. The divine blacksmith story teaches us this: what you create matters more than what was done to you. How you respond to pain defines you more than the pain itself. We are all thrown from heaven in our own ways. We all fall and break and bear scars that never fully fade. But we can choose what to make from the pieces. Hephaestus chose to make beauty, to make wonder, to make things that would outlast even the gods themselves. And in that choice, he found his immortal peace. Now let us step back from the story and ask, what did Hephaestus mean to the ancient Greeks who first told his tale around their fires? He was, first and foremost, the god of fire. Not the wild fire that destroys, but the controlled fire that transforms. The fire of the hearth and the forge. Every blacksmith who heated metal, every potter who fired clay, every cook who prepared meals, they all worked under Hephaestus's blessing. He was the god of making things. In a world of gods who ruled and fought and loved, Hephaestus stood apart. He worked. He created. He transformed raw materials into objects of use and beauty. The Greeks valued warriors. They celebrated kings. But they also knew that civilization depended on craftsmen. Someone had to make the swords the warriors swung. HEPHAESTUS's disability was central to his meaning. He was the only Olympian with a physical imperfection. In a pantheon of perfect beauty, he limped and struggled. This made him accessible. Mortals with their own imperfect bodies could see themselves in HEPHAESTUS as they never could in Apollo or Aphrodite. His story told the disabled that they too had divine potential, that the body's limitations need not limit the spirit, that worth could be forged, not inherited. But his disability was also a mark of injustice. He was cast out not for any fault, but for failing to meet an arbitrary standard of beauty. The Greeks understood that the world was often unfair. Good people suffered, bad people prospered. HEPHAESTUS's story acknowledged this truth without despair. His response to injustice was creative rather than destructive. He did not wage war on Olympus. He made himself essential to it. Victory through excellence. The golden throne that trapped HERA was more than revenge. It was proof that the rejected child had surpassed those who rejected him. Craft as vindication. Fire itself carried deep symbolism for the Greeks. It was the gift Prometheus stole from heaven, bringing civilization to humankind at terrible cost to himself. HEPHAESTUS was fire's master and guardian. When mortals used fire wisely, to cook, to forge, to warm, they honored him. When fire destroyed, it had escaped his control. The forge was a liminal space in Greek thought, a place where solid became liquid, where raw became refined, where nothing became something, pure transformation. HEPHAESTUS presided over all such transformations. He turned ore into tools, chaos into order, pain into beauty. He was the god of becoming something new. His marriage to Aphrodite puzzled ancient commentators even then. Beauty wed to ugliness. Love given to the unloved. What did it mean? Some said it showed that love cannot be controlled or assigned. Others said craft and beauty belong together, even when it seems impossible. Perhaps the marriage simply acknowledged that life is full of mismatches, that we often receive what we did not earn and fail to receive what we deserve. His automatons, the golden maidens, the bronze bulls, Talos, represented something revolutionary. The dream of artificial life created intelligence, mechanical wonder. Thousands of years before computers, the Greeks imagined thinking machines. And they imagined their creator as the wounded god, who knew what it meant to be rejected. Perhaps he made them because he understood what it meant to need unconditional acceptance. He gave his creations what his mother had not given him. The myth also speaks to the nature of creativity itself. HEPHAESTUS's greatest works came from his deepest wounds. Pain became fuel for creation. Artists across millennia have recognized this truth, that the drive to create often springs from the need to heal, that broken people make unbroken things. What universal truths does HEPHAESTUS offer us? First, that rejection need not define us. What we build from our pain matters more than the pain itself. Second, that mercy frees the one who grants it. When HEPHAESTUS released the trapped lovers, he released himself from the prison of endless anger. Third, that our worth is not determined by those who reject us. HERA's cruelty said nothing about HEPHAESTUS's value, only about her own limitations. Fourth, that found family can be stronger than blood. Thetis and Eurynome loved HEPHAESTUS more truly than his birth mother ever could. And finally, that there is dignity in work, honor in craft, and transcendence in creation. What we make with our hands can outlast even the gods themselves. These truths have echoed across 3,000 years, because they remain true. HEPHAESTUS speaks to anyone who has ever felt broken and dared to create anyway. When Rome conquered Greece, they did not destroy the Greek gods. They adopted them, gave them new names, wove them into their own stories. HEPHAESTUS became Vulcan. The Roman god of fire kept his forge, his limp, his craft, but the Romans placed his workshop inside actual volcanoes. When Vesuvius erupted and buried Pompeii, Romans understood it as Vulcan's forge overflowing. The god's anger made manifest in liquid fire and ash. Our word volcano comes from his name. Every time we speak of volcanic activity, we echo the ancient Roman worship of the forge god. The Vulcanalia festival honored him each August, when summer heat made fire most dangerous. Romans offered fish to the flames, hoping to appease the forge god's hunger. Medieval blacksmiths kept Hephaestus alive in their own way. Every forge was a small temple, every anvil an altar, every creation an offering. Renaissance artists rediscovered his story and painted it anew. Velázquez showed his forge. Rubens captured the trapped lovers. The myth found fresh audiences. His automatons captured imaginations across centuries. Leonardo da Vinci sketched mechanical knights. The dream of artificial life traced back to Hephaestus's golden maidens. When the Industrial Revolution filled the world with factories and forges, Hephaestus seemed more relevant than ever. The age of making had truly arrived. Modern robotics fulfills his ancient dream. Our mechanical servants think and serve as his golden maidens once did. We have become Hephaestus's heirs. The archetype he embodies, the wounded artist, the rejected creator, the one who makes beauty from pain, appears throughout modern storytelling. Tony Stark building his iron suit in a cave. Quasimodo ringing his bells in Notre Dame. Edward crafting with scissor hands. All children of Hephaestus. Disability representation has evolved, but Hephaestus remains one of the oldest examples in Western literature of a disabled character defined by ability, not limitation. He showed that physical difference need not prevent greatness, that the body's shape says nothing about the spirit's capacity. That worth is earned, not inherited. In Silicon Valley, in maker spaces, in garages where inventors tinker, the spirit of Hephaestus lives on. Wherever someone transforms an idea into reality, he is there. His story reminds us that technology is neither good nor evil. Fire warms and destroys. Creations can protect or harm. The maker's intention shapes the meaning. 3,000 years after Greek poets first sang of him, Hephaestus still matters, still inspires, still offers hope to anyone who has ever felt broken. As long as humans create, as long as we transform raw material into meaning, the divine blacksmith will have his worshippers. His forge burns eternal. And so we come to the end of our journey with the divine blacksmith. The fire burns low, and the hour grows late. Rest is calling. We have traveled far tonight. From the heights of Olympus to the depths of the sea. From rejection to redemption. From pain to peace. We met a god who was thrown away by his mother and caught by strangers who became his truest family. Some bonds are chosen, not born. We watched him discover fire, and in fire find his purpose. Some callings find us in our darkest moments and give us light to follow. We saw him craft revenge, and then choose to let it go. The hardest strength is knowing when to release what we have every right to hold. And we found him at peace in his forge, hammer in hand, creating beauty that would outlast the stars. Some victories are quiet. Some triumphs are made. Not one. Thank the ancient Greeks who first told this tale. They understood something true about suffering and creation, and they gave us a god who embodied that truth. Thank the countless voices across centuries who kept his story alive. Every retelling added something new while preserving what mattered most. And thank yourself for listening, for giving this ancient tale an hour of your attention. The myths live, because we continue to find meaning in them. May you carry something from tonight into your dreams. Perhaps the warmth of a forge that welcomes you. Perhaps the knowledge that broken things can still create beauty. The divine blacksmith's fire never goes out. Whenever you create something, whenever you transform pain into purpose, a small part of that flame lives in you. Rest now. Let the embers warm you as you drift away. The forge will still be burning when you wake. Good night, and thank you for joining us. Welcome back. Tonight we journey to ancient Greece, to meet a god born with mischief in his heart and wings upon his feet. This is the story of Hermes, the winged messenger, the divine trickster, the guide who walks between all worlds. Let's begin together. High on Mount Cyllene, hidden from jealous Hera's eyes, there was a cave where starlight gathered like silver threads in darkness. In that cave lived Maia, one of the 7 Pleiades, a gentle Titaness who had caught the eye of mighty Zeus himself. Zeus came to her in secret, descending from Olympus, when night hid his movements from Hera's watchful gaze. Their love was hidden but real. And from their union, in the 4th month's darkness, Maia brought forth a son, a child unlike any the world had ever seen. The baby Hermes opened his eyes at dawn, and in those bright eyes was something ancient, cunning beyond any mortal infant's knowing. By mid-morning, he had already slipped from his cradle. While Maia slept, the divine child crawled to the cave's entrance and looked out at the world. There, crossing the threshold of his birthplace, the infant god found a tortoise slowly walking past, shell gleaming in the sunlight. Hermes laughed, his first laugh, and spoke his first words to the creature. He saw not just a tortoise, but possibility shaped in shell and bone. With divine skill impossible in mortal hands, the infant god transformed the tortoise shell into something the world had never heard. The first layer. 7 strings stretched across curved shell, and when tiny fingers plucked them, music itself was born into the world. Hermes played, and the sound was so beautiful that birds stopped singing to listen, and the wind itself held its breath in wonder. But music was not enough for this child of Zeus. By afternoon, hunger stirred, not for milk, but for adventure, for proving his divine nature. Far to the north, on the plains of Pieria, grazed the sacred cattle of Apollo, 50 golden creatures blessed by the sun god himself. Hermes saw them in his mind, those divine cattle, and a plan formed, outrageous, brilliant, the first great trick of the trickster god. As night fell on his first day of life, the infant god set out toward Pieria, wings already sprouting on his tiny sandals, ready to steal from a god. And so began the tale of Hermes, the winged messenger. Born at dawn, creator of music by noon, cattle thief by nightfall. Stay with me now. Under cover of darkness, the infant Hermes reached the plains of Pieria, where Apollo's sacred cattle slept beneath the watching stars. The divine child moved like shadow among them, counting 50 head of cattle more beautiful than any mortal herd. His heart raced with daring. But Hermes knew Apollo would track any thief by their footprints. So the clever god devised a trick that would echo through eternity. He woke the cattle gently and led them walking backward, so their hoofprints would seem to lead toward Pieria, not away from it. For his own feet, he wove sandals from oak bark and myrtle branches, leaving no tracks that any god could follow or recognize. Through the night he drove them south, past sleeping villages where mortals dreamed of simpler things than cattle theft from gods. An old man working his vineyard by moonlight saw the strange procession pass, a tiny figure leading massive beasts backward through the darkness. Hermes called to him sweetly, promising that if the old man saw nothing, he would never speak of it. The farmer nodded, bewildered. By dawn, 50 cattle were hidden in a cave far from Pieria, and Hermes had slaughtered 2 as sacrifice to the 12 Olympian gods. He divided the meat into 12 portions, honoring even himself among the gods, though he had not yet been welcomed to their number. Such was his confidence. Then, his great adventure complete, the infant god flew home to his mother's cave, slipped back into his cradle, and pulled his blankets tight. When Maia woke, she found her son sleeping like any ordinary baby, tortoise, shell layer tucked beside him, as if he had never left at all. But far to the north, Apollo woke to find his sacred herd vanished. The sun god's rage shook the very heavens with its fury. He followed the tracks, and found them leading into his own pasture, not away. The god of prophecy was utterly confounded by this impossibility. Apollo searched every direction, his divine sight scanning horizons, but no ordinary thief could have accomplished this. This was the work of a god. At last he found the old vineyard keeper, who broke his promise and spoke of a tiny child leading cattle backward through the night. A child leading 50 cattle. Apollo's mind raced through the births of every divine being, and one name surfaced: Maia's newborn son. The sun god flew to Mount Selene like a golden arrow, his radiance scorching the mountain slopes as he descended toward Maia's hidden cave. Maia met him at the cave's entrance, her gentle face showing only confusion at the furious god demanding to see her innocent newborn child. She led him inside, and there lay Hermes, wrapped in swaddling clothes, eyes closed, the very picture of helpless infant slumber. Perfectly innocent. Apollo was not fooled. He could sense the divine trickery, smell the cattle on the child's skin. He demanded the truth from the infant. Hermes opened one eye, then smiled. That knowing smile that would become his eternal mark. He stretched his tiny arms and spoke with impossible eloquence. "How could I steal cattle," he asked, "when I was born only yesterday? I barely know what cattle are. I have drunk only mother's milk." Apollo laughed despite his anger. Such audacity from one so small. But he would not be swayed by cleverness. He lifted the child from the cradle. "We shall let Zeus decide," Apollo declared. "If you are innocent, our Father will know. And if guilty, you will face divine justice, infant or not." And so the sun god carried the newborn trickster up through the clouds, ascending to Olympus, where Zeus sat upon his golden throne, waiting. The great hall of the gods fell silent as Apollo entered, the cattle thief dangling from his grip. Every Olympian turned to watch the spectacle. Zeus looked down at his newest son, for he knew at once this was his child, born of Maia, and his ancient eyes sparkled with hidden amusement. Apollo spoke first, laying out his case with righteous fury. His sacred cattle stolen, the tracks reversed. The infant's impossible guilt proven by divine instinct. Then Zeus turned to the infant and asked simply, "Did you steal your brother's cattle?" And the entire court leaned forward to hear the answer. Hermes smiled up at his father, utterly unintimidated by the king of gods. He began his defense. And what a defense it was. "Father," he said, "I will tell you the truth, for I am an honest god. Yes, I took the cattle. But consider, I am only 1 day old." He argued like the finest orator. That he needed the cattle to prove himself worthy of Olympus, to show he belonged among the great gods. Besides, he added with a grin, should Apollo not share his abundance with his younger brother? Is that not what family does? Zeus could hold back no longer. His laughter rang through Olympus like thunder, shaking the golden halls with a father's pride in his brilliant child. "Never," Zeus declared, "have I seen such audacity, such cleverness, such shameless charm. You are truly my son. But you must return the cattle." Hermes agreed readily. He had won what he truly wanted, his father's recognition. But as they traveled to retrieve the cattle, Hermes carried his lair. When they reached the hidden cave, Apollo counted the cattle, and found 2 missing, sacrificed by the infant as divine offering. His anger flared again, but Hermes simply sat down on a rock, lifted his tortoise shell layer, and began to play, and everything changed in that moment. The music that flowed from those 7 strings was unlike anything the universe had ever heard. Apollo, god of music, stood frozen in wonder. It was beauty made sound. It was the voice of starlight and the whisper of wind. It was everything Apollo loved, perfected in this infant's hands. When the song ended, Apollo's anger had vanished entirely. He looked at the infant with new eyes, not as a thief, but as a brother. "Give me this lyre," Apollo pleaded, "and the cattle are yours. Keep them all. This instrument is worth more than any herd could ever be." Hermes smiled, that eternal smile, and handed over the lyre. From that moment, Apollo became the god of music, and the brothers were bound forever. But Hermes was not finished. He crafted another instrument, the shepherd's pipes from reeds, and traded those to Apollo as well, for the golden staff of heralds. Apollo taught him the art of prophecy in small measure. Not the great visions, but the truth, telling of pebbles and lots. Fair exchange between brothers. They returned to Olympus as allies, and Zeus watched them enter arm in arm with satisfaction. His family grew stronger through reconciliation. Now Zeus rose, and all of Olympus attended. It was time to grant his youngest son his official place among the gods. "You shall be my herald," Zeus declared, "my messenger to gods and mortals alike. Your feet shall carry divine word across all the realms." Upon Hermes's feet appeared the Teleria, winged sandals forged by Hephaestus himself, their white feathers moving with life, granting speed beyond imagination. Upon his head settled the Pedisos, the winged traveler's cap that marked him as one who moves between all places, welcome everywhere. And in his hand Zeus placed the caduceus, the herald's staff where two serpents twined, granting him authority to speak for the king of gods. Hermes stood transformed, no longer an infant trickster, but a god in full regalia, ready to serve as the link between all worlds. But there was more. Zeus named him god of travelers, those who walked the lonely roads and needed protection from the dangers that waited. God of merchants and commerce, Zeus continued, for those who trade and barter need a patron who understands the art of negotiation. And yes, Zeus smiled, god of thieves as well. For who better to understand their tricks than one who mastered them in his first hours of life? Finally, Zeus spoke the most solemn duty of all. "You shall be Psychopomp, the guide of souls. You will lead the dead to their final home." This last role set Hermes apart. He alone would walk freely between the world of the living and the realm of Hades without fear. The gods of Olympus welcomed their new brother. Well, most of them. Hera watched the celebration with narrowed eyes, suspicious of Zeus's newest favorite. But in the underworld, Hades received news of the new Psychopomp with quiet approval. The dead would be well served by one so quick and clever. And in the wild forests of Arcadia, a strange creature celebrated most loudly of all Pan, the goat-legged god, son of Hermes himself. Pan had been born earlier from Hermes's union with a nymph. A wild child for a trickster father, god of shepherds and wild places and sudden fear. The family of Hermes spread wide. But no connection mattered more than his bond with Apollo, forged in conflict and sealed through the gift of music. Together they would serve Zeus, delivering messages and light across the mortal world. Different in temperament, but united in purpose. Hermes learned every road of Greece, every mountain path and sea route, every hidden way between villages and cities. The land became his home. At every crossroads, mortals built Hermes in his honor, stone pillars bearing his face, marking the places where paths diverged and choices waited. Travelers prayed to him before every journey, merchants invoked him before every deal, and even thieves whispered his name before their midnight work. But the most sacred prayers came from the grieving, those who had lost loved ones, and prayed that Hermes would guide their souls gently to rest. This was the god Hermes had become, not just trickster, not just messenger, but the essential link holding the cosmos together, through communication and compassion. And Zeus watched his son with pride, knowing that of all his children, Hermes might be the one most needed by every realm. But Hermes's greatest test was yet to come, a challenge that would require all his wit, all his charm, and all his courage. For Hera, queen of the gods, had a servant of terrible power, and she would soon send that servant against everything Hermes held dear. Feel that tension building. Zeus summoned Hermes to his private chambers, away from Hera's watchful eyes. The king of gods spoke in hushed, urgent tones. "There is a maiden," Zeus confessed, "whom I loved. Oh, priestess of Hera, my wife discovered us, and in her jealousy, she transformed the girl into a cow." Hermes had heard whispers of this tale. How beautiful O had been, how Hera's curse trapped her in bovine form, unable to speak or be herself. But worse than the transformation, Zeus continued. Hera has set a guardian over her. Argus Panops, the giant with 100 eyes who never fully sleeps. Argus watches her every moment of every day. Half his eyes sleep while the other half watch. No creature can approach without being seen. "I cannot act against Hera directly," Zeus admitted. "But you, my clever son, you who stole Apollo's cattle on your first day of life, perhaps you can free her." Hermes felt the weight of the task. This was no prank, no game of cleverness. An innocent soul suffered, and only his wit could save her. He flew down from Olympus, winged sandals carrying him swift and silent, descending toward the meadow where Hera kept her prisoner and her guard. From a distance, he observed the scene, rolling green meadow, wildflowers swaying, and at its center, the white cow that was you, with her monstrous guardian nearby. Argus was even more terrifying up close. 12 feet tall, his gray-green skin covered entirely with eyes. On his arms, his chest, his back, even his legs. Some eyes looked forward, some backward. Some gazed at the sky while others watched the ground. There was no angle from which one could approach unseen. And Io, poor Io, grazed nearby with eyes that held human sorrow. She knew what she had been, what she had lost, trapped in animal form. Hermes considered his options. He could not fight Argus. The giant was too powerful. He could not sneak past. Those 100 eyes saw everything. He needed a different way. Then the answer came to him, elegant in its simplicity. If he could not defeat Argus or evade him, he would simply make all 100 eyes close in sleep. But how to make a creature that never fully sleeps fall into complete slumber? Hermes knew only one force that powerful: the enchantment of stories and song. He transformed his appearance, hiding his divine regalia, becoming a simple shepherd with rough clothes and a walking staff. Only his pipes remained. Casually, as if by accident, the shepherd wandered into Argus's meadow, playing a simple tune on his reed pipes, seeming to notice nothing unusual. Argus's 100 eyes fixed on the newcomer. "Who are you, shepherd?" the giant rumbled. "And why do you wander into this sacred meadow?" "Just a humble shepherd," Hermes replied with a bow, seeking shade and rest. "Might I sit with you a while? The day is long and lonely for us who tend flocks." Argus considered. He was lonely. Hera's command kept him here always, watching, never resting fully, never knowing companionship. A harmless shepherd might ease the tedium. "Sit then," the giant allowed, gesturing to a spot nearby. "But do not approach the white cow. She is sacred to Hera and under my protection." Hermes sat cross-legged on the grass and began to play his pipes again. Soft melodies that floated like afternoon clouds, gentle and soothing. Between songs he told stories, tales of gods and mortals, of love and adventure, of transformation and wonder. His voice was honey and moonlight combined. Hours passed. The sun moved across the sky, and Argus found himself enjoying the company more than he had enjoyed anything in many lonely years. But not one of his 100 eyes had closed. They continued their eternal watch, 50 sleeping while 50 watched, rotating endlessly as always. Hermes played a slower song, weaving drowsiness into every note. He told longer tales, letting his voice drop to softer, more rhythmic tones. One eye closed on Argus's left arm, then another on his chest. The giant frowned, struggling against unusual drowsiness, wondering at his own weakness. "Tell me more," Argus murmured, voice growing heavy. "Tell me of the beginning of things, when the world was young and the gods first walked." Hermes obliged, speaking of how the world emerged from Chios, how the Titans ruled before the Olympians, how time itself was born from darkness. His voice became the voice of eternity, slow, deep, inevitable. The music between stories was silence made sound, peace given melody. 10 eyes closed, 20. Argus shook his massive head, trying to stay alert, but the drowsiness crept through him like warm wine. Hermes never paused, never gave the giant a moment of alertness. He wove story into song into story, an endless river of gentle sound. He told of nymphs and rivers, of forest where dryads danced, of ocean depths where Poseidon's kingdom lay in blue, green darkness. 50 eyes were closed now, more than should ever sleep at once on Argus's body. The giant slumped, catching himself, forcing eyes open through pure will. "Why am I so tired?" Argus mumbled. "I am never this tired." "What magic is in your music, shepherd?" But he did not move to stop it. "No magic," Hermes lied smoothly, "just the peace of the evening. Rest now. I will keep watch for you. Nothing will happen to your charge." 60 eyes closed. 70. The few remaining watchers struggled to stay open, lids heavy as mountains, darkness creeping at their edges. Hermes told the tale of Syrinx, a nymph transformed into reeds to escape Pan, his own son's pursuit. From her body came the pipes he now played. The story was sad and beautiful, and on its final note, soft as a last breath, another 10 eyes closed. Only 20 remained open. Hermes lowered his voice to barely a whisper, speaking of the peace that comes after struggle, the rest that waits at the end of duty. 10 eyes. 5. Argus's massive hand reached toward the shepherd, some part of him knowing this was wrong, that he was failing his sacred duty. Rest now, Hermes breathed. You have watched so long, you have earned this sleep. Let the eyes close. Let the darkness come. The last eye closed. For the first time in his immortal existence, Argus Panoptes slept completely, every eye shut, every watchful guard abandoned. The meadow fell silent. I looked up from her grazing, recognizing that something had changed, that her eternal watchman was finally blind to the world. Hermes rose slowly, letting his disguise fall away. Divine light returned to his form, winged sandals, caduceus, the unmistakable presence of an Olympian god. He looked at the sleeping giant with something like pity. Argus had only done his duty, served his mistress faithfully. He was not evil, merely loyal. But duty demanded what compassion could not prevent. Hermes drew his blade, given by Zeus for this very purpose, its adamantine edge gleaming cold. "Forgive me," the messenger god whispered to the sleeping giant. "You deserved a better fate than to serve jealousy and cruelty." With one swift stroke, Hermes ended the eternal watchman's existence. Argus Panoptes, who had never slept fully in all his long life, never woke again. Io ran to Hermes, pressing her bovine head against his hip, tears of gratitude streaming down her white face. She was free from watchful eyes at last. "Go," Hermes urged her. "Run far from here before Hera discovers what has happened. Find a land beyond her reach and wait for Zeus to end your curse." Io fled into the night, white form racing across moonlit hills, finally free to run without 100 eyes tracking her every movement. Hermes watched her go, satisfaction warming his heart. He had completed his father's mission. He had freed an innocent soul from unjust imprisonment. He spread his winged sandals and rose into the night sky, soaring back toward Olympus to report his success to Zeus. The stars seemed to celebrate. Zeus received the news with relief and pride. His clever son had done what no other god could, defeated Hera's watchmen without open war. From this day forward, Zeus declared, "You shall be called Argiphontus, the slayer of Argus. Let all know what you have accomplished." Hermes accepted the title, though it brought him no joy. Victory over Argus had been necessary but not glorious. A sad duty rather than a triumph. But in Hera's chambers, grief transformed to fury. Her faithful servant, her 100-eyed guardian, had been slain by Zeus's upstart son. She descended to the meadow where Argus lay, gathering his great body in divine arms, weeping over the servant who had never failed her until sleep claimed him. "You shall not be forgotten," she promised. "Your eyes shall watch forever, adorning the tail of my sacred bird. Your vigilance will be eternalized." She took the 100 eyes of Argus and set them in the tail of the peacock, where they shine to this day, watching still, even in death. But grief did not satisfy Hera's need for vengeance. If Argus could not guard Io, something else would torment her. Something that never tired, never slept, never relented. She created a gadfly, a tiny demon of stinging torment, and set it upon Io to pursue her across the earth, never letting her rest. Ran, but the gadfly followed. Across Greece, across Asia, through deserts and over mountains. She fled but could never escape the stinging horror. Hermes watched from the heavens, his victory turned to ashes. He had freed Io from Argus, but not from Hera's hatred. The curse remained. Zeus too saw his beloved tormented, but even the king of gods could not directly defy his queen without risking war among the Olympians. It would be many years before Io found peace, finally reaching Egypt, where Zeus would restore her human form and end her wandering at last. But that is a story for another night. For now, know that Hermes learned a hard lesson. That victory is rarely complete, and kindness often has limits. Still, the gods of Olympus celebrated the young messenger's achievement. He had proven himself not just clever, but capable of fulfilling the most difficult divine missions. Apollo raised a cup to his brother, the cattle theft long forgiven, pride now in its place. To Hermes, who lulled the unlullable to sleep. Even Athena, goddess of wisdom, acknowledged the young god's accomplishment. Cleverness in service of compassion, she noted. A worthy combination. Hermes stood among his divine family, finally feeling that he truly belonged. No longer the newborn trickster, but a proven god among gods. The celebration continued through the immortal night. But in the quiet moments, Hermes thought of Argus, and of still running somewhere below. A true god, he realized, must carry both triumph and sorrow. The world was not simple, and neither was divinity. Below, in the mortal world, night settled over Greece. Farmers slept, merchants rested, travelers found shelter, all under the protection of the winged god. And at crossroads throughout the land, stone Hermes stood silent sentinel. Hermes's face carved in rock, watching over all who journeyed by night. But Hermes could not rest for long. Even as celebration continued above, he felt a pull, a summons from a realm far different from Olympus. From the depths of the earth, from Hades' dark domain, came the call. A soul had died and needed guidance. The psychopomp was needed. Hermes had been named guide of souls, but he had not yet performed this duty. Now the dead called, and he must answer. Without hesitation, the winged god descended. Not toward mortal earth this time, but toward the entrance to the realm below, where all souls must eventually go. At the cave mouth where the river Styx began its flow, a newly dead soul waited. Confused, frightened, unable to find the way forward. Hermes landed gently, his divine light soft so as not to frighten. He approached the shade with the compassion he had learned from Argus's death. "Do not fear," he said softly. "I am Hermes, and I have come to guide you to your rest. Take my hand, the journey is easier together." The soul took his hand, and warmth returned to translucent fingers. Hermes's touch brought comfort that even death could not diminish. Together they walked into the darkness, Hermes leading the way with sure steps, his caduceus lighting the path, to where Charon's boat waited on black waters. This, Hermes understood, was his truest purpose. Not tricks, not theft, not even messages, but this gentle guidance from one world to the next. The cattle theft had been a child's game. The Argus mission had been a young god's test. But this was eternal, essential, sacred. As they descended, Hermes told the soul what to expect. The river, the ferryman, the judgment, the fields beyond. Knowledge eased the fear of the unknown. And when at last they reached Charon's shore, the soul turned to Hermes with gratitude. "Thank you," it whispered. "I was so afraid." Hermes watched the soul board Charon's ferry, watched it cross the black water, watched until it disappeared into the realm beyond. His first soul, safely delivered, feel that peace. Hermes emerged from the underworld changed. Guiding that first soul had awakened something within him, a purpose deeper than mischief or messages. The stars above seemed different now, knowing what lay beneath the earth. The world held more weight, more meaning, more responsibility. He flew slowly back toward Olympus, in no hurry for once. The winged sandals carried him gently through the quiet night air. On Olympus, the celebration had quieted. Gods had returned to their domains, and the great hall lay peaceful under eternal starlight. Hermes found a quiet terrace and sat alone, his caduceus across his knees, watching the mortal world sleep far below the clouds. He thought of Argus sleeping forever now. He thought of still running somewhere with the gadfly at her heels. He thought of the soul he had guided to rest. So much had happened since his birth in the cave on Selene. Was it truly only days ago that he had stolen cattle as a newborn's prank? He had grown so quickly, from infant trickster to divine messenger to guide of the dead. Each role had taught him something essential. The theft had taught him cleverness. Apollo's forgiveness had taught him the power of beauty. Argus had taught him that duty sometimes demands difficult choices. And the soul, that frightened, grateful soul, had taught him that compassion was the greatest gift a god could offer to those who suffered. But his contemplation was interrupted. A flash of light, a crack of thunder, and Zeus appeared before him with urgency darkening his immortal face. "My son," Zeus spoke quickly, "I need you again. Something has happened, something that threatens the very order of the cosmos itself." Hermes straightened, all wariness forgotten. "What has happened, father? Tell me, and I will do whatever is needed." Zeus led him to the edge of Olympus and pointed toward the western horizon, where the sky met the earth at the world's end. "There," Zeus said, "where Atlas holds the sky upon his shoulders. Something is wrong. The Titan's burden shifts, and if he fails, the heavens will crash upon the earth." Hermes saw it now. The celestial sphere tilting ever so slightly, stars threatening to spill across the mortal world in devastating chaos. "Atlas has held that burden since the Titans fell," Zeus explained. "But even immortal strength has limits. He weakens, and I cannot force him to continue." The great Titan had been punished for fighting against the Olympians in the ancient war. His sentence to hold the sky forever, never resting. But forever is a long time, even for a Titan. Atlas's strength was not failing from weakness, but from despair, from the endless, hopeless nature of his task. "What would you have me do?" Hermes asked. "I cannot hold the sky. I am swift, but not strong enough for such a burden." Zeus smiled despite the crisis. "You cannot hold the sky, but you can do something no other god can. You can speak to Atlas. You can remind him why he endures." Hermes understood. This was not a mission of strength or trickery. This was a mission of words, of connection, of the messenger's truest art. "But there is more," Zeus continued. "Atlas is not the only soul in despair tonight. Across the world, mortals and immortals alike face darkness without hope. You have guided one soul to rest, but thousands wait in confusion, in fear, in the space between worlds where they do not know which way to turn." Hermes felt the weight of what Zeus was asking. Not one mission, but countless. Not one soul, but all who would ever need guidance between worlds. "This is what it means to be psychopomp," Zeus said gently. "Not a single journey, but every journey. Not one soul, but every soul that loses its way." Hermes stood silent for a long moment. The task was vast, perhaps impossible. But when had impossible ever stopped him before? He gripped his caduceus and spread his winged sandals. "First Atlas," he declared. "Then the lost souls. I will not let despair win this night." Zeus watched his son launch into the sky, pride swelling in his ancient heart. Of all his children, Hermes might be the bravest, for he faced fear with words, not weapons. Hermes flew toward the edge of the world, where Atlas waited in his eternal torment. The second journey had begun, and this time, the stakes were everything. Feel that purpose. Hermes flew west, past the familiar lands of Greece, past the pillars that marked the edge of the known world, into territories few gods ever visited. The air grew stranger here, thin and ancient, tasting of primordial chaos. This was the edge of creation, where the world met the void. And there, rising from barren mountains at the world's very end, stood Atlas, the Titan whose punishment had become the world's foundation. Hermes had seen many wonders, but nothing prepared him for this sight. The Titan was vast beyond comprehension, his shoulders broader than mountain ranges. The celestial sphere he bore contained every star, every constellation, every wandering planet. The weight was not merely physical, it was the weight of all existence. And that sphere was tilting. Hermes could see it clearly now, the slow, dangerous slide that threatened to spill heaven across the earth. Hermes landed on a rocky outcrop near the Titan's massive foot, a foot larger than any temple in Greece. He called upward with divine voice. "Atlas, Titan of the West, I am Hermes, messenger of Zeus. I have come to speak with you, if you will hear me. High above, Atlas's ancient face turned slightly. His eyes, each larger than Hermes entirely, found the small god far below. A messenger, he rumbled. How kind. There was no welcome in the Titan's voice, only exhaustion and resentment. What message does Zeus send? Another reminder of my eternal sentence. Hermes flew upward, rising to hover near the Titan's face, wanting to speak as equals rather than as jailer and prisoner. No message of punishment, Hermes said carefully. I come because we see your burden growing heavier. We see your despair, and I would understand it. Atlas laughed, a terrible sound like avalanches and breaking stone. Understand. No one can understand. For ages I have held this weight, while the world forgot me. The Olympians feast in golden halls, Atlas continued, while I stand here in silence, my arms burning, my back breaking, forgotten by all except my pain. Hermes listened without defending Olympus. He let the Titan speak his truth, pour out the loneliness of centuries without interruption or judgment. Atlas spoke of the war, when he had fought for the Titans against Zeus's rebellion. He had believed in his cause. He had not been wrong to fight for his family. He spoke of his daughters, the Hesperides, who guarded the golden apples in a garden nearby, but could never embrace their father, whose arms were always full of sky. He spoke of watching the world change from this fixed point. Civilizations rising and falling, heroes living and dying, all while he remained motionless, unchanging alone. Why should I continue? Atlas finally asked, voice cracking like splitting stone. Why not let the sky fall and end this meaningless suffering? Hermes was quiet for a long moment, considering his answer. The wrong words could doom the world. The right words might save it. Then he spoke, and his voice carried not divine authority but simple honesty. Because your daughters still sing in that garden. Because they sing of you. Atlas's eyes widened slightly. The Hesperides sang of him. He had thought them ashamed of their condemned father, too distant to care. Every evening, Hermes continued, they sing of the Father who holds the heavens. They call you hero, not prisoner. They love you, Atlas. The great Titan's eyes glistened, tears the size of waterfalls threatening to fall. He had not known. In his isolation, he had not heard their songs. And it is not only them, Hermes added. Every mortal who looks up at the stars sees your work. Every sailor who navigates by constellations owes you their safe passage. Every poet who sings of the night sky, every child who counts the stars before sleep. They are all touched by what you hold. Atlas had never thought of it this way. His burden had seemed a punishment, a cruelty. But perhaps it was also a gift to the world below. You are not forgotten, Hermes said firmly. You are foundation. Without you, there would be no beauty in the night, no wonder in the heavens. The celestial sphere trembled, but this time not from weakness. Atlas was straightening, his shoulders rising, the tilt beginning to correct itself. I had forgotten, Atlas admitted, voice steadier now. I had forgotten that my suffering could have meaning beyond punishment. Thank you, little messenger. Hermes smiled, relief flooding through him. The sky would not fall, not today. Words had succeeded where strength never could. But there was more he could offer. Wait here, Hermes said, and flew toward the garden of the Hesperides, visible as a golden glow in the distance. The garden was beautiful beyond mortal dreams. Golden apples growing on silver branches, guarded by Atlas's 3 daughters, who sang as they tended the sacred trees. Hermes approached the Hesperides gently, explaining who he was and why he had come. Their faces lit with hope when they heard of their father. Would you come with me? Hermes asked. Would you sing for him directly? He has been so long without hearing your love. The sisters wept with joy. They had thought their father could not hear them, that the distance was too great. They had sung into emptiness for centuries. Hermes guided them back to their father. 3 golden figures following the messenger god across the barren landscape, toward the Titan's mountain. When Atlas saw his daughters coming, actually coming toward him, rather than remaining forever in the distance. His great body shook with emotion. The Hesperides flew up to their father's face, pressing themselves against his weathered cheeks, weeping and laughing, and singing all at once. "Father," they sang, "we have always loved you. We have always honored your sacrifice. We are so proud to be daughters of the one who holds the sky." Atlas wept openly now, tears falling like rivers down the mountainside. In all his centuries of punishment, he had never felt such joy. And as he wept, something remarkable happened. The celestial sphere seemed lighter on his shoulders. The burden had not changed, but his strength had been renewed. Hermes watched the reunion from a respectful distance, warmth filling his divine heart. This was better than any trick, any theft, any clever scheme. When the Hesperides finally floated back down, they embraced Hermes as a brother. "You have given us back our father," they said. "We will never forget this gift." Atlas called down to the messenger god. "Little Hermes, you have done what no force could accomplish. You have restored my will to endure. I am in your debt." "You owe me nothing," Hermes called back. "But perhaps, visit your daughters sometimes in their garden. Connection gives strength, even to titans." The Hesperides promised to come to their father every day now, to sing to him and touch his face, and remind him that love endures beyond all punishment. Hermes bid farewell to the western edge and turned his wings toward the east. But his night's work was far from finished. Across the world, lost souls still wandered, the confused dead who could not find their way to the underworld without guidance. Zeus's words echoed in memory. Hermes flew swift and low, his divine senses open, searching for those who had died and lost their way between the worlds of living and dead. He found the first near a battlefield, a young soldier who had died bravely but did not understand what had happened, still trying to return to his comrades. "Come with me," Hermes said gently, taking the soldier's hand. "Your battle is over, and you fought well. Now rest awaits, Elysium, where heroes feast." Near a seaside village, he found an old woman who had died peacefully in sleep, but whose soul had wandered, confused, unable to leave her home. "Your family will be well," Hermes promised her, "and they will join you someday, in the fields where there is no sorrow. Come, I will show you the way." A child who had died of fever, terrified and crying for his mother. Hermes knelt and held him, promising that love does not end with death. One by one, then in groups, Hermes gathered the lost souls of that night. His caduceus glowed brighter with each one he found, guiding them like a shepherd's crook. He led them to the entrance of the underworld, teaching them as he walked. What to expect, what to say, how to find peace in the realm below. At the river Styx, Charon waited with his boat. The ferrymen nodded to Hermes, a greeting between workers who served the same eternal purpose. Hermes watched each soul board the ferry, ensuring none were forgotten, none turned away. Every soul he had gathered would reach their destination safely. But as the last souls crossed, Hermes felt another pull, not from the mortal world above, but from deeper within the underworld itself. Someone in Hades' realm needed him. Not a lost soul, but something else. A voice calling with familiar sorrow from the palace of the dead. Hermes walked the path to Hades' throne room, past fields of asphodel where the ordinary dead wandered, past the gates where Cerberus stood guard. Cerberus, the three-headed hound, sniffed at Hermes and let him pass. The dog knew the messenger, knew he belonged in all realms equally. In the throne room of obsidian and gemstone, Hades sat brooding, and beside him Persephone wept quietly, her face turned toward the distant surface. Hermes approached with respect. "Uncle Ant, I felt your summons. What troubles the rulers of the dead on this long night?" Persephone looked up, hope flickering in her dark eyes. "It is nearly spring," she whispered. "Time for me to return to the surface, to my mother Demeter. But this year, the passage feels closed to me. Something blocks my way, and I cannot find the path back to the light." Hades spoke grimly. "I have searched but cannot find the obstacle. And if my queen cannot return, Demeter will curse the earth with eternal winter. Hermes understood the danger. Demeter's grief for her daughter had once frozen the world. If Persephone could not return, that grief would become permanent. "Show me the passage," Hermes said. "I walk between all worlds. Perhaps I can find what blocks the way and clear it." Persephone led him to the ascending path, and there, coiled in the passage like living darkness, was a serpent of shadow that had never existed before. The creature was born of winter's despair, Persephone whispered. Demeter's grief has grown so strong that it has taken form, blocking my return even as it yearns for it. A creature of grief, blocking the cure for grief. Hermes saw the tragic irony. This was not a monster to slay, but a pain to heal. He approached the shadow serpent Caduceus held peacefully, its serpents seeming to recognize their dark cousin coiled in the passage. "Listen to me," Hermes spoke to the darkness. "You are Demeter's love made manifest. You exist because she cannot bear to lose her daughter. But by blocking this passage, you keep them apart forever. You are love defeating its own purpose. Let her through, and your mother's heart will ease." The shadow serpent writhed, conflicted. It was not evil, only confused. Grief that had forgotten what it grieved for, love that had become obstruction. Hermes played his pipes then, not to lull the creature to sleep, but to remind it of spring. He played flowers blooming and birds returning and sun warming frozen earth. The shadow serpent began to dissolve, not dying but transforming. Grief was releasing into hope, winter yielding to the promise of spring. When the last shadow faded, the passage stood clear. Light from the surface streamed down, the first light of spring, waiting for Persephone to climb toward it. Persephone embraced Hermes tightly, flowers suddenly blooming in her hair, spring returning to her being. "Thank you, cousin. You have saved the world from endless winter." Even Hades smiled, a rare expression on the stern lord of the dead. "You truly do belong everywhere, Hermes. We are fortunate to have such a messenger." Hermes accompanied Persephone up the passage, guiding her toward the surface, as he had guided so many souls downward that same night. They emerged into dawn. True dawn, spring dawn, with frost melting and birds singing and the whole world waking from winter's grip. In the distance, Demeter came running, her grief transformed to joy at the sight of her daughter. The earth itself seemed to sigh with relief. Hermes stepped back, letting mother and daughter reunite without his presence. Some moments were too sacred for even a messenger to witness. He rose into the morning sky, exhausted but fulfilled. In one night, he had saved the heavens, guided countless souls, and restored the seasons themselves. This was what it meant to be Hermes. Not just swift feet or clever words, but the essential thread that held all the worlds together. Zeus watched his son return to Olympus, and his pride was boundless. "You have proven yourself tonight," he said. "You are truly worthy of your place among us." Hermes smiled, that eternal knowing smile, and accepted his father's embrace. The winged messenger had found his wings at last. Feel that completeness, that peace. And so the tale of Hermes unfolds across the ages. A god born of mischief who became essential to the very fabric of existence. But what did Hermes mean to the ancient Greeks, who first told these stories by firelight, passing them from generation to generation? To understand Hermes, we must understand the world he protected, a world of dangerous roads, uncertain commerce, and the ever-present mystery of death. Travel in ancient Greece was perilous. Bandits waited on mountain passes, storms struck without warning, and a wrong turn could mean never returning home. Hermes was the answer to that fear. Every stone herm at every crossroads promised that the traveler was not alone, that divine eyes watched over the path. Merchants prayed to Hermes before every transaction, asking for fair dealing and profitable trade. He understood the delicate dance of negotiation better than any god. And yes, thieves prayed to him too. Not because the Greeks approved of theft, but because they understood that cleverness itself was a divine gift, even when misused. Hermes represented the boundary crosser, the one who moved between categories that others kept separate. Divine and mortal, living and dead, honest and cunning. The Greeks understood that life requires such figures. Those who can translate between worlds, who can carry messages across the gaps that divide us. In a world of city, states often at war, Hermes reminded them that communication could prevent bloodshed, that the messenger was sacred even between enemies. Heralds who carried messages between cities were protected by Hermes's law. To harm a messenger was to offend the god himself, inviting divine punishment. But perhaps Hermes's most profound role was as psychopomp, the guide of souls. For every Greek who faced death, Hermes promised they would not face it alone. Let us speak now of the symbols that surrounded Hermes, for the Greeks packed meaning into every image, every attribute, every detail of their gods. The caduceus, the staff with two serpents, represented peace and negotiation. Serpents were wisdom, and their intertwining showed opposing forces brought into harmony. When Hermes carried the caduceus, he carried the power to make enemies listen to each other, to transform conflict into conversation. The winged sandals, Teleria, spoke of divine speed but also of freedom. Hermes was bound to no single place, free to roam all realms as few gods could. In an age when most people never traveled far from their birthplace, Hermes embodied the dream of flight, of escape, of seeing the whole world. The pedicos, his broad-brimmed hat, was the traveler's hat, protecting against sun and rain. Its wings lifted it beyond mere function into divine symbol. Every Greek traveler who donned a similar hat became, in small way, connected to Hermes, wearing the god's protection like a second skin. The tortoise shell, from which Hermes made the first lyre, showed how creativity transforms the ordinary into the extraordinary, the mundane into the musical. Hermes did not find the lyre. He invented it, seeing potential where others saw only a humble creature. This is the essence of divine creativity. The Hermes, those stone pillars at crossroads, were both practical and sacred. They marked directions, while also marking the presence of the divine in the landscape. To pass a Herm was to be reminded that gods watched, that choices mattered, that the road you took would lead somewhere, for good or ill. Now let us consider the deeper themes that Hermes' story illuminates, truths that resonate across all cultures and all ages, including our own. The first theme is transformation. How the trickster becomes the trusted, how mischief can mature into meaning without losing its essential spark. Hermes never stopped being clever, never became boring or predictable. He simply learned to use his gifts for greater purposes while keeping his joy. The second theme is connection. How the spaces between us need bridges, and how those who build bridges perform sacred work. In our own age of messages that cross the world in moments, we might recognize Hermes in every text sent, every call made, every word that closes distance. The third theme is compassion in duty. How Hermes guided souls not with cold efficiency, but with warmth, making the final journey less frightening. The Greeks knew that how we do things matters as much as what we do. Hermes showed that even necessary tasks can be performed with kindness. Feel that gentle truth. The story of Hermes did not end with ancient Greece. Like the messenger himself, his legend traveled far, carried across centuries and civilizations. When Rome conquered Greece, they found in Hermes a kindred spirit. They called him Mercury, naming the fastest, moving planet after the swiftest of gods. Mercury inherited all of Hermes's domains: messages, commerce, thieves, and the guidance of souls. The Romans loved a practical god, and Mercury delivered. The day of Mercury, Mercury dies in Latin, became Wednesday. In many languages still, the middle of the week carries the messenger god's name. In the Renaissance, when Europe rediscovered ancient wisdom, Hermes took on new dimensions. Scholars spoke of Hermes Trismegistus, Hermes the thrice great. This mystical Hermes was said to have written secret texts of alchemy and magic, the Hermetic writings that promised hidden knowledge to those who sought it. The word Hermetic itself, meaning sealed or secret, comes from Hermes, the god of boundaries who could seal things away from the uninitiated. Alchemists sought to transform base metals into gold, echoing how Hermes transformed a tortoise shell into divine music. The principle remained: see potential, create change. Even as alchemy faded, the Hermetic tradition influenced early science, psychology, and philosophy. Carl Jung drew deeply from these Hermetic waters. The caduceus, Hermes' staff of two serpents, became confused with the staff of Asclepius, god of medicine, and now appears on hospitals and ambulances worldwide. In modern commerce, Hermes remains ever present. The winged messenger appears in logos, brand names, and corporate imagery across the globe. The famous French fashion house Hermes takes his name directly, their orange boxes carrying the god's legacy into the realm of luxury and craftsmanship. Florists and delivery services have long used winged imagery, invoking the swift messenger's promise that gifts would arrive safely and swiftly to their destinations. In literature and film, the archetype Hermes established lives on. The clever trickster who serves good, the messenger who bridges worlds, the guide who helps heroes. Every witty sidekick, every clever helper, every character who uses brains over brawn carries something of Hermes within them. The divine trickster's eternal spark. And in our age of instant communication, where messages circle the globe in seconds, Hermes would surely smile. We have all become messengers now. The smartphone in your pocket carries more messages in a day than all the heralds of ancient Greece carried in a lifetime. The god's work continues. From Mount Cyllene to the modern world, Hermes endures, swift, clever, compassionate. The winged messenger still flies, wherever words bridge the distances between souls. And so we come to the end of our journey with Hermes, the infant trickster who became the indispensable thread binding all the worlds together. We walked with him from his birth in the starlit cave, through the audacious theft of Apollo's cattle, to his first creation of music itself. We watched him charm his way out of trouble, then charm his way into his brother's heart, turning rivalry into the deepest friendship. We saw him accept the weight of divine duty, messenger, guardian of travelers, patron of commerce, and gentle guide of souls to their final rest. We witnessed his triumph over Argus through wit rather than force, and his compassion for both the prisoner he freed and the guard he was forced to slay. We traveled with him to the edge of the world, where words healed what strength could not, and a titan's despair became renewed purpose. The ancient Greeks who first told these tales understood something precious. That cleverness in service of compassion is perhaps the highest form of wisdom. They gave us Hermes not as a perfect god, but as a relatable one. Mischievous, yes, but growing always toward greater purpose without losing his essential joy. Tonight, as you drift toward sleep, perhaps Hermes watches over your journey too, guiding you gently from waking to dreams, as he guides all travelers. For sleep is a journey, and dreams are a realm between. And there is no better guide for the spaces between than the winged messenger himself. Thank you for walking this path with us tonight. May your dreams be gentle, your rest be deep, and your morning come softly. Until next time, when another ancient tale awaits, sleep well, dear traveler. The messenger god watches over you. Good night. Welcome back, dear traveler. Tonight we journey to ancient Greece, where the most unusual god awaits, a deity born twice, from death itself. His name is Dionysus, god of wine, of ecstasy, of theater and transformation. Neither fully Olympian nor mortal, but something entirely new. To understand this strange god, we must return to his beginning, a love story that ended in flames and began in starlight. In the city of Thebes lived Princess Semele, daughter of King Cadmus. Her beauty captured the attention of the king of gods himself. Zeus descended from Olympus disguised as a mortal man. Night after night, he visited Semele in secret, and love blossomed between them. Their love burned bright through spring and summer. Semele grew round with child, a baby who would shake the very foundations of Olympus. But love between gods and mortals rarely escapes divine notice. On Mount Olympus, Queen Hera watched, and jealousy poisoned her immortal heart. Hera despised Zeus's many loves, but this mortal woman carrying divine offspring. This she could not allow to continue unchallenged. The goddess descended to Thebes in disguise, an old nurse with kind eyes and poison on her tongue. She found Samael alone. "Dear child," Hera whispered, "how do you know your lover is truly Zeus? Any man might claim divine parentage to win a princess." Doubt crept into Samael's heart like winter frost. That night, when Zeus came to her, she made him swear an unbreakable oath. "Promise to grant whatever I ask," she pleaded. Zeus, bound by love, swore upon the river Styx, an oath even gods cannot break. "Then show me your true form," Samael demanded. "Let me see you as the gods see you." Zeus paled, knowing what must come. He could not refuse. The disguise fell away as divine radiance erupted. Lightning and thunder made flesh, beauty too terrible for mortal eyes. Samael burst into flames, consumed by the very glory she had wished to see. But Zeus moved faster than fire itself. He snatched the unborn child from the flames. Then, with divine power, he cut open his own thigh and placed the infant within. For 3 months, the child grew within the king of gods. When the time came, Zeus gave birth, father becoming mother. Thus was Dionysus born twice, first from his mortal mother's womb, then from his divine father's thigh. The god of wine had arrived. To understand Dionysus, we must first understand the world he was born into, Mount Olympus, where the immortal gods held eternal court. Zeus sat upon the highest throne, king of gods and men. His thunderbolt could shatter mountains, yet his heart was easily captured. Many children had Zeus fathered, Athena born from his head, Apollo and Artemis, Hermes the messenger. But Dionysus was different from them all. For Dionysus alone among the great Olympians had a mortal mother. This made him both less and more than his divine siblings. Zeus carried guilt like a stone in his immortal chest. His love for Samael had destroyed her, and now their child bore that tragedy. Hera watched the infant with cold fury. Every child of Zeus's wandering affections reminded her of betrayals she could never forget. She had destroyed the mother. Now she would hunt the son. No child of that Theban woman would find peace while Hera lived. Zeus knew his wife's wrath too well. The child could not remain on Olympus. Hera would find ways to harm him despite all protections. Hermes, swift messenger of the gods, was tasked with hiding the divine child. He wrapped the baby in clouds and descended to earth. There existed a hidden mountain called Nysa, where nymphs danced in eternal spring, and no god's gaze could easily penetrate its mists. Here Hermes delivered the infant to the care of the mountain nymphs, beautiful spirits of stream and forest who would raise him as their own. Among his new guardians was one figure unlike the rest, old Silenus, a satyr of great age and unexpected wisdom. Can you picture him? Silenus had wandered the world since time's beginning. He knew secrets that even gods had forgotten, hidden beneath his drunken foolishness. The nymphs taught young Dionysus to dance and sing, to move through forests like water through stones, to speak with animals as kin. Silenus taught him deeper things, the names of stars, the language of growing things, why the seasons turn and rivers remember their sources. Strange things began to happen around the growing boy. Vines sprouted where he walked. Flowers bloomed when he laughed. His power was awakening. Animals came to him without fear. Leopards lay at his feet like house cats. Serpents coiled gently around his arms without harm. One autumn, the boy discovered clusters of purple fruit hanging heavy on the wild vines. He crushed them, curious, and tasted something new. The juice fermented in clay jars he made. When he tasted the transformed liquid, something ancient awakened in his divine blood. Wine was born. He shared his discovery with the nymphs and Silenus. They drank and laughed and danced until stars wheeled overhead. Joy had found its liquid form. But Silenus also taught the boy wine's darker nature. Too much brought madness, destroyed judgment, turned friends to enemies and love to violence. Wine frees what is caged within. Silenus explained. It releases both the poet and the beast. The gift requires wisdom to wield. Years passed on hidden Nysa like dreams within dreams. The boy grew toward godhood, his powers deepening with each season's turn. But HERA never stopped searching. Her jealousy knew neither rest nor forgetting. Eventually, she discovered where Zeus had hidden his precious child. She could not touch the boy directly. Zeus's protections held. But she could reach those who sheltered him and make them instruments of suffering. Ino, Dionysus's mortal aunt, had taken him in after the nymphs. HERA struck her mind with divine madness that burned away all reason. In her frenzy, Ino threw herself and her own son into the sea. Another family destroyed by HERA's endless pursuit of the twice-born child. To save the boy from similar fate, Zeus transformed young Dionysus into a kid, a baby goat, disguising divinity beneath animal form. As a goat, he wandered with Silenus through distant lands, hidden from HERA's sight. These wandering years shaped who he would become. He learned that he was both, mortal and divine, joy and madness, life and death. His nature held opposites in eternal embrace. As god of wine, he embodied liberation, the moment when careful masks fall away and the true self emerges, for better or worse. As god of theater, he ruled the space where humans become other, wearing masks to reveal truths too dangerous to speak directly. As god of fertility, he was the green force that pushes through stone, the vine that refuses to stop growing, life itself unkillable. He walked between worlds, not quite Olympian in his mortality's memory, not quite mortal in his divine power. An outsider everywhere he went. This made some gods scorn him, some mortals fear him. But to those who felt trapped by the world's rigid rules, he offered escape. His gift was losing oneself to find oneself, the madness that clears vision, the surrender that brings freedom. Dangerous medicine, but sometimes necessary. Women especially heard his call. In Greek society, their lives were circumscribed by walls and expectations. Dionysus offered them the mountains. Those who followed him became maenads, wild women who left homes and husbands to dance in moonlit forests, wrapped in sacred frenzy. They wore fawnskins and carried thyrsus staffs. In their trance, they felt the god's presence flowing through them like wine through water. Their worship was freedom from everything society demanded of them: propriety, submission, silence. In the mountains, they became wild and whole. But maenads could also be terrible. When their frenzy turned dark, they could tear apart wild animals, or men who spied upon their rights. Male followers came too, the satyrs, half-human creatures of forest and desire. They had been companions of Dionysus since his childhood on Nysa. Part human, part goat, always celebrating. Satyrs embodied the animal joy that civilization tries to tame. With Dionysus, they could be fully themselves. Together, maenads and satyrs formed the Thyasus, Dionysus's sacred procession that moved through the world spreading his worship and his wine. When the Thyasus came to a city, some citizens hid in fear. Others felt an inexplicable pull, leaving everything to join the dance. To join was to be transformed, to shed the careful self built for survival and become something stranger, wilder, more alive. Feel that call. Those who resisted often fared worse. Dionysus demanded recognition, Deni a god, and the god may take what he is owed by force. This was the paradox. The god of joy was also the god of madness. The liberator could become the destroyer. Light needs shadow to exist. The symbols of his worship carried this duality. The grape, crushed to become wine. Destruction transforming into joy. Death becoming new life. The ivy that crowned his followers grew ever green, never dying even in deepest winter. Eternal life through the plant that refuses to surrender. The thyrsus staff, fennel wrapped in vines, topped with pine cone, looked harmless but could strike with divine force. Hidden power in gentle guise. Leopards and panthers served as his sacred beasts, wild cats that could be gentle or deadly. They pulled his golden chariot across the world. Snakes twined around his worshippers without striking. The serpent represented both danger and wisdom, death and renewal through shedding of skin. At mountain sanctuaries, his followers gathered for secret rites. What happened there was never fully spoken. The mysteries remained mysteries, known only to initiates. They said the initiates experienced death and rebirth, that they died as their old selves and rose transformed. The mysteries offered glimpses of eternity. The theater itself was born from these rites. Actors in masks became others, gods, heroes, monsters, and audiences watched their own stories reflected back. Tragedy showed noble suffering and divine justice. Comedy showed human folly and bodily joy. Both were sacred to the twice-born God. Through wine and theater and ecstatic dance, mortals touched something beyond their daily lives. A glimpse of what it meant to be divine. This was Dionysus's great gift to humanity, not merely wine, but transformation itself. The knowledge that we need not stay what we were born. And this was why the old order feared him. If anyone could change, what happened to the hierarchies that kept the powerful in power? Young Dionysus had grown now to full divine maturity. The time of hiding was over. He would claim his birthright among the gods. But first he must prove himself, establish his worship, make mortals acknowledge what he was, not some charlatan, but true son of Zeus. Many would doubt him. A god with a mortal mother, born twice, raised by satyrs. Surely some trick, some delusion, some foreign corruption. His own family in Thebes denied him most fiercely. His mother's sisters claimed Samael had lied about Zeus, paid for her arrogance with death. Pentheus now ruled Thebes, son of Agave, grandson of Cadmus, young, proud, and certain that this Dionysus was threat to proper order. Everything Dionysus represented, Pentheus despised. Women abandoning homes, men dancing like fools, wine loosening careful control, unacceptable, dangerous, foreign. The stage was set for confrontation, order against ecstasy, rigid control against liberating chaos, mortal pride against divine truth. Listen to what unfolds. Dionysus gathered his followers at the borders of his mother's homeland. Maenads and satyrs, transformed mortals, wild beasts. His thyasus ready to march. He came not with spears and shields, but with wine and music and dance. His conquest would be of hearts, not cities. But make no mistake, this gentle approach masked terrible power. Those who accepted him would know joy. Those who refused would know despair. His mother had died here, consumed by divine fire for loving Zeus. Now her son returned to redeem her memory and claim his inheritance. The women of Thebes were already slipping away to the mountains, answering his call. Even Agave, who denied him, felt the pull. The god had come home. Before Dionysus reached Thebes, he traveled across the wine, dark sea, spreading his worship to distant shores. One voyage would become legend. He stood alone on a rocky headland, appearing as a beautiful youth with dark flowing hair. No divine marks visible, just a traveler waiting. A ship approached. Tyrrhenian pirates who raided these waters, capturing travelers for ransom or slavery. They saw an easy prize on shore. They rowed to shore and seized the youth roughly, laughing at their fortune. His rich clothing suggested wealth. Someone would pay well for him. They bound him with ropes and dragged him aboard. But the ropes would not hold. They slipped from his wrists like water, falling to the deck. The helmsman Acoetes watched with growing unease. Something about this captive was wrong, or rather too right, too beautiful, too calm, too knowing. Release him. Acoetes urged his captain. This is no mortal. Look at him, this is a god among us. We court destruction. The captain laughed and struck him. A god, this pretty boy, he's worth gold, nothing more. Set sail, we'll find buyers in the east. They set sail toward open water. For a time nothing happened. The pirates grew bold again, planning how to spend their ransom money. Then the air grew sweet with an impossible fragrance. Wine. The scent of wine filled the ship, though no casks were opened. Wine began to flow across the deck, pouring from nowhere, pooling around the pirates' feet, dark and sweet and endless. The ship itself was weeping wine. Grape vines erupted from the mast, climbing impossibly fast, wrapping around the rigging, hanging heavy with ripe fruit in seconds. Ivy twisted around the oars, making them immovable. The sails transformed into curtains of woven vine leaves. The ship was becoming a garden. Music filled the air, pipes and drums from invisible musicians. The song was wild and beautiful and terrifying, as if the wind itself was celebrating. Then the animals appeared. Lions materialized on deck, shaking their great manes. Leopards prowled between frozen pirates. Bears rose on hind legs, roaring. The beautiful youth was gone. In his place stood a god, Dionysus in full divine glory, eyes blazing, crowned with grape leaves and ivy. "You would make a slave of a god." His voice was gentle, but it shook the ship like thunder. "You would bind the Lord of Wine." The pirates screamed and ran, but there was nowhere to go. The ship was far from shore, and wild beasts blocked every path on deck. One by one, they chose the only escape they could see. They threw themselves into the sea, preferring drowning to divine wrath. But death was not their fate. As each pirate hit the water, his body twisted, shrank, transformed. Scales replaced skin. Fins sprouted from limbs. They became dolphins, sleek gray creatures leaping through the wine, dark waves. Pirates no more, but forever creatures of the sea. Dionysus ruled. Only Echoites remained, kneeling on the transformed deck. He had tried to warn them. He had recognized the divine. Dionysus remembered mercy as well as wrath. "You alone had eyes to see," Dionysus said, offering his hand. "Rise and follow me. Your faith will not go unrewarded." Echoites became one of his most devoted followers. Proof that those who honor the gods, even in frightening moments, find favor rather than destruction. Word spread across the Mediterranean. Dolphins that had once been men swam alongside ships, warning sailors to honor Dionysus. The god was making himself known. Now Dionysus turned his procession toward Thebes at last. His mother's city, his birthplace. The land that had denied him longest awaited his arrival. The women of Thebes had already answered his call. They gathered on Mount Cithaeron in the wild places, dancing themselves into sacred frenzy. Among them danced Agave, sister of Samael, mother of King Pentheus. She who had denied her sister's divine lover now felt that god's power herself. King Pentheus watched his kingdom unraveling. Women abandoned their looms and children. Respectable matrons howled on mountainsides. Foreign madness infected his orderly city. He sent soldiers to arrest the revelers, but they returned empty-handed, speaking of vines that bound them, of earth that swallowed their weapons, of fear. Reports came of a stranger leading the movement, a beautiful youth with flowing hair who smiled at all threats. Pentheus ordered his capture. Dionysus allowed himself to be taken, as he had with the pirates. He walked calmly into the palace, chains loose on wrists that could not be bound. They stood face to face at last, the young king and the young god. Mortal authority confronting divine truth, neither willing to bend. "Who are you?" Pentheus demanded. "Where do you come from? What is this cult you spread through my city like disease?" "I serve Dionysus," the stranger replied, "born of your aunt Samael and the king of gods. Born here in Thebes, in fact. I've come home." Pentheus laughed, harsh, dismissive. "Samael's bastard, that old lie. My grandmother died for her arrogance, claiming Zeus as her lover. There is no god here." "You deny your own cousin?" Dionysus asked softly. "You deny the god who stands before you. That is a dangerous choice, young king." The king ordered him imprisoned in the deepest dungeon. Dionysus went peacefully, still smiling. The guards could not understand why their prisoner seemed so calm. Heavy bronze chains were fastened to his wrists. Iron doors were sealed. Pentheus believed himself victorious, the foreign troublemaker safely contained. He went to sleep satisfied that order was restored. But in the darkness of night, the earth itself began to tremble beneath Thebes. An earthquake shook the palace to its foundations. Columns cracked. Walls split. The bronze chains in the dungeon shattered like dried clay. Fire erupted at Samael's old tomb, the scorched chamber where she had died. Flames danced on stone that should not burn, honoring her memory. Pentheus ran to the dungeon, demanding his prisoner be brought out, but found only empty chains. The door stood open. Dionysus was gone. He emerged into the courtyard to find the stranger waiting, unharmed, still smiling. "Did you think bronze could hold a god?" Dionysus asked mildly. Pentheus drew his sword. "I'll kill you myself, charlatan!" But the blade passed through Dionysus like through smoke. There and not there simultaneously. "I offer you peace," Dionysus said, reforming solid before the king. "Accept me as god and cousin. Let your people worship freely. There need be no war." But Pentheus was beyond hearing. Pride had deafened him. Fear had made him rigid. He would not bow to this smiling stranger who defied all rules. "Then let me show you something else," Dionysus said, his tone shifting to something more persuasive, almost seductive. "The women on the mountain. Wouldn't you like to see them?" Pentheus's anger flickered. Something else moved behind his eyes, curiosity, perhaps, or darker desire. "The Maenads? The mad women? What of them?" "They dance in ecstasy on Cytheran slopes. Wild, free, abandoned to pleasure. I could take you there, let you watch them hidden." The king should have refused. Should have seen the trap closing around him. But divine madness was already touching his mind, loosening his judgment. "Yes," Pentheus heard himself say. "Take me to them. Let me see these wild women for myself. I must understand the threat they pose." "But you cannot go as king," Dionysus explained, almost apologetically. "They would recognize you, flee or attack. You must be disguised, as one of them, as a woman." Pentheus's remaining reason recoiled. A king dressed as a Maenad, absurd, humiliating, impossible, yet he could not say no. Dionysus led him to a private chamber and began the transformation. Women's robes replaced armor. A wig of long curls covered his military, cropped hair. The king looked down at himself in growing horror, and yet did not stop the process. The madness held him, made degradation feel like adventure. A thyrsus was placed in his hand. "Perfect," Dionysus pronounced. "Now you look like any other devotee. The Maenads will never know their king walks among them." They slipped from the palace in darkness, the god and the doomed king. Through sleeping streets, past guards who somehow did not see them passing. Up the mountain paths they climbed, toward the distant torchlight and drumming. Pentheus stumbled in his unfamiliar robes, but Dionysus steadied him, almost tenderly. The sounds of worship grew louder. Wild music, ecstatic cries, the stamp of dancing feet. Pentheus's heart raced. Soon he would see them, soon. They reached the sacred grove. In the moonlit clearing, dozens of women danced in divine frenzy, including Ageve, Pentheus's own mother, wilder than any. Pentheus stared, transfixed. His mother's hair was loose and wild. Her eyes saw nothing but the god. She had become something he did not recognize. "Climb that tree," Dionysus whispered. "You'll see better from above. They won't notice you there among the branches." Still gripped by madness, Pentheus climbed. Up through the branches until he perched high above the dancers, looking down on their mysteries, a perfect vantage point. He did not notice that Dionysus had stepped away, vanishing into shadows. He did not notice the god's voice, suddenly echoing across the clearing. "My faithful ones," the god's voice thundered, "an enemy spy watches from above.
One who denies me, who persecutes my worship.
Look up and see him." Every Maenad face turned upward. Every torch was raised, and in their god-maddened eyes, they did not see their king dressed in women's clothes. They saw a mountain lion, a beast to be hunted, torn apart, sacrificed to their god in bloody ecstasy. The hunt began with a terrible scream. Ageve led them, his own mother, most frenzied of all, calling the others to bring down the beast. Her hands reached for the tree trunk. With impossible strength, the Maenads tore the great pine from the earth. Roots ripped from soil. The tree crashed down, and Pentheus with it. He landed among them, scrambling to his knees. His wig had fallen away. His face was exposed. He reached toward his mother with desperate hands. "Mother!" he screamed.
It's me! It's Pentheus, your son! Mother, please, look at me! See your own child!
But Agev could not hear, could not see. The god's madness filled her completely. She saw only the beast that defied her lord Dionysus. Her hands closed around him. The other Maenads surged forward. What happened next belongs to darkness. The tearing, the blood, the triumphant screams. When it was done, Agev stood holding her trophy, the head of the lion she had killed. Pride blazed in her maddened eyes. She had served her god. She began the walk down the mountain, carrying her prize to show the city. To show her son the king what his mother had accomplished. Dionysus watched from the shadows, his vengeance complete. The king who denied him was destroyed. Thebes would never doubt his divinity again. But in his eyes, if one looked closely, there might have been the smallest gleam of sorrow. Pentheus had been his cousin too. Family destroying family. At the palace gates, old Cadmus waited. Founder of Thebes, father of Samael and Agev, grandfather of both the god and the dead king. He had gathered what remained of Pentheus from the mountain. All he could find scattered among the pines. A grandfather's terrible duty. Agev approached, still blazing with triumph.
Father, look what I've brought. I killed a great lion on the mountain. See how strong your daughter is.
Cadmus looked at what she held. His heart shattered, but he kept his voice gentle. The only way through was slow, careful truth. Daughter, he said softly, look again. Look carefully at your prize. What color is its mane? What shape its face? Look with your own eyes. The madness began to lift like morning fog. Agev blinked. Her eyes focused. The lion's head began to look different, familiar in a terrible way. Father, she whispered, voice cracking, whose face is this? Why does the lion have? Why does it look like? The scream that tore from her throat echoed across Thebes. In that sound was every mother's nightmare. The knowledge of what her own hands had done. She fell to her knees, clutching her son's remains to her chest. The divine madness was gone, leaving only human agony in its wake. Dionysus appeared before the grieving family, no longer disguised, his divine nature fully manifest. He had proven his point. Thebes would never deny him again. I am Dionysus, he declared, son of Zeus and Samael, your sister, your daughter, the one you called a liar. Do you see the truth now? Cadmus bowed his head in acceptance. Too late, too costly, but acceptance nonetheless. The twice-born god had claimed his birthright in blood and tears. The sun rose over Thebes, but brought no warmth. The city that had denied Dionysus now knew him. Through blood and broken hearts. Agev was led away by gentle hands, her mind shattered. She would leave Thebes forever, exile the only mercy available to her. Cadmus watched his daughter go, then turned to prepare his grandson's remains for proper burial. The founder of Thebes had outlived his legacy's hope. The women who had danced as Maenads returned to their homes, remembering only fragments of their frenzy. They did not speak of what they remembered. Dionysus stood at Samael's tomb, where divine fire still flickered on scorched stones. His victory felt hollow in his chest, heavy as stone. He had proven his divinity. Thebes would never doubt him again. But Pentheus had been his cousin, Samael's sister's son. Family blood stained his triumph. Was this the only way? He whispered to his mother's flames, "Did you watch from the underworld? Did you see what your son has become?" The fire flickered in response, or perhaps it was only wind. But in that moment, Dionysus felt Samael's presence, distant and unreachable in Hades's realm. She had died for loving Zeus. Consumed by glory she had only wished to see. And now she lingered among shades, denied even the Elysian fields. "It isn't right," Dionysus said aloud, rising to his feet. "You bore a god. You loved the King of Heaven. You deserve better than shadow." A new mission burned in his divine heart. Not vengeance this time, but love. He would descend to the realm of the dead and bring his mother home. No god had done such a thing before, entered Hades's realm to rescue a mortal shade. But Dionysus was no ordinary god. He knew death intimately. He himself had died in a sense. Torn from his dying mother's womb, only half formed. He had been reborn from his father's flesh, Death held no terror for him. His followers did not understand where they were going, only that their god led them, and they would follow wherever his path wound. They traveled south, toward the Argolid, where ancient Lake Lerna held one of the entrances to the underworld. A bottomless pool that touched Hades's realm. At the lake's edge, Dionysus paused. The water was black as night, still as glass, reflecting nothing. It smelled of earth and endings. "Wait for me here," he told his followers. "Where I go, you cannot follow. If I do not return by the third dawn, continue my worship without me." Silenus pushed forward, old face creased with worry. "My boy, you cannot mean to enter the realm of Hades alone. Let me come with you." Dionysus embraced his old guardian, the satyr who had raised him, taught him, loved him through all the years of hiding. "This I must do alone, father." He turned back to the black water. To enter the underworld living, he must surrender some of his divine protection. Become vulnerable to death itself. He thought of his mother. Her face he knew only from stories and dreams. Her love that had created him. Her death that had nearly ended him. With a single breath, he stepped into the lake. The cold water closed over him instantly, black, heavy, pulling him down toward realms below the world. Down he sank, past the places where fish swim, past the reaches of any light. The pressure grew, but he did not need to breathe. The water began to change, thickening, growing warmer despite the darkness. He was passing through the boundary between worlds, leaving life behind. Then his feet touched stone. He stood on the shore of the river Styx, the boundary river of the dead. The underworld had accepted him. The air was thick with the whispers of shades, countless dead drifting past, unaware of the living God among them. So many souls, so much sorrow. Ahead, a boat approached through the mist. Charon the ferryman, ancient as death itself, come to collect another passenger. His empty eyes found Dionysus. "A living god walks my shore," Charon rasped, voice like wind through dead reeds. "This is unexpected. Do you have payment for passage?" Dionysus held out his hand, and a golden coin appeared. "Not mortal currency, but divine offering. I come on business of gods and mothers. Will you ferry me?" Charon took the coin, bit it once, nodded slowly. "Enter. But know that leaving is harder than arriving. Many who enter here never return." The boat glided across the Styx in silence. Around them, pale forms drifted in the dark water. Souls waiting for passage, reaching toward the living God. Dionysus could feel their longing, the desperate wish to return, to feel sunlight again, to live once more. He understood that longing better than most gods could. The far shore emerged from mist. Gray rocks, pale flowers that had never seen sun, the beginning of Hades's vast domain stretching into endless darkness. Charon brought the boat to rest. "Follow the path. The gates lie ahead. Beyond them, the Lord of this realm decides all fates. Even yours, young god." The path wound through fields of asphodel. Ghostly flowers swaying though no wind blew. Shades wandered among them, faces blank, memories fading into eternity. He searched each face he passed, looking for his mother. But the shades all looked alike after enough time in this place. Gray, faded, diminished. Then he heard it, the distant sound of barking, deep and threefold. Cerberus guarded the gates ahead, the three-headed hound who permitted entry but rarely exit. The beast was enormous, each head the size of a chariot, each mouth filled with teeth like bronze swords. His 3 pairs of eyes fixed on Dionysus. But Dionysus did not reach for weapons. Instead, he reached into the divine essence of his nature and drew forth something unexpected. Wine, sweet and dark. He placed 3 bowls before the hound, 1 for each head. "Even guardians deserve rest," he said softly. "Even monsters deserve a moment of peace." One head sniffed, then lapped at the wine. Then another, then the third. Divine wine worked even on beasts of the underworld, bringing drowsy contentment. The great hound settled onto his haunches, then lay down entirely. A mountain of fur and fangs rendered peaceful by the god of wine's gift. Beyond the gates, the underworld opened into vastness. Dionysus could see distant regions. Tartarus's smoking depths, Elysium's golden glow, and between them endless gray plains. His mother would not be in Tartarus. She had committed no great crimes. Nor in Elysium. That was reserved for heroes and the blessed. She would be in between. He walked for what felt like hours, though time moved strangely in this place. Past countless shades, through regions of mist and shadow, always searching. Then, near a pool of still black water, he saw her. A shade sitting alone, more distinct than the others, as if her spirit refused to fully fade. Mother. His voice cracked. A god's voice breaking like a mortal child's. She turned, and though her face was gray, he knew her instantly. My son. Semele rose, her shade form flickering with something almost like warmth. My beautiful boy. You came for me. After all these years you came. They could not truly embrace. His hands passed through her form, and she could not feel his warmth. But they stood close, closer than they had ever been in life. I never knew you, Dionysus whispered. I was born as you died. But I've carried you with me every day in every vine, every celebration, every breath. I know, she said. I've watched from here. I've seen you grow, struggle, triumph. My heart broke when you suffered. It sang when you found joy. I'm taking you home, Dionysus declared, back to the light. Back to Olympus where you belong. No argument. I didn't cross the Styx for conversation. But Semele shook her head sadly. That's not how death works, my love. Hades rules here, and no shade leaves without his permission, not even for a god's son. Then I'll ask him. Dionysus took his mother's hand, or tried to, maintaining the gesture despite its impossibility. Come with me. We'll face him together. The palace of Hades rose from the darkness. Black stone that seemed to absorb light, towers that scraped a sky that wasn't there, terrible and magnificent. At the great doors, skeleton guards barred the way. But when Dionysus announced himself, son of Zeus, god of wine, they stepped aside. Some names open any door. The throne room was vast and cold, lit by fires that gave no warmth. On twin thrones of black iron sat the rulers of the dead. Hades, lord of the underworld, brother of Zeus. Dark-bearded, stern, wearing a crown of black metal. Beside him, Persephone, queen of the dead. Spring's daughter trapped in shadow. Nephew. Hades's voice echoed like stones falling into a well. You've caused quite a disturbance. Cerberus will have a headache for a century. Not deeply, but respectfully. God to God, uncle, Aunt Persephone. I come to ask a boon. The return of my mother's shade to the living world. Hades laughed, a sound like grinding bones. The living world. No shade returns there. That is the fundamental law of my realm. You ask the impossible. I am the twice-born god, Dionysus replied calmly. I was ripped from death's edge and lived. I know impossible things can happen. So did you once. He turned to Persephone. You understand, queen. You cross between worlds every year, death and life, dark and light. The boundary is not absolute. Persephone's eyes softened. She too had been taken from her mother. Demeter had mourned her daughter, as Dionysus mourned his mother, grief matching grief across generations. Husband, she said quietly, placing her hand on Hades's arm. Perhaps there is a way. Not to break your laws, but to transform the situation. Hades turned to his wife, and something passed between them. The wordless communication of partners who had spent eons together. He sighed, a sound like wind through tombs. Semele cannot return as mortal shade, Hades pronounced. But if she were to become something else, divine, perhaps, that would be a different matter entirely. Make her a goddess, Persephone elaborated. You have that power, nephew, son of Zeus, wielder of transformation. Change her nature, and she may leave freely. Dionysus turned to his mother, understanding flooding through him. He had the power to change mortals. He had turned pirates to dolphins. He could make his mother divine. Mother, he said, taking her immaterial hands in his, I give you what love and divine blood can offer. I make you Thioan, immortal, eternal, free. Light erupted in the dark throne room, golden warm, the light of Olympus itself flooding through the shadows. Samael's shade began to change. Color returned to her form. Solidity replaced shadow. The gray death pallor faded, replaced by divine radiance. Samael was becoming something new. When the light faded, Thyone stood where Samael's shade had been. No longer mortal, no longer dead, but goddess eternal, radiant with divine fire that could no longer harm her. Mother and son embraced at last. Truly embraced, solid arms around solid form, tears of joy mixing between them. Death had been defeated by love. Even Hades smiled, a rare sight quickly hidden. Go then, both of you. Return to the light. My realm is not diminished by this one escape. Hand in hand, god and goddess ascended from the underworld. Not through the lake this time, but through paths that only the divine could walk. They emerged into sunlight on a Greek hillside, and Thyone gasped, her first breath of living air in years beyond counting. The world was beautiful again. The Thyises had waited faithfully, and they cheered as their god returned, then fell silent in wonder at the radiant goddess beside him. His mother, restored. Dionysus led his mother toward Olympus, where she would take her place among the gods. His first great quest was complete, but the world had more to offer him. For while he had walked in the underworld, word of his deeds had spread across the mortal world. And on a certain island, a woman wept alone. The island was Naxos, and the woman was Ariadne, princess of Crete, who had betrayed her own family to help the hero Theseus kill the Minotaur. She had given Theseus the thread that guided him through the labyrinth. She had fled with him, abandoning her father's kingdom. He had promised marriage. And then Theseus had abandoned her on this island while she slept, sailing away without a word, leaving her to wake alone on a foreign shore. Why? She screamed at the waves.
I gave up everything. My home, my family, my future, all for you, and you left me here to die.
The sea did not answer. The waves kept coming, indifferent to her suffering. She fell to her knees in the sand, weeping until she could not weep any more. She did not notice the vines beginning to grow around her, creeping across the sand, gentle tendrils reaching toward her like comforting hands. She did not hear the music. Why do you weep? The voice was gentle, curious, somehow warm despite the grief surrounding them. Ariadne looked up to see the most beautiful being she had ever seen. Dionysus stood before her, crowned with grape leaves, eyes holding depths of both joy and sorrow. He knew abandonment. HERA had hunted him since birth, he understood. Ariadne told him everything. The labyrinth, the thread, the escape, the promise, the betrayal. Words poured from her like wine from an endless cup. He listened without judgment, without hurry. When she finished, silence held them both. The kind of silence that exists between those who truly understand each other. Theseus was a fool. Dionysus said finally, to abandon such courage, such loyalty, such beauty. He does not deserve the memory you waste on him. What does it matter? Ariadne whispered. I have nothing now. No home, no family, no future. I am no one, on an island going nowhere. You are Ariadne. Dionysus offered his hand, and when she took it, warmth spread through her. Divine warmth, the heat of wine and summer and life itself. Come with me, he said. Not as a refugee or a castaway, but as a companion. I have been alone too long. I think perhaps you have too. She looked at him. This strange god, this bringer of madness and joy, and saw something she recognized. Another outsider. Another survivor. Another heart that had learned to keep going. Yes, she said. It was the smallest word, but it changed everything. A princess without a kingdom had found a god without a home. Together, they would be both. Their wedding was celebrated across the mortal world and Olympus alike. Even Zeus blessed the union. His son had chosen well, finding love in unexpected sorrow. As wedding gift, Dionysus placed a crown upon Ariadne's head. 7 jewels that blazed with light, each one a captured star given form. This crown will shine forever, he promised. And when you join the immortals, it will become a constellation. Your story written in the sky for eternity. Through their love, Ariadne became immortal, transformed as Semele had been, raised from mortal princess to divine goddess, wife of Dionysus for all time. And when she finally ascended fully to the heavens, her crown rose with her, becoming the Corona Borealis, the northern crown, still visible on clear nights. Can you picture it? But not all who encountered Dionysus sought love or worship. Some sought only profit, and learned that the god of wine was also the god of consequences. In the kingdom of Phrygia lived King Midas, a man obsessed with wealth, who counted his gold each night and dreamed only of having more. One day, his servants found old Silenus wandering drunk in the royal gardens, lost, confused, separated from Dionysus's Thyasus during their travels through the east. Midas recognized the satyr from legends. Rather than mock or imprison him, the king treated Silenus as honored guest, feeding him, sheltering him, listening to his stories. For 10 days Midas cared for the old satyr. Then he personally escorted Silenus back to Dionysus, a kindness that surprised even the god himself. "You have honored my foster father," Dionysus said warmly. "Ask any boon, King Midas. Whatever you desire most, I will grant it." Midas did not hesitate. "Let everything I touch turn to gold," he said, his voice thick with wanting. "Pure gold, forever and always." Dionysus paused, something flickered across his face. Warning, perhaps, but a god's word was binding. "Granted," he said softly. "The golden touch is yours." Midas rushed home delirious with joy. He touched a stone, it became gold. A flower, gold. A pillar in his palace, pure, shining gold. He laughed like a madman. He touched his throne, his curtains, his walls. Gold everywhere, gleaming and perfect. He was the richest man in the world. Nothing could possibly go wrong. Then he grew hungry and reached for bread. It hardened to gold between his teeth. Wine turned to liquid metal on his tongue. He could not eat, could not drink. His little daughter ran to embrace him, worried by her father's strange expression. "Papa, what's wrong?" she asked, throwing her arms around him. Gold spread across her skin like frost across a window. Her eyes went solid metal. Her smile froze forever. His beloved daughter became a golden statue in his arms. Midas screamed, a sound of pure agony that echoed through his golden palace. He held the statue that had been his child and understood what he had done. He ran to find Dionysus, weeping golden tears that clattered to the ground like coins. "Take it back," he begged. "Please, God of mercy, take back your gift." Dionysus looked at the broken king with something like compassion. "Go to the river Pactolus," he said. "Wash yourself in its waters. The curse will pass from you." Midas ran to the river and plunged in. The water turned gold around him, then cleared. He touched a reed, it remained green. The curse was lifted. He returned home to find his daughter alive again. Flesh and warmth and laughter restored. Midas wept tears of salt and water, and they were the most precious things he had ever produced. From that day forward, Midas despised gold and lived simply. And Dionysus smiled, for he had given the king something worth more than all the world's treasure, wisdom. We have traveled far with Dionysus, from tragic birth to triumphant godhood. Now let us rest and consider what this ancient story truly meant. To the ancient Greeks, Dionysus was no simple wine god. He represented something essential, the wild heart that beats beneath civilization's careful order. Greek society was structured by rules. Who could speak, who could own property, who could move freely. Most people lived lives bounded by expectation and duty. Dionysus offered escape from those boundaries. In his worship, slaves and masters danced as equals. Women left their looms to run through mountains. Rules dissolved like morning mist. This was dangerous, of course. The myth of Pentheus warns what happens when ecstasy goes too far. When divine madness becomes murderous frenzy, destroying what it should free. But the Greeks understood that denying Dionysus entirely was equally dangerous. Pentheus tried to cage the wild, and the wild tore him apart. Repression breeds its own destruction. The wine god taught balance, not eternal order, not eternal chaos, but rhythm. Times for work, times for release. Days for duty, nights for celebration. Wine itself embodied this teaching. A little brings joy, loosens tongues, builds fellowship. Too much brings ruin, violence, degradation. The gift requires wisdom to use. Women especially honored Dionysus, for he offered what their society rarely did: a voice, a space, a moment of wild freedom beyond domestic walls. The monastic rites were not merely permission to misbehave. They were sacred. Encounters with the divine that left worshippers changed, renewed, more fully themselves. Theater grew directly from these rites. Actors in masks channeled gods and heroes, and audiences experienced emotions too large for ordinary life. Catharsis, the Greeks called it. To watch tragedy was to safely experience grief, terror, pity. Purging those emotions through art rather than life. Dionysus gave humanity a way to feel deeply without destruction. Now let us look deeper at the symbols woven through these tales. Each image carries meaning that the ancient Greeks would have recognized instantly. The grape is crushed to become wine. This violent transformation creates something more valuable than the original. Death becoming life, destruction becoming celebration. Dionysus himself was torn from his dying mother and reborn from his father's thigh. Like the grape, he passed through destruction to emerge transformed and glorious. The ivy that crowned his followers stays green even in winter. Symbol of life persisting through death's season, hope surviving when all seems lost. Leopards and panthers represented the wild nature tamed, but not destroyed. Dangerous beauty brought into harmony with the divine. Power serving rather than threatening. The serpent shed its skin and emerged renewed, ancient symbol of death and rebirth that predates human memory. In Dionysian worship, worshippers symbolically died and were reborn. The theatrical mask concealed the actor's face while revealing deeper truth. By becoming someone else, we discover who we really are. Paradox that lies at Dionysus's heart. The thyrsus looked harmless, mere fennel and pine cone, yet could strike with divine force. Never judge power by appearance. The gentlest things may hide the greatest strength. Even Dionysus's dual birth carried meaning. Born of woman, he knew mortality. Born of God, he knew divinity. He bridged both worlds, belonging fully to neither. This made him the perfect god for humans to approach. Not distant like Zeus, not alien like some Olympians, but connected to mortal experience through his mother's human heart. His rescue of Semele from the underworld promised that love could conquer even death, that the bonds between parent and child survived beyond the grave. Ariene's transformation showed that endings could become beginnings, that abandonment and betrayal need not define us, that new love rises from old grief. What universal truths shimmer beneath these ancient stories? Lessons that spoke to Greeks 3,000 years ago and speak to us still tonight. We cannot live by control alone. The careful structures we build to protect ourselves become prisons if we never allow release, never embrace the wild within. Those who deny truth about themselves or others invite destruction. Pentheus refused to see the god before him, and that blindness became his doom. Love proves stronger than death itself. Dionysus descended to Hades not for power or glory, but for his mother, and love opened doors that force never could. True wealth lies not in gold but in connection. In the embrace of daughter, the loyalty of friends, the simple joy of bread that nourishes and wine that warms. And transformation is always possible. The grape becomes wine, the mortal becomes God. The abandoned princess becomes eternal queen. Nothing is fixed, everything can change. The myths we've shared tonight did not stay in ancient Greece. They rippled outward through time, shaping art and thought for thousands of years. Greek theater, born from Dionysian rites, became the foundation of Western drama. Every play you've ever seen traces its ancestry to those masked dancers honoring the wine god. The great tragedians, Aeschylus, Sophocles, Euripides, wrote their masterpieces for festivals honoring Dionysus. Tragedy itself was sacred offering to the twice-born god. Euripides captured Dionysus's story most powerfully in the Bacchae, a play about Pentheus's doom that has haunted audiences for nearly 25 centuries. When Rome conquered Greece, they embraced the wine god and called him Bacchus. His worship spread across the empire, from Britain to Egypt to the eastern frontiers. The Bacchanalia, Roman festivals in his honor, grew so wild that the Senate eventually banned them, fearing their power to dissolve social order. Even emperors feared the god's influence. Early Christians saw echoes of their faith in Dionysus, a god who died and rose again, who offered wine as sacred communion, who promised transformation through devotion. Renaissance artists rediscovered the wine god with passion. Titian, Caravaggio, Rubens, all painted Bacchus in his glory, celebrating flesh and wine and joyous abandon. Caravaggio's young Bacchus gazes from his canvas with knowing eyes, beautiful and slightly dangerous, offering wine with a smile that promises transformation and threatens chaos. Titian painted Bacchus leaping from his chariot toward the abandoned Ariadne, capturing the moment rescue meets despair, one of art history's most romantic images. In the 19th century, philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche placed Dionysus at the center of his thought. He saw the wine god as essential counterbalance to reason. Nietzsche argued that Western culture had become too Apollonian, too rational, too controlled. It needed Dionysian energy to stay vital, creative. Psychology too found meaning in Dionysus. Carl Jung saw the god as representing the unconscious, those wild depths beneath our careful conscious minds that demand expression. Every concert where crowds lose themselves in music, every festival where strangers become friends through shared joy. These are Dionysus's modern temples, his worship continuing. The theater never forgot him. From Shakespeare to Broadway to the latest streaming drama, stories still work their ancient magic, transforming audiences through witnessed emotion. Wine culture spans the globe now, vineyards on every continent. The art of pressing and fermenting and savoring passed down through countless generations since Greeks first crushed grapes. And whenever someone raises a glass in celebration, at weddings, reunions, achievements, they unknowingly honor the twice-born god who taught humanity how joy could be shared. Dionysus lives on in every transformation, every ecstasy, every moment when we shed our careful selves and become something wilder, freer, more fully alive. And so we come to rest at last, dear traveler. We have journeyed far tonight, through tragedy and triumph, through death and glorious rebirth. We watched young Dionysus born in fire and saved by divine love. We saw him raised in hidden valleys, discovering the magic in simple grapes. We sailed with him across wine, dark seas, where pirates learned too late that some beautiful strangers should not be captured. Dolphins still remember that lesson. We stood with him in Thebes, where family denied him and paid terrible price. The god of joy showed that he could also be the god of consequences. We descended with him to the underworld itself, where love proved stronger than death, and a mother rose as goddess beside her devoted son. We found Ariadne weeping on lonely shores and watched despair transform to divine love. Her crown still shines among the stars, keeping her story alive forever. These stories were first told around fires long ago, by parents to children, by priests to worshippers, by friends sharing wine as night deepened around them. Those ancient voices are silent now, but their words echo still, in books, in art, in the stories we've shared tonight. We keep their memory alive by listening. The Greeks believed that speaking someone's name kept their spirit alive. So we honor Dionysus, Samael, Ariadne, and all who first gave voice to their tales. Thank you for traveling with us tonight through these ancient wonders. May the God of transformation bless your dreams with gentle change and sweet renewal. Let the wine, dark night wrap around you now like the softest cloak. Let stories carry you towards sleep like boats on the calmest sea. Rest well, dear friend. The twice-born God watches over all who honor the old stories. Until we meet again, sleep and dream of ancient wonders.